Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 17, Pitfall. Chapter 17, Pitfall, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcácer Kacha. Kacha, a crackling sound broke out amidst the chaos, as both ships vibrated violently from the intense collision. The sharp bow of the Bell and Mug was made with a special and unique legendary material. Upon collision it radiated out a piercing white ray, like a hot knife through butter, stabbing into the enormous merchant ship. From a bird's-eye view, the Bell and Mug looked like a toxic sharp sword, deeply penetrating into the merchant's abdomen. The crouching pirates excitedly cried out, waving their already prepared lassos. They cast them over in succession, binding the two ships together and at the same time forming a passageway. Unsheathing their sabers/swords and muskets, they charged over. The opposing merchant ship quickly organized men to welcome the pirates with a wave of gunfire. However, the sparse bullets only found 5 to 6 pirates. This subsequently triggered their bloodlust nature. Even one-eyed Quarren was proving why he could be a crewhead with his tremendous showing of strength. He charged forth in the first wave of attacks, blood splashing over his entire body. Swinging his saber, he cut down 5 to 6 enemies. This boosted the pirates' morale, as they boldly advanced to clear the opposing deck. In a side-to-side hand-to-hand combat battle, capturing the opposing ship's deck would give them an upper hand. However, if the enemy's resistive willpower was stubbornly strong, they had to go through the arduous battle of battling through individual cabins. Furthermore, this merchant ship's volume was more than a kiloton. Its interior was probably segregated into 3 levels. Each level would have roughly 20 plus minus 30 rooms. If the members hid themselves, camping with their weapons, this sort of situation would waste a big deal of effort. It was like a hard bone that was tough to chew on. At this moment, a man stood out, his face grim yet his eyes flashed with a bloodlust excitement. His body posture remained absolutely straight. Pressing down on the sword hilt on his waist, with a graceful stride he walked down the stairs of the ship's hold star. As his body disappeared beneath, the pirates frenziedly yelled out, raising their weapons and charged in. A ship's hold is a space that carries cargo. Normally there will be stairs down to it from the deck for larger ships. Below the stairs, a resisting line of 10 congregated opponents received them. Leveraging on the narrow channel within the hold of the ship, their front wave comprised of several gunmen aiming with their muskets as they high-kneeled on the floor. Bang! Bang! They released their trigger. Because a man's prominent body structure and aura exposed him as one of the leader of the pirates, most of the bullets were fired in his direction. Yet a man's face leaked out a sinister sneer, unsheathing his silver sword in the nick of time. In a captivating and dazzling slashing tempo, with an unparalleled speed unable to be captured by the naked eye, traces of silverish lines formed circled around a man. Following that, the incoming bullets suddenly deflected and penetrated deeply into the surrounding wooden walls. A man's advancing pace did not drop, striding towards the mini-fort constructed by these few seamen at the last minute. Face against him, these seamen looked horrified, rooted in their positions. After a brief moment, their throats, faces and chest were vandalized with blood and wounds, as they collapsed like dominoes. Even after death, they threw a horrified gaze with their frozen pupils at the already distant man's graceful, imposing and upright figure. The few pirates following Amand were not at all surprised by this common occurrence. With a glance full of admiration to their captain, they surged forward. Taking no chance, they mercilessly stabbed at the corpses, looting their personal items and then used the dead men's clothes to wipe off the blood on their hands. Finally they lifted and tossed these motionless and bare corpses into the sea. Sheehan wanted to try following, however, seeing Amand's frightening monstrosity, and the manner at which the pirates cleared up after him, knowing himself, he instantly halted in his tracks. Because by following, even if he was able to loot a little, he will be despised by the pirates. One must never forget, he was still holding a side mission on his chest. He had to raise his reputation amongst the pirates. Such small matters was something he would never take part in. Yet the greedy and foolish Chris, upon observing this lucrative opportunity, wagged his tail and charged forward. The murderous shoutings gradually vanished deeper into the ship. Obviously Amand also could not keep up with his incredible 1 man against 1,000 show. Undisputedly, these pirates under his leadership exhibited out their maximum potential and strength. Yet Sheehan, remaining on the Bell and Mug deck, with both his hands folded on his chest, received numerous looks of disdain from the surrounding pirates. He coldly gazed towards his front as the merchant ship side once again exposed a row of black-barreled cannons. A strange feeling faintly gathered in his heart, that was a negative feeling that this pirate's assault was going too smoothly. Presently, the huge groups of pirate ships had not arrived due to the lack in speed, which meant that a third of the assaulting force had entered the fray. The Spanish fleet demonstrated a clear advantage. There was something not adding up. If the Paragon fleet was so easily dealt with, then why would the British Royal Navy request aid from the pirates? The only explanation was, this was a planned trump card that the Spanish merchant Fernandez had set up. As she was standing at the bow of the ship, observing far, he noticed that one of the Paragon fleet ship that was currently locked in battle with the Black Pearl suddenly changed direction, ferociously bombarding the Black Pearl, forcing it to retreat. Following that, he saw that 3 lifeboats were lowered down from the ship. The Great Sea era had already established for a century, shipbuilding techniques had advanced to rather exquisite, even division of labor was considerably clear. Although the 3 boats lowered into the sea were only lifeboats, their capacity was nearing 100 tons, their sail configuration was also pretty capable. Clearly seen atop of the boats were fully equipped Spanish Navy troops, braving the winds and billows as they paddled like an arrow towards the Bell and Mug. Under normal circumstances, these 3 boats could be described as having a death wish. Based on the Bell and Mug's high speed, it could easily loose them and crush them with their cannons. However, the current Bell and Mug was lodged into the merchant ship, and was even binded to it by the assaulting pirates. They had lost all mobility. A grave problem was that at this moment Captain Amand had led his crew head Quarren and a great batch of pirates to assault the merchant ship. Furthermore, Chief Officer Scarface Harry was injured and unconscious. Under such a situation, the ones that were left were the old, the sickly, or those that were gravely injured and were nursing their wounds. Merely relying on these people, how were they supposed to go against these savage wolves and ferocious lions of the Spanish Paragon fleet? At this moment, the pirates that stayed behind were all lost for thoughts. Their only notion was, Captain, hurry up and return. To Amand, this was an unprecedented crisis throughout his entire pirate career. After leading his crew into the merchant ship, he proceeded to clear the cabins and rooms one of its enemies one at a time. Amand was extremely meticulous, because previously his father had missed an enemy member due to negligence during a raid. During the midnight partying, this enemy quietly crawled out and lit the entire pirate ship on fire while the pirates were drunk. Therefore, his father's entire 20 years of building up his crew had vanished in one night and was even burnt to death. That year, fortunately, Amand did not go aboard, if not it would have been hard for him to escape. However, such meticulous searching has its flaws in terms of efficiency. As Amand started to chip off his opponent's strength until he felt their resistive powers had expectedly weakened, he had already left a huge trail of scattered gold coins. These pirates were accustomed to unruly behavior. Although they were brave and fierce in battle, their discipline was a total mess. Putting their self-interest first, after affirming that their side had the upper hand, they immediately began to break into a wild looting frenzy. Some even started insulting each other and splitting up their bounties. If not for Amand's threatening nature, they would have probably begun going at each other's throats. The greedy and chaotic pirates followed the trail of gold coins into an exquisitely decorated dining hall. The one-eyed Quarren took the lead in battles, yet during plundering he maintained the same position. In one glance he saw that the left passage had a pouch of escudo gold coins, Spanish currency. With eyes radiating, he immediately pounced forward. However, at this moment, Amand's expression sunk, because he had smelled an unexplainable bad odor coming their direction. Kacha, the broken wooden board splintered in all directions. A black and heavy massive twin hatchet chopped onto the wooden partition of the ship's hold. The axe head was broad and heavy, at least the size of a round table. If one were to calculate its weight carefully, it would be at least 200 kilograms. Blood flowed down from the middle of Quarren's eyes, as he forcefully raised his saber with his left arm to fend off the attack. The saber was blown away, as this horizontal huge axe flung him 5 to 6 meters away, as he crashed to the floor and rolled a few rounds before bouncing onto the pillar. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Looking at his state, he had probably broken a few bones. Chapter 18, Thousands Cannot Pass. Chapter 18, Thousands Cannot Pass. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Once Quarren forcefully regained his footing, the wielder of this giant twin axe stood out. The already tattered cabin wall shattered into fragments. He was a huge man with a black bandana on his head. Reaching at least 2.2 meters in height, both his hands were wearing black Cortex gloves. A distinct stitched-up scar distinctly hung onto his bare skin, and what was bizarre, the 10 centimeters long blood-stained metal spikes extended out from the periphery of his body. He looked as if a parasite was living in his body, causing these metal spikes to poke out of his skin. This gigantic man let out a beastly roar, dragging his terrifying weapon as he charged towards the pirates. He looked like his body was the shield while these terrifying weapons were the real objects he was protecting. A bad odor emitted from his body, the kind of odor a boiled rotting corpse would produce, causing a nauseous reaction. An experienced and old pirate frighteningly shouted out, "Decaying undead. It's the voodoo cult decaying undead." Voodoo cult was the most infamous evil cult in the Pirates of the Caribbean. Blackbeard was proficient in such black witchcraft. In Pirates of the Caribbean 4, his core members were revived as undead. The decaying undead was another extremely sinister existence. It was created with the strongest organs and body parts of dead corpses, stitching together to form this monster. Once created, it would not live very long on this earth. However, while it lived, it did not know pain nor fatigue. Under the control of a voodoo sorcerer utilizing various treacherous magic to infuse into it, once it made its appearance, it would start on a campaign of blood and death. 2 other persons appeared behind the decaying undead. The first one was a black old man whose brush-cut hair and beard had turned white. A red cloth circled his waist like a belt. On his face were 2 coiled serpents drawn with white powder. His walking pattern was peculiar, moving forward while in a half-squat position. He looked extremely strange and unstable. Beside him was sturdy young man wearing an ash-gray bandana, his face brimming with vitality. Breathing heavily, he held onto an eccentric curved blade. He is Captain Guadas of the main ship under Fernandez. Suddenly, from the other passageways, a huge amount of fully equipped seamen charged to them, roaring out loud with weapons raised. This was obviously a meticulously devised trap. The merchant Fernandez had long ago predicted that pirates would engage them in close battle, because no greedy pirate would foolishly sink any ship without looting it first. Hence he had prepared a few venomous voodoo sect arch-sorcerers to set up these snares on the merchant ship, laying down countermeasures against any aggressors. Instead, a man felt the danger but not at risk, because earlier on when fighting his way in, he had detailedly cleared up all the enemies in his path. Thus, his retreating route was clear and he could easily turn around and return back to the Bell and Mug. Besides, Amand was a future pirate lord. Once back on his own deck and after ordering his men to cut off the binding ropes, Amand would be able to command the flexible Bell and Mug to swiftly sail away with his incomparably decisive captain's skills. This semi-wrecked heavy merchant ship would have no chance of chasing them. When that had happened, separated by the vast sea, no matter how strong the decaying undead was and how elite the mercenaries were, they would be rendered powerless and be toyed to death. Retreat. Amand decisively ordered. As the proverb goes, defeated troops are like a landslide. Although the pirates were fairly experienced in escaping, some were still heavily injured, but the price they paid was still acceptable. When a man stepped out onto the deck, he immediately noticed 3 lifeboats were leaning against the Bell and Mug, and the Spanish Paragon fleet soldiers were like ants swarming up. He felt an icy chill enveloping over his body. The enemy's pitfall held such ruthlessness, planning beforehand to cut off his escape route. Not good. I need to immediately return to the Bell and Mug. Once the Spanish captures our deck, this will be our graves. After experiencing 100 battles, the grim Amand made this resolution. He signaled to the injured crew head Quarren. Quarren snapped out of his daze, both eyes turning red. He roared out crazily, turning around without second thoughts, leading a group of loyal elite pirates to block up the door to the ship's hold, trying their best to prevent the deadly decaying undead from rushing out. Bluntly speaking, they were sacrificing themselves, buying a few precious minutes for their captain. With a sunken expression, Amand marched towards his own pirate ship. From the merchant ship's edge window, a vigorous figure leapt out without hesitation. That was the Captain Guadas. Following, a few more mercenaries holding onto their blades with their mouths, leapt out to block Amand's retreating route. Pressing his left hand on his chest, Guadas gave a humble slight bow like an elegant gentleman. However, his right hand remained steadily near his waist on the hilt of his sword. There was a gap of 12 meters between them, and this gap in that moment was like a dreadful moat to Amand. What an elaborate trap! Sheehan leaned on the main mast, tilting his head in deep thought towards the opposing merchant ship. Utilizing the lifeboats to deal a fatal blow, this sort of attacking tactic could definitely be ranked at the top of all tactics in the past 4 centuries. Thinking from this perspective, there should probably be contestants that have infiltrated the ranks of the Spanish Paragon fleet. Furthermore, his status and reputation should be pretty high, and thus was able to materialize his battle plans into reality. Amand, in terms of combat style yours seem to consist of great skill and strategy in addition to your graceful demeanor, yet the greedy nature of a pirate has already lodged deep into your bones. That was why others could successfully predict your move. They have more men than us. Sheehan gently squinted his eyes, focusing his gaze 7 to 8 meters away. Onto the Spanish Paragon fleet soldiers that were prepared to assault. Then he shifted it to the ashen-faced, clueless pirates on deck. Their weapons are better than ours. Sheehan once again glanced at the fine swords hanging against the soldier's waist, and then towards the trembling hand of an old pirate. He was holding onto a deficiently short kitchen knife, as his hand trembled with fear. Their morale is overwhelming. This could be easily deduced from the soldiers' enthusiastic shoutings. But they are not carrying any long-range weapons. Under this story's weather, crashing waves would easily tower over and flood the hold of the lifeboats. Therefore, the drenched muskets were rendered useless. Furthermore, the height that they had to climb up to the bell and mug was close to 3 meters. Hence they had to use climbing ropes with hooks to successfully scale the ship. In a flash, the first Spanish lifeboat had contacted the hull of the bell and mug. In a short span, a few strands of rope hooks were tossed up firmly hooking onto the rails of the ship. Several huge soldiers were starting to climb up the ship. At this moment, Sheehan had already walked to the edge of the ship where the Spanish soldiers were scaling, grinning evilly. His cool and composed look was a stark contrast to the horrified pirates. Sheehan lifted up a heavy hatchet. This dual-handed hatchet had chopped deeply onto the floorboard during the previous combat. He then tied a hawser asterisk around the tail of the hatchet. This was at least close to 100 kilograms, but Sheehan's mighty 11 points of strength was barely enough to lift it with one hand and rested it on his shoulder. Although it could not be compared with the freakish decaying undead, it was enough to successfully command the attention of those pirates on board this deck. Asterisk hawser is a thick rope used for boats. 2 Spanish soldiers had just managed to climb aboard using the climbing ropes. Sheehan suddenly spinning in his position, roaring loudly as he let loose the 100 kilograms dual hatchet. The hatchet surged forward horizontally with an oppressive whistling. The 2 soldiers had just stumbled aboard and were still trying to get a foothold. All of a sudden they were faced with an attack of such ferocity. They did not even have time to scream as they were swept away with great force, finally letting out their miserable groans as they crashed into the sea. Looking at their comrades flying, this sign pointed to disaster. Following that, several other Spanish troops had managed to climb aboard and charged forward, swinging their sabers viciously, flesh rolling as blood splashed everywhere. Simultaneously, 5 to 6 red long wounds appeared on Sheehan's body. Blood gushed out, dyeing half of his body in a blink of an eye. Yet the dual-handed hatchet once again flew forward horizontally, generating huge winds around it. Any planks of obstacles in its path were reduced to dust and fragments, as the few soldiers were once again swept out of the ship's railings. Frantically waving their limbs in mid-air, they crashed into the water as their miserable wails died out. One facing the multitude, nevertheless a total victory. Such grandeur, such was the craziness of the moment. If one man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. Yet Sheehan did not retreat, not even by half a step. The wind was raging in full force, as huge waves soared, crashing down into 1,000,000 fragments behind him. Sheehan remained stable by the side of the ship, ignoring the 7 to 6 lines of wounds. He tore off his tattered shirt. Clenching tightly onto that semi-cracked hatchet with one hand, raising it to the heavens, and he let loose a crazy, thunderous roar. Come on, you morons. Chapter 19, Vying for Power. Chop Off. Chapter 19, Vying for Power. Chop Off, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. In this moment, the entire battle zone was plunged into a deathly silence, intimidated by Sheehan's showing of force. Following that, the other pirates picked up their blades and frenziedly shouted out. Under normal circumstances in this sort of side-to-side hand combat battle, the attackers would prepare a layer of gunmen to suppress the enemies. Judging from Sheehan's rash behavior, he should have been shot into a sieve long ago. However, the waves were raging and the lifeboats were small. Even if they brought their muskets, it would be worthless. Thus, the lack of any long-range firearms became the Spanish's fatal flaw. Right now, the situation had changed as the Bell and Mug was no longer lacking in manpower. They only lacked courageous warriors who dared to form the first line of defense. Once Sheehan boldly came forth, several richly experienced pirates who were already injured became enlightened to the enemy's flaw. Hastily wrapping their wounds, they similarly picked up their weapons and charged forward. Their actions were savage and intelligent, chopping away at the climbing ropes instead of their enemies. As long as the Spanish troops had no ability to scale this towering ship, that was enough. Sometimes, a small solution could turn the course of the battle and change its eventual outcome. A few people's exemplary actions could instigate a soar in morale, as the initially hopeless pirates suddenly felt that their enemies were not so scary after all. Confidence and bravery were restored to them. Meanwhile, the other two Spanish lifeboats had reached the Bell and Mug and were starting their side assault. Instead, they found that the resistive force from above had grown fiercer. Several Spanish soldiers attempted to scale the ship with their bare hands as the climbing's ropes were constantly being chopped off. However, their actions only resulted in a tragic conclusion, as their fingers were being sliced off when they ascended. Presently, there was no more need for Sheehan to act. His gaze fell towards the distant Spanish ship that was engaged with the Black Pearl. If this time's attack was really the product of a contestant, then he would never stop at this point. There is definitely a plan B. Usually on a pirate ship, the core characters are the captain and the chief officer. Under normal circumstances, the captain would lead the hand-to-hand fighting while the chief officer kept guard. Therefore, you'll definitely have a plan that would confidently defeat the chief officer and the rest of the pirates on guard. Suddenly, a pirate screamed out, covering his face with his hands as he staggered backward. Blood was gushing out from the webbing between his fingers, as he collapsed to the floor and rolled around in agony. Sheehan then witnessed a Spanish soldier starting to climb up. Taking a step forward, once again that heavy hatchet swished down onto the poor soldier, hacking him into two as his mutilated body fell disgustingly back to the lifeboat. To his surprise, he realized the enemy's lifeboat seemed to have grown taller. Beforehand it was said that the Bell and Mug towered over them by 3 meters, however now the gap could not even reach 2 meters. In such a short distance, the Spanish soldiers could reach the pirates easily and began assaulting them with their weapons. Although the slight gap lowered their potential, it was not as hopeless as their previous self where they could only remain passive. Sheehan's thoughts momentarily flashed by. His wealth of overseas experience was immeasurable, instantly realizing the enemy's sinister plan. That was the ballast material. A ship is most afraid of an empty cabin. Once its own weight was inadequate, its core will become unsteady. In such a raging storm and churning sea, especially in the case of using a lifeboat in combat, when its drawing in the water is inadequate, it will easily capsize. Hence, when the 3 lifeboats started their attack, they had placed large amounts of ballast materials to press down the draft asterisk of the ship, causing it to stabilize the hull of the ship. Thus, during side-to-side battle, the lifeboat had already stuck itself beside the Bell and Mug. There was no longer need for such precautions. Therefore the Spanish soldiers had started tossing out the ballast materials. The lifeboats became light as it drew lesser water and the hull started to float up. Asterisk draft is the distance between the waterline and the lowest point of the ship's keel. In such a time, Sheehan rotated to the side. He saw that the Spanish soldiers' ballast materials comprised of 1-meter-wide wooden crates which had stones stored within it. Tossing the stones in the sea, they transported the crates to the side closer to their enemy's ship and started piling them up. This ultimately gave the close combat soldiers a bonus foothold. Finally, these Spanish soldiers, when standing up, their heads were already taller than the Bell and Mug's deck. In this case, their attacks became more savage, and battling became more comfortable. Once there was an opening, they could easily leap up onto the deck without climbing ropes. Interesting. Sheehan leaked out a cold laughter. He began to advance, swinging his hand to smack a nearby pirate on his head as he was running around aimlessly. "Where you running to? Go and help out over there." No man loved being smacked on head, much less these malicious pirates. However, once that brat raised his head and saw Sheehan, he was startled and respectfully replied, "Yes, boss." He then compliantly headed to where Sheehan was pointing to. Presently, Sheehan's reputation had risen to a high level amongst the pirates who stayed back. His words were the absolute orders, most of them obediently acted. Sheehan was like a tireless firefighter. Any problems that arise he would rush to there. These pirates, after regaining their senses, understood that this was a matter of life and death, an absolute bloodbath without any regards to casualties. The Spanish Paragon fleet soldiers were stubbornly bold, however, the pirates had the favorable position of towering over them. Furthermore, they could use their muskets, as the two sides fought to a stalemate. Under such a situation, Sheehan displayed his frightening battle capabilities, as well as his managing abilities. His ability to command caused people to be in awe. One must never forget, before entering the Nightmare Realm, Sheehan was an established second-in-command of his trading ship. He had accumulated vast experiences abroad. His methods in managing and administration was akin to leading in this world for a millennium. These guarding crippled, aging, and sickly soldiers exhibited a dying courage under such circumstances. Similarly, under his constant shoutings of command, they swiftly formed a line of iron defense. After that, Sheehan then gathered a dozen gunners, directing them on where to aim. Once a wave of Spanish troops charged forward, they immediately fired off. Even elite Marine soldiers would be forced to retreat. The spectating man on the merchant ship's deck heaved a sigh of relief. After being surrounded, his heart was thrown into despair. No one was clearer of the horrific consequences than him. Furthermore, Guadas was a formidable and sly opponent. Although his strength could not compare to Amand, he was slippery and could drag his opponent around. Initially Amand was anxious and impulsive, but he had to compose himself to deal with him, or else without mentioning the bell and mug, even his own life would be wasted here. Amand was also distracted by the happenings on his own ship. Glancing at Sheehan stepping up to beat back the ferocious aggressors one step at a time, he couldn't stop his heart from raging with excitement. The silver sword in his hand flashed with brilliance, piercing mercilessly into one of the guards in front of Guadas. The slender pointed tip shimmered with a gleaming silvery brilliance as though not a single drop of blood had landed on it. Currently, that decaying undead had ruthlessly slaughtered Quarren's gang, yet the one-eyed Quarren in his dying moments exploded in anger as he drenched himself in oil. Lighting himself up, he pounced forward with both arms, tightly wrapping around this monstrous beast. The raging flames consumed Quarren, and caused the decaying undead to burn and bellow repeatedly, frantically waving its arms, knocking around aimlessly like a headless housefly. It had completely lost control. Presently, the remaining pirate ships had finally arrived to battle, surrounding the other two merchant ships to begin their side-to-side skirmishes. The scenario had reached a climax, there was a visible stalemate, and yet the distant Spanish Paragon fleet had once again dispatched several lifeboats to aid these merchant ships. Although a few lifeboats were consumed by the billowing sea, crucially 2 more lifeboats had latched themselves onto the bell and mug. The Spanish soldiers started flocking up, causing the situation to turn dire once again. Fortunately, several elite fighting pirates had managed to escape from the merchant ship and return to the bell and mug. They immediately joined in the deadlock, pumping much-needed confidence into the bitterly resisting pirates. Sheehan treated these people indifferently, commanding them at the top of his voice to the areas that needed the most support. Although these pirates were violent and not peaceful by nature, looking at Sheehan's earlier performance, they were sincerely convinced to obey his orders. However, there is always an exception. Just when the returning pirates had gone to reinforce the left side of the deck under Sheehan's orders, they were blocked by a male wearing a brown turban. This brat slanted his head and pressed onto the hilt of his saber before he said, "Where are your eyes?" Lame Tommy's side obviously needs more help, it's gonna be breached anytime. Sheehan sweeped a look at him, coldly saying, "Who are you?" Brown Turban raised his chest. "Without the captain and with Scarface Harry unconscious, why should a newcomer like you be giving orders? It obviously should be me, Venomous Irwin, who should be in charge. Everyone follow me." His words were directed to the group of gunmen behind Sheehan. Sheehan grinned widely as he replied gently, "You are correct." Presently, in order to easily give commands, Sheehan had placed his heavy hatchet down and had traded it for a dead Spanish soldier's saber. His words were not done. With a brush he sliced Irwin in the middle from head down. Chapter 20, A Man's Ploy. Chapter 20, A Man's Ploy, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Irwin hadn't expected that Sheehan would make such a bold move at this critical time, but his character was dauntless. With a cry he raised his right arm to receive this strike, simultaneously pulling out his blade to retaliate at Sheehan. Similarly, Sheehan did not attempt to dodge, lifting his left hand to seize Irwin's incoming blade. Blood flowed out within his palms, yet Sheehan treated it like nothing as he swiftly slashed out again. Irwin groaned out in pain, clutching his shoulder as he retreated. Sheehan did not give him any breathing space, stepping in and heavily kicking at his abdomen. This one kick contained such strength that it blew this unlucky guy overboard. screaming miserably in mid-air as he submerged into the sea with a slash. Sheehan then turned around, as though nothing had happened, he flinged the hand that was bleeding. The few guys witnessing what happened to this venomous Irwin was dumbstruck. Sheehan immediately called out, what was his position of this ship again? Before he acted as though he was still as a virgin, but when moving he was as agile as an escaping rabbit. This left a deep impression on people, and under his cutting and intent gaze, unable to bear this anymore, a skinny pirate retreated half a step and uttered, "It's Vice Officer." Sheehan once again asked, "What is your name?" That startled skinny pirate instantly replied, "I'm Robin, they call me Long Legs Robin." "Now you are Vice Officer. If you do not wish to turn into the Caribbean sea shark's dinner in the next few minutes, then hurry up and bring them to reinforce the left deck. Hurry!" Sheehan called out in a severe tone, his eyes shining with killing intent. Robin has likely received a dizzy spell due to the sudden promotion from the heavens, tossing out his original notion of wanting to avenge Irwin. Reacting to Sheehan's sudden command, he instantly drew his saber and cried out, charging to the left side of the deck and forcing back the Spanish soldiers who had already breached in. Amand was spectating everything. He naturally understood that this brat Irwin had seized the chance to steal credit, yet he did not predict that Sheehan would exhibit such ruthlessness. Without a word, instantly killing off this obstacle. Irwin, being able to hold the vice officer position, naturally was one of Amand's earlier confidant. Already heavily injured, he received a slash and got kicked into the sea. Seeing this, Amand felt his heart twitch with pain. However, Sheehan had pulled strongly against a crazy tide, his merits were as clear as daylight. Any ill feelings were useless, and he even had to reward and coax Sheehan. Primarily, he had to display his impartiality in rewarding and punishing. Secondly was because in this one battle, Amand's elite forces had suffered heavy losses. Crew head Quarren had died, Scarface Harry had fainted from the heavy blow to his head, Vice Officer Irwin was thrown into the sea. If he had to add the few other elite pirates who gave their lives blocking that decaying undead, Amand had lost at least 60% of his powerful faction in this battle. Under such a situation, if a man did not manage his rewards and punishments well, agitating the masses, then his crew would certainly become divided. Besides, Sheehan's fame had soared within the hearts of these pirates in this battle. If he wanted to get rid of him, Sheehan may in fact collude with Ciar to stab him in the back. As the battle progressed, the British Navy gradually gained the advantage. Besides, their forces had a full legendary squad in those 4 warships, each legendary abilities not losing to one another. Although the Spanish Paragon fleet had an unyielding strength and immense firepower, coupled with their strict discipline, they still succumbed slowly to their enemies. They started to pull back in defense. The merchant Fernandez, sensing something was amiss, began his abandoning ship tactics. Summoning a huge portion of his elite mercenaries to guard himself and his largest merchant ship, he tossed out the heavy goods and tried to make do with the lighter but more valuable items. Under such circumstances, Guada's still blocking Amand had no intentions of fighting on. Besides, Amand was not in the mood to fight as well. Both on the same page, they took a step backwards at the same time, considered to have reached a mutual understanding. Once Amand returned to his ship, Sheehan discreetly kneeled down, using both hands to offer up the saber he had stolen as he raised his voice in celebration. "The great son of the Black Sea, we welcome you back." Amand's gaze flickered. He then saw that the remaining lucky survivors of the Bell and Mug were currently gazing towards here. Especially that Robin with a sickening blazing look in his eyes. Because once Sheehan had received the acknowledgement of the captain, the position of vice officer bestowed by Sheehan would be half secured. Amand judging this scene, he knew the general trend and what the masses yearned for. Huffing out a deep breath, he drew his silver sword upon his waist, pressing the sword on Sheehan's shoulder. Using a solemn tone, he raised his voice, "Well done, Seaman Yen from the East. From today onwards, you are the new crew head of the Bell and Mug." Sheehan's eyes flickered brightly, yet he remained silent. Yet, most of the pirates previously guarding the Bell and Mug cheered out loud. This was clear in their hearts. Without Sheehan they would have already been defeated by the Spanish soldiers earlier on. That conclusion had 2 consequences. One was to die by the blade or tossed into the sea and drown. Following that, Amand could only pinch his nose and acknowledge this Robin to be acting vice officer. Simultaneously, Sheehan received notifications from the Nightmare imprint. "You received from the captain of the Bell and Mug, boss rank storyline character Amand's appointment. You have been appointed as crew head of the Bell and Mug. you have earned 1,200 points of popularity amongst the pirates. From a cold 24 1,000 points, raised to an amicable 224/3,000. TN, once the counter is met, its rating would be upgraded and the counter would restart from 0. Exceeding points would carry over. E.g. cold 24 1,000 after reaching 1,000, it would upgrade to the next rating to amicable 224/3,000. You have acquired a hidden achievement, Pirate Ringleader. You have acquired a hidden title, Pirate Ringleader. Equipping bonuses, once you stay on the ship, Strength +2, Physique +2, in a radius of 30 meters, your ally acting capabilities will raise by 10%. You have acquired a hidden achievement, your meritorious deed level is 1. Every hidden achievement would raise your meritorious deed level. Presently, Amand was exhausted and his thoughts were numerous and disorderly. So many changes had happened all of a sudden within a short span of time. As expected of a commanding officer, he observed as his new crew head Sheehan faithfully assuming his new role and following his order to clean up the remaining enemies. In addition, to complete the job of looting the merchant ship. Most of the remainder pirates knew that Sheehan was ruthless, even cutting down and feeding to the sharks Irwin who had braved numerous life and death occasions with a man for 10 years. Thus, they obediently followed his instructions. At this moment, Chris, who had previously retired to the cabin, surfaced, his face filled with smiles as he wanted to congratulate Sheehan. However, he saw an urgent Robin running in hastily with his saber in his hand, urgently speaking, "Crewhead. That demon from hell is blocking the cargo." Sheehan felt his heart stirred and replied, "What demon?" Robin urgently said, "It's that damnable Spanish decaying undead. Half of that thing's head has been burnt off, but once anyone goes near it, it will go crazy and start attacking. Nobody is able to get close." Pressing his hand on the hilt of his dagger he softly spoke, "I'll take a look." In the earlier battle, Sheehan had already fought bravely at the blood-soaked front line. Yet with his new position as crew head, although there were certain perks, in reality his rewards were extremely limited. He only received 3 grayish keys. Opening their respective tattered chests, it mostly contained a torn purse. Inside were only 2 to 3 shillings and one was actually empty. His total earnings did not even reach £1. Presently, that crazy decaying undead no doubt would have a huge probability of dropping high-grade items. How would it not let Sheehan look forward in anticipation? Under Robin's lead, Sheehan very quickly arrived at the second level of the merchant ship. After a series of intense battle, the entire ship was in ruins. Furthermore, a huge hole was knocked in the right side at the start by the bell and mug. It was currently leaking water, and was starting to incline slowly, seemed like it would capsize in half an hour. Naturally, Amand had accounted for this point. Once Sheehan was unable to settle this mighty decaying undead in a short time, then it would delay the process of transporting the plundered goods. What was the primary motive for a pirate to risk his head out at sea? Excluding Jack Sparrow, whose mind was only filled with risks and romance, over 90% of them were here for the generous profits. Once the new crew head Sheehan had messed up this issue, then this Captain Amand would be able to rightly and properly deduct from the divided booty and blame it on Sheehan's blunder that he did not plunder enough treasures. The pirates would then direct their resentment towards Sheehan. To Amand, this was ultimately a win-win situation for him. He could personally misappropriate a huge portion of the loot, and successfully hurting Sheehan's reputation. Once this sort of cases repeatedly happened, Amand can then strip off the position of crewhead from Sheehan and give to another. Then the crowd's expectation would return and wouldn't find a fault in his new appointing. Chapter 21, Sheehan's Ploy. Chapter 21, Sheehan's Ploy, translated by Chua, edited by Alcázar. Amand's plan could be said to be quite bright, but he didn't know that Sheehan had been working on a ship since he was 14 years old. Based on knowledge and experience, to scheme and conspire against each other in this sort of dog-eat-dog situation, compared to those wily old foxes, Amand was still years away. Although ahead was that horrifying decaying undead, Sheehan turned his head and casually chatted with Robin. "There's a story that is passed down through generations from my hometown. You wanna listen?" Robin wasn't stupid. He knew that without Sheehan's backing, he would never have climbed up to the rank of vice officer. Thus he knew that what he had to do now was to tightly clutch onto this huge foothold. Sheehan suddenly mentioning a story in such a critical time was beyond reasonable limits, unconstrained by circumstances. Instead, the old fox Robin eagerly replied, "I am very interested." Sheehan whispered, Roughly 300 years ago, my hometown was governed by a huge empire. The king was old and plagued by a terminal illness, but he had 3 sons. The first prince was mediocre but he had the right of inheritance, the third prince was greedy, narrow-minded and despiseful, while only the second prince was capable and virtuous. His prestige was great in the country but he did not have the favor of the old king. Under such a situation, the first and third prince conspired against the second prince. When that happened, the second prince outrageously raised an army, swiftly killing off his brothers without listening. You guess what was the reaction of the old king? The stunned Robin replied, "The old king did not like the second prince, furthermore he committed such atrocities like murdering his brothers. Wouldn't the old king be furious and sentence the second prince to death?" Sheehan coldly replied, "No." In the end the old king chose to give up his position to the second prince. Robin was amazed. Sheehan then continued, "The reason why the old king chose the second prince was because he got rid of all the stumbling blocks who could replace him. If the old king didn't want his empire to decline, his only choice was to pretend nothing had happened and transfer the rights to the second prince." After saying this, Sheehan shut his mouth and looked intently into Robin's eyes. A hint of maliciousness formed in Robin's eyes. He suddenly understood why Sheehan chose such an unsuitable time to tell a story. Also, he was not willing to give up the power that he had attained, for that he was willing to pay any price. He immediately shouted at his own trusted aide beside him, "Go and call Sea Wolf Shelley, Hermit Crab Zir, and Lemur here." This was Sheehan's superior thinking. He currently wasn't informed of the insider happenings amongst the pirates, but Robin was his snitch. This old fox had ventured in the seas for decades. He even knew clearly a man's background, what more the people on this pirate ship. A man wasn't willing to use him because he was extremely mediocre, but after being repressed for decades, Robin would not view himself as ordinary. His heart was overwhelmed with grievance, and thus would do his utmost in protecting his position of power. Although calling these 3 people seemed like there was no relation, once a man stripped him of his temporary vice officer position, that position would naturally be replaced by one of the 3. If those 3 fell into any mishap, then a man would be left with no one to use. Never forget that the ship still had the ambitious Siar on board. If he forcefully dismissed Robin, then his popularity amongst the pirate would be slowly nibbled away by these pirates. Then Robin's position would really solidify and his temporary status would be revoked, giving him a permanent one. Presently, Scarface Harry was battling death. The new vice officer Robin temporarily took on his responsibilities. If not, he would not be able to summon these 3 persons. However, these 3 persons stood crooked from side to side, obviously not very happy. Especially Sea Wolf Shelley. He stood crookedly and leaned against the wall. With a cold laughter and sarcastic tone he said, "Temporary vice officer, what do you want from us?" He purposely emphasized on the word temporary. Robin was naturally a narrow-minded person. After listening to the 3 pirates' sharp and unkind tone, his prior hesitant feelings was immediately thrown into the Caribbean Sea. Laughing sharply he replied, "Nothing much, just a lack of manpower. Here. Only that damn decaying undead on the merchant ship requires your help to get rid of." The 3 guys felt a chill over them. Taking a step back they held on to the hilt of their sabers. The Sea Wolf Shelley and Zir had a close relationship. They glanced at each other, then in unison pulled out their blades and charged against Robin. Previously following a man's onslaught, they knew the potency of his decaying undead. Furthermore, their condition now was like an arrow at the end of its flight. If they face off with that heinous creature, the chances of surviving is uncertain. They rather revolt. Robin predicted such a scenario and earlier on placed a trap. The normally amicable pirates around them eyed covetously at them. Behind them also had the gunman group that Sheehan had constructed at the last minute, therefore these low-rank pirates had nowhere to run. After a series of gunshots and slashings, the 2 of them covered in wounds immediately died an unjust death, collapsing to the ground. Only Lemur was willing to cooperate. Standing in his place he laughed and looked at Robin. "Robin, give me a way out. I just need a small boat. The Black Pearl's old Jack still owes me a favor. I was thinking of going over already." Robin previously owed Lemur a favor. Their relationship wasn't at all rigid. Killing him off wasn't a necessity, thus he gave Lemur a small boat. Personally witnessing him get on board and started rowing to the Black Pearl. When Robin returned, he had noticed that Sheehan had already gone missing. Sheehan had ordered them not to follow as he carried the 2 blood-dripping corpses into a deep cabin within the ship. Currently, Sheehan had already met that horrendous decaying undead. Utilizing his insight ability, he instantly received a huge amount of details: chewed ear, medium-degree injury, species, voodoo cult, decaying undead, lifespan, 7 days, remaining 3 days 8 hours, height, 7 foot 2 inches, weight, 203 kilograms, strength, 13 points agility, 4 points physique, 3 points perceptive sensing, 3 points charm, 0 points intelligence, 3 points spirit, 2 points remainder HP, 736 points basic close combat, LVL 4 basic close combat, advanced skill, employing heavy weapons, LVL 3 undead. Creature characteristic: immune to fear, effects of ailments, deformation, pain, and bleeding. Undead creature characteristics: divine type abilities will deal twofold damages to it, fire type attacks will deal 1.5 times damage. Decaying undead characteristic: devil's strength, when dealing a close combat strike, 70% chance of causing a lower strength opponent to be blown away, 50% chance against opponents of the same strength and 10% chance against opponents of higher strength. Decaying undead characteristic: flesh heap. Decaying undead is a creature made up of body parts of different corpses. Any deficiency of any part will not affect the overall combat capability. Decaying undead characteristics: tenacity, LVL 4, additional 1200 HP. When sustaining a physical attacking from this creature, there is a 10% of receiving additional 100 points of damage. Decaying undead characteristic: weak willpower. This sort of creature with no intelligence capability is easily enslaved, if your black magic is stronger than the host sorcerer. Presently, the decaying undead had lost part its head, the innards of his head was leaking out. It did not have a human skull or brain, only a rotting black substance. Due to being engulfed by the flames previously, the leather clothes it was wearing was utterly burnt out, leaking out a sinister appearance. Its body had distinct stitches tracing, the stitching thread could be seen to be made up of the hair of dead women and human skin. The metal spikes extended out of its body were drenched in blood red, like the blood had previously dried up on it. Xian paused 20 meters away from this heinous creature, because it had begun to notice him as well. Looking here, its fat black nostrils kept flaring, very obvious this heavily injured creature was trying to smell out its prey. Xian laughed coldly, grabbing onto a dagger he was biting on, retreating a few steps back and sliced his own palm. Seawolf and Zier. These two unlucky brats, after dying not too long ago, their blood naturally flowed out, forming a thick pool of blood on the ground. Xian then dragged their corpses slowly round the sides. Naturally this would leave a clear trace of blood. Following this thick aroma of blood in the air, that horrifying decaying undead acted accordingly to Xian's plan, dragging that humongous hatchet as he slowly followed the trace of blood. A man secretly laid a snare for Xian, but instead surmounted to nothing, as it was easily solved by Xian. The primary problem was that the decaying undead was blocking the ship's cargo, causing the pirates to be unable to move those valuable and heavy goods. A man got rashly caught up in the wrong notion that it is necessary to kill the decaying undead before being able to clear the passageway for the goods. Yet he did not calculate that Xian would be able to lure this crazy and uncontrollable freak away. This was the best of both worlds. 1. Robin could successfully lead the pirates in completing the transporting work, and secondly, Xian had enough time to try and eliminate this heinous creature. Chapter 22, Scheming Battle. Chapter 22, Scheming Battle, translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. After luring the decaying undead to a cabin at the back of the ship, Xian then tossed away the drained corpses. Firmly holding his ground, he gave an icy chill stare towards this huge creature. That beast picked up one of the corpses, holding it by the head and leg, it raised the corpse up above its head. Then, like drying a wet towel, it forcefully twisted the corpse, widening up its mouth to receive the dripping blood. The sound of bones crushing and flesh twisting was chilling to the bones and was bloody terrifying to behold. These two corpses had already been drained dry by Xian, the blood had long ago stopped flowing. After squeezing two bodies, the decaying undead still wasn't satisfied by the blood quantity. Flinging away the body, it roared out in frenzy. Spinning round, it faced Xian. Xian was wielding an enormous shield he found by chance, coldly staring back at it. The decaying undead took a step forward, raising the gigantic hatchet and started rotating. Its action were like that of a shot-put athlete. In this narrow cabin, a violent whizzing wind sound filled the air. This sort of feeling was like a sail released at maximum from a huge wind. Following that gigantic hatchet burst forward. Xian went into a half-squat stance, thrusting the bottom of the shield into the ground and pressing his shoulder heavily against it. Although this shield was inconveniently heavy, it was used to guard against the spear attacks of cavalries. Its thickness was close to 30 centimeters. When the gigantic hatchet smashed against the shield, a booming loud pound followed by metal rattling sound could be heard. The sound echoed throughout the ship, filtering through the walls as it grew softer. The pirates who were moving goods 20+ meters away turned pale and suffocating from the sound, as a buzzing sound remained in their ears. It was like they were punched in the chest and retreated 7 to 8 steps back. Sheehan at the core of it was worse off. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips as he stumbled backwards by a few steps. A numb buzzing sound reverberated in his ears, causing a sharp, matchless pain. However, his HP merely dropped by 30 points. He had already equipped the hidden title, Pirate Ringleader, and after this his strength and physique had increased by 2 each. His strength had reached 13 points, equal to this gruesome beast. Of course, after causing such discomfort to Sheehan, the recoil from throwing that gigantic hatchet was equally tremendous. If that decaying undead was a living being, both his hands would have been shredded and covered in blood. Instead, it was a painless immune abomination. Its only reaction was raging even more. Roaring out loudly, it started to spin round, stepping forward, grabbing that gigantic hatchet as he cut down again. This time's attack carried as much ferocity as the previous. Sheehan, once again holding dearly onto his shield, could clearly see a black dense liquid flowing out from the webbing of his filthy hands. Right as the hatchet and shield was about to collide, Sheehan's eyes blazed with a fanatical rage. He instantly loosened both hands, and leapt to the ground. Clank! Chunk! A loud crashing sound followed by another chopping sound. Against such immense force, this semi-cracked shield was blasted around the cabin as it crashed randomly against the walls. Behind Sheehan, the wooden wall was chopped thoroughly by the gigantic hatchet. The broken splinters shot out everywhere as some pieces even flew 10 meters out into the sea. From afar, it was like this merchant ship had suffered another violent bombardment. On the ship's hull, half a meter above the water, clearly seen, was a 2-meter long and wide split. A gust of fresh sea breeze blew into the previously dark and gloomy cabin. Even the stench coming out from the decaying undead was blown away. With a groan, Sheehan used his strength to pluck out a metal shard broken off from the shield from his thigh, as blood gushed out. The battlefield was filled with accidental variables. Once the shield cracked open, a broken shard pierced deeply into Sheehan's thigh. This one accident resulted in a high 40 points of damage to Sheehan, and caused an additional 30 seconds loss of blood effect duration. Upon catching the scent of fresh blood, the decaying undead went wild. Using both hands to support the gigantic hatchet, it raised it up like a golf club and crazily chopped down. Faced with imminent peril, Sheehan drew out his saber in the nick of time to block. The saber immediately bent upon impact, forming a U shape. Concurrently, Sheehan's left hand emitted a metalling brilliance as his vicious-looking cobalt steel exoskeleton appeared. Even though he managed to fend off this insane blow, the cobalt steel exoskeleton was not a defensive equipment by nature, thus Sheehan still suffered heavy damages. Flying back a total of 5 to 6 meters from the impact, he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and he quickly wiped away the blood. However, when Sheehan regained his footing, he again vomited a mouthful of blood. Blood was even dripping out of his ears and nose. The blow flowed down like a mini red serpent, as the nightmare imprint emotionlessly notified. You suffered a vertical slash from the decaying undead, receiving a total of 97 to 25 points of damage. Your total damage received is 72 points. You are currently in a state of excessive blood loss, draining 5 HP every 5 seconds, total duration of 30 seconds. Duration left, 13 seconds. Your HP is left with 45/180 points. After battling with the Spanish troops previously, although he had rested a little, when facing this decaying undead he was unable to restore his maximum potential. Your HP is in a critical status, please rapidly replenish your physique or flee the danger zone. Sheehan's eyes flickered with a perilous glow. Still his expression remained fully confident. If the decaying undead had intelligence and rationality, then this would be a complete disaster. Instead, the sorcerer had already lost control of it. It was just a wild beast that followed its dense body rather than its head. Once again the decaying undead braced its shoulders, tensing its muscles strongly. The strength it utilized was so great that the stitches joining its body were distinctly stretched, as the pores of the stitches turned oval. A greenish-black liquid flowed out. It gradually started spinning. In the next second it would once again step forward and swing out its gigantic hatchet. At this crucial moment, Sheehan darted forward like a leopard, charging forward in great speed for a few steps. Summoning strength from his entire body, with a flying kick he heavily stomping against the right condyle's kneecap that the decaying undead was heavily relying on. That black axe head swung 2 inches above Xian's face, bringing in a wild raging wind as it cut against Xian's hair. Xian then felt from beneath the area that his legs were stepping on a distinct popping sound, as though something had broke and became misaligned. Afterwards a humongous figure flew backwards away from Xian, staggering a few steps, and suddenly its immense leg could not support the weight. Thump! It crashed into the previously chopped open hole, breaking it further as it fell into the sea. 3 moves. Although Xian only exchanged 3 moves with this humongous beast, Xian had exhausted his brain and painstakingly crystallized his scheme. Xian's first move of resistance was just to test out the killing power of the beast, calculating it was enough to perfectly execute the second part. Further agitating this beast, his second aim was to lure this beast into smashing up a hole at the side of the cabin. Furthermore, he willingly forced himself into a corner to set up a misinterpretation of that beast that this prey has nowhere else to escape. Therefore, when executing its third move, it was already convinced of its imminent victory, utilizing its full power to fiercely attack. In the end, it could only pathetically fall into the sea empty-handedly. Actually, the reason why Xian was willing to take such a risk was because he knew that this beast had a mere 4 points in agility and 3 points in perceptive sensing. Furthermore, his personal agility had reached 8 points, twice the agility of this beast. Needless to say was his high perceptive sensing. If the beast was faster, then Xian would definitely have had a tragic conclusion. Of course, more importantly was that the master sorcerer that was controlling the decaying undead had already fled. If not these crafty sorcerers with many tricks up their sleeves in control of this decaying undead, even a man would be afraid to a certain degree. After losing its master, this brainless decaying undead combat abilities had plunged by at least 50%. The decaying undead was obviously not so easily eliminated. Xian's objective of his layout was aimed with the gigantic hatchet in mind. This tireless and immune to pain freak coupled with such a terrifying gigantic weapon, its battle power could not be simply measured in numbers but in multiplication of a few folds. Once this gigantic hatchet was eradicated, this horrifying undead creature was like a tiger without its fangs, an archer without its bow. The threat was no longer that huge. Xian had already calculated perfectly in his plot. The decaying undead's body was made up of different body parts stitched together into a corrupted pile. Even if it couldn't swim, it would not drown to death, as a decomposing corpse is lighter than water. In the present world, he learned that a dead corpse once thrown into the water after a period of time will eventually float up. However, if he added this gigantic heavy axe, then the body would naturally submerge. Thus this was left with 2 conclusions. One is the decaying undead was willing to submerge and refused to let go of the hatchet, then it would no longer pose a threat. Next is that the decaying undead released the hatchet, floating on the water, and once again climbed on board for revenge. This was the consequence that Xian favored. Once that beast had lost its precious weapon, and its right leg was broken beyond hope, although it couldn't feel pain, its movement would still be greatly impaired. Chapter 23, Black-Colored Mission. Chapter 23, Black-Colored Mission. Translated by Chua, edited by Alcasar. Seizing this hard-earned break, Xian immediately used the hamburger he got previously. His HP very rapidly replenished to above 80 points. Suddenly, a splashing sound was heard through the hole in the cabin. A rotting green liquid-covered palm extended out to cover the gap, as it climbed back up the broken wall. This merchant ship was an open-ocean ship. The wood material used was first grade, which was specially reinforced. Although this was the case, from outside the wall a crunching sound could be heard as the decaying undead emerged from the water, smashing its hands into the wall of the ship and ascended it with brute force. He then re-entered the ship with a large amount of seawater flowing off it. Unleashing a miserable and crazed shriek, dong dong dong, it dragged its broken right leg and charged towards Xian. After washing with seawater, the stench on this decaying undead had lessened a lot. Furthermore, its body undergone certain changes. The injured, burnt portion of its head looked like a melted candle. While charging, its momentum caused the rotting green liquid covering its entire body to spurt out, looking extremely heinous, and brimming with immense threat. Despite charging at a fast speed, the decaying undead did an apparent pre-charge action which allowed Xian to simply pinpoint its destination and evade it easily. After knocking consecutively for a few times, smashing fruitlessly around in this unlucky merchant ship, completely decimating the wooden walls in the cabin. When the decaying undead once again bent forward to charge, Sheehan fished out something he had already prepared from his waist. That was a string lasso that was commonly seen on a pirate ship. This noose was extremely durable and tough. The twin ends of the rope were tied together like a stone, giving it a shape that looked like a dumbbell. During a close combat battle, it was used to fling towards the enemy ship in order to latch onto anything sticking out in the enemy ship. Thus the pirates could use it as a passageway to get to the enemy ship. Sheehan gently bent his waist, whirling this lasso in loops. He then threw it with strength. The lasso rapidly uncoiled in midair. In a flash it flew over and latched onto the bulky thighs of the decaying undead. The lasso spiraled then tightened, binding completely the thighs of the decaying undead. The decaying undead issued a vicious roar, as rope tightening sound could be heard from the binding lasso. This unfortunate beast could no longer take one step further, as its stupidly heavy body once again collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Presently this decaying undead was without its fearsome hatchet, in addition to his immobile right leg causing a great dip in speed, hence Sheehan was able to act in this manner. If it had the gigantic hatchet, its attack range and explosive power would be insanely boosted. If Sheehan had unleashed the lasso then, the first possibility was that the lasso could be easily parried away by the gigantic axe head. The second worst possibility was that the lasso would be easily sliced by the hatchet. The decaying undead struggled frantically on the floorboard. Without intelligence it did not know how to undo or loosen the lasso. He only aggressively struggled, which only resulted in the lasso tightening further. Sheehan gently gazed at it. He then turned around and headed out to the deck. Very swiftly he returned carrying a barrel. The liquid within the barrel gave off a piercing odor, rippling with viscosity. It was kerosene that would be used to set ablaze enemy ships. Sheehan placed the barrel to approximately 4 meters away from the decaying undead, proceeding to kick it over, as the viscous kerosene flowed towards it. The viscous kerosene started mixing against this crippled decaying undead. Its oily nature caused the undead's struggle to be further in vain. Sheehan then grabbed a flaming torch from a nearby pirate that came to help him. Calmly he proclaimed, "Amen." He then spun round to ascend the flight of stairs leading to the deck, at the same time closing the cabin door. Before closing the door, that flaming torch was tossed over, rotating a few rounds in mid-air and finally resting in front of the decaying undead's face. A raging inferno surged upwards, swallowing everything in a matter of seconds. Sheehan walked out drenched in blood. Behind him smoke was billowing out. One pirate hurriedly rushed over, opening his mouth to speak, but when Sheehan glanced at him, he became intimidated by the fiery flare. After a while he finally muttered out softly, Crew head, the captain and chief officer are inviting you over." Sheehan, slightly shaken, but calmly replied, "Chief officer." This pirate could no longer conceal his joy and said, "Yes, Chief Officer Harry has regained consciousness. He doesn't look very bad. Navigator Ciar has examined him. He should be fine after resting for a few days." Sheehan gently nodded his head, softly replying, "The goods on the merchant ship are almost done shifting. I will go over once I settle this trifling matter." To a man, Scarface Harry turning out fine was like a cardiac stimulant. As long as this loyal and formidable Viking remained, then a man would once again occupy superiority over his crew. He no longer needed to worry about Robin solidifying his vice officer position. The valiant Scarface Harry was a formidable chief officer. The mediocre Robin will definitely be marginalized by him easily, thereby lowering his influence. Besides, Sheehan had no plans. He could not to remain on the Bell and Mug forever. His earlier spectacle was only to gain more benefits, that's all. The fire beneath gradually extinguished. Sheehan once again opened the door to enter. The cabin floor was thoroughly burnt, as the seawater gushed in through the holes, rapidly filling up the entire cabin. The decaying undead had been utterly set ablaze and only a heap of black ash remained, which very quickly dissolved into the seawater. Sheehan bent his waist, scooping up a glowing light blue key. He then received the Nightmare Imprints notification. "You have killed the decaying undead, chewed ear, medium degree injury. Your reputation amongst the pirates is raised by 500 points. Your reputation is now amicable. 1777/3000." Sheehan observed the notification, his heart plagued with several regrets. Because this decaying undead had already suffered medium degree injuries before he eliminated it. That is why the dropped key reward was only light blue. Based on his previous report, the realm encouraged contestants teaming up to engage in battles. Therefore, from this reasoning, if Sheehan had formed a party with him as the authority, then killing a perfect state decaying undead wasn't impossible. receiving a deep blue key rather than a light blue key, which may even produce weapons that were similar to the terrifying gigantic hatchet. But more or less the victory rewards would be split out between 7 to 8 people. More importantly, 7 to 8 people can already be considered a medium-sized party. Under the previous scenario, Xian leading a small party of 2 to 3 people would have certain difficulties. How was he going to achieve the commanding privileges of a medium-sized party? Therefore, by temporarily going solo, his rewards would definitely be much richer. Pondering, Xian formed a cold smile with his lips. He then summoned forth the chest and unlocked it. A series of notifications followed. You have received an item, a beating heart. A eating heart, mission item, item rarity, black. This heart had indications of rotting, but it was still steadily beating. This was unfathomable miracle, whether it was the Flying Dutchman's vice officer Old Bill, or Queen Anne's Revenge Captain Blackbeard, they all had interest in this object. Please decide for yourself who you want to exchange it with. You received a dark blue ability scroll, Voodoo Cult Basic Witchcraft LVL3. Voodoo Cult Basic Witchcraft LVL3, learning this skill will require Basic Prayer LVL4, Basic Meditation LVL4, Intelligence above 25 points. Learning effects, raise your Voodoo Cult Basic Witchcraft effectiveness by 10, inclusive of might and duration. Learning effects, enable you to further learn high-grade Voodoo Cult Witchcraft abilities. Completion of the respective mission will enable you to grasp the Dark Curse ability, consume sorcery material to cast a curse on an enemy within 5 meters, causing the enemy's spirit and physical body to suffer torment. Within 10 seconds, total of 20 plus spirit value, x4 damage. Ability may be further influenced by personal spirit points. Pointer, if you place the curse on a target away from his scope of vision, you will not enter the battle state, and will not result in notifications from your nightmare imprint. You received a light blue equipment, Rotten Bone Ring equipment rarity, light blue equipment effects, strength +1, physique +1 equipment requirements, strength 8 points, physique 10 points equipment position, finger material, bone weight, for G description, this ring was made by using bits of rotting finger bones pieced together. It also emits a nauseatic odor. May God bless you will not be pestered by the grieving spirits. Equipment battle score, 7. This light blue ring actually produced out a dark blue characteristic scroll/1 black type mission object. This unexpected surprise no doubt caused Xian to be delighted. Furthermore, that rotten bone ring was somewhat an item that Xian had anticipated, similar in the strength nature of the decaying undead beast. Most of the time the loot or equipment would be related to the master. He suddenly recalled previously killing the patrol guard, dice, couts and receiving an unexamined brass ring. He had no clue what were the equipment's attributes. Chapter 24, Number 1 on the Battlefield. Chapter 24, Number 1 on the Battlefield. Translated by Chua, edited by Inl Kasser. Xian was feeling rather perplexed from receiving that beating heart black rarity mission object, because it presented 2 mission options. Both options pointed to very important personnel on 2 legendary ships, the Vice Officer Old Bill or Captain Blackbeard. Once he exchanged this mission object with one, then the other option would be terminated. Going from a logical standpoint, although the Flying Dutchman's Vice Officer Old Bill had an important position, it could not be compared with the mighty and generous captain of Queen Anne's Revenge, Blackbeard. Therefore, his mission reward should be respectively better. Yet, Xian recalled a plotline in Pirates of the Caribbean 4, from that part he could clearly see that this brute Blackbeard is a selfish and unfeeling bastard who would even use his daughter's life as a bargaining chip. If one only concentrated on his current generosity, then this would only produce an opposite result. Who knows, if the negotiating terms became unfavorable, he may even attempt to forcefully steal this mission object. Even the main lead, Jack Sparrow, had once been toyed by him through a voodoo doll. What more would he do to a merely new crewhead? The sea breeze billowed. From afar the black smoke continued to clear up, causing the azure blue seawater to become more clear. The distant sunset painted the sky with a deep blood red, like an ember from a stove. Beneath it, a huge merchant ship was gradually submerging into the deep ocean as though signaling the conclusion of this naval battle. Xian took in a deep breath, and returned to the bell and mug. He did a simple wrapping of his wounds, feeling his physique slowly regaining. He then firmly walked into the captain's quarters. Currently a group was gathering inside the captain's quarters. Captain Amand, the corps navigator Siar, temporary Robin was also cowering at a corner, Chief Officer Scarface Harry with a white bandage covering his head. He remained his usual loud and cheery self, as though bandages could never conceal his open-mindedness. However, Sheehan observed from Scarface Harry's slight frown that he was probably enduring the pain silently, unsure if he was seeing things. Scarface Harry's body radiated a faint silver glow and then it dispersed. All these people, in addition to crew head Sheehan, formed up the policy makers of the Bell and Mug. A man first used a malicious stare to survey these circle of people, then softly spoke, "Before we start, I want to appoint 2 people, Blind Matt." Following a man's speech, a covering cloth suddenly tore open and a person with extremely small eyes, like a crevice, that made him look blind, walked out. This person had a flax-colored messy hair covering his entire forehead. He was wearing an earthen yellow sleeveless jacket, and had a Damascus curved knife on his waist, occasionally leaking out a silky shimmer from certain angle, leaving one with a feeling of rebellion. "From now on you will be the Bell and Mug's vice crew head." Blind Matt humbly raised his head as though he wanted to use his glare to pierce at Sheehan, but Sheehan only looked down at his own toes, as though there was a pile of treasure on the floor. He looked like he had completely no interest in that appointment. "Robin." "Amand," as the name shouted out. Between his teeth, the tone carried an additional chill, as Robin reflexly shivered up, unconsciously inclining towards Sheehan. Amand then slowly announced, "You have done quite an all-right job as the vice officer, carry on doing so. Remember, you must always consult Harry, or else once you make an error, nobody can save you. As for Seaman Yen, I'm disappointed in you. You betrayed my confidence in you." Amand fumingly announced. "What are you doing? Getting rid of a mere decaying undead, yet you lost 3 elite fighters. Seawolf, Shelley, Hermit Crab Zier and Lemur were fighters who followed me for years. Why did all of them suffer such cruelness and none of them survived? Explain yourself." Sheehan bowed humbly, neither servile nor overbearing, as he softly replied, "Everyone, if I had not recalled wrongly, this mere decaying undead previously massacred an entire 17 elite fighters. The former even consists of my predecessor, the fearsome warrior, Quarren. I'm very honored to have attained your trust, but I can only speak honestly. To finish off this damned vile creature and yet not lose anyone is simply an impossible way of thinking to me. It is outside of my range of capabilities. Especially when I also had to ensure that the valuable goods on the merchant ship could be shifted out." Sheehan exhibited such a humble attitude, but the meaning of his words were like a cutting blade, and even subtly pointing out that Amand was setting him up in the first place. Currently, Amand was extremely on guard against Sheehan, yet he could not acknowledge that this Seaman Yen from the east was a rare talent. His heart harbored thoughts of buying him in. Therefore, after challenging Sheehan with his words, although he knew that something was fishy about the 3 persons' death, he could only fold his hands against his chest and remain silent. Scarface Harry, seeing the atmosphere, changed the subject to something relevant. "Although we may have gained the upper hand, sinking an enemy ship and 2 huge merchant ships, but those damned Spanish folk sent in more reinforcements, therefore, we can only give up on chasing. This huge naval war will soon conclude, the pirates would then gather for a meeting and share the victory loot. Within the pirates, we are the first that carried our overboard close combat. Although our casualties are numerous, we will also gain massive credit. This would be an advantage as it will further propel the reputation of our Bell and Mug." Until here, Scarface Harry burst out in a crazy fit of laughter, feelings mixed with a certain regret as he missed out most of this battle and got a little frustrated. However, if he was around, Sheehan would not have the chance to exhibit his commanding talents, and the Bell and Mug may even have suffered a defeat. "I have discussed with the captain, based on the spoils of this battle, our ship should hold 4/10 of it. This means that in the pirate meeting, even the 3 legendary pirate ships should show us face. We need to discuss a business solution which would allow the name of the Son of the Black Sea to resonate throughout the Caribbean Sea." After the audience heard this plan, they were inspired. If the reputable name of Amand as the captain of the Bell and Mug became more popular, then the status of its crew would equally be raised. This was like in the present world, an employee's value would be higher if their company was included in the top 100 companies of the world. Although Sheehan was not inferior to anyone in terms of craftiness, he still was not familiar with the many regulations and customs of the pirates of the Caribbean. If he recklessly spoke out, he may become a laughingstock. Thus, he bluntly shut his mouth as he stood by the side. Yet the impression he gave others was of one that knew when to retreat and when to act. As the group was buzzing with discussions, a consecutive sound of 7 cannons firing boomed from far away. This sound was extremely organized. It was like a rhythmic beat of a Bass drum, as the successive and similar cannon sounds exploded out. Very swiftly, the bell and mug replied with the same 7 shots of cannon, echoing through the vast and beautiful Caribbean Sea. The captain and other crew then heaved a sigh of relief. Sheehan concurrently received notifications from his nightmare imprint. Contestant number 1018 participated in a historic storyline battle, Destruction of Paragon Fleet, preface, concluded. Ships participated in battle: British Royal Navy, 2 British ships, 13 pirate ships, Spanish Paragon Fleet, 7 Spanish Paragon Fleet ships, 3 merchant ships. 3 of the Spanish ships came in as reinforcements. Total of 8 parties, 39 contestants participated in this battle. Opening battle statistics. Calculating statistics. You directly killed 3 Spanish Paragon Fleet soldiers, and indirectly killed 84 Spanish Paragon Fleet soldiers. You caused 38 direct points of damage to the decaying undead, chewed ear, 698 points of indirect damage. Using your own abilities as well as the equipment/weapons on your body will only be counted as direct points of damage. If the fire that incinerated the decaying undead was brought about by Sheehan's ability, then this would constitute as direct damage. Your battle contribution score, 1,139 points. You individual battle contribution ranking, number 1. Your overall battle contributions ranking, number 6. Chapter 25, I-Shape Metal Dissolution Liquid Mixture. Chapter 25, I-Shape Metal Dissolution Liquid Mixture. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Presently, Sheehan was a one-man party, the other people all had multiple people party. Therefore, even Sheehan had placed first in terms of contribution score. His overall contribution score could not compare to the combined score of other parties. Furthermore, this historic storyline battle, Destruction of Paragon Fleet, preface, was started by contestants like Sheehan. It would similarly attract other high-level contestants to participate. Only these high-level contestants had to, likewise, face high-level storyline characters, for example, Jack, Blackbeard, etc. They had the same battlefield as the likes of low-level contestants like Sheehan, but the Nightmare Realm would not arrange any form of interactions between the two groups. Once this historic battle had ended, these high-level contestants would be transported out of this world, and could no longer stay in this world. However, these high-level contestants would never imagine that a beast like Sheehan would appear. His personal power wasn't considered valiant, but was skillfully adept in managing atop a ship. Additionally, he was extremely good at seizing opportunities. When the Spanish Paragon Fleet soldiers had scaled the boat, Sheehan successfully restored hope in the pirates and proceeded to rally them together. It was like the entire bell and mug was under his command. This sort of performance contribution could not be matched by anyone else. The Nightmare Realm had finally reached its last segment, beginning its rewards phase. Your individual battle contributions ranking, number 1. Your reward, I-Shape Metal Dissolution Liquid Mixture, I-Shape Metal Dissolution Liquid Mixture. Item rarity, black item usage effects. Smearing it would strengthen your equipment/weapon, 100% chance of raising to LVL 4, 50% chance of raising to LVL 5, 10% chance of raising to LVL 7. TN, no idea why there's no LVL 6, item usage requirements. This item will only be effective on silver-grade storyline items or equipments. Item characteristic, item is binded to your spirit, cannot be traded with other contestants. Using this item will cause the target equipment/weapon to be binded to your spirit. Description, this is an uncommon substance extracted from a comet. It can greatly enhance a material's elasticity and durability. It is a valuable item even within the entire Nightmare Realm. Your overall battle contribution ranking, number 6. You acquired 500 utility points. From this series of notifications, acquiring 500 utility points helped Sheehan out of his desperate situation. It evened out the debt accumulated from the frequent usage of his insight ability. That black-grade item, I-Shape Metal Dissolution Liquid Mixture, was out of his expectations. One thing could be confirmed was that this item's value was certainly high, but because of the spirit binding condition it could not be traded. Also, it could only be used on an equipment/weapon that was a silver-grade storyline object. Based on this, it wasn't that Sheehan did not have a method of obtaining a silver-grade storyline object or even a high-grade weapon/equipment. Citing a simple example, killing of this future pirate lord of the Seven Seas, Amand, there was a 90% probability that he would drop a black-grade or even stronger weapon/equipment. However, having a method was one thing, having the ability to carry it out was another thing. TN the last sentence is some China story reference which I don't really understand, but it doesn't really have much importance. Xian had great knowledge of his own strengths. Presently, his limit was only being able to accomplish a light blue level mission. If that was the case, he had to plot well in advance. When the time is right, he would then exploit these three great factors. Attaining first place in terms of individual battle contributions, this was something that could not be easily replicated. If Xian always acted in a manner of competing for the standard of getting the number one position every time, this would surely cause a fast and terrible death such that even his bones would not remain. Thus, he could only shake his head and sigh, placing this reward into his personal interspatial space. At this time, the conclusion cannon signals had finally stopped. The British Navy would obviously not participate in sharing the loot. The glory of defeating the Spanish fleet would also be snatched by them. The Queen's reward would be their greatest profits. Besides, the side of the pirates had also paid a huge price. Amongst the participating 13 pirate ships, every ship had casualties, 3 suffered heavy casualties and even 4 were sunk. After sending their signals, the pirates head for the west. There was a small island that was pretty good location. That island was called Herb Island. There was fresh water on the island, and due to a lack of shelter to form a natural harbor, bay serving as a harbor, ships were unable to station there for long. However, nobody had objections on staying for a short while. After going out, Xian resumed his crew head responsibilities. He totally overruled anything ordered by Blind Matt, who was specially placed by a man to watch over him. Ignoring his ashen expression, he used his own ways of allocating manpower. His prestige was already higher than the unknown Blind Matt. The way he utilized others was also simpler. Obviously, the subordinate pirates would listen to him. Finally, finding time to rest, he saw Chris as he walked over full of tears. He looked like an unlucky loser who had been thrown out of the casino. Dismayed, he sat in front of Xian and started mumbling. Actually, after following Xian up this ship, Chris had likewise participated in this region's historic storyline battle. To Xian's amazement, even hiding within the cabin had its benefits. He had no clue what role this guy played in this battle, but he similarly attained bountiful rewards. He acquired 2 of something that Xian had previously acquired, the ancient gold pound sterling. This valuable item could be used to exchange for utility points, and even certain storyline characters loved this crucial object. A person with high charm would be able to maximize its advantages. However, all these were in vain because of the cheapskate Chris. After receiving these 2 gold pound sterlings, momentarily he had no understanding of its worth. He then showed it to the nearby pirates to inquire. Yet he never considered the fact that these pirates were like wolves and tigers. If not for Xian's reputation to be cruel, restraining them, he would long ago be treated like trash and be beaten up profusely. After seeing the 2 valuable items on Chris's hand, there were many greedy people attracted and they set up a gambling plot. Chris, this fella actually had an intelligence lower than a storyline character and was easily duped. Thus, he was cheated completely, losing those 2 gold pound sterlings cleanly. Not only that, he further accumulated some debts. These pirates teased and chased him away. If not for giving face to Xian, they would have drastically thrown Chris out into the sea. Orally, Chris argued to the pirates that he was the cousin of their new crew head Xian, and he even saved his life once. But he knew in his heart that his relationship with Xian was purely a business agreement. From Chris's perspective, he had not yet accomplished his side of the deal in recommending Xian to enter their party, but he already enjoyed the privileges and protection of this pirate ship. Therefore, approaching Xian to complain was only a personal grievance, and he harbored no hopes of Xian consoling him. Who knew that after hearing Chris's plea, Xian's eyes flickered, and his expression rapidly sunk. That sort of look gave a hard-to-explain feeling of palpitation to Chris. "Bring me there." Xian suddenly stood up and softly said. His face shadow seemed to appear fuzzy, as though his expression was mysterious and hard to fathom. Chris suddenly felt suffocated, stammering with his words. To where? Xian turned around, using an intent and penetrating glare towards him. Chris unconsciously stumbled a few steps back. "After your long-winded talk, isn't it to ask me to stand up for you?" An unexplainable pleasant excitement then welled up in Chris's heart, hastily replying. "They are over there." The cabin door of the Bell and Mug was constructed with Swedish cedar wood. Apart from its durability, it had properties in resisting pest from causing it to rot or damaging it. On this pirate ship the door is used to guard against theft. It had another huge purpose in isolating enemies during hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, its degree of thickness was several times better than houses on dry land. Pang! The West Carpenter cabin door was smashed by just a kick. Huge wooden planks nailed together following the sound immediately broke apart into bits, as it scattered out in a 2 to 3 meters radius. Piank! A sound came from the sturdy tabletop, as the mess of shattered rum bottles and roasted chicken bits sprayed out in all directions. The noise from the laughing pirates was abruptly cut off. One of the flaming torches from the hold of the ship casted 2 long shadows that were approaching towards the entrance. One shadowy figure looked narrow and frantic, the other shadow was strict, tough, and filled with a grim independent feel. Sheehan marched into the cabin, surveying his surroundings. Although he was a newly appointed crew head, including the Spanish troops, he had at least directly taken a total of 7 to 8 lives. This sort of viciousness had left a deep impression in the pirates, thus the pressure he released towards these few pirates was unexplainable. Chapter 26, Gamble. Chapter 26, Gamble. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Once he entered the cabin, Sheehan then pulled out Chris, who was hiding at the back. Saying one word at a time. Who gambled with you at the start? Chris pointed with his finger and said, him, and that one-eyed. Concentrating his eyes, Sheehan softly announced, so it's you guys who did this, hand over the item you played off him, then we will treat it as today's events never happened. The 3 guys cast glances at each other, then the one-eyed took initiative and lazily spoke. Christ above. If you agree to bet you must accept losing, this has been a regulation for centuries. We did not openly rob Chris of his things, we also produced our own gold and silver as wager. If we had lost, then we would surely give up our items and not be like that, going back on our deal. This sort of logic is publicly known, if not we can find chief officer or navigator to reason. If they both nod their heads, then the things we won, we would personally return. Money moves the heart of men. These 3 knew Sheehan's status but still dared to mess with his cousin, they definitely wouldn't be brainless people. Amongst them was a tall and skinny guy named Rat Shand. He was ordinary except that he was exceptional in reading the weather and making forecasts, thus he became Navigator Siar's right-hand man. He wasn't afraid to even talk with a man because once Siar was busy or something happened to him, he would replace him. Furthermore, that one-eyed man was normally a swindler, committing all sorts of misdeeds, yet he was still able to mingle freely amongst the people he ill-treated. This was because his eye was blinded whilst saving Scarface Harry. These 2 despicable people had 2 huge backings in Siar and Scarface Harry. In addition, Amand was still relatively suspicious of Sheehan. Thus, if Sheehan continued doing whatever he pleased, he was bound to hit a difficult hurdle in the future on the bell and mug, and his interests would take a huge blow. To Sheehan, he had already put in his best effort and hitting a stroke of luck, he managed to climb to his position. How could he risk any impulsive actions that would bring about a huge conflict? Thus, after gathering information about those 3 from the blockhead Ben Mugen, Chris's small emergence of hope had once again submerged. However, life is full of surprises. Faced with such a situation, Sheehan instead walked boldly to the 3 guys, staring intently. He overbearingly uttered, "Do you guys dare to loudly say that you did not play any tricks on Chris's gambling cards?" These 3 had obviously eyed and set Chris up. How would they not play any tricks? Sheehan contemptuously gazed at them. Rat Shand and the other guy hesitated and dared not speak, and yet the rude and unreasonable scoundrel, one-eyed, tipsily smacked his hand onto the table and pointed his right finger to Sheehan's nose, loudly scolding out, "This damned yellow-skinned monkey, I did not play any tricks, what do you want to do?" Sheehan's eyes flashed an icy look, furiously grabbing the imprudent finger pointing at his nose, and then exerted strength upwards. His current strength had already reached a 14 points high. One-eyed groaned miserably as he reflexively stood up and his whole body trembled with shock. At this moment, a loud and clear shout came from outside, "Hold it!" That tone obviously belonged to Scarface Harry. His footsteps were wide and heavy, causing one to think of the Alaskan enormous carnivore's brown bear. Instead, Sheehan had already viciously exerted strength. Crack! One-eyed shrieked out in agony. His finger was already clearly bent beyond its limit. It was obviously already mercilessly broken. Scarface Harry fumed. He was already tall and sturdy, and now he widened his bell-shaped eyes, showing his ferocious appearance. A faint silverish glow emitted from his body as he clenched his fist and charged in like a solid piece of wall. At this moment, one would suddenly realize that this tall and sturdy outspoken man was actually a savage killing machine. Consecutively, Sheehan noticed the thick reddish veins in Scarface Harry's eyes. Sheehan swung out his hand. Pam. He blocked Scarface Harry's fist, retreated several steps from the impact as the two got caught in a deadlock, starting fiercely at each other. It was as though sparks were forming in mid-air between the gaze of their eyes. Sheehan's eyes was blazing up, as he coldly enunciated word by word. "Nobody can insult my skin color. Nobody." He immediately penned this conflict on racism. Scarface Harry turned speechless as Ciara had quickly rushed in here as well. He was currently eagerly anticipating Scarface Harry acting against Sheehan and was spectating by the side. Instead, Scarface Harry was extremely experienced, coldly snorting as he withdrew his fists, causing Ciara to be disappointed. Once Ratshan saw his backing, he couldn't resist the urge to fan the flames. Even if he misspoke, it shouldn't warrant a broken finger, right? Sheehan turned his head around, coldly saying, "How about I call you a black bastard, would you mind?" Ratshan's expression turned ugly beyond comprehension. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be about to pull out his saber to attack but did not have the balls. Finally, Ciara decided to step in, standing out as he smiled insincerely and said, "Seaman Yen, your mouth is indeed 10 times dirtier than old bloke's toilet." Sheehan glanced from the side of his eyes, as he persistently replied, "To these cheating instigators that belong on the hanging posts, there is no need for courtesies." Ciara's face turned red. He immediately drew out half of the sword on his waist. Suddenly a silver sword flew in out of nowhere. Thump, it cut into the wall in between them. As it vibrated back and forth, the sword was covered with a dense aura of brilliance. This was undoubtedly a man's merciless sword. Following that, a man strided in as he surveyed the surroundings with his keen eyes, speaking out with a low tone. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Nobody replied. A man suddenly raged, punching the table in front of him as the table was broken and blown away. He loudly boomed, "What's going on? Tell me what's going on." There's still half an hour to Herb Island, but the Bell and Muggs crew head, chief officer, and navigator are starting an internal strife. Do you want to throw my face in front of the other pirates? Scarface Harry then stood out, skipping agonizing one-eyed. He scrimped through the other pirates, interrogating them to reach a clarity on the current matter. He then whispered a few words to Amand. The listening Amand's expression became clear, as he swung his cold gaze towards Sheehan and said, "You really want to stand up for him?" Upon hearing that, Chris's whole body including his anus tensed up. Even a blind man would know that Amand harbored heavy suspicions towards Sheehan. Presently, he obviously wanted Sheehan to pay a huge price, yet without hesitating Sheehan replied, "Our body flows with the same blood, and I owe him a life debt." "Captain." Amand snorted, then he composedly said, "This matter is straightforward. You reckon that they schemed and cheated, but you have no proof, right?" Sheehan humbly replied, "Yes." Amand then coldly swept a look at Ratshand and the other two, just like glancing through rubbish. "Although I have heard before of these three's conduct. How about this? We follow in accordance to the Pirates' Convention. What you have lose is considered lost. Instead, I will give you an opportunity to win it back. You gamble another round with them. If you lose, this matter is settled. If you win, then the item returns to the owner. No matter the outcome, this matter ends with that. What do you all think? This method fulfills the pirates' customs, winning back what was lost. To Ratshand and his crooks, they have full confidence in gambling. Furthermore, they did not dare to not give face to Amand and agreed without objections. To Sheehan, who had an entire 13 points in perceptive sensing, he also had no issues in terms of gambling. Going by logic, Amand's method was prejudiced towards Sheehan, as Sheehan did not have to produce any form of betting chip. Even if he lost, he would not be losing anything else. Amand's action widely contradicted the public's expectation. However, only Scarface Harry, who had followed him for years, knew the underlying reason. Sheehan looked like he was offending everyone on the ship through his actions, but this meant that he had no hidden ambitions of forming his own faction. As a captain, Amand's worst fear was someone thriving with ambition, therefore his personal position would be under immense threat. Based on Amand's personality, no matter how magnanimous, he would not go easy on him. However, with the recent event, Amand had personally seen Ciara and a few other pirates who were enraged by Sheehan even want to draw the swords, thus his heart finally relaxed. There's a phrase called "Your determines your brain*" to the fully ambitious Amand towards the 7 seas. If his underlings were cruel, untamed, vicious in their actions and even excessively greedy, these were not important and could even be considered good. If a soon-to-be pirate lord did not have such open-mindedness towards his underlings, then he should just pack up, buy himself a nobility and enjoy life. As long as that brat Yen did not run around purchasing people's loyalty, then such an outstanding talent, no matter how unyielding, will remain as one of his personal blades. Asterisk means your position determines how you think. Chapter 27, Pirate Congregation. Chapter 27, Pirate Congregation. Translated by Chua, edited by I. and Alcázar. Amongst the greedy and uncouth pirates, very few would understand a man's heart. This did not include Xian and Chris, these two contestants. Chris had a faint inkling in his heart that if Xian wanted to display that he had no ambitions to a man, then there were better ways to do so. Why would he be standing up for him? However, he no longer pondered further. Xian had already pulled him over. In the dimly lighted cabin, he softly asked, "What did you play with them?" Under the violent and aggressive stares of the pirates, some even had furious stares while some looked to harbor malicious designs, Chris's heart was terrified. He could only stammer, It's blackjack. There is nothing much to elaborate on the rules of blackjack. You can play anything, the limit is 21 points. Exceeding 21 points would mean burst, only calculating the amount you burst. Rat Shand was crafty and sly. When shuffling, he could use his own unique and distinct technique, easily causing Chris to pick 20 points while he would finish him off with 21 points. However, Xian had worked for a long time. He was clearly understood these tactics. He could even see through Hong Kong gambling games. Before gambling, he suggested that he would be the one to shuffle the cards. This sort of irregular request, Rat Shand and the rest obviously objected fiercely. However, after strong arguments with Xian, they could only take a step back and allow Scarface Harry to be the dealer. With this, nobody could blame anyone. At this moment, Rat Shand and gang knew that they had been caught in Xian's passive-aggressive trap. Once Scarface Harry shuffled, both parties could only gamble based on their individual skills, yet Xian's perceptive sensing held an immovable advantage. Without any suspense, he easily won back those 2 antique gold pound sterlings. Rat Shand and gang looked at each other, but they knew that today's matter had already been concluded at that. If they had any further ill intentions, then they would simply suffer the same fate of that one-eye's broken finger. Nightfall, a distant cannon urgently fired off. Far away in the sky, several flashes of blazing fire. The pirates were finally gathering at Herb Island to distribute their loot. After a man strictly delegated guarding appointments to his pirates, he retired into his own cabin. This was the first that he could finally stand on equal footing with the other 3 legendary pirate ships. If he wasn't feeling nervous, he would still be adjusting to this slightly. Xian brought Chris to stroll around the deck. After observing the waves surging back and forth, he finally coldly said, "Are you curious why I would stand up for you?" This was Chris's primary concern. However, his personal safety relied solely on Xian and would never personally voice out his concern. Xian was also not expecting an answer. He merely continued, "Because they do not dare to deal with me, therefore, they can only attempt to win you over to investigate me." Chris's heart stirred. He was about to speak up, but Xian continued, "Have you seen the scene of an alpha wolf being replaced in a wolf pack? Once a young high wolf wants to replace an old alpha wolf, it would try every possible means to provoke the old wolf. At the start they would not face off, but the young wolf will only try to pillage the old wolf's food, and even mate with the female wolves of the alpha wolf, etc. Once the reaction of the alpha male becomes weaker, then the entire wolf pack will assault him. That is why." Xian summarized, "Don't think too highly of yourself, I am just helping myself. If you slander my reputation amongst the pirates, the first one I will chop down is you." Chris hastily nodded and laughed. "How could that happen?" "Oh right. My golden pound sterling." Xian looked stunned and replied, "Didn't you lose your gold pound sterling to Rat Shand and gang?" Chris' expression froze. His smile looked uglier than crying itself. But Xian had already turned around and begun walking down the deck. Chris' facial muscles convulsed. After a while he then shut his eyes and exhaled. Consoling himself, he said, "At least I did not benefit that group of trash." Although the loss of those 2 valuable gold pound sterling were worse than physical pain, he at least found out the reason why Xian was willing to stand up for him. It was definitely the enticement of those 2 antique gold pound sterling. This completely resolved the earlier suspicions of Chris. Yet, Chris suddenly thought of something. If Xian really stood up for him because of those 2 gold pound sterling, then why would we bother explaining so much to him just now? Anyway, in Sheehan's eyes, Chris was just an insignificant contestant. If it was said that the daytime showcased the awe-inspiring turbulence of the Caribbean Sea, then nightfall was a contrasting serenity, gentle waves rubbed against the hull of ships, as though the entire sea was a soft, comfortable bed. Several pirate ships had anchored near Herb Island, brightly lit torches illuminated the way. The middle region of the island was lit up with 7 to 8 huge bonfires. Silhouettes of human figures could be seen dancing about, partying and drinking rum. This was the life of a pirate. Going with the flow, life and death on the seas. Excluding all fear or sorrows, what was left was frantic partying and getting drunk on rum. The Bell and Mug swiftly glided through the sea waves as it approached Herb Island. A group was already waiting on shore to welcome them. A man was clothed in new from head to toe, fully contented with himself. He stood on the springboard that was nearer to the shore. Behind him stood Scarface Harry, Navigator Ciar, and several others. Sheehan instead humbly mixed in with the pirates at the back, as though he had no intentions to show off. With regards to this Seaman Yen from the east, the pirates were filled with reverence and fear. Amand was pleased with Sheehan's humble showing, faintly nodding his head as he took big strides towards the welcoming party on shore. Naturally, he was going off to participate in the congregation of pirates' higher authorities. Once Amand left, the other pirates dispersed like ants on a frying pot. It was impossible to have expectations that they would obediently wait for orders like the military. They scattered towards the 7 to 8 bonfires along the island. There was free rum, roasted meat, dice/playing cards and tobacco. This was the rewards paid by the different pirate captains, and were the irreplaceable crucial aspects of a pirate's life. Sheehan gazed upon the empty deck. Turning his head to Chris, he said, "Do you want to take a walk on the island?" Chris was excited but painfully shook his head, because his bitter encounter on the Bell and Mug was still fresh in his mind. He had no powers to protect himself, and who knew he may even be assassinated silently under the night sky. Sheehan casually waved his hand saying, "Up to you." He then jumped off the springboard and stepped onto the beach. Herb Island's scenery was extraordinary, not the least bit inferior to those later generations' first-rate tourism beaches. It even had infatuating spotlessly white sand. Sheehan had no intentions of appreciating the beautiful scenery. He walked towards several huge bonfires. Sheehan's aim was very simple. That was the mission object on hand, gathered from the decaying undead, chewed ear. The drop loot, still beating heart. Although there were 2 mission options regarding this mission object, after careful deliberation, Sheehan chose the Flying Dutchman's vice officer Old Bill ahead of Blackbeard. To Sheehan, if he missed on today's mass gathering, then it would be hard to encounter this Old Bill. While he was still about 200 meters away from the center bonfire, the clear chaotic banters and celebrations of pirates could be heard. These merciless and savage pirates were no different from a ground of drunkards. Sheehan noticed several familiar faces. They were the pirates of the Bell and Mug. He then went to sit amongst them. Cutting of a fat and juicy chunk of meat from the roasting stick, he then casually snatched several rum bottles from the sluggish pirates to drink, sighing after that as though he was still unsatisfied. Sitting beside Sheehan was a pirate that previously stayed and guarded the Bell and Mug during the attack. He personally witnessed the glory of Sheehan guarding the ship, and the impressive feat of taking on that decaying undead. Therefore, he had full admiration for him. Seeing Sheehan looking unsatisfied, he immediately moved his ass to pour a huge pouch of rum for him. Presently, the wine pouches were made with animal hide, and further enhanced with juice from a GD grass to prevent leakages. A filled pouch could contain about 1 to 1.5 lt. The way to drink from it was also unique. After removing the pouch cover, use both hands to raise the pouch in front of your face, straightening your arms, and use your hands to squeeze it lightly. The rum would then squirt out like a water gun. After drinking enough, lower both hands and then the rum would stop flowing. If the user's arms were not straightened fully, the rum would not accurately shoot out, often drenching the face as well as the clothes. Prior to this, Sheehan had drank about half a pouch of rum. However, he once again cleared out cleanly his new pouch of rum. This garnered the surprising gasps of the nearby pirates, whispering into each other's ear to inquire who was this raw-faced person. Chapter 28, Chance Romantic Encounter. Chapter 28, Chance Romantic Encounter. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasser. Facing the sudden inquiries of the pirates, the Bell and Mug pirates felt prideful as they naturally started bragging out loud with saliva splashing everywhere. Saying, "This is our ship's new crew head, originating from the mysterious East, Seaman Yen. Vicious yet powerful, not only did he lead a bunch of sickly and aging pirates to chase away a few hundreds of Spanish pigs, he even challenged the voodoo cult's decaying undead alone and slayed it. He was extremely impressive. The valiantness of the Spanish troops was witnessed by several pirates before, besides most of them had even killed several Spanish troops, thus, they felt that Xian's leading and managing wasn't that impressive. But what amazed them was the challenging the voodoo cult decaying undead alone. Such bravery and might left their mouths and eyes wide in awe. There was a story about the Three Kingdoms. The Chao army had defeated Liu Bei so overwhelmingly that even his sons and wives were in danger, and Zhao Yun his general bravely rescued them. Everyone remembered that battle for Zhao Yun's heroism instead of the Chao army's impressive victory. This was exactly like that story. Everyone loved hearing of a single hero's achievements, but nobody would put much attention on a team's success. Furthermore, Xian's opponent was a decaying undead. A horrifying gruesome beast made by the voodoo cult. In the hearts of these pirates, the voodoo cult was the #1 mysterious and fearsome unknown. More crucially, the Spanish merchant Fernandez controlled not one but a whole 3 decaying undead. Apart from the chewed ear Xian eliminated, there was still chewed finger and corrupted nose, these other 2 decaying undead. These twin horrors had caused the pirates to suffer a great deal, naturally leaving a deep impression in their hearts. The veteran pirates further noticed the bell and mug pirates using the same phrase without coordinating, solo challenge and slaying, and not solo challenge and defeat. This meant that they were not only bragging but speaking the truth. Because the word defeat could mean that the enemy could have escaped leaving nothing behind. However, the word slaying meant that there would be a corpse to proof of this battle. This meant that no matter how much overstatements the rumors from the bell and mug added, the remaining truth all tallied up. Shortly, pirates brought their own wine pouches to give a toast to Xian. These pirates all came in respect as some of that had lost their friends or family. To the decaying undead during the day's assault. According to the rumors from the voodoo cult, a person's soul would be cursed and forever be in suffering if they died at the hands of a decaying undead. Only a brave warrior who has slayed a decaying undead can free them, thus they personally invited Xian to give blessings to their deceased friends. This Seaman Yen from the east was extremely forthright, drinking and chatting loudly, totally not aligned with his rumors of being cruel. In actual fact, Xian had realized drinking with these pirates could raise his reputation score. The range of increase from each pirate could reach from 10 to 30 points. Even raising by 10 points was pretty good. Regrettably, the raising rate was also linked to the charm level. If not, Xian could have possibly raised 1,000 points from this drinking session. Although that was the case, he raised a total of 300 points in reputation, breaking through to 524/3,000 points. Apart from that, Xian received a surprise reward, that was from the wine pouches of those pirates. It contained various types of rum. Coincidentally, some contained the kinds related to his milestone: intoxicated men, the required lamb's potato rum and the cockspoon rum. He successfully upgraded the milestone, drunkard, to the milestone, intoxicated men, its attributes respectively increased. Consecutively, the nightmare imprint transmitted notifications. You completed an advancement in milestone to intoxicated men. You receive a title, intoxicated men. Intoxicated men, once you drink an alcoholic drink, your HP will decrease by 2%, damage rate will increase by 6%, duration of 60 minutes. At one time there can only be one title in effect. Do you want to equip the title, Intoxicated Men? Initializing advanced milestone, Alcohol Master. Accomplishing requirements, drinking the following kinds of alcohol. 1. France, Shark Cognac Brandy. 2. Britain, Chivas, Royal Salute Whiskey. 3. Russia, Berejinka Vodka. 4. France, Crystal Champagne. 5. Spain, Barca, Cava Sparkling Wine. 6. China, Moutai 1950 Pulp Liquor. Pointer, this milestone can be accomplished in any world. Xian was speechless looking at the names of these 6 alcohol. Based on his general knowledge, he vaguely remembered Moutai liquor from advertisements, but the term 1950 Pulp Liquor was completely fuzzy. The other brands of alcohol, he had not even heard of them before. However, Xian could confirm one point: he would definitely have to spend a lot of money to purchase these various alcohols. More critically, even if had the money, he may not be able to acquire it. He could only bitterly shake his head, tossing aside this list of requirements. Presently, the alcohol brewing technology was lagging greatly. The rum hadn't gone through distillation and thus its purity wasn't high. Yet Xian drank at least 1.5 LT of rum. he could feel his bladder bursting and needed to pee. Currently the sky was pitch black. Sheehan wobbled around the shore in search of a remote place to release his pee. After answering nature's call, he sighed in relief. He was now thirsty from the alcohol and thought of drinking fresh coconut juice. He then went out to search, walking nearly a whole kilometer before finding a cluster of coconut trees along the beach. Although a coconut tree was difficult to climb, Sheehan had 8 points in agility and succeeded in scaling this challenging tree. As he prepared to throw down the coconut, he suddenly heard constrained moans of breath from a distance. Although Sheehan wasn't married, he was not a junior. Obviously the sounds he heard were soft moans produced from a woman, not because she was in pain, directly putting she was crying out in ecstasy. This woman's moan was flirtatiously charming to the core. Listening to it was like several formless threads wandering into a person's heart, attracting and binding the person. After hearing it, Sheehan naturally felt his internal heat building up. Naturally, he reacted like an ordinary man. Glancing down from the elevated angle of the coconut tree, he discovered a couple making love on the beach. The female had fluffy blonde hair, her 2 weak-colored slender legs hanging on the male's waist. The groaning sound from her nose sounded mournful. Unable to resist the urge to focus his gaze on between the two longs, concurrently his mind couldn't help but think of the long flirtatious legs of the female lead in Transformers 3. In the end he decided that this leg was the winner. The two obviously reached a climatic period as Sheehan very quickly saw the male tremble violently for a while before the two finally calmed down. The female then washed her generous bare body in the sea, brushing her long hair, but because of the darkness he could not see the definite details. Still he managed to view her alluring silhouette. The male casually wore his shirt and pulled his pants up confidently and easily. His actions were neat and tidy, giving one an impression of a lazy cheetah. At this time, the male suddenly spun around, looking in his direction as he used a low warning tone to shout. "Who?" His tone was gloomy and full of magnetism. Sheehan shivered in his heart, taking a guarding stance. Instead the male did not look further but hurriedly wore his clothes. "Mr. Sparrow, I'm very sorry to disturb you at this time, but your father has orders. If he doesn't see you in 10 minutes' time, then poor Josh Amy will be hanged on the mast for the next 3 days." At this point, Sheehan felt a little suffocation. Within the entire Caribbean Sea world, there was only one person whose name was called Mr. Sparrow. Below him, the male lazily replied. "Don't worry, Josh Amy, my father is an amiable and lenient old man, he's only scaring you." Josh Amy's voice was filled with fear. "Mr. Sparrow, I agree with your observation, but I still have to say that the deadline he gave me is reaching. Please hurry up and return with me. The captain's meeting is about to end." Even though Mr. Captain is kidding, but I know there's some seriousness in his joke. "Shut up, Josh Amy, at least let me kiss goodbye to my beloved Sally. Just thinking that her husband can enjoy such an honor every day, I'm turning mad with jealousy." Mr. Sparrow's words undoubtedly made this woman, Sally, extremely delighted. Her voice was slightly hoarse but carried an enticing personality. "Oh Jack, don't bother about me, hurry up and return. There must be certain important matters your father has to consult with you." Sheehan squinted his eyes, his lips forming a curved smile. "Never expected to encounter you under such a scenario, my main lead, Mr. Jack Sparrow." Chapter 29, Vile Heart of a Young Married Woman. Chapter 29, Vile Heart of a Young Married Woman. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Faced with the pains of separation, the couple of this thrilling secret affair hugged each other in reluctance, kissing and gently caressing each other. Before they split, Jack Sparrow suddenly took out a necklace from his pants and hung it across Sally's neck. "Beloved Sally, this was from my grandmother, it is one of my most valuable gift. I hope it can represent me being with you." The woman was touched. From her finger she took out a pearl ring and offered it. "Me too, Jack. I will live on thinking of you." The couple kissed again and then separated. Jack finally saw the panicky Josh Amy as though he was about to cry, using a hurtful tone saying, "If nobody had disturbed us, Sally, I'm willing to accompany you all the way till death." Afterwards the future captain of the Black Pearl then left with Josh Amy. Sally seemed like she still wanted to enjoy the cooling sea breeze and the white beach, lazily leaning against the sand and rested. Suddenly her previous wanton self surfaced again as she fondled her body's curves. After a while she stroked her long hair as she whispered to herself, "Out of the numerous amount of guys, Jack is still the most charming. That damned Katika recently keeps pestering me, if he still doesn't know his own place, then it's time to send him to the seabed and keep Yovan company. Far away at the top of the coconut tree, a chill went up Xian's spine after hearing it. He deeply inhales, using his ability, insight on her. A series of details then appeared in his eyes. Sally Hepburn, Lord Carterley Fox, wife, height, 5 foot 1 inch, weight, 47 kilograms, strength, 4 points agility, 4 points physique, 5 points perceptive sensing, 12 points charm, 22 points intelligence, 5 points spirit, 10 points basic meditation, LVL 3C grade special ability, divine. This is a mysterious move originating from the gypsies, able to use playing cards or crystal ball to make related judgments on all sorts of situations. The divine conclusion will produce a relevant pointer. Spirit and intelligence attributes will influence the divine's effect in terms of detailedness and accuracy. Have to emphasize again, for most people, they will find it difficult to find the truth from those disorderly and cryptic sentences. Unless you invest great amounts of energy and money, or you possess an extraordinarily keen logical mind with great sense of deduction. B grade special ability, appraise, LVL 4 appraise, an extraordinary and outstanding battle ability. Able to evaluate precious items that have not been identified yet and explore its attributes thoroughly. After learning this ability, there is a 33% of success rate. Lord Caterley Fox, wife. Xian's head rapidly spun upon seeing those few words. Of course, the people who were hailed as Mrs. Fox were plentiful. There were Madame Uli, Madame Zhang, etc. However, this Mrs. had an additional lord in front. This should be the owner of Tortuga Port, Lord Fox, wife. A pirate's essentials comprised of strong alcohol, women, golden louises, French currency, and the British pound sterlings. Those heavy and cumbersome commodities that were transported through sea were considered insignificant. Therefore, this resting port of Tortuga was a suitable stolen goods dumping ground. To Tortuga Port, accepting stolen products was not a glamorous thing, thus they had to pull the wool over people's eyes, Chinese idiom meaning fooling others, and run out to sea to trade with the pirates. This logic was akin to a prostitute not working in her own hometown/house. From the particulars of the Lord's madam, this woman came to this island polluted by pirates for only one reason, that was to use her appraisal ability to negotiate and bargain, helping the Fox family to earn more profits. This Lord Caterley Fox madam managing to successfully entice Jack Sparrow to a lover's rendezvous meant that she had already completed her official duty. Seizing the opportunity when the main personnel of Tortuga Port was still discussing with the pirates to sneak out. Madame Fox would obviously not participate in the pirates' squabbles and losing her reputable and demure image. These victory loots were plundered from the big Spanish merchant, Fernandez. Its value was bountiful, therefore, it was highly probable that the trade discussion would turn into a spat. Hence, this youthful and pretty Lord Fox wife can enjoy the tenderness of a lover, and afford additional time to rest leisurely while appreciating the amazing night scenery of this island. Xian's eyes produced an unexplainable radiance, as tough ignited by black flames, ascending with passion and filled with a strange wickedness. He once again surveyed his surroundings, and proceeded to leap down from the coconut tree, taking wide strides to the wife of Lord Caterley Fox. Lord Caterley Fox's wife was an extremely composed woman. Although she felt a little frantic from this sudden happening, she displayed a confidently brave calmness. "You are blocking me, mister. I'm afraid a pirate should still show basic respect to a woman." Xian softly replied. "If a woman of such noble status can casually betray her husband's trust, then she doesn't deserve any respect." Her expression turned pale, her tone became stricter as she bit her lower lips and sternly chided. "So what? You damned scumbag pirate, nobody will believe you. You had better get lost out of my sight, if not I will surely nail you the cross in Tortuga Port's courtyard, and let the sea breeze blow you dry." Xian's eyes suddenly glimmered with ruthlessness. He suddenly threw a heavy fist at the chest of this lady of nobility. Such a powerful punch caused her tremendous pain and a nauseating feeling. That beautiful and haughty face cringed in pain, as her body lost control and collapsed to the ground, pressing onto the deep cleavage causing it to be more distinct. Xian then coldly tugged onto her hair. His actions carried such strength that even the hair roots stuck out. "Such a sexy and beautiful body shivering and wailing in my hand. This feeling is pretty good." Xian's expression wasn't clear in the darkness, only his impressive body was distinct, exhibiting an evil aura. Giving one an impression of those European murals of demon silhouettes, massive, fiendish, mysterious, and below them was a blazing altar displaying nude blonde women. Besides this, Madame Lord Fox's self-esteem and reserved nature had been utterly destroyed from that one punch, like a delicate crispy porcelain, appearing gorgeous but was actually brittle. She could only use a miserable soft tone to plead. "I beg you, what do you want? Gold? Status? I can give it to you." Sheehan's eyes flickered with brilliance. Remembering the woman's earlier conversation with herself, he coldly issued. "Yovan requested me to send his respects." Madame Lord Fox's body shivered, suddenly shouting out loud in hysteria. "You are that friend of Yovan?" "Right. I didn't wish to kill him. But he kept on pestering me. I already told him that our earlier date was a one-off mistake. But he ultimately did not listen. That is why I poisoned him. I was forced to do so." Sheehan remained emotionless and continued. "Then Katika. Jack Sparrow. Slut. Don't tell they were all a one-off mistake. I think all these lies in your hunger for the new, and being sick of the old." Madame Lord Fox remained speechless, her sexy lips pouted, her expression was extremely awkward. Sheehan loosened his grip, as she lifelessly slumped to the ground. He then fished out the not yet evaluated brass ring he acquired from Dice Coutts, tossing it in front of her saying, "Evaluate this item for me." Naturally, appraising this item did not take much time and effort from this woman. He very quickly obtained the real attributes for this ring. Cursed brass ring equipment rarity, white equipment effect, spirit +3 equipment effect, physique, 4, TN, I think it should be -4, equipment position, finger material, brass weight, 3G description. This ring was originally crafted by the famous jeweler Calissier. Although its materials are average, its craftsmanship is first class. However, its previous owner suffered a vicious death, and was cursed by a demon. Equipment battle score, 3. The respected Madame Lord Fox sluggishly leaned against the coconut tree, sobbing softly. Sheehan once again gripped her hair and pulled her face near to his. That beautiful and frightened face was pulled with an inch to Sheehan, her whole body naturally pressed onto Sheehan. Sheehan could smell the faint perfume from her, and the astonishing elasticity of her well-developed physical body. This caused Sheehan to feel a burning passion rising from his lower abdomen. His mouth was dry. Opening up his mouth, his gaze had a certain thirst as he remained silent, but his Adam's apple squirmed as he swallowed his saliva. Chapter 30, Cunning Framing. Chapter 30, Cunning Framing, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcázar. At this moment, Madame Lord Fox's eyes shined with a malicious brilliance, bending her right knee, aiming at Sheehan's crotch and smashed upwards. This woman understood completely a man's weak point. If a stimulated male received a blow there, surely they would hold onto their balls and squat motionlessly as their face flushed with redness. They would need at least several minutes of recovery before regaining mobility. A physically weak male could even die from this. Thump. The woman's knee collided as Sheehan's face turned ashen. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, but he continued to hold on tightly to her hand, and retaliated with one tight slap. This was obviously the immense advantage of Sheehan's innate ability, fundamentally protecting his lower half pretty well. Sheehan placed his full strength in that one slap. Madame Lord Fox's face appeared a swelling trace of a few fingers. She could feel half of her face turning numb, and a buzzing sound in her left ear. There was a tiny itch as well as she widened her mouth to cry out, but discovered that her two white teeth had fallen out and was mixed with blood. Sheehan then loosened his grip on her hand, but now Madame Lord Fox no longer had the energy to escape. She could only sluggishly cover her left face, as tears trickled down her cheeks. Sheehan then circled round her back, pulling on her fluffy blonde hair, bending his body forward using a dubious low tone to speak. "This time you sneaked out to satisfy your affair. That is why you wouldn't have told anyone your whereabouts, and this place you selected is definitely remote. So don't expect anyone to come and save you in a short time. There won't be any passers-by. So, even if you died, your corpse will only be discovered later into the night. More crucially, I will place the broken necklace given from Jack Sparrow in your hands. Furthermore, Jack Sparrow still possesses your valuable pearl ring, therefore everyone will think that he murdered you after raping you. Nobody would even notice my existence. You're a lunatic. What do you really want? Please don't kill me. I can agree to any requests." Madame Lord Fox cried out loudly. Although she was cruel and scheming, she was still a woman. The prospect of death had already locked her in fear. Even breathing became difficult. Sheehan's right hand had already viciously resided on her long and fair neck, coldly saying, Presently the pirates have begun noticing the cracks in the Tortuga's port mighty appearance. Yet they managed to acquire adequate rewards from the Spanish people, thus their greed had been temporarily satisfied. They will not start an uprising anytime soon. This does not coincide with my interests, thus your death will be a well-timed fuse, the son of the Black Pearl's captain raping and murdering the wife of Tortuga Port's owner. The Honorable Little Lord Falk, although he is a person who shies from conflicts, will personally declare war. Therefore, please die. His tone was firm, as Sheehan exerted strength in his hand, twisting the head of this sexy and noble beauty an entire 180 degrees. Her back was originally facing Sheehan, but after a gruesome series of her neck bone snapping off, she faced hideously Sheehan. Her cry was still choked in her throat. Sheehan clearly observed, the pair of captivating eyes staring into him was filled with an unexplainable horror. Sheehan loosened his hand. The body of Madame Lord Fox slumped to the ground lifelessly. Concurrently an awful stench surged into his nose. He raised his brows as he discovered a yellow, murky, filthy, and sticky liquid gently flowing out from the buttocks of this sexually arousing gorgeous woman. Obviously she had lost control of her bladder at the face of death. Sheehan hurriedly arranged the body, setting up this crime scene. As he was about to turn around and leave he received notifications from his nightmare imprint. You killed an important storyline character, B. Category Lord Caterly Fox wife. Your actions will influence the storyline of this world. You received 1 achievement, meritorious deed, point. Your reputation is increased by 300 points, do you wish to make this public? Yes/no, if you select yes, then every individual in this world who knows of this will cause an increase in 10 reputation points. Sheehan was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized by selecting yes, the rewarding reputation will soar by leaps and bounds. He could imagine that every pirate or person in Tortuga Port would be interested and enthusiastically discuss this matter. In this island alone, the pirates exceeded over 1,000 people. Adding on the merchants and citizens of Tortuga Port, at least there would be 3,000 people. This would cause an entire 30,000 increase in reputation. What is the worth of 30,000 reputation? Sheehan could imagine that his position amongst the pirates would be equal to the likes of a man. He would immediately become a core character in this young generation of the Caribbean pirates. He could even easily recruit a great deal of followers from random bars, and even acquire deep-seater reports about this word. He may even gain privileges in purchasing all sorts of equipment/items from every port in the world. However, huge benefits meant huge risks. Once this matter was made public, this would revoke Sheehan's ability to walk safely in the streets of Tortuga. Furthermore, on his enemy list, would have an incomparably valiant main lead, Jack Sparrow. This would cause one of the 3 legendary pirate ships, the Black Pearl, to become hostile to him. Based on Sheehan's current situation, the chances of dying was at least above 99%. Sheehan gently sighed. Shutting his eyes he selected no, receiving 300 points in reputation and concluding this matter. In actual fact, if not for this chance encounter whereby he witnessed the secret affair of Madame Lord Falk, then the difficulty of killing of this woman would be great. Approximately the same as charging into Cyberdyne Computer Company in the Terminator world. Because this woman normally resided deep within Tortuga Castle, beside her were large amounts of bodyguards. Killing her openly would be the same as assaulting Tortuga Castle. Probably because this woman's intangible benefits were immeasurably great, the grade of her key loot wasn't high. It only produced a necklace called Sally's Dream, which was a white grade item that has no attributes. Its worth was 200 utility points. Without hesitation, Sheehan sold it off to the Nightmare imprint. Holding on to this dead person's item was a headache. Once someone discovered it, he could easily blackmail Sheehan. Although Sally's Dream seemed like a white-grade item, it was in fact an extremely crucial mission object. It was related to Chris's party mission. If Sheehan knew of this, demanding 10,000 utility points will only cause them to grit their teeth and comply. Regrettably, Sheehan was not informed of this news. Even if he knew, he may have still chosen to sell it off. This was because the ability Divine existed in this world, who can confirm that there will not be a second user of this ability in Tortuga Castle. Even if there wasn't a divine user, there was still the prevalent black witchcrafts. Once a divine or witchcraft user interacts with a dead person's object as a medium, they could probably acquire hints or clues which may lead them to the dead person's necklace, which was with Sheehan. Hence, to avert sleepless worries, Sheehan would still tolerate the pain of selling of this item to eliminate evidence. Sheehan very carefully set up the scene. he then hurriedly stripped off his clothes and retreated to the sea. After swimming along the shoreline for a while, he once again ascended to the shore. This eliminated chances of hunting dogs picking up his scent. After returning to the bonfire, most of the pirates after partying were pretty tipsy. Why would they notice someone walking past them? Only after sitting for a short while beside the bonfire, the nearby bell and mug pirate then raised his wine pouches as he drunkenly spoke out. Crew head, where did you run off to? After hearing you slayed the decaying undead, several guys are looking for you. Sheehan's heart stirred. Which guys? That pirate drank a mouthful from his wine pouch. As he was about to speak, he suddenly sprawled out onto the ground, letting out a gentle snore. He had passed out from the alcohol. At this moment, a pirate stranger beside him looked at him with a respected expression, and then he spoke out courteously. Greetings, Mr. Yen. One of the Flying Dutchman's crew member, Pinnacle, said that their vice officer Old Bill was very interested in your heroism. He wished to chat with you personally. Afterwards, Walker from Queen Anne's Revenge brought over a message, saying that his captain, Blackbeard, invites you for a discussion. Chapter 31, Old Beast vs. Cheapskate. Chapter 31, Old Beast vs. Cheapskate. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasar. Sheehan nodded slightly, slicing off a huge chunk of roast meat from the stick, sprinkling spices on it and started chewing. After eating, he dusted off his hands and joined the tipsy pirates beside him. In merrymaking, interlocking hands as they danced about and sung wantonly explicit songs. He looked as if he did not bother about what he heard before. After waiting for a long time, that pirate seized the opportunity when Sheehan sat down to rest, as he couldn't help saying, although this may seem pretty presumptuous, but Mr. Yen, aren't there two major characters waiting for you? Sheehan turned his head, laughing out as he said, what is your name? Saloon. Mr. Saloon. If they were really sincere in wishing to talk to me, then they would take the initiative to find me, and not leisurely ordering me around like a servant. The only person who has the authority to do that in the entire Caribbean Sea is the stingy yet great Captain Amand. When I swore loyalty to him, I already gave this privilege to him. Sheehan sincerely spoke without hesitation. That pirate had no rebuttal, as he stared on Sheehan's back in a daze. Suddenly a deep yet stable voice emitted. Crew head, next time when you discuss about me in front of others, remember to discard the word stingy in front of great in the future. This voice, it was a man's. Sheehan did not expect to encounter him here. Stunned, he turned around. Amand and even Scarface Harry were actually standing there, throwing a heavy object over. Sheehan caught it with one hand, instantly realizing that it was money pouch that wasn't light at all. Shing, shing, it rattled with a shake. Opening it up, golden rays shone forth. It contained flawlessly pure pound sterlings, at least 100 coins. Regrettably, these coins were marked out as only usable as currency in this world. If not, trading it in the nightmare realm could reap at least thousands of utility points. Enjoy a little more. Amand looked to be pleased with Sheehan's former answer. His spine was as straight as before, as he strolled towards the bell and mug. Sheehan felt a tightness in his heart. Very obviously the pirates' stolen goods had already been disposed of. Also, they had probably settled their internal distribution. If not, why would Amand casually toss out so many gold coins at random? This undoubtedly meant that the merchants from Tortuga Port were preparing to return after purchasing these stolen goods, foreshadowing the eventual discovery of the gorgeously sexy Madame Lord Fox's disappearance. He was confident that he carried out this matter with such carefulness that not one drop of water can leak out. Furthermore, there wasn't any form of forensics or later technological investigation methods. Still, he felt a vague apprehension. Truthfully speaking, if the worst possible outcome happened, and there was some sort of mythical method in Tortuga Port to uncover the truth, then the news of him murdering Madame Lord Fox would cause a huge uproar. However, the secret affair of Jack Sparrow and her would also be exposed. Who knew which person would Lord Fox placed his hatred on? Sheehan knew how people would be thinking. He reckoned that the repulsive adulterer was more abominable than killing his wife in hatred. But both were outcomes of life and death. Mistakes were not allowed. Yet Sheehan could not turn back now. If one did not take risks in this realm, how would one receive generous reapings? While Sheehan was pondering nervously in his mind, there was a sudden movement beside him. A tall and sturdy figure towered over him and then sat down. Sheehan turned to look and saw a middle-aged man with white hair. His face had mixed blood look between an Indian and a white person. His nose stuck out like an eagle's beak, his warm gaze on the contrary contained a treacherous aura. This middle-aged man held onto a wine pouch that had a dual-headed eagle embroidery. Laughing as he looked at Xian, he raised his pouch and drank a mouthful. Xian was already fairly familiar with this sort of scenario. He returned a smile and then raised his own wine pouch to drink a mouthful in return. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened up, trying to probe more as he asked. Xian from the east. A. Brave men who battled the decaying undead alone and slayed it. Xian's heart raced. He realized the identity of this middle-aged man with white hair. Laughing, he raised his own wine pouch again. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bill. The vice officer of the Flying Dutchman, Old Bill, let out a roaring laughter. At first I still doubted that you managed to slay such a horrific creature, but now I see that the rumors are true. Xian replied honestly. I must explain something that many chose to leave out, that decaying undead had a severe injury to his head previously, besides its owner wasn't around. If not, the dead person now would be me. Old Bill nodded. This answers my second question. Very well, child, your honesty has won my respect. Boldly speaking, I am very interested in any sort of dubious objects dropped by this gruesome creature. If coincidentally you obtain something, then believe me that your reward will be generous. Xian giggled. He was obviously not a small child that could be coaxed by these mere words. He raised his left hand. On the middle finger there was an extremely malicious-looking bone ring. This object was obviously counted as one of the dubious objects that Old Bill had mentioned. Therefore, Xian used it as a touchstone, testing if something is genuine, probing how much he meant by relatively generous reward. Old Bill grabbed Xian's left hand, raising his brows as he closely examined it. After a while he clicked his tongue and said, "This should be made with the bones from the decaying undead, although it doesn't look much, but I will still offer you 3 pounds sterling. How about it? This price definitely have you a surprise, right?" After listening to his valuation, Xian instantly labeled him with the word beast. He also understood his earlier warmth was just a facade. Regarding these essential items, the charm attribute was important in beginning negotiations. Sadly, Xian's charm was a mere 8 points, and there was no way this vice officer would reach a level of generosity. With regards to this light blue-grade bone ring accessory which could raise the 2 important usable attributes in strength and physique, if it was the nightmare realm, it could be at least sold for 1,000 utility points. Yet this Old Bill claimed to be generous but only offered 3 pounds sterling. Furthermore, this coins could not be brought out of this world. The difference between the two were like 2 worlds apart. Old Bill's personality was also clear to see. There was not much to elaborate. Since he realized in front was a vehement iron chicken, stingy person, Xian's enthusiasm waned. Without smiling one bit, he tossed out the coin purse that Scarface Harry had gave him. "The respected Mr. Bill, if you have a similar kind of ring, I'll buy it with 4 pounds. How many do you have? I will buy it all. What do you think?" Old Bill turned embarrassed, his expression turned awkward following Xian's statement. However, his skin was naturally dark and thus could not see the red blushes. Xian had already discovered his character, and was too lazy to beat around the bush. He immediately retrieved the mission object, still beating heart out. This mysterious and gruesome object caused the surrounding observing pirates to gasp in shock. Old Bill's pupils contracted, swallowing his saliva loudly. Xian bluntly put forth, "You are experienced and knowledgeable man. The salt you ate is more than the rice I've seen." Chinese idiom meaning my knowledge/experience is nothing compared to you, but of course I know how precious this object is. Enough of all the bullshit. If you cannot produce something I want, then I believe there will be someone else that wants this. Saying till here, Xian's eyes twinkled as he continued, "I forgot to mention, just now Walker from Queen Anne's Revenge sent a message over saying that the great Captain Blackbeard wishes to chat with me." Old Bill's expression sunk. "What exactly are you looking for?" Xian shrugged his shoulders and replied, "That depends on what you have to offer." Old Bill stared at Xian, coldly saying, "Young man, aren't you afraid of eating what you cannot digest?" This sort of threatening tone made Xian a little unhappy, the disdain apparent with the curling of his lips. He then stood up and exclaimed, "Very well, looks like I'll pay a visit to the revered Captain Blackbeard." Looking at Xian not responding to a hard approach, and he even stood up and walked towards the Queen Anne's Revenge, Old Bill became a little anxious. Flustered, he jumped up and replied impulsively, "You fool. Blackbeard will surely swallow you up and not even spare your bones. Yet Xian casually shrugged his shoulders, then he would have to face the explosive wrath of the son of the Black Sea, Amand. I am a pretty qualified crew head, finding someone else to replace me is not an easy thing. Faced against this Xian, Old Bill could only sigh. Standing up he called out, "Okay, all right, you win. Let's go over to one side to discuss." Xian casually replied, "No problem, but I must warn you, a person's patience has its limits. You previously already succeeded in using £3 to challenge my weak tolerance and intelligence. I hope it will not happen again. If not, trust me, you can say goodbye to this heart forever." Old Bill's face twitched, as though a portion of his face was carved out. Xian already understood his character, besides this vice officer was now clear with the character of this damned seaman Yen from the east. The most difficult and demanding kind. Old Bill sighed, placing his hand inside his bosom. His hand emerged with a something that looked like an ancient flat tiny box, which stored a wine cup. Chapter 32, Soul Equipment. Chapter 32, Soul Equipment. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Kasser. This was a wine cup made of metal. Its surface had already turned moldy through centuries. It had an engraving of King David from the Bible. It was layered with a hairy fur cover, giving it a primitively bleak smell, and a look of simple elegance. Xian had seen this sort of wine cup in the present world before. Normally it was used by the Russians to contain their spirited vodka. They reckoned that in the icy cold weather, beside the satisfying shore, on the balcony beneath the enshrouding twilight of the setting sun, enjoying a cup of refined by age alcohol was a sort of blissfulness. Even though it could be an ordinary kind of alcohol, pouring it into the small wine cup gave it an enhanced and flavorful taste. Maybe, this sort of flavor contained life's boredom, pleasure, refined and warmth factor. It also added a grand feeling of unyielding chill. Oh. After his hand came into contact with this silverish white wine cup, he realized the texture felt like metal but its back was slightly bumpy. Flipping it over to see, he saw a red imprint of the 5 visible planets star. Above the printing were the words from the Soviet Union, Stalingrad Victory Commemoration phrase. His heart brimmed with suspicions. This was obviously the Caribbean world. Why would there be a World War II, Battle of Stalingrad engraving? Following that, the nightmare imprint transmitted a series of notifications. Asterisk Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, you are currently examining a soul equipment, endless vodka. When a contestant dies in the nightmare world, there is a probability, roughly 10%, that the equipment/items would be obtained by the characters in that world. These equipment/items that the storyline characters obtained would retain the thoughts of the dead contestant before their death. After a period of time, it will transform into soul equipment. Special points of a soul equipment. Under normal circumstances, it will still be unable to function after obtaining the soul equipment. The user will receive a mission. That mission can normally be completed in the present world. It is the dying wish of the item's owner. Soul equipments can be brought out of the nightmare realm and be used in the present world. Since a soul equipment has become a vessel of memory, its form will remain constant and will not be transformed by any external factors. After viewing this description, his heart had been considerably stirred emotionally, blankly staring into space. Because this soul equipment had the same meaning as his name, bearing the weight of the dying wish of a deceased. At this moment, the strong-willed Xian, faced with such an object, felt a faint feeling of melancholy. A mournful notion unknowingly sprung into his mind, that was, when I die, which equipment would I leave behind? Xian's momentarily despondent self was caught by Old Bill. This guy felt a surge of delight, but remained silent. The longer Xian observed, the more the importance of this object. This meant that Old Bill would easily seek for the largest profits. Scanning further with the nightmare imprint, the attributes of this soul equipment surfaced. Endless vodka, not activated, origin, Soviet Union, Stalingrad second hardware manufacturing factory equipment rarity, deep blue equipment effects, excite, active, upon activation it will increase your individual running/walking speed by 25%, duration lasts for 24 hours. Pointer, once you suffer any damage, the effect will cease. 5 minutes cooldown duration. Pointer, effects will not overlap with other additional movement speed effects. Excluding the movement speed effects from basic footwork, equipment requirement, nil equipment position, bag, carrying it will allow its activation, material, stainless steel and silver mix weight, 34G item category additional effects, after drinking a mouthful of vodka from it, one can regain 20 HP instantly. HP regeneration speed will temporarily increase by 20%. Pointer: individually drinking less than 100 milliliters of vodka will not cause the bonus effects to happen. Pointer: drinking the vodka would consume 3 seconds of time. Once being attacked in that time, the endless vodka would combust and cause the regeneration effects to cease and deduct an additional 40 HP of the user. Item category: additional effects. At intervals of 24 hours, the vodka will automatically replenish itself fully. Description: don't view this object as small, the vodka can allow you to drink 3 mouthfuls. Equipment battle score: 15. Upon using this soul equipment, you will receive a mission. You must accomplish this mission before obtaining the benefits of this equipment. Sheehan had to admit, this piece of soul equipment was the strongest object he has witnessed up till now. No doubt, it complemented his personal title, Intoxicated Men, greatly. It was also the first ever equipment that an ability that could instantly replenish his HP. Sheehan further noticed that this soul equipment could be brought back to the present world. Besides, in the present world, there was a high chance that Sheehan had to face the evil and vicious underlings of Huashan Fei. Therefore, without questions, this object carried tremendous implications to him. Sheehan tossed the endless vodka in his hand a few times, then he glanced at Old Bill. Somewhat astonished, he spoke. What else? Old Bill was like a rabbit that got shot, raising his voice saying. What else? Sheehan looked shocked and replied, you couldn't have possibly had the childish thought that this broken wine cup could be exchanged for the heart of the decaying undead. Old Bill's facial muscles twitched, he clenched his fist, throwing a frightening glare and replied, don't go overboard. Sheehan replied, maybe I should listen to Blackbeard's offer. Old Bill snorted and said, all right, then go. I'll wait right here for your sorry ass to be thrown overboard. Sheehan refused to speak further, tossing back the endless vodka back to him as he marched towards the Queen Anne's Revenge. However, his heart felt somewhat nervous, because the way he lost himself when looked at the soul equipment was observed clearly by Old Bill. If he did not bring down his threatening demeanor, then he may very well be taken for a run. Hence, Sheehan's actions was like gambling with Old Bill's patience. It was obvious in such a scenario, the first person that speaks will place the other in the driver's seat. 1 step, 2 step, 10 steps, 20 steps. Sheehan's wrinkles surfaced. In his heart he feared that he had misjudged the worth of that heart to Old Bill. Was he unable to force out this guy's trump card? At the moment where he could not bear and wanted to turn around, Old Bill suddenly chased up. Panting, he said, all right, you win. Saying, he pulled Sheehan to a corner. Apart from the endless vodka, he fished out a mini cross. This cross looked plain and simple, its musty feel was like it had been used for years. Sheehan was secretly feeling happy, yet he acted impatient as he furrowed his eyebrows. What is this? Old Bill looked with a solemn expression. Within Tortuga Port, there is an alchemist master who lives in seclusion. He can enhance your weapons to be sharper, your armor to be harder. From what I know, your Captain Aman's silver sword was refined by him. However, it is extremely hard to obtain the services of this alchemist master. Only a person whom he invites can enter into his residence. Whoa! Sheehan exclaimed as he continued. Is this cross his proof of invitation? Old Bill nodded and replied. That's right. Sheehan pondered for a moment, suddenly saying, bringing this object would gain his reception. Isn't this a chance to remold it? Going by another way, I still need to pay up to remold this, right? Old Bill was temporarily speechless, but he remained forceful. Do you know how hard it was to obtain this opportunity? To obtain this I paid a huge price. It can be said to be born from huge risks and dangers of life and death. Sheehan became angry, saying, hold on, your words seem quite believable. Fine, hand over the wine cup and the cross, adding on another 100 pounds sterling, then this precious decaying undead's heart will be yours. Scum! Your entire worth is not even 100 pounds sterlings. Aya, an old man can turn nasty very quickly, no, it's getting a stroke. Since that's the case, then add on 99 pounds sterling then. This damned swindler, you are the worst in the entire Caribbean Sea. Do you believe that I would foolishly accede to such an unreasonable deal? I tell you, the value of that cross is not what you think it is. If you do not add on others, I will definitely not exchange these 2 objects with you. Sheehan looked at the raging old Bill. His face was filled with redness as though even his acne was about to explode. He knew that he had forced him overboard. After a war of words, Sheehan finally produced his exquisite 7.62mm bullet, the still beating heart, the yet to be evaluated, cursed brass ring, and one ancient gold pound, as his price. In exchange for that sole equipment, endless vodka, and that cross which was an invitation item. Because Sheehan had tugged at old Bill's boundaries, the impression old Bill had of him dipped immeasurably. Walking away once they completed the deal, not even willing to offer a single word. After receiving this sole equipment, endless vodka, Sheehan tried to activate its mission. However, he was informed that he could only activate it when he returned to the present world. Sheehan sighed. Looks like the owner's dying wish should be fairly simple. Most of the time it should be to take care of his relatives in the present world. His greatest worry was that this person had died by the hands of Blackbeard or Davy Jones, these main leads, and his final wish was that someone helped to exert revenge. Oh my God. Sheehan was a person that understood his personal strengths. He would then abandon this mission without hesitation and immediately sell it off in the nightmare realm. Chapter 33, Whimpers of a Departed Spirit. Chapter 33, Whimpers of a Departed Spirit. Translated by Chua. Edited by Inl Kasser. O. Sheehan relaxed himself as he raised his head to admire the vast dark sky. A warm breeze gently blew across his cheeks. Sheehan couldn't help but sigh. He felt that the sea breeze contained a tinge of moist and wildness. This feeling was familiar to Sheehan, who had worked on board a ship for over 7 to 8 years. This was an indication of an incoming hurricane. Yet this herb island's surroundings contained no such ports to shelter from it. Naturally, Sheehan was not the only one who could sense this inevitable hurricane. In a matter of seconds, the anchored pirate ships all sounded off their unique horns, a deep resounding mournful shrills carrying the urgent message for the pirates on shore to hurry and return. Following Sheehan's experience, there was still roughly half an hour before the hurricane reaches here. There would be no problem in utilizing the huge winds now to push off the sails and get the ships back to the first-rate sheltering Tortuga port. However, if one were to delay here for over 10 minutes, it would be extremely easy for the hurricane to chase up and decimate and massacre the entire ship. Sheehan exhaled a huge long breath. The traders sent from Tortuga port should have already discovered that Madame Lord Falk was missing, but they probably had not found her corpse yet. If not, they wouldn't be so peaceful now. They would surely raise their blood flags, sounding off their cannons in search for the culprit. Instead, this extremely coincidental hurricane left them with no choice but to cut short their search and return back to Tortuga port. If they didn't do so, the goods they purchased would certainly be lost to the sea. To the Falk family, whose position was currently shaky, this would pose a problem to the family's foundation, thus no one would dare to bear this responsibility. If so, then the search party for Madame Lord Falk could only be temporarily suspended, until the hurricane dies down and the winds turn calm before they can resume it. This was a matter that would be delayed for 2 to 3 days. This was extremely splendid and favorable news to Sheehan. He believed that whatever missed out traces he left would be wiped clean by the insane Caribbean Sea hurricane. Furthermore, the necklace given by Jack Sparrow would not vanish suddenly in just a short time span. This itself was enough. When a person was merry, his mind would be absent. When Sheehan hurried back to the Bell and Mug, the drunken pirates were like headless flies on the ship, aimlessly knocking wherever they go. Because on board, the core members like Scarface Harry, Ciar, and even Amand had probably drank much in celebration during the pirates' high authorities' meet, hence they were dead drunk and had knocked out in their cabins, snoring so loudly that even if the heavens shook they wouldn't be able to hear it. Although Vice Officer Robin was sober, he was a mediocre man and did not have much prestige, shouting loudly in vain as his voice turned hoarse. The more he helped, the worse it got. A group of drunk pirates even circled him and started dancing. Upon witnessing this unfold, Sheehan's expression sunk as he took large strides across the deck. Anyone who dared to block him or wildly drunk individuals were all lifted up and thrown or kicked into the sea. Of course, water was a pirate's dry land, and thus they would not drown. Still, they had to choke down a few mouthful of seawater and troubled themselves greatly to return to the ship. A few grumpy pirates even cursed out loud whilst in the water, loudly shouting profanities and threatening to toy with the persons, the one that threw them overboard, female family members' private parts, or rape them. However, when they realized the person they were scolding was Sheehan, they immediately awkwardly shut their mouths in obedience. Even those pirates who weren't on good terms with Sheehan could only mumble to themselves and curse silently. Very quickly, the order of the ship was restored. Sheehan paced around on deck, shouting and ordering these merciless pirates as he delegated their work. Occasionally he would even help out in areas that required manpower, occasionally shouting out encouragements to people managing the sails, and occasionally he would nudge or kick a few pirates and cursed at them. What was strange was, those pirates that were kicked overboard, although they had a belly of bad air, they still consented to Sheehan's action. The effectiveness and efficiency of their work soared, and after not even 10 minutes, the Belle and Mug was the first to raise its sails. Presently, the imminent hurricane was widely showing its signs. Thunderous booming traversed from the distance. If it was daytime, then surely a pressuring image of massive black clouds would fill the sky. After the sails of the main mast were raised and joined the rest, the sails of the Belle and Mug looked gravely swollen from the raging winds. Generating adequate force, the skinny and long sailboard took off with frightening speed. It was like a graceful flying fish elegantly gliding towards Tortuga Port. Such nimble speed, even the king of speed within the Caribbean Sea, Black Pearl, had to acknowledge it. When did a man find such a good navigator? Several pirate captains gazed upon the sailing figure of the Belle and Mug and exclaimed. Not even half an hour later, the outline of a majestic cliff that looked like a giant arm appeared in a distance from Tortuga Port facing the front. The guiding rays of the lighthouse was too dim, like a candle about to be extinguished by the wind. Within the turbulent sea, one could clearly see and feel that the entire Caribbean Sea was like a giant ripple, brimming with an irresistible dignity. In the absence of a guiding navigator, Sheehan skillfully shouted and scolded at his crew to hold the rudder and successfully anchor into the safety of the port. No doubt, this once again raised the admiration of these pirates, and they felt that Sheehan was truly mysterious. Regarding these savage pirates, being able to navigate and steer the ship to successfully enter and anchor in the darkness was a secret passed on privately to navigators. Yet they had no clue that in Sheehan's present world, this sort of fundamentals of piloting a ship could be easily learned and grasped. To the ambitious vice-captain of his previous ship he worked on, this was essentially a required course that Sheehan had to go through. Following the subsequent pirate ships consecutively entering the port, the hurricane had started to brew in, raising towering waves as tall as 7 to 8 meters, thrusting fear into the watchful spectators. Although the ships were resting inside the safe haven of this port, in addition to the anchors set at the bow and tail of the ship, they could still feel the furious storm as though it was about to envelop the entire Tortuga Port. At this moment, a bay-high 3-mast huge ship unwillingly sailed shakingly into the port. It was the ship that Tortuga Port sent out for purchasing dirty goods. However, its condition was not spared. Its main mast had been chopped down by the billowing winds, the nearby sails on the other 2 masts had been ripped apart, wildly flapping in midair. Looking at such a miserable state, it looked as if it would sink at any second. Sheehan stood at the bow of the ship, signaling to Robin with his hands. "Prepare a sampan, small boat, I want to go ashore." The shocked Robin replied, "Crew head, the bars are probably closed." Sheehan gently replied, "Can't I force open the door? Also, I do not fancy staying and sleeping on this ship amidst this storm." Robin shrugged his shoulders. "Your command will be immediately carried out." Sheehan nodded, returning to his cabin to grab a few things. After several minutes, he was standing on the pier of Tortuga Port. Even though the hurricane was billowing, causing huge chaos, following the pirates' return, a few bars had decided to open their doors to welcome them in. The yellowish pale light struggled out within the cracks of the door entrance. Cyan was not in a rush to enter a bar. He glanced at the time and made his way to the seashore. The sea was rolling aggressively, the massive dark blue waves crashed heavily against the thick breakwaters and then bursting into thousands of water droplets. Even the ashen-colored bricks beneath his feet was distinctly vibrating. This sort of scenario would cause a dryland native to tremble in fear, but this was a common occurrence to Sheehan. He folded his arms against his chest, peacefully waiting atop the breakwater. Before leaving the port, Sheehan had previously acquired a hidden mission from Chris. This mission's follow-up was obtained from Mole Waller from the grocery store. Although Sheehan was fiercely taken advantage of by that old man, he still gained the benefits of a few mugs of golden rum. At the end, that old man gave him a crystal ball fragment. Upon placing it in the water he received the following pointer: "When the midnight bell sounds, whimpers of the departed spirits would be restored into truth, history's dust would be wiped away, the truth will finally be revealed." Currently the seashore Sheehan had stopped over was coincidentally the same place where he previously placed the crystal ball fragment in the water during the daytime. Following midnight, the surface of the water was sparkling with bits of silverish brilliance, as though the bright moon was illuminating the area. However, that brilliance gave one a serene yet ice-cold feeling. It was like sucking out the breath of a living person. The areas that were sparkling with this silver brilliance were strangely tranquil, only rippling slightly. Moreover, the raging sea seemed to be suppressed by an invisible layer, unable to churn up any billowing waves. Chapter 34, Concealed Trap. Chapter 34, Concealed Trap. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. and Alcasar. Witnessing such an extraordinary sight, Sheehan held his breath. He had prepared earlier an apple, fried bacon, 2 loaves of rye bread according to Chris's instructions, and threw them into the water. A peculiar sound rung softly, a soft sound of a grease harp. From beneath the water surface, a shadow darting back and forth. This shadow was strangely fast, like a black belt darting around rapidly. Sheehan observed this shadow. He felt a queer dangerous sensation welling up in his heart, as though he would get polluted and suffer dire consequences. He knew this was his high perceptive sensing warning him, reflexly taking a step back in precaution so that he could dive behind the nearby rock to take cover. The shadow seemed as though it had no intention to surface. After consuming the food Sheehan threw in, it dispersed. The silverish glow on the water surface gradually dimmed. At this moment he could see a message in a bottle, covered in moss and algae, floating in at a fast pace. Sheehan picked up this bottle. The silverish glow dissipated, regaining its earlier turbulent condition. Sheehan was also not willing to continue staying by the seashore, because his lone figure was extremely prominent in the darkness of the night. After entering a bar, he tossed out £2, requesting a room from the bartender. Presently, the bars were like a supermarket, hotel, and even a brothel. Thus, the bartender was not surprised at all, bringing Sheehan to the back as they rounded a corner, and entered into a room. Most probably because their receiving customers were mostly pirates or seamen, this room was renovated to look like a ship's cabin. Atop the wall hung a decorative rudder. It had small oval-shaped windows, and beside it was the popular darts game set at the time. On top of a bench at the side were several distinct burn marks. It seemed like an inconsiderate customer had previously pressed their cigarette butt there. Its only praiseworthy aspect was an old-fashioned grayish striped linen-made bedsheet that was relatively clean. It even gave off a clean and fresh fragrance as though it had previously been in the sun. Sheehan sat down on the bed. He started to carefully inspect the bottle. This was a dark brown, thin-neck circular body-type bottle. There was a thick layer of wax sealing on it. This maintained the cork of the bottle to be clean and dry. The surface of this bottle was no longer glossy. Several vine and algae had attached itself to it, which produced a deliberate rough feeling. What surprised Sheehan was that the bottle was icy cold to touch, as though it was just taken out from a freezer. Holding it eliminated any trace of warmth from the hand all the way to the bone marrow. According to Chris, if he opened this bottle, this mission would abruptly cease and cause an evil spirit to emerge. This evil spirit was an illusionary being. No amounts of attack could harm it. Instead, it would carry out curses on people, and the user that opened it would have a 100 HP reduction within 5 minutes. Then it would vanish. Previously, an unfortunate member impulsively opened it, and was subsequently cursed by that evil spirit. Before entering the nightmare realm, that unfortunate member was a pickpocket. He was known as a sly and slick expert who could pinch out over 10 coins secretly from others without harming them. His agility had painstakingly been raised above 20 points, however, his physique was only on par with an average person. In the end, after suffering from that curse, even after racking his brains to think of a solution, he could only watch in silence as he stepped into death's doors after 5 minutes. Before dying, his crumbling feelings must have been unfathomable. After witnessing such a scene, the rest would obviously not dare to open up their bottles. After a series of investigations, Chris's party managed to discover an old person named Paleseus who resided inside Tortuga Castle, who expressed great interest in this object. That old man's status wasn't low in the castle. He was probably a butler who had earned the trust of his masters. Every day at 9 in the morning he would go out to purchase groceries. Once one passed the bottle to him, one will obtain a hefty reward of £20, and can even obtain his friendship. From then, one can use the excuse of visiting Paleseus to freely enter the outer area of Tortuga Castle. This was obviously not without any benefits. Based on Chris, using a piece of whetstone in there could enhance your weapon's attack powers permanently by 11, and even had a certain percentage of receiving the remaining deep-level mission. However, Sheehan had no intentions of following the action sequence that Chris took. Firstly, that Chris Bratt was not any good kind of person, Earlier he had exploited the agreement contract, and purposely omitted the essential clue of having to build a good relationship with Mole Waller. This caused huge frustration to Sheehan. According to psychologists, a person would let his guard down the most when he was nearing success. Therefore, if Sheehan continued to follow this action sequence, he may encounter another trap that Chris had craftily set up. Crucially speaking, the rewards from this did not attract Sheehan much. After a man's generous division of loots, Sheehan's personal pounds sterling exceeded 3 figures. A mere 20 pounds sterling was not important. Regarding the ability to be able to freely enter the outer courts of Tortuga Castle, it looked like it provides many benefits, but to the killer of the madam of the castle and a bell and mug pirate member, frequently entering that place was not a good idea. If something went wrong, it would do more harm than good. Therefore, Sheehan chose to attempt the other pathway of this side mission, that was opening the bottle which Chris's party avoided. The spirit's curse seemed extremely dreadful, but unfortunately this sort of abnormal conditions, loss of blood etc., did not threaten Sheehan at all. Once he equipped the title of Pirate Ringleader, his maximum life points would reach as high as 190 points, even now his life points were worth 170 points. Draining 100 HP within 5 minutes to him was just a slight strain. It did not carry any life-threatening or capability-impairing injuries at all. After carefully weighing out the pros and cons, Sheehan steadily picked up the bottle, willfully absorbing the icy chill into his body temperature. He retrieved the candlestick beside him, using his hand to touch the flames for a moment as though he was testing the heat of the flames. He then placed the tip of the bottle against the candle. Slowly the thick and reliable wax starts melting from the roasting heat. Following the heat from the flames, the wax at the tip started dripping 1 drop at a time onto the tabletop. A faint fragrance emitted into the air. Sheehan looked at this image. He suddenly recalled a time when he was young where Uncle Desai told him a haunted house story. It roughly talked about Uncle Desai's father. When he was young he traveled with his friends for business. In a mountainous area when the sky had turned dark, they found a small house. There was nobody in the house. A sinister-looking headless idol was displayed in the center of the house, but the rice bags, firewood, and bed were fairly organized. Although everything felt very eerie, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger from walking the whole day in the mountains. In addition to the pouring rain, they decided to rest there for the night. Naturally, the few businessmen decided to start a fire to cook their meal. After eating they slept early. In the end, the house had no chimney. The vapor from cooking the meal extended everywhere. Not long after, when their meal had not yet finished cooking, they realized dozens of horrifying evil spirits had appeared and frantically charged at them. Astounded, they fled for their lives. 2 of their counterparts fell off an overhanging cliff because of the slippery roads. Afterwards an experienced and intelligent colleague mentioned that the house was a trap set up by bandits. The crux was the firewood that they used to cook their rice. This firewood was probably layered with a poisonous mushroom extract from Ileo town. Interpreting it would simply mean a layer of hallucinogen. After it burnt up, it would produce a smoke which would cause the inhaling persons to hallucinate. Adding up the surrounding eerie environment, the sinister headless idol, of course a terrifying image would be formed. Yet when Sheehan saw the burning candle wax, and after smelling the faint fragrance, his heart unconsciously formed an anxious and ominous premonition. Because following this present generation, to open up this message in a bottle, the most common method was undoubtedly to melt off the wax. Thus, it was hard to explain if there was any booby traps that was devised with it. Hence, he immediately moved away the bottle from the candle flames, and opened the window to take in a few breaths of fresh air. He did not know if he was paranoid or what, but Sheehan felt that his head had cleared up a little. Although there was no notifications of damage from the nightmare imprint, he still had a strange paranoid feeling. He swiftly checked on his personal attributes, and instantly he obtained the origin of his paranoia. Because on the side of his attributes showed a prominent notification, when attacking an enemy, you have a 14% chance of the attack being ineffective. Very naturally this cruel effect faded rapidly, because Sheehan immediately carefully examined himself again after reading those words. He realized this damned debuff, negative sustaining effects, had not much difference in nature. That effective probability in rendering an attack ineffective had dropped to 13. It looks like within a minute, this debuff would gradually fade away, and will not alarm anyone. Chapter 35, Apparition. Chapter 35, Apparition. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasser. So that's the case. Sheehan roughly figured out the tragedy that Chris's party experienced. If not for Xian's outstanding perceptive sensing and his quick thinking, he would have been caught up in that vicious cycle of believing that invincible spirit. After waiting for the damned debuff-lowering effects to wear off, Xian leaked out a cold grin, holding onto the bottleneck of the bottle. He decided to use an efficient and swift approach to open up this conspiracy-filled, supernaturally tough bottle. Piank! This durable glass bottle was smashed hard onto the opposite wall. Although the algae and moss that lodged onto the external of the glass provided some sort of cushioning, yet Xian utilized his entire bodily strength. Under the high pressure of 12 points of strength, this rum bottle exploded into fragments scattering everywhere. During the moment where it shattered, a strange serene radiance glowed from inside. That radiance swelled up like a mist, rapidly spiraling into the air. It then metamorphosed into a blurry light blue transparent apparition. Its face consisted of high cheekbones, protruding light bulb-like eyes which enhanced its already terrifying appearance. Its model was akin to the ghost army in The Lord of the Rings. Xian instantly activated his insight ability. Although a red stopping point appeared, due to Xian having already used the ability an entire 9 times, and because of his perilous economic situation, he had not paid up and it was no doubt showed him a red deficit letter. This ability had been extremely advantageous for him, even though he was a contestant that had no anticipations/foresights towards the future storyline. Through this ability he was still able to obtain huge reliable amounts of information. Following the activation of insight, the gentle rays enshrouded onto this apparition, causing it to make a threatening gesture. Xian instantaneously obtained first-hand information. Contract apparition, loyal servant spirit, only a portion of its protective instincts remained. Species, dead spirit category. Lifespan, 24 hours, remaining of 23 hours 57 minutes, height, 4 inches. Weight, nil. Strength, 8 points. Agility, 7 points. Physique, 5 points. Perceptive sensing, 11 points. Charm, 0 points. Intelligence points. Spirit points remaining. Life points, 50 points. Dead spirit category. Characteristic, immune to fear, illness, deformation, pains, bleeding effects. Dead spirit category. Characteristic, divine type ability will deal 2-folds damage, fire type will deal 1.5-folds damage. Passive skill, blur. 50% chance of an enemy's attack rendered ineffective. Suppressed by divine type abilities, unable to prevent damage from any divine type. Skill. Xian looked at the question marks in this report. He understood that his own intelligence and spirit could not match up greatly. Therefore, certain accurate information was unable to be displayed. Looking at the blur skill of that apparition, a portion of comprehension grew in his heart. Looks like after the minerals mixed in with the wax were released, the highest negative buff that a person inhaling it would be 50% chance of rendering attacks ineffective. Based on that negative buff, in addition to its blur skill, it was no wonder that Chris's party could not cause any harm to it. There was an underlying message. It was either the divine type ability was relatively rare, or it was considered a relatively high-level ability. If not, Chris's party would have at least one contestant who could use that skill type category. Observing this apparition whistling and spiraling in the room, Xian pinched with his left hand. That cobalt steel exoskeleton materialized on his arm. Although the apparition seemed pretty terrifying, Xian had previously faced off with such a horrifying creature, the decaying undead. That was considered a warm-up and he currently felt no hint of pressure. However, he could imagine that within Chris's party, those that inhaled that mysteriously vile poisonous fog, coupled with them having no preparation/expectation beforehand, when encountering such a creature they thought to only exist in rumors, they would definitely have been frightened stiff. Xian had no long-range battle capabilities. Naturally he arched his body down, aiming towards that apparition and charged at it viciously. Floating in mid-air, the apparition suddenly shuddered hazily. It then raised its misty fuzzy arms directly at Xian. Simultaneously, a gigantic formless vortex formed at the front of its arm. The vortex was not absorbing air or water, but the surrounding heat. Xian couldn't help quivering and shivered violently. He felt a cold chilling part of his heart, concurrently receiving a notification. You have been cursed by the contract apparition. You will lose 100 HP within 5 minutes. Everything was similar to what Chris estimated. The only difference was that the unlucky victim had a mere 50 HP at that time, and did not even last for 3 minutes. Instead, Xian felt vigorous and lively even after 3 minutes. After releasing its curse, that apparition had consumed quite a bit of energy, and remained floating on its original spot. Xian did not show any courtesy as he pounded across with his ferocious fist. After his fist came into contact with the surface of the apparition, he felt the skin on his left hand suddenly immerse in frost as though he plunged his hand into ice water. A layer of ripple rippled across the surface of the apparition, causing Xian's attack to completely be negated as though hitting an empty space. Passive skill, blur success. Yet Xian did not anticipate the mysterious skill of this apparition. After his fist failed to contact with anything, his whole body tumbled forward as his fist heavily smashed onto the opposite wall. The tough wooden board cracked under such ferocity, producing crackling sounds as wood pieces and dust puffed out. The bartender below shouted out in frustration. "Oi oi oi. The mister above, I remember you telling me you wanted to rest and not destroy the room. If you are unable to calm yourself, then I will be delighted to clear your head a little. Presently, I regrettably have to increase your bill for repair fees." Xian answered by tossing a bag of coins down. He immediately turned around, staring at that apparition in front of him. He once again raised his fist. The candle flames brightly reflected against the cobalt steel exoskeleton, flashing out a cold glimmer. That apparition spat out a mouth of white vapor. It rapidly flew towards Xian. After it swept past the nearby table, the floating dull mist suddenly lifted up a knife on the table, as it sliced forward like lightning. Xian's fist once again failed to connect, because he had no time to react. That knife sliced open a long wound across his face. Blood trickled down the wound like a small red serpent, giving off a miserable look. Instead, Xian, his heart was relaxed as though he just released a heavy load. Because this apparition needed to borrow that weapon to conduct its attack, therefore, it meant that it did not have further stronger killing abilities. Furthermore, Xian had his innate ability, endurance. Such injury was nothing to him. Thus, Xian's only worry was if this apparition would suddenly release another of its curse. No matter how high his life points were, he would still be unable to withstand another blow. Xian once again bent forward, leaning his center of gravity forward as he once again charged forward aggressively. In that moment, Xian had already braced his entire body, like a long bow that was extended fully. He was extremely clear in his heart. He had consecutively missed 2 entire strikes. Following the probability of 50%, the chances of a consecutive 3 strikes to hit was a lowly 80%. Xian inhaled deeply, his eyes ignited with a blazing fury. The pair of eyes were not blazing with hatred, nor anger. From top to bottom it was pure insanity. They were like a devout extreme religious believer. Nothing could replace the faith in his heart. This time, the shimmering white cobalt steel exoskeleton whizzed in mid-air, splitting apart the air with its pressing strength as it heavily crashed against the body of the apparition. This time Xian felt something different from the previous 2 rounds. He was completely unable to restrain himself. He felt that his fist had immersed into the interior of an extremely viscous substance. Inside was boiling with a dense eeriness. Instead, the latent insanity within the fist exploded out like a one-off destructive torrent. Under the immense agony, this apparition suddenly faced upwards, its mouth extending out, issuing out an extremely sorrowful and piercing shrill. It seemed as though something was exploding forth with unparalleled maliciousness within it. This shrill was so abrupt, it was like sound echoed around the entire room before entering the brain and the rest of the body. Such an internal attack caused Xian, who was bearing the intensity of it, to be overwhelmed in dizziness. He was on the verge of collapse. This apparition seized the opportunity to fly out of the door. However, as it flew, it left spots of facula from its back, resembling a comet that was gradually dissipating. Obviously that strike from Xian was not light. After roughly 3-4 seconds, Xian then regained control of his body. His battle with the apparition had not exceeded a minute, therefore the damage caused by the curse had not even reached 30 points. However, after receiving such an unprecedented sorrowful shrill, his life points dropped by 70 points. He had urgently accessed his battle statistics from the Nightmare imprint. In the end he was gravely shocked. Chapter 36, Witch's Hall. Chapter 36, Witch's Hall. Translated by Chua. Edited by I and Alcasar. Your strike dealt 32 points of damage to the contract apparition. The contract apparition is left with 30 HP. The contract apparition gradually crumbled from the pain, releasing a witch's howl, fake, causing 90 points of damage to all surrounding enemies within a 4-meter radius. Additional 5 seconds of intimidation and dizziness effect. After reduction from your resistive physique capabilities, your actual damage sustained is 90 to 21 equals 69 points. You have entered a state of intimidation and dizziness. You have recovered from the state of intimidation and dizziness. The curse user has separated over 100 meters from you. your curse from the contract apparition is dispelled. It was actually a witch's howl. Xian was no stranger to this renowned skill, his heart quivered. Looking at things now, only a fake witch's howl was able to cause such a fearsome area of affectability. After experiencing it firsthand, Xian discovered, based on logic and comparison to science of the present world, the witch's howl momentarily sound explosion should include a range of infrasonic wave attack. Previously, when he was a seaman, Xian would often listen to horrifying tales. For example, in 1990 there was a large ship from Panama named Marco Polo, which, while en route from New Zealand to the UK, suddenly lost signal within a storm. 3 days later it was discovered that the entire crew was massacred. It was an unfathomable mystery. In 2003, at a cave entrance in Hungary, 3 tourists abruptly collapsed in unison and stopped breathing. After investigations, the main culprit of these strange happenings was infrasonic waves. A person's ear can only capture a frequency of 20 Hz to 80 Hz. Anything below 20 Hz are called infrasonic waves. Higher than 80 Hz are called ultrasonic. The vibration frequency of infrasonic waves is closely similar to the brain rhythm, easily causing resonance which would intensely provoke the brain. In less severe cases it would only cause fear. For violent, crazy, and unstable severe cases, it may cause the victim to suddenly faint or lose bodily control and even lead to death. Once the infrasonic waves resonates with the rhythm of a person's internal organs, and the person remains in a high-frequency infrasonic waves environment, their 5 viscera and 6 bowels, internal organs, would break out in a violent resonance. In an instant, the arteries would rupture, causing death. The earlier massacre of the ship was the product of infrasonic waves traveling along the sea level within the storm. Under normal circumstances, a person would hear a whistling sound tearing away his soul, and his internal organs will tremble. Even when a tiger is hunting, its ferocious roar would contain infrasonic waves. Well done, you escaped quickly. Xian deeply inhaled, and proceeded to wipe away the blood leaking from his nostrils. He glanced towards the floor. Within the shattered glass bottle, there was a roll of moldy parchment. A string was tied at the middle. It looked like it was made centuries ago. It was covered with a white frost, which was probably the reason it could be preserved for so long. That apparition that was sealed inside the bottle should also have been used as a refrigeration tool. Xian picked up the parchment, his lips curling into a smile. So that's the case. The reason that unfortunate brat in Chris's party failed the mission was not because he opened the bottle, but because he did not pass the test from the apparition. This mission advancement diverted into several pathways. Obviously one was to lead a contestant into Tortuga Castle. The other path was what Xian chose, that was this moldy parchment. The icy cold parchment was rolled open. Placing it on the table, a layer of thick frosty stench soared out, causing one to sneeze. The parchment contained a decorative design. Obviously the previous owner had a lofty status. It was probably a noble of high status. Locked into Xian's eyes were the following words: "He humiliated me, hindering me thousands of times, mocking at my loss, jeering at my gains, despising my nationality, obstructing my dealings, ridiculing my friends, assisting my enemies. Why? Because I'm a Jew." A huge portion of words in the middle were smudged and unclear. Only the last phrase of sentence remained distinct. "I swear on my soul and blood, collaborating together from tomorrow, even our offsprings will live in peace for many generations. Anyone violating this would have their blood vessels boil, breathing ceased, their flesh will decay under the scorching sun, and the breath of the earth will shackle their footsteps." Inscription signed off 2 names, Bernard Falk and Amp. Cooper Jones. Xian closely examined the writings on the parchment, in a flash absorbing everything into his brain. Simultaneously, he obtained 500 utility points and 300 pirate reputation points. After several minutes, this parchment paper was like an ice cube placed in the sun, gradually dissolving on the table. After its last trace vanished, this mission concluded. Obviously, upon choosing this pathway, the mission would come to an end. Actually, the most important rewards from this mission was the piece of parchment. More precisely, it was the contents on the parchment. Xian, by selecting this mission pathway, it carried a difficulty higher than the option Chris's party chose. Following the logic of high difficulty reaps greater rewards, it meant that the contents of this parchment within the nightmare realm would surely exceed the 20 pounds sterlings, Pelesius's friendship, and the probability of other small missions. Xian sat in his room, deep in thoughts. After a while, he then picked up a broom and meticulously swept and disposed of the glass bottle fragments. He then blew out the candle and rested. The next morning, Xian returned to the Bell and Mug, fulfilling his responsibilities as the crew head first before standing at the bow of the ship. He noticed that although the might of the hurricane had halved, but the waves were still as turbulent as before. According to Xian's estimation, the waves soared to about 5 meters high. From afar, it looked like layers of black mountains rushing forward, brimming with unparalleled strength. Under such situations, even a huge ship in the present world would not dare to sail out, what more were the pirate ships of the Caribbean world? Looking at this, Xian confirmed that there would still be 2 to 3 days before the discovery of Madame Lord Fok. He leisurely visited Chris, and reminded him that the patrolling had slackened within the port. It was the best opportunity to return to his party. Instead, Chris vehemently refused this suggestion. Xian quickly realized, he did not know when this brat colluded with Xiar. After paying a certain price, he even managed to learn and upgrade his basic abilities through Xiar. Under the threatening frame of this crew head, Chris unwillingly leaked out information he obtained. This was linked to his charm, and after paying a certain price, he attempted to learn a basic ability from a storyline character that was stronger than him. Amongst that, he also tapped on a hidden nature of compatibility. This compatibility level could only be viewed by a contestant who had an adequate amount of charm. Plainly, it meant if both parties could hit it off. For example, a fiendish and queer-tempered person could have a close confidant, and a handsome and capable person would equally make arch-rivals. Contestants with high charm would always prepare enslavery abilities. They would normally receive a skill to observe the complementary level. Those characters/creatures with high compatibility level with themselves, the enslaving would be as natural as flowing water, utilizing half the effort to achieve the maximum results. For characters/creatures with low compatibility, they would rather die than submit against an enslavery skill. Obviously, Chris and Xiar had a high hidden compatibility with each other, therefore Xiar would put in effort to teach him, but Xian did not believe that Chris had not been taken advantage of. Looking at this brat's pale expression just like that of a drug addict, he knew that Chris had paid a relatively painful price. After obtaining this news from Chris, Xian attempted to try it out with his affiliated pirates. However, he did not dare to use the pricey insight ability. Calculating till now, he should have roughly owed the Nightmare Realm a total of 900 utility points, and right now he only had 1,340 utility points on hand. Thus, Xian could only inquire about the pirates individually, indirectly probing them to see if there was any probability. Regrettably, Xian's charm wasn't high. In addition, he was still in an early phase of learning, therefore, the chances of meeting one was small. Someone like Chris, whose charm was much greater than Xian's, he had known of this information for 3 whole worlds already. The amounts of storyline characters he had encountered and interacted exceeded 100. Still, he only met one Xiar who had high compatibility, and even had to pay a huge price. Such was the minute probability. If not for Xian being fairly infamous amongst the pirates would definitely not care much about him, and work half-heartedly. Fortunately, Xian's effort finally paid off in his assistant that Amanda allocated, Blind Matt. This person actually agreed to imparting certain footwork and evading techniques during a battle, but his prerequisites were that Xian needed to announce his training in the next morning. His aim was very simple. He wanted to borrow Xian's incapabilities to showcase his personal might, raising his prestige and solidifying his position on the ship. Chapter 37, Alchemist. Chapter 37, Alchemist. Translated by Chua. Edited by I and Alcasar. One has their schemes, but the other their stepping stones. Blind Matt was oblivious to Xian merely using his crewhead position as a springboard. He had no intentions of retiring on this ship. Therefore, his suggestion clicked with Xian. After Xian paid a fee of £10, he earned 1 hour of basic footwork lessons every morning for the next 3 days. Every lesson would result in a 30% chance of raising his basic footwork level. However, the highest advancement would not exceed Blind Matt's grasp of basic footwork LVL3. Blind Matt was very nervous, because he knew that he wasn't Xian's match in terms of fighting as well as managing. Therefore, this practice of footwork was a rare opportunity to showcase his capabilities, which exceeded Xian's. Although the number of pirates left guarding the ship wasn't a lot, he still requested Xian to train for an hour in the morning. Xian was also extremely proactive to his request, therefore, its conclusion was to everyone's delight and satisfaction. Xian succeeded in raising his basic footwork to LVL2 from the first 30% training. On the other hand, Blind Matt succeeded in contrasting his nimble footwork against Xian's clumsy one, winning the envious gasps of the observing pirates. After raising a level in basic footwork, finally Xian had made up for that particular shortcoming in his personal close combat capability. The three most crucial attributes regarding close combat are strength, agility, and physique. Strength determined your might and suppressive abilities during combat, agility determined reaction and speed, while physique determined how long one could last in battle. Based on the difficulty of this world, Xian's 12 points in strength, not inclusive of the title bonuses, due to limitations, was counted as above average. His impressive 170 HP could be hailed as extremely outstanding, the only flaw was his mere 8 points in agility. There is a philosophical wooden pail theory in the present world which was, the amount of water a pail can store is not dependent on the longest wooden plank but determined by the shortest one. Currently, Xian raised his basic footwork to LVL2, it was equivalent to upgrading his total power by 1 bound. Furthermore, he still had 2 more training opportunities with Blind Mat. If he could grasp it and raised his basic footwork LVL again, this would no doubt be a great boost to Xian's future plans. After settling these trifling issues, Xian once again went up to test-fire a musket in an attempt to see if he could nurture any sort of long-range combat abilities. Unfortunately, it was obvious that he had no talents whatsoever in that aspect. Any target beyond 5 meters would post a high probability of missing. It seemed like even if he wasted all the resources aboard the Bell and Mug completely, he would still not make half a level of improvement. Chris snuck up to his side wanting to sneakily test a few shots to satisfy his hand itchiness. Instead, the vice officer Robin immediately stood out, strictly opposing such wastage of resources behavior even though a minute ago he was the one who assisted Xian in loading up the musket. To the pirates, this sort of stormy and gloomy weather was akin to them taking an annual paid leave during the new year. Most pirate captains would station their ships within the port, and allow their crew to indulge to their heart's content. Of course their activities included prostitution, drinking, and gambling their entire fortune to the last penny. Therefore, once the weather clears up, these pathetic trash where some even sold off their pants would be complaining and once again give their all when plundering merchant ships. Even the disciplined Amand only enforced his subordinates to practice for about 1 hour in the morning before allowing them to rush in ecstasy to the bars and gambling dens. If not, these savages and uncouth bastards would never tolerate such regimes and flee to other ships. Furthermore, to the pirates, they were still experiencing a sort of recovering economic phase, therefore, every ship will actively recruit manpower which led veteran pirates who dared to fight would easily be welcomed to the other ships. Staying on a deserted pirate ship alone had no meaning. Xian decided to patron a bar to test his luck, at the same time try to mingle with any pirates who had high compatibility with him and who knows he may even receive a hidden mission. Sadly, after wasting an entire 2 hours, he realized that this sort of coincidental attempts had the same chance to winning a lottery ticket. Yet he suddenly recalled that worn-out cross that he exchanged from Old Bill, remembering that item was an invitation by a certain alchemist. At the point he had a little skepticism towards this, because Old Bill that bastard was not an honest person. In addition, his unreasonable pressuring left a very bad impression of him. Therefore, Xian did not harbor any high hopes towards this so-called alchemist, but since he had spare time now, Xian could afford to spend it on this as a way to pass time. Under directions from a pirate, Xian followed the motley flagstones as he walked towards the east end of the port. Due to the low visibility from the storm, the pleasant and flat flagstone pathway had turned into a rocky and dense swamp. If he was not careful, stepping on a loose flagstone would cause a splash of muddy water to spurt up from the yellowish puddles, splashing uncaringly onto the entire pants. It was even worse when a carriage passed by. From the profound cracks grinded out on the flagstones, one could tell that the main route of the port had not been maintained for at least the past 20 years. It was obvious that the owners of this free port, the Falk family, placed no concerns on carrying out maintenance of the port. Therefore, it was evident that the decline of their power within Tortuga Port was not by random. It was a miracle that the foundations laid by the former generations could even last until now. Although an alchemist gave an impression of only dealing with minerals and medicines, but actually their skills also comprised of purifying metals. Alchemy was created because people had a thirst of precious metals like the beautiful but rare gold. Therefore, every alchemist had the ultimate dream of researching how to make cheap metals like lead, iron and copper transform into gold. Gradually on this path of alchemy, they established the modern-time chemistry foundation. Ahead of Xian lies a typical house that an alchemist would stay in. It's covered with dense windows which would allow the poisonous gas to rapidly disperse outside through it. The pointed roof which provided an enlarged attic which almost certainly where the materials were stored. The surrounding mottled and chaffed walls suggested that fire was common here, but it seemed that the fire was extinguished as fast as starting it up. Sheehan knocked on the sliding, rugged and thick wooden door. No reply, except for a burst of fluttering wing sound. Then the door opened silently. It produced no such creaking sound that Sheehan was expecting. Welcoming him was an owl inside a beech wooden birdcage hung in front of the door. It tilted its head, using a pair of emerald pupils to stare at Sheehan. Sheehan noticed that the interior was spacious. The nearby table supported various used crystal beakers, test tubes, other olden distilling apparatus, a half-filled cup of coffee and even a remnant of suspiciously dried-up tray with meat sauce. Luckily there wasn't any flies buzzing around or he had to pay respect to this staunch appetite landlord. An old man wearing a pointed black hat was sitting 5 meters away on an experiment platform at the back. Hearing the sound he raised his head. He looked through the filthy test tubes which contained dark green sediments. Assisted by the combusting spirit lamp, he glanced at Sheehan's face. Naturally Sheehan's pathetic charm did more harm than good as this wrinkled-faced old man harshly scolded out. "Get out. This place doesn't welcome any crude or foolish brats." Sheehan quickly flashed out that worn-out cross, swaying it with his hand. This old man dazed out, reaching out his hand. He seemed like he wanted to examine the authenticity of this cross. After a moment, he impatiently said, "Looks like old Bill owed you a favor. However, he did not tell you, he still owes the grand alchemist, Mr. Pygan, £10 right." The astounded Sheehan replied, "What has that got to do with me?" Pygan coldly issued, "Since old Bill has gifted this cross to you, that means that he will not frequent my business anymore. That debt is considered a dead debt and thus it falls on you to repay it." Sheehan wanted to argue but he very swiftly realized it would be useless. This strange old man provided 2 options. One was to turn around and leave, the other was to obediently hand him £10. If he continued arguing, even the opportunity from this £10 may be destroyed. After forking out a payment, Sheehan finally received the rights to enjoy this alchemist's services. Under Pygan's instructions, Sheehan sat on a stool at the side. A weird painting was nailed onto the wall beside him. The mural had a sun with an outstanding beard smiling wickedly. On the lower right angle was a crescent moon with a small bell hanging on at the bottom. In an alchemist world, the sun was like gold, and moon represented silver. The underlying meaning of that painting referred to an alchemist's 2 ultimate goals. As the bored Sheehan wasted his time daydreaming on the stool, a black fog emerged from the terrible-looking table as though something combusted. It then scorched out characters one by one on the tabletop. Chapter 38, Bait and Fisherman. Chapter 38, Bait and Fisherman, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcasar. Welcome to the laboratory of the Grand Alchemist Mr. Pygan. Every equipment enhancement effect can only exist on one item, incapable of coexisting with other alchemy effect of additional enchantment, magic, effect. You have the privilege to obtain the following alchemist services: enhancing 11 equipment damage. Payment of £100 or 1,000 utility points, defense enhancement of absorbing additional 1 damage ability. Payment of £100 or 1,000 utility points. Enhancing 20 points of movement speed for your footwear. Payment of £500 or 5,000 utility points. This services is not applicable, because you do not have any foot equipment. Further explanations: Sheehan's current highest movement speed based on his agility is roughly 220 points. Enhance firearm class equipment's an additional round chamber. Payment of £1,000 or 10,000 utility points. This service is not applicable because you are not wielding any firearms class equipment. This enhancement nature to submachine gun class firearms is worthless. However, in this world of manual muskets, it is definitely an essential upgrade. Presently you can only acquire services up to here. Sheehan's jaw dropped in astonishment from looking at the list of notifications. After receiving the loot bonus from Captain Amand, he had a mindset that it was already a huge amount of money. Instead, this £1 that could not be brought out of this world, and could not be used to exchange for utility points, but looks like it other critical uses in certain areas. Sheehan fished out his already starting to shrivel up coin purse. There was still the sound of coins clinking against each other, but Sheehan already started regretting his flamboyant ways when he was loaded. After paying £200, Sheehan enhanced his cobalt steel exoskeleton by 11 damage, that FBI special windbreaker by 1 ability to absorb damage. However, he was only left with roughly £2 on hand, returning to the poverty state he had entered with into this world. Alchemist Pygan. After receiving payment, his attitude towards Sheehan became more courteous, reluctantly answering Sheehan's inquiries. What? You asked me how to initiate higher-level services. Oh, Lord, why did I hear such a stupid question? Kid, alchemy is a very, very, very wealth-consuming divine task. Therefore, high-level services would be at the expense of even costlier materials, investing alarming expenditure. Therefore, requesting for high-level services would first require proof of having adequate financial capabilities. Once you attained a degree of reliability through your payments, then you will receive my acknowledgement. All right, all right. After Sheehan left, his mind was wrecking with thoughts of earning money. However, he reckoned the only way to earn cash was to gamble at a bar. Only those pirates were relatively shrewd, even though Sheehan could rely on his high perceptive sensing to win much and lose little, and sneakily devise traps disguised as losses on purpose, but the pirates all carried a personal limitation. That was once they lost 2 to 3 pounds they would stop playing. Hence, after laboring for an entire afternoon, he only earned 10 pounds. This sort of speed was in no way adequate to satisfy the appetite of the greedy Mr. Pygan. During the evening, Sheehan returned to his personal cabin and prepared to rest. He had a training session with Blind Matt early the next morning. If he maintained his optimum status, then he had a better chance of raising a level for his basic footwork skill. However, at this moment Chris drifted into the cabin. Seeing his fake smile and clasped hands, Sheehan instinctively held his coin purse tightly and spoke out. What do you want? Sheehan cheerily replied. Heard you receive a huge loot bonus. I'm referring to the pound sterlings of this world. Sheehan softly brushed off. I didn't. Chris was like a chicken whose neck was choked. He suddenly burst out in exasperation. How can that be? Ciar clearly mentioned that a man divided several £100 to you. Then that's my problem, right? Sheehan replied bluntly. Chris unfolded his hands, helplessly saying, Oi, don't be like that, brother, I won't leech of you. How about I use utility points to buy your pound sterlings? 500 utility points for £500. If Sheehan had not gone to the alchemist today, he may have really done the deal. However, now that he understood that the valuation from this Chris brat was extremely unreasonable, enduring his anger he replied softly, What do you want so much money for? Chris was obviously well prepared, saliva splashing around as he spoke. Hey, buddy, I'm currently engaged in a mission. This mission requires a huge amount of pound sterlings to satisfy that greedy storyline character. Afterwards it will unlock an alchemist's laboratory. We will be able to enhance all sorts of mysterious attributes for our equipments. It is all ours. Don't hesitate, hand over your cash. Sheehan coldly replied, Your so-called alchemist is called Pygan, right? Chris was stunned for 3 seconds, then he exclaimed. Oh shit. How did you know? Sheehan retrieved a heavy coin purse. Within it the coins produced a mesmerizing clinking rhythm. Chris's eyes leaked out a blazing hope. Listen, the things I know far outweighs yours. You truthfully tell me what do you want to do with that £500 sterlings, then I will hand over this coin purse to you. You promise? Do you dare to use the nightmare imprint to initiate a contract? No problem. All right, you win. That greedy old crook has reached an astounding degree in being able to squeeze out money. If you are able to pay double the alchemist's price, then you will be able to acquire an alchemy scroll of a certain enhancement service which can be brought out of the nightmare realm. Certain excellent quality, best-selling alchemy scroll can even be sold for relatively high profits. Give the coin purse to me. Sheehan nodded his head, tossing over the heavy coin purse. He then chased Chris out of the cabin and locked the door. Finally he was able to lie on his wooden bed, folding his hands behind his head. Very quickly he heard a mournful cry from the outside. That voice came from Chris. His cry was due to realizing that the jam-packed coin purse was filled with pennies, Britain currency, fraction unit measurement. 1 pound sterling was worth 240 pennies, 1 shilling is worth 12 pennies, 1 pound sterling is worth 20 shillings. Brimming with anticipation, Chris opened up the bursting coin purse. The immense dip in expectations leading to disappointment was unimaginable. That coin purse belonged to a crafty gambler who used it to disguise as a wealthy man. Of course he ended up being beaten to a pulp by pirates and thrown out to the streets. His only bit of wealth was collected by Sheehan as a betting compensation. After obtaining this information, Sheehan instantly understood why the damned old bill would inflate the value of the cross by so much. The facts were that if someone was able to bring that cross coupled with his adequate charm and money, then he would at least earn 100% of the profits back. Chris naturally did not have the guts to return and argue with Sheehan. Following logic, during his dealings with Sheehan the way he was cheated was not in any way inferior to what he previously did. Sheehan doing this only regained his dignity slightly. Yet, Sheehan did not shut his eyes to sleep. A piercing smile leaked out from his lips as though he had been waiting for this a long time. Not long later, a short knocking sound transmitted from the outside. Sheehan's eyes flickered as he asked, "Who's that?" "It's me, Mr. Crewhead." The person speaking was obviously Vice Officer Robin. This man had hurriedly ran here and said, "I have no choice but to report to you, your cousin is going around borrowing cash with your name. On one hand he repeatedly announces your close relationship with him, on the other hand, he uses a very high-interest way to borrow money. If he does not return the money as well as the interests before the deadline, then I'm afraid he will face a huge problem, and may even implicate you." Obviously, this was the cunning Chris's retaliation. Previously, Sheehan proclaimed their close relationship to fulfill his agreement, therefore, now Chris was publicizing this news, leveraging on Sheehan's reputation to borrow money. After thinking for a moment, Sheehan immediately swung open his cabin door to find Chris. However, he underestimated Chris's contingency planning. Once he stepped out onto the deck, Chris was already on a sampan, reaching the shore in a few meters. In his hands was an extremely overloaded with noisy coin purse. More importantly, its interior consists fully of pound sterlings. Looking at Shane standing on deck, Chris laughed out in delight, loudly shouting, "Beloved cousin, don't worry, my loan deadline is 7 days later." Very obviously, after 7 days the two contestants would have already returned to the present world. But, who was to say Chris would not return here in the future? Even if he returned, it may not be with Sheehan. But from here on, Chris would no longer need to go near the bell and mug. As for Sheehan, he would not easily give up the crewhead position that required so much effort to obtain. Therefore, this meant that the debt Chris owed would be counted on Sheehan. If Sheehan defaulted on this debt, his reputation would surely plunge frantically. Sheehan naturally realized this point. Losing himself, he bellowed furiously, "You don't think of returning to the ship, just wait for the Tortuga patrol guards to capture and kill you." Chris regrettably shrugged his shoulders, giggling as he said, "I'll return after settling my affairs. Don't be angry, my beloved cousin. Mr. Ciar and me get along pretty well. Even if you don't allow me up the ship, he would still receive me." Sheehan could only watch helplessly as the sampan blended into the darkness. His expression looked helpless and furious, but only going nearer could one notice a slight cold grin forming on his lips. It was as though he was a hunter watching his prey falling into a pitfall. Chapter 39, Decaying Grief. Chapter 39, Decaying Grief. Translated by Chua. Edited by I and Alcázar. On the third morning, the weather finally cleared up. The glaring sun rays, spotless white beach, emerald green coconut trees and azure blue sky. This was the most beautiful scenery of the Caribbean Sea. However, within Tortuga Castle, everyone was trembling with fear and trepidation under the thunderous rage of little Lord Falk. They had no desire to appreciate such a scenery. The only thing on their mind was that Madame Lord Falk had been missing for 3 whole days. Furthermore, she may very well be suffering on Herb Island. Therefore, Tortuga Castle had dispatched their fastest ship out earlier. As usual, Sheehan continued his practice of basic footwork with blind Matt the next morning. Sadly, this morning's hard work ultimately did not raise a level of basic footwork. Still, he did not place much thoughts on that matter. When it was close to noon, that ship that was dispatched out sailed back swiftly into the port. However, at the masthead there was a black flag. That flag was called a mourning flag. It meant that an important person had passed away. The pirates were already extremely used to news of death. Regarding an important character, it was pretty clear-cut. Chief officer, or the captain, even crew head or navigator was a possibility. Accidents occurred daily out at sea. A black flag was a common sight, therefore nobody linked that mourning flag to the death of the noble Madame Lord Falk. At this point in time, Tortuga Castle was brimming with an extremely nervous atmosphere. It was as though all the servants had committed an error. Ever since Madame Lord Falk did not return to the ship, the originally cool and reclusive Lord Falk became greatly agitated. Once in a while he would vent his anger on his servants. Within the past 3 days, there were already over 10 corpses that had been carried out of the castle, all of whom were flogged to death. All of them suffered such a tragic fate because they had caused a tiny blunder in the form of bad food or even accidentally knocking over a plate. Therefore, nobody dared to go within a proximity of 10 meters to Lord Falk. These miserable servants could only carry out their necessary duties in trembling fear, and once they completed their task they would instantly leave. After the ship belonging to Tortuga Castle neared the shores, someone went ahead to report to Lord Falk. Afterwards a linen-wrapped corpse was lowered from the ship. On the thick shroud, there was a clear drenched trace. It was obvious that under the warmth of the Caribbean Sea, this rotting corpse had begun effusing out bodily fluid. Therefore those carrying the body had a heavy and cringing look, as though they would vomit at any second. The corpse was quickly carried to a broad hall on the third floor of the castle. This was also Lord Falk's personal area. Under normal circumstance, if a servant had wandered in here by mistake they would equally suffer a miserable fate. 2 seamen placed the body down and immediately hurried out. Looking at them covering their mouths, it was obvious that their vomit had already rose into their throats, using great effort to suppress themselves from spraying it everywhere. A total silence, leaving one the impression of a tomb. A housefly was attracted by the rotting stench, buzzing in from outside the window. Its life goal was to first indulge in a sumptuous meal and then laying hundreds of eggs before happily flying off. However, upon approaching the corpse, its wings that could flap for over 300 times per minute suddenly halted. The rich moisture in the air assembled from all over the port, forming into a piece of sparkling and pure ice cube, freezing the housefly within midair, as it crashed to the ground instantly. This tiny piece of ice was like brittle glass shattering into fragments upon impact. Of course the frozen housefly was not spared. At this moment, a hand wearing a black glove pushed open the door. Lord Falk with an unkempt beard strolled in. His appearance was dejected and depressed. If not for his wealthy outfit, he would have looked similar to a random hooligan on the streets of Tortuga Port. Inside his eyes was a dangerous and crazy glow. This was definitely not a good omen. Except for me, nobody has the right to touch her. Little Lord Falk pressed his left hand on his chest, unable to skip his lordly gracefulness, humbly bowing at the place that the housefly had fell. Not even a housefly. This lord then knelt by the dead body, extending his hands to slowly open up the linen cloth. A rich rotting stench surged in. But looking at little Lord Falk's expression, it was as though he did not even notice it. His actions were extremely gentle and precise, just like how a groom unveiled his wife with such warmth and affection. This action lasted throughout, opening the bag to reveal a soaked and bloated, decaying Sally Hepburn. Beloved Sally, welcome home. Little Lord Falk warmly embraced this drenched corpse, as though she was still deep asleep and he could wake her up. His eyes carried a dense sweetness akin to honey. I'll bring you to see your gardens. Yesterday a merchant ship delivered the black tulips you loved. Just based on this, don't you owe me a kiss? Little Lord Falk lovingly gazed at his wife. That swelling face and sulk had already dissipated from his face. This guy tightly embraced the corpse, passionately kissing the lips that were flowing with yellow liquid from the ulcerate swelling. After a brief moment, the entire Tortuga Castle could hear a agonizing wailing coming from the third floor. Upon hearing that sound, it gave one a heart-wrenching and suffocating sensation, just like a wolf, giving up a hysterical howl in a world of ice and snow. This irresistible sound reverberated throughout the castle for close to 15 minutes, and finally stopped. Not long after, Lord Falk, drenched in the pungent stench, reappeared to the audience. There was no way of telling any difference in him. Instead, the sun rays beating down on his body gradually darkened. The ruler of Tortuga Port declared his first command in 3 days: invite the great alchemy Mr. Pygan, pay him as much as he demands. Most importantly, I want to see him in person within the hour. Hurry up. Now. One had to admit that in the face of such a lucrative prospect, Mr. Pygan became extremely efficient and fast. After a mere 10 minutes, little Lord Falk's order was satisfied. After an hour, the old and decrepit Mr. Pygan was already brought to the prison beneath the castle. It was clear that this place had been tidied up. Any offender, no matter the crime, would be imprisoned here. Yet there was a moist, stale air inside this place. People with sinusitis would definitely sneeze profusely over here. After entering the second basement of the prison, the floor beneath the feet actually produced waves of cold air, rising up to the heart as though a person's bone marrow would likewise be frozen. Mr. Pygan mumbled a few words to himself, following that he mysteriously retrieved a circular neck glass bottle from a box on his hand. He drained the glass of light blue liquid in one gulp, simultaneously looking very revitalized from it. After little Lord Falk observed Pygan's actions, his pupils slightly shrank but continued to lead the way. He only stopped when he reached an extremely spacious underground room. This underground room was overwhelming cold. In the middle stationed a sparkling and translucent broad icy platform. Its height was as tall as a person's waist. Above the icy platform was placed a female corpse that had been fermented by the Caribbean rain for 3 days. Of course, due to the lower temperature of the ice, the stench it emitted had already reached an approachable level. Although saying like this is unmannerly, I still need to ask, what area can I assist you with? Mr. Peigan had endured watching the little Lord Falk gazing at the female corpse for 10 minutes and finally decided to say something. Little Lord Falk suddenly turned his head, his eyes was blazing with a raging insanity. Obviously he did not appreciate someone interrupting his train of thoughts. However, that intense mood was like a dragonfly touching the water, leaving as quickly as it came. The ruler of Tortuga Port spoke out with a hoarse voice, "My apologies, Mr. Peigan. I have not been sleeping well these days, and am feeling frustrated. Please examine this body for me, find the cause of death. Of course it will be better if you could deduce the assassinator. If you can, I will double the payment fees and materials." Alchemy Peigan raised his brows as he observed the body, his phrased with words with relative eloquence. "Respected Lord Sir, old Peigan is merely an alchemy practitioner, this skill is not my domain. Furthermore, this female corpse has already decayed severely. My God, will you grant me a miracle today?" Unknowingly, the stern like an iceberg little Lord Falk was already holding onto an ash-brown-colored pouch. This pouch looked similar to any ordinary pouch, however its appearance radiated a layer of glow, as though a clear river covered it. This was a model high-grade alchemy material. The old senile-looking Peigan nimbly thought of a legend upon seeing that pouch, and linked it with an extremely high-level item. His lips began to tremble violently. Isn't this the endless gold pouch? Chapter 40, The Truth and Poaching. Chapter 40, The Truth and Poaching. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. From the legends, this was the first valuable and most precious object amongst Cortez's treasure, endless gold pouch. Furthermore, within Cortez's treasure the other legendary object was the Fountain of Youth, that was rumored to grant immortality. The treasure island that was filled with danger and riches was hailed as the third legendary object. Rumor has it that the endless gold pouch would generate a fixed quantity of gold daily. This undoubtedly was the pinnacle of alchemy. Not one alchemist was able to reject such an enticement, not one alchemist would not tremble with ecstasy upon seeing this legendary treasure. "Fulfill my wish, then your wish will also be fulfilled." Little Lord Falk's voice echoed within the entire room, it carried a grimly deep and imposing tone. Yet, Alchemist Peigan no longer cared about all these, frenziedly opening up his case. What was astonishing was that the space within this case seemed to be infinite, as he hastily assembled together a wide experimenting platform. Above it was an ignited spirit lamp, disarrayed test tubes and a clutter of books. He hurriedly allocated and mixed different chemical compounds. Following that, Peigan increased the intensity of the spirit lamp. Finally he poured a colorless liquid from the test tube onto the lower belly of the corpse. He then leaned forward to examine it closely. After confirmations, he adopted a professional tone as he offered his first deduction. Before dying, she was raped by someone. After saying this sentence, an echo resounded in the room. The echo sounded similar to a layer of ice being cracked open. Peigan spun round in surprise. He could feel that the cold air of the room had intensified a little. Sweeping slightly with his suspicious eyes, he once again focused onto the dead body. At the point, little Lord Falk seemed to be resisting something as he struggled to speak. "You sure?" Just like any great master when their professional skills were being questioned, Peigan indignantly raised his voice. "Lord, I just used a reagent produced from mixing rear grass extract and cuttlefish ink. Not only does this reagent provide great benefits for the male prostate, it has another unknown property. That is, when the liquid comes into contact with a male's semen, it will turn scarlet. Just look at that part of her." Little Lord Falk slanted his head. After a while he softly said, "The cause of death." Peigan raised his brows as he observed. He then bluntly put on his gloves and examined the corpse, giving out his answer. "There is no obvious wounds, it should be choking. Oh, look at her neck bone. When a normal person dies, it is impossible to demonstrate such a posture. She should have been choked to death. Either that or the murderer strongly snapped her neck. Oh, wait." Peigan continued to rummage through the body, prying apart her hand. An incomplete necklace dropped to the floor within her palm, giving out a sharp metal collision sound. She should have been holding on to this before her death. It looks like an important item to this poor lady. Could it be a memento from her family? Little Lord Fok marched forward with big steps, snatching the necklace and raising it to eye level. His voice was like a thunderous echo resounding throughout an empty cave. Impossible. This is a shoddy brass necklace, her personal accessories would have been of better quality. Right, she should be wearing a gold pearl ring on her finger. That is the only treasure of its kind in the Caribbean Sea. Did you discover it? My apologies, I only discovered this necklace. Paigan very composedly continued. Looks like this matter is clear. This lady's valuable accessory had attracted the covetous look of a greedy brat. After being brutally raped, she was murdered. Before she died, she probably grabbed onto the murderer's necklace while struggling and tightly held onto it. Find him. Little Lord Fok hysterically howled in anger, his voice even caused the surround ice walls to vibrate. Find him. Immediately. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Paigan hurriedly replied, he wasn't afraid of him, it was just that little Lord Fok's left hand was still tightly clutching onto that pouch. That endless gold pouch, representing the ultimate treasure of an alchemist. He then adopted an assuring tone. I swear to you that I will surely find him. Just give me 10 minutes. First, please let go of the endless gold pouch. Seeing you pressing it with great strength is causing my heart to twitch violently. This will affect my working efficiency. Little Lord Fok snorted, inhaling in a few deep breaths. He finally managed to suppress his inner fury. Paigan fished out a crucible from his case, once again forming a stove on the ground. Following that, he filled the crucible with a certain liquid, then placing it on the stove, he ignited the wood beneath, setting up a bright yellowish flame as it cheerfully licked against the bottom of the crucible. The dry twigs crackled inside the makeshift bonfire, as the spiraling smoke from the combusting resin blended with the pungent chemical aroma. It gave off a strange sensation, and finally everything returned to quietness. Paigan gazed steadily at the crucible. Even though the flames below were huge, the liquid looked like it solidified, making no movements. Little Lord Fok paced about back and forth impatiently like a trapped beast, sinking into an endless wait. At this time, Xian had entered a bar that was closest to Tortuga Castle. Because once that gap appeared in his previous scheme, staying on the ship would allow his pursuers to simply chase up and catch a turtle in a jar, Chinese idiom meaning set oneself as an easy target. Furthermore, Tortuga port on the island was average-sized. It did not have the complications due to certain regions being closed off. Hiding someone in a short period of time is still roughly manageable. Xian settled on a position adjacent to the street on the second floor of the bar. Because of this, he once again paid an additional fee of £1, but over here he could casually observe the movements around Tortuga Castle. Once he notices that the patrol guards started flocking out like ants that got stabbed, the first thing would be to flee deep into the island. Chris's party had proven a fact, that was that even though the Tortuga patrol guards were relatively valiant when congregated together, the contestants that fled to the depths of the island was beyond their reach, unable to do anything about it. Just as he was engrossed in the exterior movements, the bartender suddenly came up, placing a glass of cocktail that was still blazing with flames. This drink was called Fiery Red Lips, probably the bar's trademark cocktail. Its selling price was also relatively high. Xian suspiciously raised his head and said, "Sorry, I think you got the wrong table." The bartender shook his head in reply. "This drink has already been paid for." Xian was stumped for words, filtering his thoughts rapidly in his mind, yet he could not connect a person to this. However, once he raised his head again, a red bandana met his eyes. A man with two tiny flinging and pretty beards started ascending the stairs, elegantly poised as he toasted to Xian with a smile. Xian's heart fired up, but he only took in a deep breath as he leaked out a smile and toasted back. "Good morning, Captain Jack Sparrow." Upon hearing that, Jack Sparrow expressed an amazed look, shrugging his shoulders as he laughed. "Oh, I did not recall getting a promotion, but that should be an inevitable fact." Due to having done such a shameful deed by using his lover to set up this main lead, Jack Sparrow, Xian felt guilty and thus momentarily forgot that Jack's father was still healthy and had not retired. Thus, he committed the error of calling Jack a captain. Instead, he very quickly composed himself, and started chatting up with Jack. One had to admit, Jack Sparrow was a character with exceptional charm. His eloquence coupled with exaggerated hand gestures and expression, his smart words were like a string of pearl, Chinese idiom it means endless witty remarks, it gave one the cleansing feeling of a spring wind. Unconsciously getting intoxicated by him. After a short chat, they were both fairly agreeable. Borrowing this fairly amicable atmosphere, Jack Sparrow told Sheehan his reason for visiting. It was obviously to poach a man's kroner and invite Sheehan to join the Black Pearl. Currently, Sheehan's reputation had reached an amicable 913/3000 amongst the pirates. He was definitely not an intricate nameless thug. Furthermore, facing the impending storm previously, Sheehan took over command and he actually managed to rally a group of drunkards with an astonishing success, thus enabling the Bell and Mug to take the lead in leaving. This capability was seen by everyone on board the Black Pearl. After a series of investigations, they decided to carry their poaching action. Of course, Sheehan's qualifications were still pretty superficial. If he went over, he could only be a bottom-class member at the Black Pearl. However, Jack Sparrow sincerely promised, saying that the third officer was going to retire after one last voyage. He would then raise Sheehan's position. Following logic, encountering such a good opportunity, Sheehan should have immediately agreed, but his scheme had just started to take effect. If he went to the Black Pearl now, he would be able to successfully complete his mission. However, that would mean sacrificing too many things. More importantly, Sheehan had already committed the crime of framing this handsome and charming Jack Sparrow behind his back. Although the chances of being exposed were low, there was still a relatively immense pressure on his heart. Even though there was no such lie-detecting device, there was still alchemy, the voodoo cult and its witchcraft. Afraid that even a dead person may not keep a secret. Therefore, Sheehan tacitly replied that he needed time to consider, exposing a suspicious expression, giving an appearance that his thoughts and his expression were conflicting. Chapter 41, Fury. Chapter 41, Fury, translated by Chua, edited by I. Although Jack Sparrow was pretty bummed out by failing to recruit Sheehan, he still noticed Sheehan's deep desire through his hesitation. He then laughed as he diverged the discussion to women. This topic was obviously his forte. After Sheehan feigned several lines, coincidentally mentioning that he had a secret fetish for sophisticated women and even other people's wife, the future Captain Jack's eyes glowed as if he found a kindred spirit. Thus they became more complimenting in their chatting. Through this style of conversation, Sheehan realized that Jack Sparrow was not considered a playboy, saying from a deeper perspective, he should be an emotional and passionately devoted person. If he had to use an example, that would be Duan Yu's dad in the film, Tian Long Babu, Chinese show martial arts show. This sort of person loved many women, but their feelings for each individual were real, therefore, they constantly felt harsh emotional pains as much as their tireless enjoyment. Furthermore, Jack Sparrow was not yet an unrestrained and frivolous man. From his speech one was able to vaguely pick up the great ambition of being a pirate lord. Just when their conversation was in full swing, the short and honest Mr. Joshamy trotted up the stairs. He flashed a glance at Sheehan and proceeded to speak a few words into Jack's ears. Presently, Jack Sparrow was intensely arguing about the most outstanding and mesmerizing female part, where it was the butt or chest. Once he heard Joshamy's words, he could only shrug his shoulders, and regrettably sigh. I have to admit, Joshamy brought me a bad news. Something cropped up on the Black Pearl. I have to rush back. I'm afraid we have to save this merry conversation for another time. Sheehan smiled and toasted. Accidents always lingers around us. No matter the case, it would not be as bad as the time I racked my brains out to hook up with a girl in Malacca while she was on her inconvenient days of the month. Jack Sparrow spaced out a moment, followed by an uncontrolled loud laughter. Raising his pirate hat a little before giving a humble bow, he then left the bar. Such an elegant demeanor even captivated a male like Sheehan. Its mesmerizing powers towards women was unimaginable. Looking at Jack's departing figure, Sheehan could tolerate no longer, once again activating his insight ability. Even though he was already in jeopardy economically wise, faced with this character that can be said to be the #1 legend in the Caribbean Sea, he could not resist this notion. Especially when the opposite party's status had already changed from stranger to friendly. The ability, insight, should be able to search for deeper information, right? After activating his insight ability, Sheehan waited for quite some time before receiving notifications from the Nightmare imprint. Jack Sparrow, legendary pirate ship, Black Pearl, Chief Officer, height, weight, strength, points agility, points physique, points perceptive sensing, points charm 50 points. This value has reached the upper boundary of this world. Intelligence, points spirit, points basic skill, unknown advanced skill, unknown combat ability, unknown rank 7 special passive ability, authentic luck. Summary: Unknown. Although this was a long list, in reality there were only 2 credible points, the first being Jack Sparrow's exceptionally high charm of 50 points. Based on the pointer at the back, his charm may have been capped by the highest limit of the Nightmare World, or it could have been higher. The second was that this main lead had a rank 7 special passive ability, Authentic Luck. After digesting this information and rapidly reflecting and analyzing it, he finally established certain inference. Under the boundaries of the world, there was a possibility that someone's, inclusive of storyline characters or contestants, individual attributes could reach a maximum of 50 points. Unable to break through this limitation. B. To a contestant, breaking through 50 points might be a dividing line. C. Various abilities of contestants and storyline characters can be categorized into different ranks. Rank 1 should be the lowest, and his personal ability that he had was probably too common, there was no chance of ranking it, or probably there was some other profound principles. D. As the name implies, Authentic Luck, this ability should be an extremely rare and mighty ability. The main lead was able to constantly turn peril into safety, misfortunes into blessings. He spared no delay in relying on it for a comeback in a moment of life or death. This skill had a position of rank 7, therefore one can attempt to estimate that the highest top-notch skill would be tough to exceed 9 ranks. E. After personally inspecting Jack Sparrow and encountering so many unknown variables, it meant that his powers vastly outweighed his. Believe that if not for Sheehan's prior conversation raising his friendship value, those 2 attributes would be similarly unknown. Therefore, not within a very long period of time, Captain Jack Sparrow was definitely not a wise enemy to make. At this moment the bartender came again and poured a glass of alcohol for Sheehan. Thick foamy bubbles rolled within the golden-colored alcohol. It looked like a hallucination of a 1,000-minute boiling world, mesmerizing people. Away from here, directly 4 kilometers underground, Pygon's crucible liquid finally started boiling. Looking at the boiling liquid in the crucible, Pygon then retrieved a brown glass bottle from his case. He handled the glass bottle in such a cautious manner for fear of infecting it. Following that, Pygon sprinkled fine powder into the pot, which caused the liquid to immediately combust, transforming into a violet-black flame. In a flash the flames consumed the entire pot, engulfing its surrounding as it formed into a violet-black bonfire. This violet-black flames disappeared as fast as it came. Even the solid ground surface started to melt, leaving a deep hole 1/2 meter deep and 2 meters wide. What was strange was that from the center of the hole a chilling to the bone air shot out, surrounding the nearby atmosphere, forming a round indistinct white mist. This could not be felt on the skin, but the chill leaked into the bone marrow. It was an extremely strange and mysterious abnormality. Pygon exerted strength attempting to lift the female corpse on the ice bed into the hole, but he was harshly pushed aside by little Lord Falk. He personally carried his precious wife's corpse, and placed it steadily into the hole. Pygon fished out a dark green bottle, very carefully sprinkling a little onto the body. At the same time he chanted several profound words. Consecutively, the surface of the body started to emit a faint glow. Looking at the intensity of the glow, Pygon raised his brows as he gritted his teeth and sprinkled more powder. However, the glow remained the same. This powder was purchased using a high price. It was the dried blood of a 9-headed beast. 1 small bottle was worth half of his fortune. Therefore, he felt heartache. Furthermore, what Pygon was doing currently was not fully alchemy, it was the spirit black magic that he had grasped. Regrettably, it looked to have little effects. Pygon glanced at the endless gold pouch that little Lord Falk was holding. He painfully bit his lips, pouring the entire bottle of powder out. Concurrently, the glow flourished, as a faint vapor flowed up from the female corpse, gathering in mid-air and not dissipating, metamorphosing into an apparition-like existence. This spirit looked exhausted. The glow on her body was stable, as though it could be blown and scattered at any time. Sally. Beloved Sally. Little Lord Falk charged to the front of the spirit and knelt, frenziedly calling out like an injured beast. Instead, Pygon immediately obstructed his barbaric behavior, furiously scolding out. Respected Lord Sir. I have not attained control of spirit. This is only a fraction of her memory before she died. Because the decomposed rate of the body was already advanced, this fragments of memories are pretty disorganized and scattered. If you continue being rash, then all my efforts would have been for nothing. Little Lord Falk dejectedly shifted to the side, while Pygon retrieved a wooden basin filled with fresh water. He then started chanting a spell along with a set of complicated hand gestures. The white vapor in the air gradually floated towards the wooden basin. Also, the water inside started to form several disorderly and messy images. It was the memories of the dead Madam Lord Falk. In order to exact revenge, little Lord Falk absorbed himself into the images. He was determined not to miss out on any detail. Very quickly, little Lord Falk's expression changed from a pale white to a reddish fury and finally into ashen. It must be acknowledged that Pygon's black magic was quite proficient. The images formed started to turn supremely clear as the 1080p resolution of the Pirate of the Caribbean movie in theaters. Katika. Jovan. Jack Sparrow. After viewing the entire memory log, little Lord Falk stood up as he seemed to be at a loss. Waves of cold air was blowing out from his body. The feeling it gave to others could only be described as zombie. His voice was struggling to break forth within his empty chest, giving one a feeling that the entire world has turned gray. In his heart, 2 targets were added onto his slaughter list. That was the living Katika and Jack Sparrow. Chapter 42, Confusion. Chapter 42, Confusion. Translated by Chua, edited by I. Evidently, as long as Katika and Jack Sparrow lived for another day, then the green hat on little Lord Falk would never fade away. To him, his prior deep emotions were like a huge laughing stock. Such an insult could only be cleansed with the blood of his enemies. Of course, to Sheehan this doesn't mean that little Lord Falk would spare him or even be treated with this notion of, brother, thanks for getting rid of the slut for me. He was similarly included into the blacklist of little Lord Falk. As the proverb goes, revenge against my father's killer, hatred for stealing my wife. Sheehan had gloriously occupied one of the 2 greatest hatreds. Except from a hatred perspective, these 2 handsome and cunning, guard Katika, and the graceful Jack Sparrow occupied the top spot. Before finishing those 2, if Sheehan did not offer himself foolishly to Lord Falk, then this green hat mister would not take initiative to find trouble for him. Pygon had also witnessed and understood the memories of Madame Falk, therefore, he could comprehend what the noble Lord Falk was feeling. Although he had not obtained the coveted, endless gold pouch, he remained silently beside him. Instead, little Lord Falk turned his head over, staring at him with an emotionless pair of eyes, softly saying, "Take it, this is your reward." After saying he tossed the endless gold pouch over. Pygon elatedly reached out his hand to receive it. Who knew that at the moment when he was about to receive the pouch, little Lord Falk suddenly drew out his mythical icy blue sword across his waist, stabbing in with a deadly viciousness. This old man Pygon's pupils contracted, a clump black glow appeared in his left hand. Palm. It flew towards the opposite little Falk. Little Lord Falk did not dodge or run, allowing that frightening corrosive ball of magic to strike his right chest. His flesh and clothes immediately crackled out with light yellow fumes, yet his sword had already emotionless penetrated that precious, endless gold pouch, and pierced into the right hand of the old man Pygon. A layer of frosty ice formed instantly on his right hand and rapidly fissured. Old man Pygon cried out in agony, not sure if his pain was because his right arm had been crippled or because the endless gold pouch was ruined. At this moment, an owl-like shrill sounded out from Pygon's case. It suddenly turned red and hot, followed by an explosion releasing a dense smoke. Old Pygon seized the opportunity and used his remaining left hand to cover his mouth and nose and flee. Just when he reached the entrance of the prison, he felt a slight shudder on the ground. Following that blue smoke spiraled up into the air, a huge horse raised its hoof and charged forward, driving its head heavily onto old Pygon. It was the huge demonic horse Mamor. Upon impact, old Pygon was knocked back by 5 to 6 meters. He landed on a solid flight of stairs, rolling onto hardly on the protruding concrete, looking like he broke at least 7 to 8 of his bones. His frozen right arm had already been shattered into oblivion like ice to his shoulders, leaving a wound at the end which had a distorted purplish color as though his bones, flesh and blood vessels coagulated together. Blood leaking from his mouth had already dyed his chest red. He only held concurrent post as an alchemist and black magician. His physique was far from a warrior's composition. At this point, little Lord Falk's figure emerged from within the floating dust. His hair had already turned white. Glancing at the huge corroded injury atop his chest, old Pygon's dying expression flashed with sudden realization. Coughing, so, you actually gave it up. Little Lord Falk's eyes were icy cold. He was completely devoid of emotions. Regrettably, I have to end your life here, but the Falk family has always been true to their words. The endless gold pouch will be buried together with you. After listening to his, old Pygon's eyes flashed with a comforting light, and it swiftly faded out, dead. Little Lord Fok mounted his demon horse, Mamor. His white long hair swayed against the wind, depositing mottled hoarfrost everywhere. His voice sounded like windlass, as though his chest had been knocked for 1,000 times, covering the entire castle in an unparalleled manner. "Katika, where are you?" Looking at the lazy patrol guards strolling about on the streets, Xian felt flabbergasted. Following logic, Lady Lord Fok's body had already been escorted into the castle for nearly 6 hours. This period of time was enough to bring about an action. Yet, Tortuga Castle was as peaceful as any other day. Following the reasonable thinking of this world, it should be because they couldn't deduce the culprit. However, after Madame Lord Fok's death, there should at least be procedures like wearing black armbands or firing the cannon in salute and grief. Unless, a sudden notion jolted like electricity in his heart. The extended period of silence signified that something frightful was about to break out. This delayed reaction should represent two deductions. One was that the entire Tortuga Castle completely treated this event lightly, but the other deduction was that the castle's owner was buried deep in his grief. In addition, he was unable to find the culprit and sunk into complete despair. This model of thinking meant that the eventual consequences would be insanity and may even start a wide-scale destruction. If that's the case, Xian immediately thought that staying here would not be a wise decision. If things developed exactly like he guessed, then Tortuga Castle was now a ticking time bomb. The closer he was, the more he would be affected. If he wanted to completely hide from the storm, then following his initial plan to make haste to the inner district of the island is definitely the best decision. However, this chaotic situation would imply more opportunities to fish in troubled water, Chinese idiom to take advantage of a crisis for personal gain. If Xian wanted to fish out great credits in a fire, then immediately returning to the bell and mug would be the best choice. The sky gradually darkened, the bustling Tortuga port became brightly lit as usual, the aroma of rum and roasted meat filled the atmosphere. Xian stood at the bow of the bell and mug as he gazed into the distance. In his heart was an unclear and perplexed feeling. He could sense an impending massive crisis within this port, but when was this crisis going to happen, he was unable to predict. This sort of waiting suspense was really a torture. Besides, Xian had no choice but to wait. He had to wait. A line of fire lit up the darkness. It looked like the upwards gush of blood when a person's neck got slashed. Following, the glow of fire spread out like a turbulent announcement. The rate of dispersion was like a flood, leaving one speechless. In a flash it engulfed all the houses. It was obvious that the culprit had already made meticulous plans and arrangement. The blaze charged towards the heaven, producing an oppressive sound from far. It was like the horizon had two gigantic hands, clapping with great force. There was an unexplainable pressure in the air, rising up slowly like a river tide. That majestic brilliance looked as though it wanted to swallow up the heavens and the earth. The raging blaze reflected onto the initially permeated by darkness sails and also against the slender and majestically gorgeous gigantic hull. Above it was a chaotic battle scene. The battling parties were actually the Tortuga patrol guards and the pirates. The Black Pearl was under attack. Xian's eyes suddenly blazed up with a fiery passion. He deeply inhaled, trying to suppress his billowing emotions. Presently, most of the pirates were aware of this situation, swarming onto the deck like ants, as they frantically pointed towards the distant Black Pearl. Under the leaping blaze, one could make up that the Black Pearl pirates were resisting with great resilience, but because of this abrupt conflict, their casualties were heavy as they retreated little by little. At this crucial moment, a white-haired rider rode in on a huge uncompelling horse, as it gently stepped onto a footboard and ascended the Black Pearl. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be exuding a rather relaxed aura, as though he was just here to admire the scenery. But unknowingly, upon looking at this figure, everyone's heart beat with a plaintive wail. An ominous neighing. "Where is Jack Sparrow?" That white-haired rider boomed with a steady tone. His voice carried a thick nasal sound, like his nose was clogged from a flu. Although he was far from the bell and mug by close to 2 kilometers, but for some unknown reason, the people here could also hear his voice. Yet the pirates on the Black Pearl held no joking intent, immediately releasing a glaring signal into the sky from the ship's bow, exploding with a sorrowful glow in the sky. "It's the guarding signal flare," a veteran old pirate cried out. "The Black Pearl requests aid." The guarding signal flare is a contract object by the British for arms and merchant ships. If any party that previously signed a guarding contract, they could use it to request for aid in an emergency. In view that the British Queen at the time had issued lots of license for personal plunder to many merchant ships, many armed merchant ships had pirates moonlighting. At a later period, even though the British ships had internal strifes on sea, once they encounter a dilemma they could request for aid. Therefore, these guarding signal flares were also passed on to Navy fleets and pirate ships. Chapter 43, Real Intention is revealed in the end. Chapter 43, Real Intention is revealed in the end. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Currently, people still highly valued oaths and contracts. After seeing the signal flare, pirate ships immediately leaned over to aid. However, the legendary pirate ships, Queen Anne's Revenge and the Flying Dutchman unusually chose to take a neutral stance, raising their sails sailing away into the distance. Although many pirates flogged over to help, the Black Pearl's Captain Old Jack and Chief Officer Jack Sparrow did not surface. This caused the pirates to sink into an individual battle, a group without a head, giving rise to a particularly chaotic situation. A man had also stepped out to the deck, resting his hand on the hilt of his silver sword. He stared at the white-haired rider on the Black Pearl as his eyes leaked out a murderous gaze, his ambitions on the verge of bursting forth. A few days ago, when battling against the Paragon fleet, a man's reputation had rose to number 1 just beneath the other 3 legendary pirate ship captains. Ever since, he was like the head of the pack. If he could oppose the Tortuga's owner by himself and lead the masses to a victory, then his reputation would surely not be second to the likes of Blackbeard and Davy Jones. Surpassing them in the future would definitely not be a difficult thing. Just as Amand had decided to give his orders, Sheehan took a deep breath and called out, "Captain. If I didn't see wrongly, the one on top of the Black Pearl should be Little Lord Falk, right?" Amand tilted his head, his eyes glimmering as he replied, "That's right." Sheehan glanced at him without fear, saying, "Although we don't know the reason for Little Lord Falk's fanatical attacks on the Black Pearl, but right now the whole Tortuga nest had come out, their guarding forces are extremely thin." Till here, Sheehan's eyes exhibited a greedy flash, lowering his voice and schemingly asked, "Why don't we make a little fishing trip?" A man's heart was stirred, he swept the battlefield again with his eyes. Currently, there were at least 5 to 6 ships that responded to the call, completely sealing the waters around the Black Pearl. Fire sounds from the muskets boomed in multiple successions, smoke had engulfed the area and the hand-to-hand combat was at its climax. The spectacle was desperate and chaotic. If they rushed over, there would be difficulties for the Bell and Mug to close in. Why not assault Tortuga Castle, which was staying clear of the enemy's main force and striking at its weak point? If they could force Little Lord Falk to return, then no doubt the credit would be his to take. Even if Little Lord Falk was stubborn and persisted on, they would still fish up bountiful loot. In short, plundering was more pleasurable than rescuing. Even though his heart had already acknowledged Sheehan's suggestion, Amand purposely paused for a moment. After deliberating through thoroughly, his hungry eyes emitted a verdant ray, using a greedy expression, and declared, That is my exact sentiments." The pirates simultaneously cheered. They were ready to bleed and strive, but on one side, after risking their lives in a wild slaughter, they would only receive a word of thanks from their ally. On the other side, they could avoid the chaos and carry their plundering. Even a fool would choose the better path. A man's wit was profound, just a light sentence was needed to steal Sheehan's suggestion as his. He completely marginalized him. "Siar, Matt. This time you guys lead the way, bring a few young guys with you. But don't bring too many to prevent other bastards from catching on to us, the quick-footed will climb up first." After calling out these 2 names, his lips curled into a sinister grin. The peace has been established for far too long, they actually made the first move against the pirates. Let them have a taste of blood and steel. Electing Siar was not at all by chance, logically it should be the chief officer Harry that should lead, however his head injury from the Paragon fleet battle had not healed completely. Therefore, Siar was naturally the next in command, but for Blind Matt, this vice crew head, his election seemed to be random but was actually considered. The Falk family had governed Tortuga Port for an entire 70 years, the riches it contained should probably pile up like mountains. Once breaching through, the rewards would be immeasurable. If he did not have his trusted aide in Blind Matt to keep watch, how would Amand let Siar go in peace? Amand as a ship's commander had already elaborately considered. As a future pirate lord, Amand was obviously not someone that would be easily blinded by riches. Although Tortuga Castle's hidden 70 years of wealth was simply alluring, tonight's events were extremely strange. The Black Pearl was actually assaulted by Little Lord Fawk. According to logic, both like-minded legendary pirate ship actually chose to spectate. At least half of the pirate ships were also biding their time. Under such circumstances, risking danger and attacking is essential, but more critically they had to first locate a retreating route for the Belle and Mug. Furthermore, a man's perceptive sensing was outstanding. He could feel a faint feeling of extreme danger in his heart. Thus, he calculated that he should not step out of his own ship tonight. From a man's perspective, by staying guard on this ship, then when the pirates returned from a rewarding journey, they would return to the Belle and Mug. Furthermore, if there was an unforeseen hazard, a man could immediately raise his sails and flee. This ship was specialized in speed. If their pursuers were neither the Black Pearl nor the British Royal Navy flagship, they had nothing to fear and could easily escape. Therefore, keeping watch as a man's exceptionally shrewd behavior, it was a brilliant move that could easily attack or retreat. Time rapidly sped by. Very swiftly, almost 2 hours had passed. The battle atop the Black Pearl continued. A man's good pirate captain friend sent bits and pieces of reports over time. In the report it mentioned that during 5 in the afternoon, Tortuga Castle had dispatched its butler to invite the captain of the Black Pearl and its chief officer Jack Sparrow to attend a banquet, saying that they needed to negotiate about this year's sugar cane quota. However, only old Jack attended while Chief Officer Jack Sparrow did not. Another report mentioned that someone spotted the Chief Officer Jack Sparrow at the west of the island. The last piece of report mentioned that somehow Tortuga Castle had obtained news of the pirates wanting to revolt against the port and ransack it. Therefore, they took the first strike. All this information was extremely messy. Truths and false could not be differentiated. This witty man actually sunk into a period of deep thinking. Attempting to connect such a messy picture and seek for the truth now was simply an arduous and unrewarding journey. There was one crucial point. Sheehan may not be the only person that thought of Tortuga Castle's slim defense at the moment. The reason why Sheehan's primary reaction amidst this social upheaval was because he already had some sort of mental preparation for this situation. Furthermore, triggering this atrocity of plundering Tortuga Castle and even thousands of other scenarios were earlier swirling through Sheehan's mind previously. Therefore, he appeared calm and cool-headed in the face of such an event. Visibly, a few pirate ships had already begun to raise their skull flags and started to send their subordinates to rush into the familiar streets of Tortuga, except this time they frantically brandished their sabers and held the identity of a pirate instead of a civilian. Instead, the merchants or workers in the port were also not sitting ducks. Thus, in a brief moment, the entire bustling Tortuga port was thrown into a smoky bloodbath. A man towered at the tip of the Belle and Mug. His back was perfectly straight. He folded his hands and gazed at the distant and chaotic Tortuga port. His gaze had gradually intensified. Standing beside him, Sheehan was also breathing deeply in the faint traces of smoke brought about by the breeze of the Caribbean Sea. It seemed like he was concerned, but deep within his heart was a cold grin. Things were actually going as planned. To the Sheehan who single-handedly constructed this storyline, he could clearly guess what Amand was worrying about. It was obviously the small plundering task force that comprised of Blind Matt and Ciar. Based on the time, if things went smoothly for the task force, they should have already sent back a report. Any delays would undoubtedly mean two possibilities. A possibility, after successfully infiltrating into the defenseless Tortuga Castle, they looted an immense amount of treasure. B possibility, the infiltration was not smooth, casualties were heavy. If possibility A arises, then the pirates en route back to the Belle and Mug had lost control due to the chaos happening on the streets of the port. After those red-eyed greedy pirates had noticed Ciar's group carrying the huge loot, even fools could guess what they would do. Ciar's group would definitely be surrounded and suffered heavy casualties. No matter what the outcome, this dispatched pirate task force would definitely suffer from the lack of manpower. This was definitely not what Amand hoped to see. The Belle and Mug had already recently lost too many capable members. Once this dispatched task force met with any accidents, Amand's personal powers could no longer be described as heavy injuries. It was like sliding down by one grade. This was not inclusive of the spoils of war that they successfully looted. In a moment, the surrounding people all recognized Amand's hesitation and hard-pressed predicament, but nobody said anything. Nobody dared to say anything. This scenario had sunk into an embarrassingly silent situation. Only the sound of waves and muffled fighting was clear to the ears. Amand gazed at the blazing red Tortuga night sky, his right hand subconsciously pressing onto the hilt of his sword, clutching it tightly and loosening his grip. Clutching again and loosening, it seemed like a decision was tough to make. Suddenly Sheehan gasped. In the gathering dusk, the sea humbly swayed. Sheehan stood at the edge of the ship, his body apparently blending into the deep and boundless sea. It brought an unexplainable mysteriousness and peculiarity. His gasp sounded like correlated with the ocean's tide. After a while he finally said a sentence. This sentence was directed while looking into a man's eyes. It was extremely sincere, coming from the bottom of the heart. But only a well-informed person could decipher the degree of shamelessness carried in this phrase. This phrase had been planned for a long time, painstakingly with much effort. But this phrase completely struck the crux of this puzzle, thus completely revealing his real intentions of this setup at the end. Chapter 44, Good Brother. Chapter 44, Good Brother. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. And Alcázar. Tortuga port was buzzing with violence. There was still a concern for the small force that was dispatched out. Sending out any reinforcement team would be a man's only reassuring choice. However, this ship still had an X factor, Sheehan. This was the greatest reason for a man's hesitation. To a man, Sheehan is extremely talented but someone that had not completely won over his trust. Unsure why, Amand always had a queer feeling in his heart. Sheehan was like a double-edged sword. Using it well would bring great destruction to his opponents, but if he managed it wrongly, then it would turn around and stab him. The question posed to Amand now was, personally, he needed to stay on the Bell and Mug to maintain command of the ship. A ship without a captain is like a coat without its fur. If something crops up on the ship, it was like placing his own fate into someone else's hands. Currently his chief officer Harry was still injured. The only capable underling he had was Sheehan. However, if he used Sheehan, and Sheehan turned disloyal at the sight of riches. Blind Matt's prestige is lower than his, and Ciara's combative ability is not stronger. This will land him in an extreme situation of dead loss, like a chicken flying into its coop only to find its eggs broken. Let me go. Captain, let me bring others to assist our brothers. Sheehan resolutely and decisively pleaded. Seeing a man's emotionless expression, he continued sincerely pleading. Please believe in me, even if I lose this life, I will definitely bring my brothers back safely. But if any mishaps were to happen, please take good care of my cousin. Sheehan's reasoning was obvious. Amand still had a hostage aboard. Even if he didn't trust Sheehan, there was still his cousin to factor in. But even after that he still rejected, then he would seem extremely obnoxious to the others for having such unreasonable suspicions. If Chris was still here, he would have frantically run up and cried out to Amand. Holding onto Amand's leg to beg him to do a DNA test, and persistently reject any form of relationship with Sheehan. At the front of the Bell and Mug was like a relatively classified authorities meeting. Don't talk about participating. Chris would be immediately stopped by the cold blades of the pirates if he even went near. After Sheehan finished speaking, the veins on Amand's forehead were pulsing like dragons. This cousin of Sheehan was extremely renowned. His close relationship with Sheehan had been widely publicized by that big mouth of his. Even the rats and cockroaches on board could recite their entire relationship. However, to this wily old fox Amand, even though this news was widely publicized personally, he held a degree of disbelief. This was until someone reported that Chris used Sheehan's name to borrow a lump of money, while Sheehan did not make a big fuss but was willing to lose a family fortune's worth to be his guarantor. Only then did Amand believe that there was something special about their relationship, something important that could easily prevail within the human heart. Loyalty was definitely placed ahead of money. Several people who normally brag about righteousness and helping the needy for justice, but they would turn timid in the face of death. They were willing to share the riches but not willing to go through thick and thin with you. Some people were willing to risk their lives for you at a critical time, but still be unable to resist the temptation of money. They loved money more than their lives. Amand had seen far too many people turn shameless when stuck between the choice of loyalty or money. Therefore, he secretly believed in the brotherhood between Sheehan and Chris who had gone through the test of money. Yet believing was one thing, and trusting was another. Amand placed arms behind his back as he paced back and forth, his eyes radiating with glow of a risky gambler. His body was enveloped in a shade. The truth was, ever since the uprising within the port started, Amand's heart harbored a grave premonition of a critical crisis. Therefore, being forced to a point where he had no choice but to dispatch Sheehan, Amand's expression was heavy and persisted in his silence. At this moment, a creaking sound traveled from the hold of the ship. A huge and sturdy figure appeared, His shiny head was wrapped with a white bandage. It was a man's most trusted chief officer, Scarface Harry. Even though his expression looked quite dispirited, an overbearing aura of vitality could be felt from his body. "I'll go with Seaman Yen. We can look after each other." If a man's most trusted confidant, Scarface Harry, was willing to accompany Sheehan, then he would naturally be free of worries and hesitate no longer. But Amand looked at the white bandage wrapped on Harry's head. The veins in his eyes intensified densely. He could not help hesitating as he said, "But your wound." Scarface Harry seemed to look fine in front of any onlooker, but the fact was something that only he and Amand knew. Actually, his wound hadn't recovered one bit. After receiving the damage to his head, his state was like a roller coaster, but inclined to a worsening trend. Away from the sight of others, Harry would frequently vomit and his headaches felt like someone was using a knife and scraping the innards of his brain. Comparing to the modern-time diagnosis methods, it should be the severe cerebral concussions resulting in terrible repercussions. Scarface Harry could see through a man's dilemma. The silver glow flickered on his body, trying very hard to concentrate as he offered a smile saying, "This time's operation was obviously led by our crew head. I only impulsively spoke out due to my plentiful years of survival instincts." Scarface Harry's words were extremely humble, but actually it was giving Amand a reason to send him. "Don't worry, I'm only there to observe the boy. He will be the one at work. If there is any suspicious movement, I can easily command others to eliminate him." Amand turned around to look at the rummaging flames within Tortuga Port. He could more or less confirm that Ciar had met with trouble, or else Blind Matt would have already sent someone back to report. He glanced at Scarface Harry, nodding as he made his decision. "All right. With you two working together, I need not worry." After speaking, Amand drew out that glowing silver sword of his, tossing over the sword accurately towards Scarface Harry. "Catch. I am absolutely safe aboard. I have no need for it. But it will be a huge aid in a critical time." Harry caught it single-handedly as he bowed his head. The reason why Amand transferred his sword was not to guard against Sheehan, but he was scared that Ciar, who was competing against Harry for prestige, would make any moves on him. As a pirate captain of extremely high prestige, his personal sword would be extremely useful in a critical time. Especially in an extreme case to pressure into submission any pirates who had conspired and staged a mutiny. This may seem excessive to say, but it was akin to a nameless foot soldier being able to enter any area in the military camp, and even proclaim death to a high authority figures with an imperial edict. Sheehan was spectating such a well-crafted emotional performance by the side. His expression became a little grim unknowingly. Scarface Harry following him was obviously outside of his calculation. Speaking truthfully, this guy's outstanding 30 points in physique undoubtedly caused Sheehan to be fearful. Because 30 points in physique did not merely mean a vast life points, it also translated to an impregnable defense. Besides, Scarface Harry had a known ability called Big Heart, which would award him an additional 1000 HP. In addition, the faint silverish light on his body was clear, seeming to result from strong equipment. Even worse, if Scarface had other unknown titles to his name, he would definitely raise in strength. If Sheehan wanted to take advantage of this crisis in this battle, he needed to have a blitzkrieg strategy, one that would bring about a swift victory. But after adding this new variable, his plans had become more complicated. His only consolation was that Scarface Harry's head was injured, and this injury did not look light. The rescuing pirates were swiftly selected and dispatched. Based on the previous lesson, Amand already held great confidence in Sheehan's managing and rallying capabilities. With this, the entire Bell and Mug was united as a whole force. Only 20 men stayed with Amand. These guys were mostly the sick and aged. Their only reason for staying was in order to quickly sail the Bell and Mug out in case. Looking at the pirate group disembarking in a single file, with Scarface Harry and Sheehan leading the pack, Amand's eyes flickered with chill. He gestured to the remaining vice officer Robin, whispering, "Choose 4 men to watch over Chris. Once that bastard makes any suspicious move, immediately capture him and report to me. I want him alive. If he manages to escape, then you guys can forget about living." Robin nodded his head repeatedly in fear and trepidation under Amand's glare. Amand continued, "Remember, you are the vice officer of the Bell and Mug. Never forget your position." Upon hearing that, Robin lowered himself even more, eventually kneeling to represent his loyalty. A man was obviously satisfied with the effects of his words, waving his hands at him to leave. Presently, even though the manpower was inadequate on board, these few were a man's old goats, there was no cause for doubts towards their devotion. After Siar and company came on board, a man's control of the entire ship was roughly 70%, but currently it could be said to be 100%. Under such circumstances, a man personally believed that even if Sheehan stayed he could not stir up a ruckus, what more that weakling Chris. Chapter 45, Castle. Chapter 45, Castle. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasser. The formerly busy districts had declined into crimson-dyed streets, with raging flames reflecting cries and curses. The wild laughters of the pirates echoed throughout the once peaceful for 70 years port. After going ashore, the chosen pirates stood around disorganized. They had a fanatical expression, filled with an urge to move about. If not for the stress of Harry's authority and Sheehan's cruel methods, they would have immediately rushed in to join the fun and loot something for themselves. After a series of profanities and commands, the pirates of the Bell and Mug swiftly made their way towards Tortuga Castle. Their motivation behind this was obviously the rumored mountains of riches within the castle. During their journey, they stomped through numerous warm corpses. Still able to smell the remains of the fight from the smoke and blood, excitement surged inside of many senior pirates as they raised their weapons and roared. Sheehan, who had never experienced such a despondent scenario, became a little distracted, but he immediately steadied his emotions, shouting loudly at the nearby pirates to quicken their pace, ordering them to slaughter anyone obstructing without hesitation. Such barbaric behavior would normally stir up a huge calamity, however in this currently lawless and chaotic port, it undoubtedly raked in great effects. Look. A pirate at the front cleverly picked up a small piece of cloth. This is old Bucky's, looks like they used the same route to the castle. Sheehan received that piece of cloth, noticing that on its rough surfaces there were no blood stains. His eyes flickered, while his pupils contracted as he raised his voice loudly exclaiming, "Let's hurry up." Old Bucky was so excited that even his bandana was thrown aside. "Our companions are still waiting for us to move the mountains of treasures." The blood boiled within the surrounding pirates as they raised their sabers and daggers in wild exasperation, hastening their pace as they started running. Originally, Scarface Harry also wanted to take a look at that piece of cloth, but at this point in time, Sheehan was already leading a group of men and sprinting ahead. A bone-shattering pain electrified within his head. He immediately grabbed a pouch of rum and gulped down mouthfuls to numb the pain, before enduring the pain and joining up with the rest. Once this group of pirates reached the entrance, they realized this majestic and towering castle was unexpectedly entirely dark. It brimmed with a deathly stillness, as though it had been abandoned for centuries. The only thing left behind were ghastly shadows, cobwebs, and its glamorous lights were like an exhausted fantasy. The castle main doors were widely opened, and within it was a pitch-black darkness as though a ferocious huge beast was waiting for its food inside the darkness. It was like the former advance force had completely evaporated into the thin air. Faced with such a strange image, the pirates became quiet. Only the crackling sounds of their torches could be heard, as the pirates glanced at each other in hopelessness. Some faces even turned cowardly. Within their minds, they imagined it to be heavily guarded or in a state of great confusion. This sort of strange picture was something they had never encountered before. This was the time where Sheehan should make a decision. He trotted towards the side of Harry and lowered his voice saying, "This is probably a bluff by the enemy." Scarface Harry dropped his tone and spoke. "Why do you say so?" Sheehan calmly replied, "Based on my prior understanding of the situation, Little Lord Falk took the lead in acting against the Black Pearl. This meant that he would have ample time to plan and prepare of that assault. Presently, Little Lord Falk's main forces are aboard the Black Pearl. There are not many guarding the castle. Thus, he had to resort to this cheap tactics. Once his enemies separated after entering the castle, he would wither their forces slowly. If not, wouldn't it be better to shut the castle gates and repel any hostile aggressors?" "Then how about Ciara and the rest?" Harry replied. Sheehan raised his voice in resolution. "I reckon that they should have entered the castle and split up in search of the treasures. They should still be trapped within. If we immediately enter, we may still be in time to save them." Presently, Sheehan was the main person leading. Scarface Harry was only responsible in keeping watch. Even though he could smell something fishy, but after bearing with this unending torturing pain, he could no longer think of any reason to refute Sheehan. Furthermore, Xian went ahead and announced his deductions to the pirates. Based on his prior reputation, even if someone felt suspicious they could only keep in within their chest. Following that, Xian divided the pirates into 6 groups, one group contained at least 20 pirates. Each group was distributed fairly in terms of combat abilities of short or far range, and nobody could be fussy about it. After that, he once again utilized the prospects of the treasures to rally the pirates, and finally led the charge into the darkness of the castle. Since Xian adopted a "follow me" approach instead of the "listen to me" one, Scarface Harry was also embarrassed to remain at the back as he led another group into the castle. Since their heads were willing to set the example, what could the other pirates say? In addition, the infiltrating forces boosted their courage as they roared and charged in. Based on their initial arrangement, whenever a group would meet another crossroad, they would divulge into smaller groups to search. Very quickly, the massive Tortuga castle cut up the 6 groups and swallowed them in. After splitting into small groups, Xian still led his group at the front. However, he seemed to be extremely relaxed, as though he had confirmed that his surroundings were adequately secured. It was not in the least on guard. Furthermore, Xian's prestige wasn't lower amongst the pirates following him were naturally remained silent and occasionally uttered a sentence or two. Initially, this absolute silence felt extremely grave. The furnishings within the castle were relatively gorgeous, the shining torch brightened up the area as it revealed a velvet carpet beneath their stomping footsteps. Its delicate design was a given, its furry sensation felt extremely cozy, giving these pirates a whole new experience. However, those valuable objects like gold-plated candlesticks or cutleries were strangely missing, obviously already hidden by their owners, which supported Xian's initial conclusion. Suddenly, one of the front pirate halted, pressing his hands on the hilt of his blade. He turned around and exclaimed urgently, "Careful, I can smell blood." The others instantly gasped, and simultaneously discovered the faint blood smell in the air. To these merciless robbers, this was obviously an extremely familiar aroma. The atmosphere tensed up as a few pirates drew their weapons. Xian placed this torch nearer to the ground, as he discovered a faint brown blood stain on the thick and spongy carpet. Following this blood trace, they came to a stop abruptly by a tough granite wall. "It's a hidden passage," an excited pirate said out with a shivering voice. This blood trace was broken off in front of the granite wall after making a bend. That injured person could not have suddenly evaporated, right? The only explanation was he fled into the hidden passage. If it weren't for the guiding of the blood trace, who would have thought this durable and thick granite wall would have a hidden passage behind it? After realizing this lead, the pirates scrambled about in search of a clue. These old foxes were naturally experts in such a field. They very quickly discovered a small lever beneath the carpet. 2 pirates expanded their strengths to pull and drag the lever, and suddenly a heavy and dry mechanical sound creaked out from within the wall. Following that, the granite wall shook and gradually raised itself, exposing a secret and dim pathway. Under the torch's illumination, the floor of the secret passage was filled with scattered and adorable-looking twinkles. The breathing of the pirates turned heavy, gold coins sparkling, beautiful cutleries and glossy silk cloths scattered around the hidden passage. This looked to be the result of a hasty renovation. Undoubtedly, these pirates emitted a greedy croak from their throat as they pounced on the treasures. Only Xian stood still while still raising his torch. His expression was peculiar, it looked somewhat sympathetic and somewhat relieved. Following that, he threw down his torch, taking a deep breath. He exerted force in his right shoulder to heavily bang against a sliding window at the side. The rusty hinges of this window surrendered under the immense force, distorting and finally breaking apart. The colorful glass of the window shattered in a flash, as the fragments shot from all angles. Yet Xian seized this opportunity to dive out of his castle, bending his knee and sucking in his stomach as he landed on the ground. His sole landed first, followed by the arch of his foot. At the moment his foot came into contact with the ground, he shifted his center of gravity forward as he directed the force forward. Xian could feel an immense pain transmitted from his feet to his elbows. But it was only a superficial pain as he rolled 5 to 6 times forward. Afterward he casually pushed himself up from the ground. Although he fell from the 3rd floor of the castle, his execution was perfect as he only suffered light injuries. He did not lose even 1/5 of his life points. Presently he was not in a combat state, therefore after 5 minutes his HP would naturally regenerate fully. Xian fished out that semi-torn bandana from before, humbly sighing. "I'm sorry, I already knew this was a trap, but I still brought you guys in. Chapter 46, Prison. Chapter 46, Prison. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Although that small cloth seemed useless, with critical thinking, one would be able to find several suspicious points. What was a bandana used for? Obviously to wrap the head. For the exceptionally charming Jack Sparrow, it was used as an alluring aesthetic. Most pirates used it for warmth and to shield against the rain. There were no corpses near the spot where the bandana was discovered. That meant that this should have been placed down by the owner on purpose. Looking at the torn and jagged side of this cloth, it should have been ripped apart instead of being sliced off from a sharp weapon. Therefore, what would a pirate tear apart his bandana underneath a random tree be thinking? The bandana was a cloth that was the least likely to be dirted, therefore, it was obvious that the most logical explanation was that it was used to wrap a wound. If this deduction was true, Sheehan can then conclude several other points of this. If the owner of this bandana, Old Buki, had wrapped his wounds well and fled to the Bell and Mug, then they should have met him long ago. This clearly points to the fact that Old Buki obviously had no plans to head towards the ship. This will then lead to several other possibilities. The most possible was that after Old Buki reaped such a massive benefit, he was unwilling to share and fled off. Furthermore, he knew this action would incur the wrath and pursue of the Bell and Mug, therefore, either this object's worth must have been richly blinding or that the threat of the Bell and Mug had declined to an acceptable level for him to commit such atrocities. Old Buki's capabilities were extremely mediocre, the chances of acquiring a precious and rare object was small, therefore, the second explanation is the most logical. That was Siar and Blind Matt's groups had suffered from a huge assault, the other pirates became hugely disorganized and thus it gave birth to such a despicable notion of running away after gaining some profits. Of course, another possibility was that Old Buki had met with some terrifying mishap inside the castle. After the calamity he had lost all sense of rationality, causing a nervous breakdown which eventually led him to flee in horror. However, it was contradicting that a person that has lost his senses would pause to wrap his wound, but still the odds of it happening was still relevant. Whatever the case, Tortuga Castle was like a lion's den, full of danger at every corner. Sheehan was willing to boldly charge in because he understood one thing. After laying down his trap, a good hunter would wait for all his prey to take the hook before raising the fishing net. He would not want to alert the horde when only one of his prey had entered the trap. Upon seeing that luckily discovered hidden passageway, he immediately knew that it was a trap. The one behind this obviously capitalized on the pirates' greed and looting nature to trick them in. If not for those treasures not holding much worth towards a contestant like Sheehan, he may have also been blinded by such benefits. Currently inside Tortuga Castle, shoutings of curses, cries and even gunshots could be heard. Only these sounds were pretty muffled, as though it came out from enclosed rooms. Following that, flashes of flames could be seen, as fuzzy silhouettes could be seen pacing back and forth around the corridors. In this sort of picture it was hard to fathom who had the upper hand. Looking at this, Sheehan's deduction was spot on, the current manpower of Tortuga Castle was inadequate. However, due to Sheehan's scheming measures, he distributed the pirates into 6 small teams in order to allow the guards to trap them in, giving them a chance to annihilate the pirates. Sheehan's painstaking planning was actually to wither out the forces from both sides. Although the Tortuga Castle guards were relatively powerful and held a favorable location advantage, they had already clashed with the teams under Siar previously. Currently they were locked in battle with the valiant Bell and Mug pirates. Even if they were victorious, it would still be a tragic ending. The pitfalls and booby traps within the castle would also have been wasted on the pirates. If Sheehan seized the opportunity now and entered, the worst possible scenario would be to finish off the already heavily wounded guards, receive their key loots and retreat. The best scenario would be to acquire the mouth-watering and legit 70 years collection of wealth within Tortuga Cast. Even though he would not be able to bring everything with him, he could still handpick several items. This would earn him immense profits, and also hugely raise his reputation. This sort of situation was exceedingly better as compared to being an always suspected crew head under a manned. Time sped by. After waiting for a while, Sheehan tidied up his appearance to look relatively worn out and even wiped on fresh blood on his face. Coupled with his staggering footsteps and dark expression, he looked like a person that was on the verge of fainting. He once again entered into the castle, tiptoeing quietly towards the sounds of fighting. The eerie pitch-black feeling of his castle was as dense as before, and the stench of blood was piercing to the nose. Sheehan did not follow the stone steps and ascend the building this time, rather he followed the dark corridor on the right as he felt his way along. The reason he did this was simple, because rumor has it that most of the treasures were all hidden in a secret underground lair beneath the castle. Sheehan equipped his intoxicated men title and gulped down a mouth of rum, thus raising his explosive strength. Because there may be traps ahead, his every step was extremely steady, taking gentle steps one at a time. A gentle flame could suddenly be seen in the darkness ahead. Following that were curses and pathetic wailing cries. This cry was very familiar, it was one of Scarface Harry's trusted aide. Normally emotionless even in the face of crisis, who knew what terrifying experience he had just went through. The cries gradually weakened, it was obvious that the victim was nearing the end of his life. Another trembling voice echoed. "No, don't come near. Freaks. Oh Lord, God, please open your eyes. If anyone can save me from this depth of hell, I am willing to give up my life and be his loyal servant." Sheehan had already felt the entrance of the door, he took a furtive glance inside. He could see a hidden passageway exposed within the castle room, the passage was flooded with dripping blood. Blood was splashed everywhere, as though someone had taken basins of blood and aggressively splashed away. Such was the tragic battle that had occurred. Flames could be seen at the end of the passageway, constructed there was a heavily enforced cell. Its surrounding walls were crafted with massive rocks piling up, looking similar to a firm city wall. Within the cell were 3 men dressed in black tight-fitting chain armor. The chain armor seemed to not only have excellent craftsmanship, it was made with superior quality materials. In this world, this equipment was similar to the Special Forces bulletproof vest in America. These 3 men had their backs against the door, silently standing. Their shadows were elongated by the blazing flame, their skin was abnormally pale, this caused the atmosphere here to be particularly sinister. From Sheehan's angle he could see a pirate bounded to a stone chair on the right side. Although he could not see his face, he could tell this pirate was badly frightened, his entire body violently shivering. Through the gaps of the 3 clad in black armor men, a stone platform could be seen. On the platform should be a victim, tied up and tortured. The limbs of that person gave out a final twitch, and obviously submitted to his fate. His miserable ending also smashed the hopes of the other guy in captive. Sheehan inhaled a deep breath of blood stench. He once again activated his insight ability and started probing out the strength of these 3 guys. If he had to take a huge risk, then he would leave without hesitation. To him, saving the other guy was secondary, the most important was retaining his strength to acquire the treasures inside the castle. After once again expending 100 utility points, a flow of information of these 3 guys streamed in and displayed itself in front of Sheehan. Blackguard. Tortuga Castle Elite Guard. Status, injured, description, they have been affected by witchcraft, decreased feeling of pain, various attributes increased, but lifespan has been greatly shortened. Height, 5 foot 4 inches weight, 80 kilograms strength, 10 points, injured, agility. Points physique, 8 points perceptive sensing, 6 points charm, 8 points intelligence, 7 points spirit, 7 points basic close combat LVL 3, basic endurance LVL 1 elite guard category passive ability, lethargy LVL 1, blackguard speed of blood flow is affected by a chilling frost, flowing speed is greatly reduced, immunity to blood loss effect. Elite guard category passive ability, zombie LVL 1, a portion of the blackguard's soul has been offered to its owner, they would not be affected by fear or negative effects. Elite guard category passive ability, tenacity LVL 2. Additional bonus of 300 HP, life point upper limit value, 177 points, injured. Looking at these 3 injured fellows, and after considering his interests, Sheehan made a decision in his heart. Shutting his eyes, he regulated his breathing as his muscles started to loosen up, and tense up, and then loosening again. He already made a decision, that was to get rid of these 3 guys and save the guy. At this time, a black guard suddenly shouted. "If you refuse to talk, we will commence our punishment. You've already seen, once this sentence has been placed on you, even if you immediately divulge information, you will still die. Therefore, this is your last chance of survival." Chapter 47, Sickening Torture. Chapter 47, Sickening Torture. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Il Kasser. The tone of this guard was flat and the interval between each words were consistent. It was extremely precise, and held no trace of emotions. Thus, each word carried an intense confidence, giving the listening party a feeling of trust. This pirate captive trembled violently, and the clattering sound of his teeth could even be heard. He suddenly frenziedly shouted out, "Please just kill me with one blow." The black guard coldly replied, "Commence." At this moment, Xian's calf tensed up, exploding out with great power. His body seemed to slightly lean back and all of a sudden exploded forth with unbelievable speed. He extended out his limbs parallel to the ground, booming forward to the nearest black guard with his fist. Because his fist carried such speed, it created a faint but audible sound inside this enclosed cell. The black guards reacted swiftly. After hearing movement, he immediately tilted his body and pressed his right hand against his waist, conveniently using the scabbard to block Xian's fist. This movement could be said to carry both defensive and attacking nature. Once he blocked Xian's fist with the scabbard, he would instantly draw out his blade and swing at Xian's head. Instead, Xian's lips curled into a cold grin. At the instance where his fist connected with the scabbard, a terrifying metallic brilliance glowed on his left arm. Following that, the malevolent-looking cobalt steel exoskeleton emerged, covering his fist, forming into a metal fist. It wildly smashed onto the scabbard, causing a gloomy distorting sound on it, and was instantly blown away. This one fist carried the full force that Xian was slowly building up, an unstoppable force pounded against the waist of the black guard. Even though this blackguard was equipped with superior chain armor, this sort of defense was only great against slashing, stabbing, or any form of sharp weapon. It provided very little defense against attacks like punches, banging, or any pressuring blunt weapon. Receiving such a blow directly from Xian, it obviously dealt tremendous damage. The formidable might of the intoxicated men title was demonstrated evidently through a horrifying depression at the guard's waist. Naturally, the skeletal joints had also been shattered. A mix of blood and bits of organs shot out from his mouth, forcing down a gurgling sounds. The spurting blood dyed everything nearby red. Such a well-built, clad in excellent black chain armor, guard was actually blown away by Xian's punch. Flying in midair as he crashed against the person beside him, knocking him down. The chain armor scraped against the ground, producing a scratching sound, carving up a bitter mutilated scar against the limestone floor. What was weird and appalling was that he did not produce not even a slight groan, as though that awful strike was directed at someone else. At this moment, the rightmost black guard darted forward in a flash. Using both hands to push off from the table in front, he somersaulted gracefully in midair, towering over and flying towards Xian in an awe-inspiring move. Within the dusty saturated air, there was a flash of cold radiance, same as the glowing white fangs of a ruthless wild beast. This guard was using a sword similar to a man's. It was nimble, swift, and ruthless. Currently, Xian had already exhausted his old force, and had not yet generated any new force. His eyes blazing with a fiery glow as he could only twist his hand around and pinch the incoming blade. The sharp blade swiftly slashed against his palm, yet, the driving force did not lessen as the ferocious thrust produced a grinding fingerbone sound. Still, it forcefully pushed through and stabbed into his lower rib. You received an enemy stab. Damage of 86 points. After activation of innate ability, total HP reduced by only 43 points. Concurrently, Xian bent his knee, furiously smashing it against the crotch of the black guard who presented himself in front of him. His knee carried such force that even his pain from his own injury was fully unleashed in this one strike. Bypassing the cloth of his pants, Xian could feel two oval-shaped ball-like objects splitting open with a loud thump. These mysterious black guards were also human. They should similarly feel pain, or panic and confusion, although lessened. Upon seeing this close proximity guard's expression twitching, a thread of elation swept through his heart. Suddenly, inhaling and exerting force, he raised his left fist, as the cobalt steel exoskeleton materialized into two steel fingers. Drenched in warm blood, he pierced deeply into his opponent's throat, hooking then pulling. Fresh blood outrageously spurted out. This black guard's reddish throat was ripped out crazily. His eyes stuck out with rage, clutching onto his throat as he forced out a cuckoo sound. Blood gushed out from the finger-sized rift, his entire body stumbling backwards as he leaned against the wall and convulsed. Eventually, he unwillingly collapsed and rolled onto the floor in spasm. At this point, the formerly knocked-down blackguard finally steadied himself up from the ground. He slowly brandished the blade on his waist. Furthermore, the heavily injured by Xian's fist black guard also struggled to get up, standing side by side with his comrade. The both of them understood that their opponent was not so simple. Xian's hand injury looked relatively garish, and the wound beneath his rib was a whirling mess of scarlet flesh. It was like a tiny mouth spilling out blood, soaking his clothes thoroughly. Faced with a 1 versus 2 situation, Xian slightly tilted his body with both arms extending out. Although his broken bone could be seen vaguely from his rib injury, his threatening eyes were relentless. It gave an impression of a strangely reserved leopard, dangerously stationary as it gave one a feeling of palpitation and ruthlessness. This brief visual confrontation lasted only for a few seconds. Suddenly, Xian pulled back his right leg, and releasing it on the ground like a relentless thunderbolt. He kicked the heavily wounded and unconscious blackguard into the air, as the blood sprayed across the other side. The two blackguards were already prepared as they retreated a step back, wary of a sudden attack by Xian from this distraction. Instead, Xian only gave out a haughty laugh, as he darted to his right. Raising his equipped with the exoskeleton left hand, he smashed down on a nearby iron chain. Obviously, the iron chain of this era could not compare with the tough and durable ones in the future. Sparks flew as a sharp and clear ring sounded from the chain. It then broke into two. The chains dropped to the floor like two dead snakes. The pirate in captive immediately frantically struggled. Initially being gripped by fear and terror, he suddenly saw a ray of hope. This came in the form of broken iron chain. This was such a pleasant turn of events. As he struggled without thinking of the consequences, he quickly regained his freedom. Picking up the blade, he cried out in agony as he charged towards the heavily injured blackguard. Also, Xian aptly kept up with the pace, confronting the other blackguard. Most of his attributes held overwhelming pressure over this injured blackguard. In a duel he could handle it skillfully with relative ease. However, this blackguard looked extremely serene in the face of such attacks. It was like he completely abandoned his brain mechanisms of fear, depression, and frustrations. He seemed to have an aura of never committing mistakes, which caused others to be like a mouse trying to pull a turtle but had nowhere to get a hand grip. Chinese idiom, no clue where to start. Xian still harbored great ambitions. How could he be content to drag time over here? He ferociously swung his body round using his right shoulder to receive the enemy's blade, as his blood gushed out causing him to lose 50 HP. Yet, Xian seized the opportunity when the blackguard swung to raise his left fist, and ruthlessly smashed down. The blackguard's pupils contracted. He could only toss away the blade in his hand as he used both hands to block his face in resistance. However, his inferiority in strength attribute cost him dearly. As Xian's hand pounded down, the blackguard groaned as he staggered backwards with blood leaking at the side of his mouth. Seizing this chance, Xian defiantly stepped forward, once again pounding with his fists. That cobalt steel exoskeleton glistened with bits of glow, as blood on it drizzled around like rain. This blackguard could not retreat in time. He could only use his elbow in an attempt to resist. This time the blackguard's hurried resistance surmounted to nothing as his elbow was easily brushed away. Thump. This murderous cobalt steel weapon once again struck his throat, causing him to be blown into the air with both legs off the ground. He fell to his death, rolling a few times on the ground, eyeballs and tongue sticking out and a trickle of filthy blood down his lips. In another short 10 seconds, the remaining heavily injured blackguard was easily slayed by Xian and the freed pirate. After the battle ended, that pirate bent over at the bloodied stone platform as he wept with grief. "Stephen, I've avenged you, please rest in peace." At this time, Xian was finally able to see clearly the punishment executed by the three blackguards. Although his mentality was tough, in this moment he still felt nauseous. That dead pirate, Stephen, had all four limbs binded to the stone platform. His abdomen clothes had been ripped apart, his belly button was carved apart by something sharp. Following that, his connecting blood sausage-like intestines were ripped out and tied to a spinning wheel torture equipment above the stone platform. Once the wheel was spun, the victim's intestines would be forcefully uncoiled and dragged out. The pain was simply unimaginable. Chapter 48, Servant. Chapter 48, Servant, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. Even in the uncivilized and dark medieval times, this sort of cruel judgment could only be executed by master sorcerers, and were labeled as heresy. Observing that malevolent and grimace expression of Stephen, Xian could only sigh and offer a small condolences. "No matter what, we've already avenged him." "Right you should be, Charlie. How are the rest doing?" Pirate Charlie hesitated as he looked at Xian. He suddenly knelt and exclaimed, in my greatest despair I've sworn an oath, no matter who saved me, he will win my loyalty till my dying breath. Seaman Yen from the mysterious East, from now on you are my master. Xian was taken aback, but he very quickly received notifications from his nightmare imprint. You managed to rescue storyline character Charlie from the grips of death. Because of his oath, Pirate Charlie has become your servant. During your pause duration of the nightmare realm and world, a servant will continuously consume your utility points as wages. It will not take into account of your return to the present world. The higher the rank of the servant, the more utility points she will consume. Your servant is a battle type. Upon death his loyalty degree will drop by 10 points. He may drop by 1 to 2 ranks according to the situation, but can be resurrected with an amount of utility points. The amount of utility points is based on the rank of the servant, and have a directly linked to the equipments he is wearing. If a servant's loyalty degree drops to a defecting level when he dies, then he will be unable to revive. Your current charm is 8 points. Once your servant's loyalty degree drops below 80 points he will exhibit slacking behavior. Once it drops beneath 70 points, there is a possibility of defect. Note, acquiring a servant is extremely rare, please cherish this opportunity. Do you wish to accept this named servant? Yes/no. Xian hesitated slightly, but still selected yes. The main deciding factor was because of that sentence, acquiring a servant is extremely rare, please cherish this opportunity. After selecting to accept, Pirate Charlie moved to stand behind him looking docile and obedient. Following that the nightmare imprint exhibited a series of notifications. Warning, your servant's loyalty degree is 55 points, it is within the danger zone. Warning, your servant's loyalty degree is 55 points, it is within the danger zone. Please raise your loyalty degree to above 70 points within the 24 hours protection phase, if not there is a possibility of your servant defecting after 24 hours. Looking at this warning, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The things pirates adored were money, women, alcohol, etc. Once this mission ends, raising his loyalty degree was not a challenge. However, Xian was still unclear about the capabilities of this Pirate Charlie, therefore, he started to probe at this person's introductory information. Pirate Charlie, Battle Type Servant. This is a common type character seen within the Pirates of the Caribbean world. His current ranking is 4, experience 1351/5000. After ranking up, his all-around attributes will increase. He can also acquire potential points to upgrade his personal skills/abilities. Current loyalty degree, 55 points. Remaining protection time of 23 hours 49 seconds, basic attributes, strength, 8 points agility, 11 points physique, 8 points perceptive sensing, 4 points charm, 10 points intelligence, 5 points spirit, 5 points basic close combat LVL1, basic endurance LVL1. Basic advance ability, light firearms proficiency. This skill allows the user to be adept in using light gunpowder weapons. Special ability, Pirate LVL1, passive. Movement and attack speed increased by 15 aboard a ship, all attributes increased by 2. Special ability, Weather-beaten LVL1. Ability gives a bonus 150 HP to character. Special ability, Expert Sailor, active. Using this ability consumes 33 life points of Pirate Charlie, resulting in increase in operating speed of ship's devices by 15. Duration lasts 10 minutes. Equipment, Pirate Crew Shirt, Strength +1, Equipment, Pirate Crew Long Pants, Charm +1, Weapon, Seaman Blade, Attacking Power 5 to 9. This is a common blade within the Pirates of the Caribbean world. It can be used in battle, or used in hacking at sails, multi-application. Weapon, Manual Musket, Attack Power 8 to 20. Accumulated Power, this primitive firearm can occasionally display an unimaginable strength. Accumulated Power, when not in battle state, the probability of explosive power of its next attack will increase with time, every minute will raise probability of explosive power by 1%. Maximum accumulation is 50%, and after firing the accumulated probability will disappear. Looking at the information of this Pirate Charlie, Xian felt that this Pirate Charlie was a contrast to mediocre. He was comparatively superior within the sea, and he held great interest in the accumulated power aspect of that musket. Although that ability can only be used once in a battle, but to the Xian who was currently lacking in a trick of explosive powers, it was extremely enticing. After plundering the 3 black guards he killed, he did not discover anything of much value. Their swords included, are only grey objects like sabers etc., together, they could only be sold for about 400 utility points. This sort of stingy loot probably had a link to their injured status before Xian attacked. Xian hurriedly wrapped the wounds on his body, as his life points gradually regenerated. He then turned around and inquired of Pirate Charlie. "Do you know where Scarface Harry and the rest headed off to?" Charlie was formerly Scarface Harry's follower, he was even a close confidant. After Xian inquired, he held some hesitations, and remained silent. A rage welled up inside Xian, as he suddenly scolded out, "You better remember your status. Since you've agreed to be my servant, then you should prioritize the interests of your master." Charlie jolted, immediately describing out, "That time, I was following Boss Harry on the same path. Suddenly I discovered a room brimming with golden flickers, within it was a case filled fully with golden coins. Gold coins were scattered around the floor, resulting in everyone charging forward to snatch, then the entire floor of the room sunk. Throwing everyone into confusion, some brothers were even stabbed by the booby trap below. Then that group of bastards raided us in the darkness, everyone was thrown into a panic as they frenziedly swung their fists at their friends. Finally we managed to escape into a dark corridor. Stephen and I searched around and finally discovered a place filled with corpses then. We got captured." Xian listened carefully, but he realized there was a certain evasiveness in Charlie's expression. He instantly knew that this servant had purposely withheld certain information. Xian's primary charm was extremely low, in addition to that he was not compatible with Charlie, and only became his servant because of his oath. His loyalty degree wasn't high. Furthermore, previously he was Scarface Harry's trusted confidant, it was natural that he would be holding something back. Just when Xian was about to force the truth out of him, he received warnings from the Nightmare imprint. "Warning, your battle servant, Pirate Charlie, loyalty degree has dropped by 5 points. Warning, your battle servant, Pirate Charlie, loyalty degree has dropped by 5 points. Please hurry up and raise your loyalty degree with your battle servant. If not, once the loyalty degree has slipped to half of the initial value, then even if you have the protection phase, he will still defect." Pirate Charlie's starting loyalty degree was merely 55 points. Half that would mean only 28 points. Xian's eyes flickered, relaxing his expression as he laughed gently. "Poor Charlie, you are probably still affected by those bastards' cruel methods, right? Why be so tensed up? The reason for finding Scarface Harry is only to join up with him and the rest, right? Within this cursed castle, it is essential to have the same goals. Don't tell me you still want to fall into the hands of these bastards." Undoubtedly, Xian's last line stirred up great effects. After the trauma of such abominable torture tactic, his entire body shuddered as he urgently spoke, "All right, master, let's hurry and go." Xian surveyed his environment, his gaze once again landed on Pirate Charlie. It was obvious Pirate Charlie had avoided an extremely crucial question, that was the contents of the 3 black guards were persistently interrogating him about. However, he did not dare to probe further into this because it may result in the further declining of their loyalty degree. Therefore, to Xian, this guy still had an important value. Currently he still needed this Charlie by his side. Once all these ended, Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Xian had started living alone at the age of 14, he held not much emphasis for such a frail and indecisive servant like Pirate Charlie. "Oh right, tell me more about the location of the place filled with corpses," Xian suddenly questioned. Regarding information excluding Scarface Harry, Charlie described endlessly. Actually, 3 other divisions had infiltrated into the castle, but their scale was not as large as the Bell and Mug. Some were even acquaintances of Charlie, but they all met their end here. Their dead bodies were even collated and piled up by the black guards, and their arteries were even sliced to release blood. He had no clue what the bodies were being used for. Xian listened and reflected. He knew that amongst black magic there were several spells and witchcrafts that required immense amounts of blood. Yet, he did not want to think further, as he advanced silently. Chapter 49, Verbal Sparring. Chapter 49, Verbal Sparring. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcasar. Pitch black passage, dense smell of blood and a quiet mournful wailing. This slowly devoured away Pirate Charlie's soul. Xian uncaringly allowed him to walk ahead, while he himself leisurely followed from the back. Xian sharply noticed, the decorative engravings on the wall had both new and old, the newer ones seemed to have been engraved in the recent years. If he were to differentiate them, it seemed like they were drawn with bizarre letters forming together. Although Sheehan did not understand these letters, he could feel from his sensing a weird chilling feeling that was hard to explain. It was like the feeling of the underworld. The floor suddenly shook. Gently but firm. It could be felt that the entire castle was actually shaking. Sheehan halted his steps, yet Pirate Charlie immediately prone to the ground. This sort of actions made it easy to tell why he was so easily captured before. Very quickly, the second stronger vibrations appeared. Sheehan could even feel that a portion of this massive tower was collapsing. After that, a barely audible and hard to distinguish cheering could be heard, but it was clear that those were the unique cheerings of pirates. Within the darkness, a raging and chilling throbbing could be heard, most of it coming from the guards who were frenziedly pacing about. Over here. Pirate Charlie snapped out of his earlier confusion, using an excited tone saying, "God, they must have defeated those damned bastards." Boss did beautifully, using his sword to stab the venomous heart of these cowards in the shadows. He must have infiltrated the Tortuga Castle treasury as promised. Sheehan's pupils contracted, infiltrating the treasury. That disunited and split-up group of pirates was actually able to achieve the goal. He suddenly realized that his own plans took a sudden twist. This twist only happened because Scarface Harry volunteered himself, but Sheehan only felt he was just a slight nuisance. But now, Sheehan realized that he had been underestimating Scarface Harry all this time, the men who gave him a start by purposely losing in arm wrestling. That scenario was not counted as a defeat caused Sheehan to neglect Harry's other identity, which was the notorious chief officer of the Bell and Mug. The second in command behind Captain Amand. Someone fierce and experienced that had slaughtered thousands during 20 years in the Caribbean Sea. The two continued advancing in the darkness for another 10 minutes, they then witnessed a glaring blaze. From far away. Following the 20 over pirates drenched in blood strutted around an outer corner. Although these barbaric and rough pirates looked worn out like a beggar, their expressions were that of a king. Everyone started to sing aloud and dance about. It was clear by looking at these group of people hobbling about, they carried 4 gigantic chests, and the chests were bound with copper hoops. On the chest were decorative engravings as beautiful as the flooring. Of course the twin-headed serpent emblem of the Falk family was indispensable as well. Sheehan's gaze fell on the chest. The notification he got was sealed treasures, and nothing else. Sheehan just realized Scarface Harry was leading at the front of the group, clutching both his fists. His upper body was leaking with his sturdy muscles. His body was glowing with a layer of silver, like olive oil had been smeared onto it, and his facial muscles twitched occasionally. The surrounding pirates gazed upon this bald man as though he was the god of war. Naturally, Scarface Harry displayed immense strength that was compatible to his reputation, trying very hard to save a crisis. He managed to rescue these victims from the hell of a wrong mistake, wrong location, and wrong battle tactics. This led to Sheehan's plan to crumble into a mess of ruins. Of course, take note that his plan had only suffered a huge setback, it was not yet defeated. Sheehan had already successfully persuaded a man to release him to go ashore. His scheme had already successfully been laid out. There was only a twist of events, but the only difference was only in how much he would gain from it. Furthermore, defeat was a word that had been temporarily tossed out of his dictionary. When these pirates discovered 2 persons approaching them from within the direction, then were alarmed and immediately braced themselves, pulling out their weapons. After seeing clearly Pirate Charlie's face, they immediately gasped in shock and cheered, "Oh, God! Guess who I just saw? It's actually our Charlie, you damned bastard, you haven't died yet. It's F*** King, great to see you." The surviving pirate was no doubt Harry's trusted aide, therefore, after a series of teasing, Charlie immediately received a warm-hearted treatment from the pirates, kneading his head and all. However, Sheehan, who appeared behind, did not receive the same treatment. Every pirate already knew, their earlier tragedy was because of persons' mistaken judgment. They definitely would not look on Sheehan favorably, and some rough guys even brandished their swords and demanded justice for their fallen comrades. "Bastard! You still dare to show your face in front of us?" A pirate raged out. His scoldings received the commendations of his comrades, and it seemed like they wanted to overturn the entire castle. Concealed by the uproar, Scarface Harry then stood out. His humongous physique was extremely oppressive. Sheehan could even see the veins on his temple pulsating, the beads of perspiration glowing on his bald head like the morning dew. The usually cheerful and friendly giant appearance seemed to be concealed by grayish-dark thunderclouds. Scarface Harry stared at Sheehan. His expression was like a hungry beast preying on his food. It was like he was about to burst over and behead him. This huge brute raised out his right hand. In this palm were many old-fashioned bracelets. These bracelets were crafted with weird materials, some were made with grass, some cut slices from the sailcloth. They were all rough and have traces of blood stains on them, giving a sorrowful look. These belonged to the brothers who gave it to me before they died. But there are many others who did not even have the chance to pass their bracelets to me. And all this was because of your mistake. Seaman Yen. Your foolish actions has caused many of other comrades to fall to the cold floors of this damned castle. You let down the expectations of the great son of the Black Sea. While Harry was speaking, Sheehan could see the dense bulging veins within his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and even his pupils could not be seen. It blended well with the tense atmosphere now, leaving one with a horrific taste in their mouths. Regarding the contents of that vehement howling, he had selectively disregarded it. To Sheehan, 130 hours and 29 minutes ago he had already calculated such an outcome could happen and was already prepared. Sheehan looked at Scarface Harry without dreading, raising his own right hand and extending out his fingers he slowly spoke out. Regarding your criticisms I will not deny. But even a captured and bounded person is entitled the privilege of his last words. I have only one question, Harry, I hope you answer me honestly. Scarface Harry's face twitched. It was obvious his own state was not as good as it looked. However, Sheehan's request was undoubtedly reasonable, he cannot and could not reject it. Unless he immediately acted out and killed him. What else do you have to say? Scarface Harry's voice carried a raging explosiveness. Concurrently he took out a wine pouch and drank from it. Although this may cause the injured part of his head to worsen, Scarface Harry did not care so much anymore. Since you criticized that my plan was wrong, then if it were you, what would you do before entering the castle? Sheehan replied in a manner that was fitting of his style, swift and aggressive like offense is the best defense. It was like a dagger to the crux of the problem. Harry raised his brows, he knew that Sheehan's words carried a certain snare. However, his brain had been clouded by the searing pain, it was like numerous needles poking randomly through his ears, straining a huge portion of his mentality. Yet, Sheehan's question carried a particular relevance, because more people would have questioned themselves after experiencing a certain event. Most people would have the thought of, if it were me, what would I do? The thrill of placing themselves into the shoes of others in history and trying to change events caused Scarface Harry to be engrossed and hesitant of an answer, also partly because of the pain. Yet, a few pirates started to curse and swear at Sheehan, as they personally answered his question. You fool, your brain is infested with worms. Obviously we will stick together and slowly search. Once those rats hidden in the dark move even a hair, we will immediately blast out their innards with our muskets. This way we would not lose half our men, those bastards will know, our blades and gunfire tastes even better than starch and the sea breeze. Chapter 50, Words Like Daggers. Chapter 50, Words Like Daggers. Translated by, Chua. Edited by, I and Il Kasser. Sheehan frowned as he swept these pirates with his cold and disdainful gaze. Although he did not say a thing, his contemptuous look revealed his inner mockery. Until the shoutings and the curses died down, Sheehan then raised his voice calmly. Respected ladies and gentlemen, what do you take this place for? London's Oxford Street? A random bar? Or a merchant ship that has been captured by you? His quick-fired questions in succession caused the pirates' enthusiasm and rage to suddenly choke back into their throats. This is Tortuga Castle. The reason we can charge in with blades and torches raised to fill our wrinkled pockets is because we seized an amazing opportunity that only happens once in 70 years. If we did what you pictured, 100 persons grouping up and slowly creeping around this damned castle, yes, I admit, this perfect plan will guarantee the safety of everyone. But tell me, how long do you intend to take to search the whole building? 1 day? 2 days? Or 1 week? This cursed castle has rooms as huge as houses. Up till here. Sheehan then slackened his voice, using a resolute and sarcastic tone he continued, 2 hours, yes, 2 hours. But this duration includes us going from our old mate, referring to the Bell and Mug, to here and back again. That is our limit for raiding Tortuga Castle. Once we overshoot this duration, then I'm sure, at the castle's entrance obstructing us would definitely be the demonic rider himself, the respected Lord Falk. If not him, then perhaps the chief officer of the Black Pearl, Jack Sparrow, and his scheming. He may let us leave, but he would definitely require to lay down our weapons and every valuable loot we obtained. Is there anyone who still wishes to question my method? Anyone? King, step up now. Xian's eyes were blazing with an unexplainable fury, as he said to this point. His thundering voice echoed throughout the empty corridors of the castle. These overbearing pirates all started looking at each other in dismay. Since they had no words of rebuttal, they avoided eye contact with Xian's eyes. At this critical moment, Xian struck out with his already prepared mental dagger. Morons, wake up. You think coming here is as easy as going to a random British bank, firing some warning shots, and slapping the asses of the female workers to get money? Every golden coin here carries the blood and the mournful wails of departed spirits. If this was a heaven that easily gave out treasures, then why didn't a man himself lead you guys? You, me, and everyone clearly understands, if we could bring such hefty treasures back, even if there was one of us left, the great son of the Black Sea would still rejoice. But if we return empty-handed, even if all our hair remained intact, then all of us would definitely be made to walk the plank. Is there anyone who thinks I'm wrong? Step forward. Step forward, ah. Enough. Shut your damned mouth. Scarface Harry boomed out with his furious voice. Xian's face was resentful. But that bald head had glaring bloodshot eyes, his facial muscles trembled uncontrollably, it was obvious his rage had hit the limit. If not for that damned searing pain in his head, Scarface Harry would definitely counter-argue against Xian's sharp words. Instead, the only thing he could do was to shut the mouth of this eastern yellow-skinned monkey. Xian's last few sentences had already pierced into the hearts of everyone. A dangerous mentality was starting to spread amongst this small group. Some of Xian's words were indeed overboard, but his speech was undoubtedly 70 to 80% correct. His words unknowingly brought in a feverish instigation to the hearts of the pirates. This had nothing to do with charm, but because Xian was good at capturing the dark side of people's hearts. Furthermore, the pirates were not short of dark sides in their hearts. A deathly silence ensued, but the formerly raging animosity the pirates had against Xian had already subsided by 50 to 60%. Of course, the anger had not fully vanished, but Xian had successfully transferred some of it to Amand. The atmosphere was awkwardly silent. Finally, Xian clapped his hands and tried to rally the pirates. Everyone. It looks like you have succeeded in ransacking the treasury of this demonic place. Now what is important is that we can shift these objects to a safer place in one piece. Raise your knees, let us swiftly leave this damnable place. Very naturally, Xian robbed the hurting Scarface Harry of his script. His bossy orders were obeyed by the silent pirates. Scarface Harry raised his brows. He could smell a strange, dangerous feeling from Xian. If Xian could be said to be a talented and self-effacing knife when he first came aboard, then the Xian now was like a raging fire mountain, spitting suffocating smog out and blazing magma. Wait till we return and I'll settle you. Scarface Harry remained emotionless. He thought to himself, harboring a strong killing intent. No matter what, now was not a good time to deal with Xian. Putting personal feelings aside, the critical duty was to deliver these generous treasures back into a man's hands. At this moment he glanced at his trusted confidant, Charlie. This already missing brat in his memories was now standing by his side laughing and chatting away. Scarface Harry felt a warmth in his heart. He could feel harmony between these filthy greedy pirates beside him already cracking apart. Furthermore, at this point most of his trusted aides were either dead or heavily injured. In this unstable environment, there was nothing better than suddenly having a trusted friend beside him. This good news lessened Scarface Harry's searing headache. He immediately pulled Pirate Charlie to him and spanked his ass. Using a rough and familiar laughter he teased. Damned scum, looks like even hell doesn't want you. Pirate Charlie giggled, casually jousting about with Scarface Harry as usual. Besides Scarface Harry, he always acted pretty silly. However, Harry's next words stumbled him. Right, they mentioned you had been captured by those black rats and taken to some hidden room. How did you expose their asses and escape? By asking this, Scarface Harry was firstly trying to brag about this man's courage and determination. Secondly, he was trying to borrow his success to raise the gloomy morale that was suppressed by Xian's few words. Regrettably, he neglected the point that Pirate Charlie had appeared only a few seconds before Sheehan. They came from the same channel. "I'm sorry, sir." Pirate Charlie started stammering. It's. Scarface Harry's emotions became a little jittery. He did not notice his subordinate's peculiar behavior, slapping his head and scolded. "I have reminded you thousands of times, speak louder when you talk to me." "Yes, sir." Pirate Charlie immediately straightened his voice. "Stephen and I, after being captured by those scums, our poor Sten had his intestines forcefully dragged out by several meters. In the end he cried up and died. Before I was about to suffer the same cruel fate, crewhead." After uttering crewhead, these two words, Pirate Charlie witnessed Sheehan coincidentally glancing behind. He immediately remembered his new status and altered his words. "It was Master who rescued me from that nightmare." The word Master attracted the ears of everyone present. Some were astonished, some were amazed, and yet some were furious. Following that, Pirate Charlie recounted his earlier incidents with a stammering and fast voice. Finally he shrugged his shoulders and spoke with a helpless voice. "I'm very lucky to still be alive in the face of such despair, therefore I will honor my oath. Sacrificing my freedom to serve my Savior. This is probably my destiny, who knows?" At this moment, the other pirates started to gaze upon Sheehan with an unusual look. Every one would also wish to have someone selflessly not caring about his own life to rescue them from the verge of death. Yet, Sheehan had done it, and the person he saved was even Scarface Harry's trusted confidant. This unknowingly gave this pirates a broader and public-spirited sensation. To Scarface Harry, his initial excitement had dropped to an all-time low. This sort of feeling of punching the air and having it recoil back to harm him made him want to vomit blood. They continued advancing with Sheehan at the helm. Presently, he had already understood the earlier happenings. After segregating into 6 groups, these pirates were like a greedy pack of mice as they quickly dispersed to every corner of the castle. Because of all sorts of booby traps and witchcraft they suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, Scarface Harry stood up. This robust Viking that was ferocious as a bear demonstrated explosive and terrifying strength. He led a group of trusted comrades to save 2 groups of desperate pirates. Afterwards, he purposely released a blackguard during battle and traced his footsteps until they found the castle treasury. Chapter 51, Bloody Mechanism. Chapter 51, Bloody Mechanism, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Although the treasury door was extremely hard, so much that even ghosts would give up passing through it, Scarface Harry drank a glass of devil's medicine that was heard of in the legends. Using the simplest but crude method of forcing the treasury door open was the reason that Sheehan formerly felt the entire castle vibrating. As they are nearing the main doorway of the castle and could even see the rays of blaze coming from the outside, the pirates excitedly roared. Instead, Sheehan sensed an unexplainable danger, a sensation that was like drowning in the Arctic Ocean. At this moment, at the corner of his eyes, Sheehan noticed the nearby castle wall. There were numerous decorative engravings, but the newer word character-like decorative engravings were more plentiful. Sheehan used his hand to feel against the engraving. He felt a warmth that did not tally with the chill he had in mind. It was a warmth that was close to body temperature. Don't tell me the guard's aim for releasing blood is. A fierce and dangerous feeling surged in his heart. His eyes flickered as he glanced at Scarface Harry at the rear end. This bulky brute had beads of sparkling perspiration glowing countlessly in his bald head. He had not engaged in any intense activity for the past half an hour. Why was he sweating so much? Sheehan's lips formed into a cold sneer. He abruptly halted his footsteps and shouted out, "Listen to me. If you guys still wish to enjoy your rum, sunshine, beaches, and women, then we cannot advance any more." The group of pirates looked at him in a stupor. One of Harry's subordinates, Pirate Sigma, replied with a sarcastic tone, "What you mean is you want us to turn around and lawfully return the treasure chest to the respected little Lord Falk." Sheehan anxiously replied, "There is a huge danger ahead, believe me, I can sense it. The safest way to leave this castle shouldn't be by the stairs but by the air. Although the castle's 2nd floor is high, but I think the most serious consequences of jumping down would only be a little injury to the legs." Sigma had already become Harry's messenger. He immediately argued back, "Then should we leave the little Lord Falk's chest over here?" Sheehan sincerely implored, "Everyone can put in effort to carry some on hand, then we will toss the chest out of the window. Your suggestion will only shrink our loots by more than half." Sigma laughed coldly as he took out a porcelain from the nearby chest. Look at this delicate china porcelain. It's as smooth as an infant's skin, rubbing it is like groping at a 16-year-old virgin's. It is worth at least £50,000 sterling to any British nobility. But falling from a half a foot high would already cause it to shatter in a million pieces. It is not worth. At this point, Scarface Harry coughed gently. It was not because his throat had phlegm but because he wanted the attention to be directed to him. We will advance forward, no matter if it's angels or demons obstructing us, we will equally trample over them. Very good, in order to establish superiority he overruled me. Sheehan sighed in his heart, but still remained firm in appearance. He helplessly raised his hands as though he wanted to say something, but the impatient pirates brushed past him in succession. Even his servant Charlie excitedly rushed ahead, but fortunately after running for 10 meters out he remembered his master Sheehan and returned to find him. Currently, Sheehan felt helpless and lonely. He was like a lone upright reef on the seabed. But people normally forget, the tide would quickly subside, but a reef would stand firm for a millennium. The pirates gape at the glimmer coming from outside the castle gate. Frenzy and hope filled their eyes. Already trapped in this darkness-enshrouded castle for too long, they could not wait to bask in the familiar and warm sea breeze. Although they were exhausted, they quickened their steps and nobody glanced back to look at Sheehan. Nobody expected that they have already fell into a huge pitfall. Sheehan shook his head gently as he reclined a few steps back. His perceptive sensing had forewarned him. In actual fact, from a young age Sheehan possessed a strong analytical intuition and meticulous thinking. If not, he wouldn't have been able to climb to the position of vice-captain at the young age of 17 years old. However, this great scheming ability was not flawless. Its greatest flaw was that it needed adequate thinking period and essential information. In the present world, Uncle Desai's sudden case was an emergency. How much buffer time did it give to Sheehan? Given Sheehan's capability at that time, was there a possibility of devising a plan to finish off Washan Fei? Yes. However, he would need 1 year to prepare and arrange everything. Putting it bluntly, under those circumstances, even the smartest housewife cannot cook without rice. Chinese idiom, you won't get anyway without equipment. After entering the Terminator world, Sheehan, who had just entered the space, suffered from all sorts of assault. This was because he was still unfamiliar to the world. He had to familiarize himself with the rules and regulations and even grasp his personal strength and abilities. He was human and not God. If he could still scheme under such circumstances, then his only consequence would be to implicate himself. Until arriving at this world could Sheehan exhibit fully this outstanding ability bred from his character. Primarily, he had adequate time. Upon arriving he was also relatively familiar with the Caribbean Sea world. Furthermore, he managed to obtain essential information from different places, and these information were not confined to this world. He obtained it through the shadow of this world as well as his insight ability. It can be said that his ability could only be demonstrated through preparation of different factors. But looking back now, his devised schemes still contained some loopholes. Luckily Lady Luck had continually shined on him. That was why his plans had not been ruined, and continued to develop. It was when the pirates approached the main gate that the air suddenly sounded with a minute for queer sound. This sound was like the murmur of a dried river, or the nibbling of fragments from a mulberry tree. Within the darkness, something had unfolded. Scarface Harry's brows jumped. He immediately halted his steps. But the giant stone floor of the entrance had already started to reverse abruptly. It became like a towering wall in front of everyone. 2 persons were impaled on the massive spikes of the stone board. These 2 faces were extremely familiar with the pirates. They were the previously dispatched navigator Siar and blind Matt, who were used to suppress Sheehan. But right now these 2 had their entire body nailed onto this immense black-colored stone board, their fate unknown. But their skin was ghastly pale. It looked like all their blood had been drained out. Most of them gasped in astonishment, some cried out loudly while others wanted to save them, and yet some recalled Sheehan's words and backed off. The originally organized group fell into a mess. The pirates were all confused and shocked. Bang! Another sound floated into the air. That sound seemed to be groanings from the downtown area. If one wasn't careful in listening and discerning, one would not discover its existence. But once it was discovered, it was already almost within reach. That was the sharp sound of an arrow piercing through the air. Based on Sheehan's judgment, that arrow shot from outside was traveling above a speed of 100 meters/second. It was like a bolt falling down from the 60th floor. or a rock that was tossed in front of a speeding at 200 kilometers car. Such destructive speed was exceptionally astonishing. Even an ordinary thumb-size thick board would be unable to block against it within 100 meters. What more, these exhausted pirates? Those penetrating sounds recklessly resonated, moving at such high speeds and rotating in midair were these arrows. Its tip carried a cyan phosphorescent. Looking at the long standard body, these iron arrows were fletched using wood. It was made with a ratio of 3 iron to 1 nickel, a standard England manufactured weapon. All around the castle walls were several small indistinct holes which were hard to notice during the daytime. Those arrows were all shot from there, leaving deep holes that looked like carved-out eyeballs as it stared viciously. The pirates standing in the hallway were like wheat being harvested, falling down in successions. In such a matter of life and death, nobody dared to conceal their strength. Naturally, the people surrounding Scarface Harry were stronger by a length. Especially Pirate Sigma, who previously argued with Sheehan, he demonstrated an astonishing strength. At the first sign of attack he already instantly drew out his blade, a light blue glow covering the blade. Slicing around with thundering power, he chopped 3 incoming arrows into half. Following that, he used his empty left hand to fish out this musket, and repelled 2 arrows heading for Scarface Harry. However, his outstanding performance attracted the attention of their hidden enemies. As the light blue smoke had not dissipated from the musket, the decorative engravings on the wall suddenly flashed out. At this point, Sheehan sensed an even bigger danger. The hair on his body immediately stood up. He immediately took cover behind a sheltering object. Simultaneously, from a hole on the stone wall, an incomparably blinding ray suddenly exploded out. Chapter 52, Desperation. Chapter 52, Desperation, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. The ray emerged without sound nor warning, but following it in the air sounded out a shrilling, whistling as an oval object sped with great trajectory. Its target was obviously Pirate Sigma, and even the dust was blasted into holes in the air. Sigma tried to deflect it with his blade, but to no avail, as a huge hole formed on his throat by that ray. Through the empty hole where the merciless throat-splitting ray came from, Sheehan managed to catch a glimpse of the scenery behind it before another batch of arrow was loaded in. Since it already taken a life, this throat-splitting projectile was not satisfied but even surged with greater intent. Away from Sigma's fuming but lifeless eyes, and while the blood was still gushing out of his throat, it penetrated the chest of the pirate behind Sigma with great velocity. The impact lifted that guy up as he crashed against the stone wall behind him. The bloodied corpses slowly slided down, leaving a sorrowful splash of ochre on this old castle wall. Probably due to the searing headache, Scarface Harry's reaction was relatively delayed. Furthermore, his tall and sturdy body had a greater surface for the arrows to land on. However, these arrows were fatal to the other pirates, but to Scarface Harry, he had a maximum HP of 1,300 points. He was a monster with at least 15 points of defense. Even when the arrows pierced him, it was only able to inflict serious damage but not fatal ones. His entire body was covered with 5 to 6 arrows. The arrows penetrated about a foot into his body, as the feathered tails of the arrow projected a sickening and sorrowful sight. Suddenly Scarface Harry snapped out of his dream. Gasping, he lifted his head. The blood gushing out of Sigma's throat had just nice splashed onto the face of this bald-headed brute. Warm blood, bone-chilling blood. Why is there so much blood? That damned headache is not letting me go. Why is this face so familiar? Wait, damn it, there is a huge hole in Sigma's throat. Another old mate fell in front of him, yet another old mate fell in front of him. In this moment, Scarface Harry's eyes flushed with a sinister red. His bulging muscles suddenly burst through his linen clothing, ripping it into shreds. Even a length of the arrows that were lodged in his body was forcefully pressed out. Sheehan, who was witnessing this in the safety of his cover, could feel the hair of his arms standing. In a flash, he felt that Scarface Harry seemed to have transformed into a massive black hole, sucking in all the air that was around him. Sheehan's pupils contracted. He could already sense something. Half an hour ago he had missed such an exciting fight, but now the main actor Mr. Harry will perform the sequel and satisfy his entertainment craving. Although his would definitely come at a huge price. Scarface Harry inhaled deeply. This action caused the green serpent-like veins on his neck and head to bulged up. His bloodshot eyes even protruded out by nearly 2 centimeters. Following his breathing motion, firstly the mouth then the throat frighteningly swelled up. It was like a basketball was forcefully shoved down his mouth. This sort of horrifying sight led Sheehan to unconsciously think of a toad-like creature. The swelled area rapidly deflated in Scarface Harry's body, as it traveled to his right hand, causing it to expand abnormally. Scarface Harry then massively raised this right fist and smashed against the floor in front of him. Concurrently, the arrows lodged within him were forced out as it scattered to the floor with blood and flesh still stuck to it. Only the faint silverish glow remained on his body. At the moment when the fist came in contact with the floor, his massive right arm could be clearly seen to return back to its original state. On the floor in front of him was a strange protrusion of earth, as it rapidly surged towards the distant shadows. It looked like that was the air that Harry had taken in deeply, swirling in his body for a while before unleashing with such monstrosity into the ground. Muscle explosion. The entire castle once again shook violently. It could be clearly felt that its foundations were even trembling. Consecutively, watery blood spurted out from the right arrow holes of the right wall, splashing on the floor as if teasing them. Within it, bits of flesh could be differentiated out. Obviously, the few enemies hidden in the secret room had been pressured to death by the massive fist. At the same time, Scarface Harry's entire body emitted a strange sound. It sounded like a soaked blanket being twisted so hard that it thoroughly ripped apart. He then collapsed face first with a boom, as though a mountain was crumbling. The fallen Scarface Harry was still convulsing on the floor, lumps of purple surfaced on his body. If Sheehan was an experienced physician, he would easily make the following diagnosis: sickness, severe muscle laceration of the entire body. Reason: fatigue leading to reduction in muscle elasticity. Even though Scarface Harry demonstrated again his immense strength and eliminated the enemies hidden in the secret room, the pirates had already suffered a catastrophe. Earlier, there were only a bit more than 20 survivors, but after the barrage of savage shootings, their total strength was halved once again. The remainder were all heavily wounded. What was worth mentioning was that Pirate Charlie had also charged forward to assist Scarface Harry, but he fortunately received an arrow to his arm only. It was probably because his strength was too average and nobody took special notice of him. Faced with such a situation, the only perfectly fine Sheehan did not jump out and jeered at them, saying that they should have listened to his advice. He humbly crawled out of his safety zone and started to treat the injured people. Also, he arranged the appearance of the fallen ones. Undoubtedly, after completing these tasks, although he did not say anything, he managed to receive the allegiance of 7 to 8 of the surviving pirates. This was probably linked to Harry's silence as well. Although the gap between them and the castle gates was only a mere tens of meters away, but everyone gazed upon the entrance with fear. That was until Sheehan initiatively carried a chest and walked towards the entrance. It should be safe now. Sheehan used a resolute tone. Earlier on, those scums that was killed should be the last line of defense for the castle. If they can still produce a few more, then none of you should be alive by now. Under Sheehan's lead, the rest of the pirates carried the remaining 5 chests filled with treasures and fled from the place. Scarface Harry was supported by 2 people, wobbling as they left Tortuga Castle. Although he looked at Sheehan with a complicated look, he ultimately sighed and followed him. After they left for about 10 minutes, another group of pirates fanatically charged into the castle to plunder it. If Sheehan and company were delayed, there would definitely be a bitter conflict between the two parties. At this time, the events at the sea was also a mess. The blazing battle flames illuminated the night sky. Because of the affluent nature in Tortuga port, it instigated a civil war between the plundering pirates. Maybe some pirates had their loot stolen, or maybe they could not decide how to split their stuffs, as it stirred up a huge internal chaos between them. Panting and at the brink of exhaustion, the pirate group painstakingly arrived at their rendezvous point. To their despair, they discovered that the middle of port was engulfed in a huge blaze. They realized that their barge, small boats, had been used by some out-of-control pirates as instruments to vent their frustrations. And regarding the 3 pirates that were left behind as messengers as well as to protect the boats, not one of them was left alive. Heaven never bars one's way, Chinese idiom, never give up hope. Relying on their familiarity of this place, the group of pirates went to a nearby area in the port to search, and to their surprise, they found a small-size sailboat anchored over there. On board were 10 old and sickly-looking pirates. They looked to be waiting for their fellow comrades. The pirates were on the Bell and Mug were all specially selected elite hooligans, although they were all injured, but they had already regained some of their senses. Under the leadership of their core member Sheehan, they thoroughly decimated the pirates on the sailboat, and successfully seized control of this 15-meter-long lone sailboat. Although Sheehan and company were temporarily safe, however, there was an imminent problem. The current surviving pirates were adequate to operate this sailboat, but they were not enough to protect themselves in battle. Once they meet an enemy ship on sea, then they would be like sitting ducks waiting to die. Looking upon the pot porridge, complete mess, at sea, although they knew that the Bell and Mug was currently 10 over miles to the west, nobody dared to suggest sailing there in a straight line. Some suggested sending people ahead to notify a man to receive them, but once they asked for volunteers, everyone remained mouth-tight. Everyone knew the consequences of running across this chaotic Tortuga port while being injured. After a series of discussions, Sheehan suggested taking a roundabout route along the north side of the island. The consequence of this was that their returning journey would be extended to over half an hour, but their safety would be guaranteed at least 80%. After the calamity at the castle entrance, very few sounded out in objection against Sheehan's suggestion as they swiftly came to a consensus. Chapter 53, Dissension. Chapter 53, Dissension, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcácer. Within the pitch-black hold of the boat, an aroma spiraled from the lone burning candle. The thick walls adds up to the great soundproofing. This was probably because the original owner placed several thick pieces of flannel between the wooden partitions. Even the raging waves sounded gentle to the ears. Scarface Harry lied down in the captain's cabin. Although the candle extinguished unknowingly, he had no intentions of lighting it again. To someone who was constantly tortured by this massive headache, this peaceful darkness offered him a little comfort. His temples were pulsing with tremendous pain. If he used his thumb to press on it, the pain would be lessened. However, by doing this, his arm muscles will ache in violent protest. If it was 10 years ago, how would I have looked so pathetic? Luckily, we are about to return to the Bell and Mug soon. Scarface Harry caressed the silver sword in his hands. Even in the darkness, this sword was brimming with brilliance of silver glow. This was the personal weapon a man had loaned him previously. At this moment, the door suddenly swung open. A black figure entered along with the fresh sea breeze as he hastily rushed in, bringing with him a thick panting. His panting was not due to exhaustion but carried an indescribable panic and urgency. Mr. Harry. A mutiny has occurred on the boat. They've killed Carter. They wanted me to change your bandage to a poisonous one. The entire boat has turned against us. The only thing in their mind now is to kill you and split the plentiful treasure. Scarface Harry's eyes instantly opened widely. Although his body was brimming with pain, at this moment, all the killing intent had returned to this massively strong Viking. He jumped up nimbly and asked with a pressured voice. How many of them, Charlie? The person sneaking in was actually Sheehan's slave, Charlie. His voice was shaking as he replied. 6 of them. The poisonous bandage will only activate after a minute. When that time comes, they will immediately charge in. Scarface Harry bit his lips hardly, his expression flashing with ferocity. His voice was squeezed out between his gritting teeth. Very good, very good. Unsure whether he was saying Charlie did a good job, or directed to the traitorous Sheehan and company. Scarface Harry impatiently paced around in the hold, flaring his nose as asked. Have you drank? Have you? At this point, there was no questioning that alcohol would numb the incredible pain, and arouse the adrenaline. In order to brace his courage and sell out his master and the other pirates, Charlie definitely had drank some alcohol. He listened to Scarface Harry's questioning and aggressively nodded his head. Yes, before I came I drank a little. There is still a full pouch here. Scarface Harry reached out his hand and pulled out the wine pouch at Charlie's waist. Raising his head and using one hand to support, a stream of deep yellow alcohol liquid shot into this mouth. His throat squirmed, and within seconds the entire wine pouch was drained clean. His eyes were intensified with a sorrowful bloodshot. Under the stimulation of the alcohol, Scarface Harry exhaled a huge breath. He looked extremely comfortable, but after a few seconds his serene expression changed into a sinister one. He roared out like a surrounded beast that had stepped into a trap. Right in the face he grabbed onto Charlie, frenziedly shouting out, "You dared to betray me, poisoning the rum." The average-sized Charlie being grabbed on by this massive Viking Harry was like a fowl trembling uncontrollably and waiting to be slaughtered. Charlie's face had a complicated expression, mournful, crying out. I didn't. They really said to use the poisonous bandage. Pa. Sounds of clapping echoed in from outside the room. A group of guys streamed down from the stairs in one line. Leading the way was the fully equipped Xian. Behind him was a group of vile and ruthless-looking pirates. They looked like a bunch of greedy and crafty-looking wolves. Xian glanced at Charlie, his face formed a mysterious slight smile. "Well done, my servant." Charlie was momentarily stunned, and Scarface Harry's eyes felt like they were cracking. He was having a dizzy spell, and he felt that there was not one part in his body that wasn't pain. He exerted strength and suddenly roared out and snapped the neck of Charlie. Then he flung him aside, as he landed against the wall with a crash. Sliding to the floor like a couch, there was no longer any movements. Only 2 tears of blood were gradually rolling down from the dead Charlie's eyes. No one knew if it was tears or blood. Xian received a notification: "Your servant, Pirate Charlie, has died," from the Nightmare imprint. However, he never placed this close to his heart. In his scheming, Charlie was like Joke that had no strength nor loyalty. Currently, managing to bring out the best outcome from this joke was enough. Regarding his head, he was totally not bothered within his plans. Xian and the pirates glanced at Charlie's corpse and started laughing out loud in unison. Their laughter further agitated the already going insane Scarface Harry. An extremely negative sensation was gradually surging within his heart. He roared out, King morons, what are you laughing at?" Xian stared at him with a sympathetic look, softly saying, "Congratulations on killing the only loyal person you have on this boat." After hearing his phrase, his bloodshot eyes bulged out, as he stammered a few step backs, shouting, "Impossible. Impossible, he obviously poisoned me with the rum." Xian shrugged his shoulders, laughing out with contempt. Actually, Charlie's loyalty was obviously written all over his face. "We merely set up a little trick in letting him believe that a harmless bandage carried poison, but actually in his wine and food, we had already secretly poisoned it. This logic is so simple. If he really intended to harm you, why did he wait for you to finish drinking and not escape? If he really intended to harm you, why did he wait for you to finish drinking and not escape? If he really intended to harm you, why did he wait for you to finish drinking and not escape? If he really intended to harm you, why did he wait for you to finish drinking and not escape?" Xian's last sentence was like a sharp dagger, mercilessly stabbing repeatedly against Scarface Harry's heart. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance. Seeing the blood tears flowing from Charlie's face, who had suffered such an unjustifiable death, he felt an absolute resentment bursting through his heart. There was nowhere to flow. It was as though it was about to force his entire body to erupt. He frenziedly howled. Only one notion remained in his mind, that was to slay them all. Kill everything that was living in front of him. Even if it cost his own life, even if it cost him the entire world. Xian's pupils contracted. The unknown variable had once again surfaced in his plans. The Nightmare imprint warned him in a flash. Scarface Harry's agitation has exceeded his mental limits. Ancient Viking blood aroused. Scarface Harry has sunk into a fanatical state. He will not feel any pain, or external negative effects. He will completely rely on his primitive instincts to engage in battle. Damage received from enemies increased by 200, damage inflicted to enemies increased by 250. Scarface Harry hauled out like a wild beast, his fist headed directly for Xian's head. This punch was filled with strength and weight, leaving one a feeling of a heavy 50-ton pickup truck colliding straight on. When Xian just entered this world, he won over Scarface Harry in an arm wrestling match. Hence, in his heart, he was confident and stretched out both fists to block. However, upon impact, he could feel an immeasurable strength from the opposition, oppressing him with such a force that even breathing was difficult. Xian was blown away as his legs left the floor and he crashed out of the door as the broken wood fragments scattered around. The sound was so tremendous that even the rest sprawled to the floor. When he stood up, blood was already leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Damned. Xian in this moment understood the reason why his strength was easily suppressed. First should be his title, and second his equipment. Currently they were battling on sea. Xian's title, Pirate Ringleader, could enable his personal strength +2 and physique +2. Therefore, regarding this Chief Officer Harry, he definitely possessed a stronger title, giving him more added bonuses. Previously he was just sparring casually with arm wrestling back in the bar. Such a normal and leisure activity, even with many outsiders around, he would never utilize his full equipment. This reason was akin to the #1 killer in the present world, never walking around with huge assassination tools. Although upon exchanging blows, Sheehan held absolute disadvantage and was even beaten to such a sorry state, Sheehan had already made preparations earlier on. Scarface Harry was like a raging lion stepping out of the door in pursuit of his prey, but he suddenly felt a blaze in front of him. Someone was throwing several torches at him. He furiously swiped away the torches, but a massive strength suddenly collided against him with great ferocity. His entire body stumbled backwards, and he suddenly felt a weird ice-cold yet scorching feeling from his chest to his back. Following that, a searing pain that enveloped his entire body like a spinning web. At this point, the stunned Harry lowered his head, and saw a deep object lodged into his chest. It seemed to be the tail of an arrow, but it was vibrating greatly as the arrowhead emerged from the back with flesh and blood attached to it. The night sky reflected a certain sorrowful look onto the crimson arrowhead. This arrow was already set up on the boat. It was released with a crossbow used in naval battles. Such a crossbow could even penetrate the thick and heavy shipboards. It was obviously able to inflict damage onto Scarface Harry. Sheehan and the rest had already aimed the crossbow towards the doorway of the ship's hold. It was to leave Scarface Harry with a fierce memory. Chapter 54, Break, 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 Explode. Chapter 54, Break, 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 Explode. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcázar. An abrupt severe attack, a complicated feeling swept across Scarface Harry's entire body. This feeling included pain, deceived, rage, insanity, ruthlessness. His eyes turned scarlet. It seemed like the blood within him had all gone to his head. This sort of impetuous, unrestrained killing intent had wiped out all rationality he had in him. With a fuming roar, he actually used his hand to pull out the arrow from his chest. He was completely oblivious to the huge chunk of meat that was pulled out along with it as he completely threw it aside. At the same time, who was standing at the edge of the boat suddenly paused, both his hands clawing at the air aimlessly, his eyes popping out. Looking closely, there was actually a semi-broken arrow stuck deeply into his throat. It had not penetrated fully, but the skin at the back of his neck had a slight protrusion. Looking carefully, the tail of the arrow had already snapped off. It was actually the arrow that was pulled out from the heavily injured Scarface Harry. What swept the entire field with his dying eyes, his throat producing a choking sound as he heavily slumped against the edge, rolling over. A small splash rippled the pitch-black ocean, and finally vanished. Everyone present did not believe that in such a situation, Scarface Harry was still able to counterattack. In one move, he actually slayed the core pirate Watt. Looking at this bald Viking with his twin scarlet red eyes, an entire body drenched in blood and the insane reckless charging, he was like a fierce lion that refused to respond to death's call no matter how injured he was. This final resolution of might alone was able to cause the remaining pirates to shudder in fear. But at this moment, Sheehan heavily took a deep breath, spreading out his arms outrageously and charged forward. Dong! The hull of the boat inclined to the left by at least 30 degrees, the surface of the sea bubbled up a violent ripple. Scarface Harry crazily raised both fists and heavily pounded down, but was actually ingeniously dodged by Sheehan. The suffering victim was the thick side of the boat, as a big hole emerged with wooden planks piercing out in all directions. Sheehan lifted his left fist. Under the dim illumination of the flames, a shiny metallic glow flickered. He seized this opportunity, lowering his body and dealt a punch towards the bottom of Harry's ribs. A distinct depression formed at that area, a few bones had probably shattered. But this huge brute ignored it and, with one smack of his hand, he flung Sheehan 5 to 6 meters away. Sheehan's eyes blazed with a fiery rage, rolling to the side and picking himself back up. Half kneeling, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His facial muscles were twitching from the pain. Turning around to stare at the remaining pirates, he callously howled at them. "We've done till here, you guys still refuse to act. Don't tell me you want to die here." After yelling, he charged forward again with great determination. Sheehan's refusal to resign to fate and charging on, instantly aroused the untamed brutality of the remaining pirates' hearts. They also howled and charged forward. As Sheehan charged in, Scarface Harry threw out consecutive heavy punches, but Sheehan successfully dodged by lowering his body. He bent his left elbow and mightily swung it against the side of Harry's right knee. Scarface Harry released a shrilling and raging roar, as he surrendered to gravity and knelt to the floor with an earth-shattering impact. After hearing a loud thump, Harry's massive body swayed. His right knee had been crushed by the side, as his entire body lost balance and fell to the floor. This was when the other pirates saw their opportunity, they fanatically surged forward like a pack of famished wolves devouring a weakened lion. Scarface Harry knew that the situation was dire. He frantically waved his fist, but his fist would occasionally miss a beat. As the ship's board was rapidly disintegrating, Sheehan evaded 2 punches but did not manage to escape the 3rd punch. Under the feverish howling of Scarface Harry, he was smashed heavily in the chest. Dark spots appeared in his eyes as a fountain of blood spurted out like an arrow. It was like his organs were also being vomited out. Every punch contained an immense strength. Sheehan received 1 blow straight up and was blown 5 to 6 meters away, rolling a few times before trying to force himself up. With his wobbly hands he tried to push himself back up but again collapsed to the ground and once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he begun this battle, Sheehan was already not in his optimal condition. This was the aftermath of previous escaping events. Hence, after 1 thunderous punch from Harry, his life points dropped into the danger zone of below 10%. If he continued moving, then he would undoubtedly die faster. Fortunately, those pirates did not waste Sheehan's efforts as they succeeded in charging forward and struck a few blows. In such a chaotic battle, no amount of tactics were needed. It was basically who was able to strike harder, fiercer and endure more. Fresh blood sprayed out onto every corner. The sounds of metallic blade colliding against the human bone were clear, in addition to the raging curses and yellings. Although the remaining pirates were individually injured beforehand, they were all battle veterans and were not inferior in any aspect when fighting for their lives. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a terribly mournful howl. Covered in dust and blood, Scarface Harry suddenly leapt forward, shaking off the few pirates that were over him. He punched against the thick mainmast beside him. The innocent mainmast gave out a cracking wail as it snapped at the part the fist landed. Scarface Harry lifted up the thick and long broken mast, sweeping it around him horizontally as it smashed against the few pirates. The pirates were blown away like a bunch of bowling pins. Even their cries had not yet been issued as they spasmed and died. The majority of their bones had shattered as they landed into the sea with a splash. After this one attack, Scarface Harry's chest and back was drenched in a reddish-black patch. One of his eyes was stabbed blind. But the feeling he gave to one was that of an indomitable ruthless beast, not retreating 1 step. Fighting over fleeing. Only death without life. In a split second, the merciless Scarface Harry swung the broken mast, blowing away a pirate at the side that was trying to sneakily take shot with his musket. This pirate groaned out miserably, as his stout and strong 100 kilograms body was blown away like it was a feather. Just like a golf ball he flew out and crashed against the tough edge of the boat. His entire body hung there with a split belly and intestines spilling out, rocking against the sorrowful breeze. The surrounding pirates were dumbfounded. They even forgot how to cry and their minds were a blank of white. Scarface Harry suddenly twisted round, his lone eye blurred by the blood, stared at a pirate standing 3 meters away with a saber. This pirate held onto it with his violently trembling hands. The blade repeatedly clashed with the scabbard, releasing a crisp clanking sound. Looking at the demonic-looking brute staring at him, he cried out and tossed the saber away, trying to escape. However, Harry's bleeding one eye viciously flickered, his even tendencies at full-fledged as he threw his fist forward like a javelin, striking hard at the back of the pirate. The pirate flew forwards by 5 meters, as a piercing shrill and rubbing sound ensued. His blood and flesh splattered around his perimeter and splinters of bloodied armor scattered around, forming a tragic pathway. A deadly silence filled the atmosphere. Only Scarface Harry's heavy panting was distinct. The silver radiated from his periphery. Beneath him was a puddle of blood, some belonging to his enemy and some his. Naturally, the winner of such an intense conflict was this male who was forced into this desperation. Strictly speaking, Scarface Harry had a serious head injury. He could only display 70% of his strength, and that was his first shackle. Within the desperate struggle in Tortuga Castle, he consecutively used 2 muscle explosions to blast open the treasury. His power had already reached his limits, and that was his second shackle. Furthermore, after the sneak attack at the Tortuga Cast entrance, to defend himself, he forced himself to once again use the muscle explosion even though he was injured himself. This caused his muscles to tear all over his body, and was undoubtedly his third shackle. After Sheehan lit that candle within the ship's hold, it was actually mixed with the venomous wax similar to the message in the bottle. After igniting, when a person breathes the smoke and he will unknowingly drop his attack chance by 50%. If not with Sheehan's low agility, how was he able to successfully dodge Scarface Harry's heavy and explosive punches? That was the 4th shackle binding Scarface Harry's body. The fifth shackle was of course the poisonous rum that was delivered by Pirate Charlie. Although the wine was not very effective against Scarface Harry, who had an outrageous physique of 30 points, it still obstructed his regenerative abilities. The sixth shackle was the terrifying crossbow set up to aim at the Hold's door. Without questions, this one strike had inflicted heavy damage to this lion-like Viking. And yet, when the battle was coming to an end, the one who was having the last laugh was actually this madman Scarface Harry. He was like a wild ox that refused to stop charging. Even after suffering heavy wounds, he was only contented to die while fighting. Sheehan carefully calculated 6 phases of shackles were completely negated by this lunatic. But at this very moment, Scarface Harry felt something was wrong. Because he observed in the eyes of the remaining 3 pirates, even though it contained an extreme dread, there was somewhat a flicker of hope amidst this hopeless situation. Where did their hope come from? Scarface Harry suddenly felt a cold rush against his neck. Unable to resist, he immediately glanced backwards. Through his fuzzy and bloodied vision, he saw a shadow gently getting up like a specter amidst the chaotic mess of broken planks. His movements were agile and vigorous, as if he was completely uninjured. His black figure seemed to be in perfect condition, and he was undoubtedly Scarface Harry's biggest fear. Seaman Yen from the mysterious East. Scarface Harry gazed at Sheehan as if witnessing a ghost. There was an unexplainable aura coming out of Sheehan. This sort of aura gave of a fragrance like that of a blooming orchid, and had traces of blood smell within it. The two smells perfectly blended together, giving a heart-troubled but spirit-relaxed feeling. Sheehan did not merely place these 6 shackles to trap Harry but also to secure himself some sort of insurance. That, not yet purified black blood orchid element, that he received from Khazadar in the previous world, finally had a stage in his critical moment to demonstrate its usefulness. Strike me down, and you win. Sheehan calmly issued. His entire body faded out into the darkness like a mountain range enveloped by dark clouds. This feeling left one with a wide uncertainty. How high was the mountain or how deep is the ocean? Scarface Harry's glare was as piercing as before, his faint silver glow was already common. He couldn't help but gaze back at the direction of the port. From here he could faintly make up the sails of the Bell and Mug. But when he opened his mouth, fresh blood gushed out, drowning out his tone. However, what he wanted to express was as clear as a swinging hatchet. Even if you won, a man would never let you off. The Bell and Mug will still sail gloriously within the Caribbean Sea. Even in my death, I will drag you to hell with me. At this point, the unyielding fighting spirit surged within Scarface Harry like he was about to execute a heroic victory, and pounced forward. This was a confidence that if he was not utterly wrecked, he would never fall. This was a man who refused to shy away from his destiny. Sheehan's eyes flashed with reverence and regret. Gently breathing, he raised his fist and said, "Time is running out. I'm very sorry, Mr. Harry, I'm going to destroy something you guard so dearly to your heart." Not even a few seconds after he finished speaking, a sudden pillar of flame soared out unfathomably from the Bell and Mug. Followed by an explosion. An insanely violent explosion. At this moment, both Sheehan and Scarface Harry's face reflected with a bright reddish-orange, and a striking heat apart from the blood. When the explosion started, he gave of a gradual feeling of a flower blossoming, and one could even hear clearly the mast of the Bell and Mug slowly collapsing in the blazing inferno, the gigantic wooden planks of the ship's deck slowly integrating into fragments. But after a few seconds, everything advanced into a blur. Finally it transformed into an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the entire area, including the sea around it. This was Sheehan's ultimate trump card. Chapter 55, A Letter to Home. Chapter 55, A Letter to Home, Upper, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. Let us backtrack to 10 minutes ago. Location, the Bell and Mug. Although this pirate ship was known as an elite, its internal defense was incomparably hollow. But it had an outstandingly prestigious man assuming command. It was extremely secure. The stay-back force of pirates were numerously aged and sickly, working as one mind. Their expressions had not one hint of panic or worry. The ship was not illuminated, nobody making excessive noise, in perfect order, and even had alcohol and bandages prepared for a wave of wounds. Noteworthily, the long legs Robin, who was raised by Sheehan single-handedly, was surprisingly part of the stay-back force. On the surface, the command for Robin to stay back was an accidental decision by a man. His aim was to ensure a middle-ranking member to remain and manage his personal orders. But everyone knew vividly, Amand was worried about the crew head Sheehan, that is why he decided to separate him and Robin. This was in case the both of them were far away from his watchful vision, decided to be tempted by the sudden appearance of an immense amount of wealth. However, Robin, this old fox, did not show any abnormality towards Amand's arrangement. To this brat, who had suffered arduous training for years in the Caribbean Sea, a short phrase could describe him: whoever has milk is his mother. Who could give benefit to him will be the one who gains his loyalty. The faraway blazing inferno illuminated the night sky along with sorrowful wails and mournful cries. Robin fished out a delicate golden pocket watch in his pocket. Note: pocket watches only appeared in the 17th century, you guys can treat this as a sole equipment. Observing it, he nodded his head. Afterward, he enviably gazed at the shore of Tortuga Port, and strolled into lower floor cabin. In front of Sheehan's cabin, two puffed and round pirates stood guard. They were leaning against the pillar as they dug at their nose, scratched their toes and counted houseflies, obviously overcome with boredom. Robin glanced at them and coughed, lifting his face and loudly exclaiming, "What the heck are you guys doing? The Grand Captain Amand has ordered you to obediently guard Mr. Chris, but you two fools are actually slacking off." These two pirates immediately straightened up as though being poked by a dagger. Looking at Robin's irritable poker face, they could only fished out a few shillings, offering the old Robin to be magnanimous. Initially, Robin naturally objected forcefully. That was until most of the cash the pirates had fell into his hand. He then snorted, waved his hands at them to get lost, and then pushed open and entered the cabin. The two pirates then cursed and sweared in their bellies, swearing profanities against the females of Robin's family in their minds. As the door creaked open, the fat Chris suddenly jumped up in astonishment. His face was pale as though he was a criminal that got caught red-handed. He faked a smile at Robin, and nervously questioned, "Mr. Robin, don't tell me that they have triumphantly returned." Robin sensed that this fat Chris had a strange expression, but he figured he was only worried out of concern. Thus he humbly bowed, saying, "Respected Mr. Chris, crew head had entrusted to me something before he left. That was if he haven't returned within half an hour, then I should pass this letter to you. Please note the time. I have fulfilled my promise and present this letter punctually to you." Chris obviously hadn't expected this. He asked in astonishment, "Letter?" Robin nodded his head and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, when receiving this letter I swore an oath using my ancestor's grave that I would not peep and accurately hand it over to you. Therefore, the contents of this letter are only known by crew head, there is no other person. In this world there were all sorts of supernatural events and witchcraft existing, oaths were not as unchecked and unbounding as the present world. It was a relatively grave action. And the reason why Robin had even done such a grave thing as to swear upon his ancestor's grave was mainly because Sheehan had already offered him £10 as remuneration. Chris received this letter with great suspicions. He immediately teared open the letter to read it. With his first look, beads of cold perspiration formed profusely on his forehead. Because the first line of this letter, astoundingly wrote, "Beloved demolition expert, Mr. Chris," this 5 words. "Beloved demolition expert, Mr. Chris, please forgive me for addressing you like this only at this period. Actually, when we first met, I already had a clear inference of your status and personal strength. Firstly, you are a person lacking in threatening force in both close or far-range combat, but yet you are able to play a crucial part in your party's explosion of Tortuga Castle. This means that you hold a critical tactical position in their plans. From the perspective of the initial difficulty in our realm, not many in a party without battle capabilities can claim to be important. Comparing the special characteristics within the Nightmare realm to, say, a person with matchless investigation/direction capabilities due to high perceptive sensing, a person with extensive range of connections due to his high charm, people with strong enhancing/buffing abilities due to their high intelligence or high spirit, there is only left with the core position of a demolition expert. Within these categories, your perceptive sensing is definitely not high. If it was, you would have chosen a better escape route and not fallen into the dire straits from your pursuers. Your charm is even lower, so much that you have sunk to a level of using my reputation to borrow money from the pirates. Thus, you are left with the last 2 categories. However, the reaction from your remaining party members betrayed you. If you were such an essential member that could bring great benefits or enhance your party's strength, they would certainly utilize every method to find you. They would never be so oblivious to your condition like right now. After eliminating all possibilities, the only one that is left, even if it's so unfathomable, it is definitely the correct answer. However, based on the aforementioned intelligence, I still have no confidence in placing this noble title of a demolition expert on you. Yet, I noticed a small thing. That was during the Battle of the Paragon Fleet, your contribution level was actually not low and you managed to receive an award of 2 ancient gold pound. Following this lead, I further investigated. I discovered that your contribution was achieved by cooperation with the cannon gunman at the hold of the ship. That cannon gunman was extremely honest with his crew head. Once the respected Mr. Chris stored up the gunpowder by the side, the cannons mysteriously flew further and possessed a greater power. From this, respected Mr. Chris, my deduction had been complemented by this last piece of evidence. Once I placed this title of a demolition expert on your head, it naturally can explain why you were so determined not to return to your party. The reason you could compromise and stay on this ship was because of your special fighting style. Once you return to your party, you will most likely be reduced to a marginal role of servitude. You might as well stay on this easily accessible pirate ship, and borrow my name as protection and do my things here. For example, borrowing a lot of cash from the pirates and placing it on me. And perhaps using the adequate time on this boat to make huge amounts of spirit-type explosives, and bury them around this ship. Oh! My beloved cousin Chris, please do not be emotional lest you knock your head against this low-ceiling ship hold. Since I dare to make such a conclusion, I naturally have adequate proof. What differs me from you is that my perceptive sensing has reached an entire 14 points. Under my meticulous attention, I can still barely confirm objects that threatens my life to a certain extent. After my careful investigations, I finally discovered a small explosive pasted beneath the stool. I cannot acknowledge that this sort of spirit-manufactured explosives are extremely covert, and can be said to be a piece of art. What is unimaginable is that a chewing gum-sized object possesses such astonishing powers that can torment others. Of course, following my observation, the duration you need to manufacture one is relatively long. It should be roughly one in every 24 hours. Chapter 56, A Letter to Home. Chapter 56, A Letter to Home, lower, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasser. Just like how I can figure your schemes, similarly you should be guessing mine, and even following traces of clue from the storyline, you should be pretty close in guessing. Tonight a scenario that you take pleasure in is presented. Ciar and Blind Matt's task force, me and Scarface Harry leading a group of elite reinforcements. The entire Bell and Mug has essentially withered to nothing, the only threat that is left is the strongest and fiercest Amand. Once he leaves his cabin by 100, no, 50 meters, you will be able to clean up his entire room like a licking dog and casually leave this damned world without fear. Everything boils down to when will Amand leave this ship. The only possibility is when we successfully plundered and return loaded, or we got defeated and return empty-handed. As a pirate captain, he cannot charge in personally with the front line but only keep guard and observe from the headquarters. However, once we return triumphantly from our blood-soaked victory, if he still stubbornly remained on the ship and adopt an indulgent attitude, then that is both illogical and uncompassionate. Obviously, a man's beguile ways of reaching to people's heart is understood, if not he wouldn't be able to sit on a position as one of the future 7 pirate lord. Therefore, is the only chance that you've been painstakingly waiting for. Looking till here, Chris's fat face had turned white and ashen, and back to white. His cold sweat dripped repeatedly from his forehead, completely drenching his hair. He had no time to wipe, his heart had already sunk into a coldest icehouse. He had never anticipated that his own schemes were seen thoroughly by this devil. He gasped for a few deep breaths, and anxiously read on. Presently, I have no choice but to regrettably inform you, the opportunity you have been waiting for is forever gone. I have always deliberately leaked out in front of you the impression that my current position had not been easily obtained. Therefore, you've mistakenly thought that I did put in great effort to become the crew head, and thus, was of utmost importance. Hence, you thought I wanted to continue climbing up this social ladder. I trust that this point of view has already been deeply rooted within your heart. But, actually I want to tell you, only by giving up, then you will gain. If I cannot bear to part with my position as a crew head and my painstakingly gained reputation on the Bell and Mug, then how would I be able to ingeniously place you as my most important chess piece in this setup? I was already bent on betraying Amand. And just in this one campaign. Therefore, Amand will never receive our triumphant and returning report. The fully expectant Amand's only report will be the news of my betrayal, inflicting great losses no matter how my plan goes. The ultimate outcome of success or failure, life or death, I will still betray him, utterly and shamelessly betray him. Therefore, regarding blood-related cousin, life savior, this status, what do you think? Respected Mr. Chris, use your rich imagination. You should be able to recognize the cruel methods that the furious Amand would do to you to vent his frustrations. Based on the oath he swore upon his ancestor's grave and the £10 remuneration, Long Leg Robin has an 88.4% chance of faithfully carrying out my order. After 2 hours of setting off, he will punctually deliver this letter into your hands. At this time I may have died or may be perfectly alive any place in this world. But to you, it is not important. What is important is that I have already committed treacherous acts towards Amand. Anyway, the great son of the Black Sea may have already received unfortunate news. Hence, for your safety, Mr. Chris, please pay careful attention to the footsteps outside the door. That could be the sound of people sent by Amand to capture you. On account of the 2 gold pounds, I will leave you with one final warning. Immediately detonate the explosives. After causing a huge confusion, jump into the sea and escape. The greater the explosion, the more decimated the bell and mug will be. Then your pursuers will definitely be weakened, and the chances of surviving will increase. Of course, if you think this is all reverse psychology and refuse to detonate your explosives, and immediately flee, then I can promise these elite pirates will definitely fish you out within a minute. Amand would not even need to step in. Believe me, even though jumping into this icy cold seawater is not any great experience, it is definitely much better than experiencing the cruel torture of those savages. Only a living person can dare to hope, don't you agree? Yours truly, your faithful friend / cousin / savior / creditor Seaman Yen from the east. After he finished reading the letter for about 10 seconds, footsteps echoed in from outside the cabin. These footsteps were not urgent nor loud. Chris's pupils shrank in. It carried not only shock but an immense fear. Xian's letter not only smashed his self-confidence, he turned this man into a startled bird at a twang of the bow. Chinese idiom, frightens easily due to past experiences. His frail mentality collapsed into dismay, shock, and was provoking negative effects within his body. It was already reaching a nervous breakdown. From the outside, the footsteps were merely made by a pirate who happened to pass by the ship's hold to retrieve clothing. The following events were simple. Chris immediately created a small-scale explosion, causing the side of the cabin that was facing the ocean to explode. He then leapt into the icy seawater. Since he had already been scheming for a long time, and thinking of escaping, he naturally already prepared breathing and swimming agility equipments. 20 seconds later, the frantic pirates that were on guard rushed to the captain's quarters to report. Roughly 100 meters away, the swimming Chris gritted his teeth. He thoroughly detonated the rest of the spirit explosives that he had attached around the bell and mug. Even though he was reluctant to follow Xian's instructions, yet, he had no choice, he had to do it. Because Chris could sense the ruthlessness of Amand, even though he himself had never revealed his true abilities. That was the entire scene that Xian and Scarface Harry witnessed personally. The raging inferno scorched intensely against the sea. This blaze surged with great ferocity, that even the ashes violently spiraled into the atmosphere. It was especially moving and exceptionally tragic. Such a huge scene undoubtedly caused the remaining 3 pirates to drop their jaws. Even the originator of this evil plan, Xian, felt somewhat melancholy. That engulfing huge flames caused Xian's ambitious gaze to intensify, but utterly decimated the hopes of another. Scarface Harry gazed upon the distant sea, his face swiftly declined of defeat. In a brief moment, he had already lost all motivation to move forward. As long as there is something to protect in a person's heart, then in their most critical moment they will be able to exhibit their fullest potential. The already heavily wounded Scarface Harry was only relying persistently on the faith in his heart. That was why he was able to bring out an indomitable explosive strength. But now, as he looked at the burning wreck, the pressure and acute pain exploded forth within his body. Because the thing that he was striving to protect was torched up, utterly destroyed. In this era, a captain and several emotionally attached pirates would have unimaginably deep feelings towards their ships. Some even treated their ships like their wife and children. In Pirates of the Caribbean 4, Captain Jack mentioned, a captain should sink together with his ship. Xian's final arrangement was targeted at the heart, not the body. It totally removed all of Scarface Harry's killing spirit. The old mate that had carried him over countless storms and thousands of miles was a burning wreck. The condition of the one he vowed loyalty to was unknown. His life has been split apart. Furthermore, At present he had suffered massive injuries which would have been already fatal to an average person. Scarface Harry clenched his fists and stood at the bow of the ship, the Caribbean wind brushing against his cheeks as he gently shut his eyes. This was the source of Sheehan's confidence. Once a man released him ashore, then the destruction of the Bell and Mug was a given. He would be the final winner once he came ashore. The worst possibility would be incurring the wrath of the entire Bell and Mug, and be pursued by them. But never forget, before his mission he was already warned. The Caribbean pirates were a bunch of people who admired the strong. No matter if you treated them with kindness or evil, as long as you impacted them deeply, it can raise your reputation amongst them. Undoubtedly, plotting to destroy the Bell and Mug will definitely raise his reputation amongst the pirates to an all-time high. Therefore, even though it was the worst outcome, Sheehan will still reap a tremendous profit. But, the chances of that happening was not great. Sheehan sat away from Scarface Harry with a 5-meter gap. Currently, his body condition rejuvenated back to the optimum state, but after using that unpurified black blood orchid element, it had another huge side effect. 10 minutes after using, every attribute will plunge by 33%. Sheehan usually calculated his opponents based on the worst possible outcome. If Scarface Harry maintained that sort of murderous insanity, he won't have the confidence to seal the battle by 10 minutes. Therefore, even after the last resort of the Bell and Mug exploding, and he ultimately could not finish off Scarface Harry, then Sheehan would really have to consider fleeing for his life. The sea breeze gently blew, Scarface Harry's eyes started dimming. His heart struggled with great effort to continue beating, but it finally succumbed and the beating ceased. Ocean Calendar, Year 233 5th month evening, 11 p.m. 17 minute, 3 seconds death of Scarface Harry Bell and Mug Chief Officer lifespan 47 years. Although Scarface Harry had stopped breathing, his body remained towering at the ship's bow with his raging eyes wide opened. It seemed like he would revive any time and resume his rampage. Upon death he remained fierce and untamed, a strange captivating magic. From his body, a glittering silver conch fell and rolled over to Sheehan's feet. Sheehan picked it up. He could feel an unexplainable strength contained inside. Apart from that, that silver sword that belonged to a man also fell to the floor, but it looked dark and bleak. Chapter 57, Harvest and Decision. Chapter 57, Harvest and Decision. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcázar. After a while, the nearby surviving few cowering pirates crept near. Only after confirming Scarface Harry's death did they resume their lawless behavior. 2 pirates brandished their blades and cursed out loud, as the other wanted to mince Scarface Harry's corpse to vent his anger. Sheehan sighed as he gestured at them to stop. Being completely unscrupulous in a battle was a given. If not, the consequences would definitely be his own death. However, after a satisfactory outcome, further insulting a dead person is somewhat going overboard. After inquiring of the pirates, following the Vikings' custom, he shifted Scarface Harry's corpse to a small lifeboat by the side, and used a sailcloth to cover him. His funerary object was a rough wine cup that was made with cowhide. Then, the ropes were released as the little boat drifted away with the tide. There was one pirate that held some respect towards Scarface Harry, as he blew into his bagpipe that he hung across his neck. The winds were biting cold, the melodious flute sound accompanied this strong Viking deep into the Caribbean Sea. A sorrowful feeling unconsciously formed within everyone's heart. After the naval burial, Sheehan repaired the ship a little with the few pirates. At least he had to attempt to fix back and stable the main mast. If not just by relying on the few of them peddling this 15-meter-long sailboat, even after working their ass off would they only sail a few dozen meters. One wave would then completely wasted their efforts. The remaining pirates all suffered personal injuries. Furthermore, their relationship was not counted as friendly, but Sheehan wasn't afraid of them staging another rebellion. After they repaired the ship somewhat adequately, Sheehan returned to the ship's hold. In one glance he naturally eyed the bursting with Tortuga Castle riches treasure chests. This was the treasures accumulated in Tortuga port for 70 years. But regrettably, after interacting with the treasures, the Nightmare Realm notified him that he could not sell these for utility points. He was also unable to find any specific message. According to Sheehan's deduction, this was probably because he had completely not contributed anything during the plundering of these treasures. Therefore, his contribution level was pathetic and the Nightmare Realm substantially revoked his privileges from it. Even though he stole these items from Scarface Harry, he only held ownership of it and had not privileges to sell or verify it. Of course, this was only one possibility, but Sheehan did not think further because there were more important things at hand. Since that's the case, then to maximize my benefits. Sheehan muttered to himself. He probably had a rough plan in his heart. Filled with expectations, he lifted up a man's silver sword, but he once again got dejected. That was because the notification that came from it was, "This weapon is binded to a soul, unable to examine." Obviously this silver sword should be an inheritance antique passed down in a man's family. It was a medium that could be used to control the bell and mug. This was probably a dead weapon that had its own spiritual nature, at least a black category type. Therefore, if its owner a man did not die, then others would not be able to activate it. From Sheehan's understanding, this did not come as a surprise. Although the bell and mug just experienced an intense wide-scale explosion, but when Chris was detonating the explosives, he completely had the aim of causing confusion to secure his escape route. There, the explosive's strength should have been scattered and in intervals. Furthermore, in a man's captain quarters, he only placed one explosive and the rest was used for infrastructure destruction. Through Scarface Harry's initial performance to evaluate a man's real power, he probably had a great chance of surviving. Sheehan shook his head, tossing out all unessential thoughts out of his mind. Undoubtedly, a man will view Sheehan as a thorn in his flesh, but Sheehan was already going to return to his present world soon, therefore, this did not matter much. As for the future, Sheehan felt that there was really a possibility of returning to the Caribbean world, but he felt his development was astoundingly fast. The next time he meets a man, Sheehan did not dare to boast of achieving victory, but at least he had some confidence of preserving his life. Sheehan flung that enviable silver sword to the side, sighing in regret and shaking his head. Taste of not being able to use such a wonderful weapon was bitter. This was just like a beautiful and sexy woman pole dancing in front of you but would never allow you to touch her. He then proceeded to pick up that flickering with silver glow conch. After tightly gripping it, he then observed a pitch-black brilliance flashing repeatedly, and a pocket-sized handiwork object appeared in front. Looking closely, this object seemed to be sculpted from a black crystal. It had the appearance of an anchor. A faint blood stench pierced forward head-on, causing Sheehan to sneeze twice. The nightmare imprint transmitted a notification. You have acquired a black-type accessory, Obsidian Fossil Anchor. Obsidian Fossil Anchor equipment rarity, black equipment, strength, agility, physique +1 equipment, charm, 2 equipment passive ability, bravery and oppression. Every time you receive damage, you will gain 2 points of physique temporarily for 300 seconds. This effect can stack for 5 times. Equipment requirements: physique attribute must be 18 points or more. Equipment position, accessory material, obsidian weight, 104 g. Description: this is an accessory made by a Viking using obsidian. It has been passed down for centuries. It is said that it possesses mysterious ability that can protect its owner. But because it has accumulated too much baleful energy during long periods of skirmishes, therefore, the wearer of this will also be slayed by another. Following Scarface Harry's death, the soul binding of this accessory has vanished. However, in the future if it meets another compatible owner, it can be restored to its strongest state. Evaluation: you can call it Gowan of the Sea. I will tell whether this is the nickname that Scarface Harry called this object. Equipment battle score, 20. Looking at this accessory, Sheehan understood the reason why Scarface Harry was able to resist for so long. Just this equipment alone already gave him an additional 110 HP, an entire 11 points of physique, adding this onto his personal 30 points physique. Therefore, his total physique reached to a high of 41 points. If it included the bonuses from his silverish and other equipment and the title of Chief Officer, his basic attribute for physique may even have touched the upper limit in his world, 50 points. No wonder his relentless setup could be forcefully foiled by Scarface Harry's might. ED, +1 physique then +2 per damage received that can be stacked 5x. Thinking till here, Sheehan realized he had really underestimated Scarface Harry. If he followed the reports that he acquired for deduction, this chief officer should be a storyline character that is categorized amongst the likes of Amand. Of course his storyline character would only take lower position in comparison of strength. Citing an example, if Davy Jones, Blackbeard, Jack Sparrow are like the Zhang Zhao, Dian Wei, and Su Zhu in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, then Scarface Harry would be akin to Guan Ping, Zhou Tsang, and Wan Shuang. They were all frontline military generals in the Three Kingdoms. Then, if the head injury sustained by Scarface Harry was my doing, then this accessory loot should have been a silver storyline category. Sheehan looked at the description of this obsidian fossil anchor. he couldn't help but have that depressing thought in mind. During the battle with the Paragon fleet, Scarface Harry's head was pierced by a random flying wooden shard. Afterwards, severe dizziness and after effects had always plagued him. Sheehan cunningly conspired a series of pitfalls around this point. They were like loops of rope slowly constricting around Scarface Harry's throat. Finally, it successfully robbed him of his life. Ultimately, that heavy injury to Harry's head was not caused by Sheehan, it didn't even have a shred of link to him. Therefore, the Nightmare Realm sliced off a class of Scarface Harry's drop loot, restricting any cheap tricks from occurring. Although the equipment requirement was 18 points in physique and Sheehan only had 17 points, but currently he was still on a boat. After his title, Pirate Ringleader provided a bonus of Strength +2 and Physique +2, he barely met the equipping requirements, and thus he successfully equipped it. Once an equipment is put on within the Nightmare Realm, its effects will be activated. However, once you unequip it and carry out restoration/enhancement/embedding effects onto it, then you have to gather 20 points of physique to be able to once again equip it. After carrying out a series of experimentation, Sheehan realized that if he was able to anticipate a battle in the future, he can utilize the method of harming oneself to activate the passive ability of this obsidian fossil anchor. Thus, he can enjoy the frightening bonus of 10 points in physique right at the start. But if the battle abruptly broke out, then that possibility is dissolved. A series of cheers resounded from outside the hold. The remaining 4 pirates were able to successfully tie back the main mast, and once again hang the sails onto it. Even though this makeshift mast swayed and crackled against the howling wind, seemingly about to break apart any time, it was able to generate enough force and reluctantly move the boat. The pirates glanced at the sinking wreck of the Bell and Mug. They were temporarily at a loss and naturally decided to follow Sheehan blindly. Chapter 58, Offering translated by Chua, edited by I. Firstly, Sheehan called them in, bluntly kicking open one of the treasure chests. He pointed at the chest saying, "It's all yours, take until you cannot hold any more." The 4 pirates obviously pounced forward in ecstasy following that order, fully filling up their pockets with great effort. Looking at their heavy sinking pockets, they had a blissful but exhausted look. Sheehan waited for their excitement to die down before softly speaking. "Although the Bell and Mug is a wreck, I still feel that a man did not die. Once we wait for him to nurse himself, then the first person he will kill is me. I'm afraid he will pursue me to the ends of the world. Therefore, my only way of survival is by finding a large power to shelter me. Counting the various superpowers, the Black Pearl has probably suffered heavy casualties in its conflict with the Fok family. I reckon old Jack points to disaster, and many have testified of Blackbeard's evil and selfish ways. And the Queen's glory may not be reliable. Therefore, the only last option left is the captain of the Flying Dutchman, Davy Jones. Although that guy is ruthless and savage, his reputation is a man of his words. Offering the remaining treasures to him may even earn me an important position." Sheehan swept his surroundings, and sincerely continued, "Since you guys placed your trust in me, then I will naturally not let you down. There are 2 paths for you guys now. Number 1 is that you follow me and surrender to Davy Jones in the Flying Dutchman that is anchored outside of the port. The second is that you find a safe place to hide. Once all these chaos has concluded, you will take your treasures and leave. No matter which path you choose, you have already secured great bonuses." The 4 pirates started discussing. 3 of them did not want to continue as pirates, the last one was willing to continue risking his life out at sea. Sheehan agreed to them leaving, but first they had to assist in sailing the boat to an area near the Flying Dutchman. Those 3 pirates had no objections. After half an hour, the indistinct silhouette of the legendary pirate ship, the Flying Dutchman, appeared in front of their eyes. Sheehan worked hand in hand with the other willing pirates. They shifted the treasures to a small lifeboat at the side. Following that, they boarded the lifeboat and rowed towards the Flying Dutchman. Prior to that they released a flashing signal. Within this commotion, the Flying Dutchman also watchfully observed the surrounding serenity. Sheehan was presently rowing a lifeboat that was a little bigger than an ordinary sampan. The objects stored on it were plainly visible. They obviously presented no threat, and further gave out a friendly flashing signal. Thus they successfully ascended the legendary pirate ship, the Flying Dutchman. Presently, the Flying Dutchman had not yet incurred the curse that was prevalent in the movies. The pirates atop this ship were still ordinary men, with a vigorous and untamed air around them. The vice officer Old Bill had even previously been sorely ripped off by Sheehan. Sheehan's charm was originally very low. After a series of events, this relationship with Old Bill had plunged to ice level. If he unluckily encountered him the moment he ascended, he was afraid most of his efforts would have been wasted. However, Sheehan had huge confidence of meeting the main owner of this ship, Davy Jones. This was not just a blind guess, but a deduction after careful deliberations. Taking the situation now into regards, such huge chaos has struck Tortuga Port, the Falk family initiating assaults against the Black Pearl, and the remaining pirates had started pillaging the port. What was strange is that the Flying Dutchman and Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge, these two legendary pirate ships, chose to spectate by the side. Going by logic, these two ships should be the gang leaders amongst the hooligans. Encountering such a situation, they should set an example and be the first to act, if not their supreme position may be challenged by others in the future. Although Sheehan did not understand the underlying reasons behind their strange actions, there was one thing he could confirm. No matter it's Blackbeard or Davy Jones, these two should be carefully observing the sequence of events unfolding regarding the port. Information distribution was not developed in this era. A sudden visitor, even if he came empty-handed, would bring primary reports of what was happening, was what Davy Jones wanted. Furthermore, these pirates had a venomous look in their eyes. Looking at the few huge chests, they could already guess what valuable items were in store. Therefore, Davy Jones had a 90% chance of personally coming out, thus meeting his objective. Sheehan currently had already made a small name for himself within the pirates. During the pirate meeting on Herb Island, he had already familiarized himself with several pirates, and quite a couple already had a rough impression of Seaman Yen from the east. Following the heavy treasure chests being carried up, the nearby pirates all started to gasp in shock. At this moment, Sheehan felt that there was something not right. This feeling was not the nervousness of a sudden sneak attack, it wasn't the feeling of exhaustion or boredom, but it was the feeling of being scanned and seeing through his secrets thoroughly. Sheehan remained emotionless. He had already quietly examined his surroundings. He suddenly discovered a pair of eyes in the crowd. These eyes did not carry much difference with the normal pirates, but a mysterious magic seemed to be lodged within his eyes. It was like causing people to be trapped in a hallucination. The owner of this eyes turned around and left after making eye contact with Sheehan. He was originally tangled up amongst the crowd, wearing a common red bandana across his head and wore a yellowish-white fencing shirt. The sleeves of his shirt were pretty relaxed, tightening up only at the wrist. This was a pretty common attire amongst the pirates, hence when this person turned around, he was like a droplet of water within an ocean. He completely vanished. Sheehan initially wanted to immediately give chase, but at this moment the captain's door creaked open. Looking at it, it was probably kicked open from the inside. The wooden door was extremely sturdy, its thickness was about one wrist. Wild random marks covered the century-old oaken wood. Although the door was filled with scars, it remained sturdy and unbreakable. The swinging wooden door heavily crashed against a nearby wall with a loud thump. If one wasn't paying attention, he would have been shocked by the sound. However, the surrounding pirates seemed to not be bothered by this scenario. Following that, a tall and bulky Scottish person strolled out. His age was roughly 40 years old. His face was flushed red, his hair and beard floating in the air. A crab tattoo resided on his thick right arm. His left hand was supporting a transparent pocket-sized glass fish tank. Inside the fish tank was a tiny-ish gray octopus. It was excitedly waving its arms inside the water. Sheehan observed this huge man. A deep and immeasurable feeling just like the ocean formed in his heart. This feeling was something Sheehan never felt before. The closest description to it would be facing the berserk devastating capabilities of space-time gap in the Terminator world. The terrifying presence of the legendary pirate ship Captain Davy Jones was really on a whole new level. So it's you who requests an audience with this great Davy Jones. This huge man flared his nostrils, and bellowed with a thick voice. His voice carried a distinct Scottish accent, that is why it was slightly unclear. However, the formidable confidence could be heard distinctly. Sheehan placed his right fist to his chest, humbly bowing. Seaman Yen from the East pays his respect. Davy Jones heedlessly teased his pet octopus and continued, "I've heard of your name, and your feat of defeating the Spanish. But this is not good enough a reason for you to land yourself on the deck of the Flying Dutchman. Just like what you can see." Sheehan once again bowing neither servile nor overbearingly, "I've come to offer these treasures. I can swear to you, 2 hours ago these chests were still resting within the treasure of Tortuga Castle. Inside contains the entire 70 years of riches accumulated by the Falk family. This one phrase triggered an excited uproar from the pirates. However, Sheehan noticed that when he raised his voice saying, "contains the entire 70 years of riches accumulated by the Falk family," Davy Jones actually lazily yawned. This unusual bad habit, beneath it was a hidden and profound meaning. Several ideas flashed by his mind like electricity. Ultimately his last conclusion almost made him involuntarily cry out. Davy Jones is ultimately a ruthless pirate. This confirms that he definitely wasn't a noble person of great morals. Since the Tortuga Castle treasures he offered had received a cold reception, there were two possibilities. One was he was already richly loaded, or the second greater possibility was that this pile of treasure in reality was not worth much. Falk's family accumulated wealth of 70 years sounded extremely alluring. However, it is extremely hard to be frugal after being accustomed to luxury. Once a prodigal son appears within the Falk family, the spending rate would become extremely rapid. Comparing the present Tortuga port being strong in appearance but weak in reality, the current Falk family is just a shell of its former self. Furthermore, after moving these chests out of the secret lair of Tortuga Castle, no pirates would have gotten a chance to carefully examine it, until the three pirates previously taking the first pick. Furthermore, some treasures require a specialized professional to determine its authenticity. Factoring out the possibility of counterfeit goods, using this deduction, then this brimming with treasures chest in actual fact was not worth much. Chapter 59, Establishing Oneself. Chapter 59, Establishing Oneself, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. After Sheehan confirmed his thought process, another conclusion instantly formed in his mind. That was between Davy Jones and the Falk family, there was probably some sort of complicated relationship. The truth that Falk family being strong in appearance but weak in reality was a matter of life and death for the family heritage. This sort of secret, unless it was between a father and son-like relationship, it would never have been leaked out easily. And this could also explain the behavior of the Flying Dutchman choosing to take a neutral stance. It was highly likely that Davy Jones and the Falk family had some sort of friendship and agreement. Also, because he knew the profits within the castle were not much, hence, he was unwilling to trample into this muddied waters. Furthermore, the other legendary pirate ship captain, Blackbeard, was a cruel and suspicious person. He probably misunderstood Davy Jones's dilemma, and seeing that the Flying Dutchman was biding its time, he naturally did not dare to move. Because pirates were unlike regular military, once they joined in the ranks of plundering it was hard to get the pirates to return. When the time comes, if someone suddenly launch a surprise attack, then they most certainly will suffer a defeat. These thoughts seemed to sound very long, but they flashed past Sheehan's mind in an instant. Currently, it was the wrong time to be astonished. When Sheehan felt that Davy Jones was already exhibiting an impatient look, he immediately fished out a man's silver sword, raising his both hands to offer it and respectfully announced. "Apart from that, I'm offering to you the sword of the son of the Black Sea, a man, as a proof of my allegiance." Following Sheehan's inference, not only does a man's silver sword contain formidable powers, it can even control ships. It was at least a silver-class storyline weapon. Its high value was already hard to measure from a normal perspective. Different equipment class would garner different valuations. Going from that point of view, within equal class equipments, a weapon would definitely be worth more. This logic can be seen clearly from just the quantity of weapons and other equipments out there. If not for this weapon having a criteria of needing to eliminate a man, Sheehan would have never offered this to Davy Jones. His charm wasn't high. Even if he used this method of direct gifting, the result would still be unclear. However, this weapon that was bound to another soul is already considered piece of scrap iron. Furthermore, a man's whereabouts were currently unknown. The difficulty of dealing with him has multiplied by twofolds, and he even possessed a bone-deep hatred towards Sheehan now. Hence, to Sheehan, firstly, he had zero confidence of being able to slay him in a short time frame, and secondly, he wasn't clear when he would re-enter this world after leaving. That is why he took out this silver storyline weapon that he couldn't use, and exchanged it for something else that was beneficial to him. Once this silver sword flashed out, Davy Jones was finally moved. He tossed the glass fishbowl into the hands of a nearby pirate and swiftly approached forward. He then grabbed onto the hilt of a man's silver sword. In his hands, this soul-binding weapon reacted in an instant, radiating out a blinding silver glow. Davy Jones could not respond to the sudden agitation as the weapon became unsteady in his hands. He stumbled a few steps back, as the sword clattered to the floor. His surrounding loyal pirates were instantly shocked. They anxiously drew out their blades and loudly snarled at Sheehan. It was obvious they thought Sheehan had pulled an underhand trick to harm their boss. Only Davy Jones had a pleasant look on his face. He laughed out loudly as he gestured his hands to half his underlings. Looking at Sheehan with satisfaction, he nodded his head. "Brat, well done. From now on, you are part of the Flying Dutchman. Heard you are quite a capable one, and are even knowledgeable about navigation. Just nice Corliss had been heavily wounded by the Spanish pigs. I reckon he can no longer be a pirate. You can be the temporary third officer on this ship then, but remember, if you show the tiniest bit of incompetency, I will personally kick you overboard." To these pirates, betrayal and massacres were commonly seen, therefore, they held no objections when Davy Jones acknowledged this traitorous Sheehan. The third officer is a position that assists the chief officer in all sorts of management. His remaining time was also required to assist the navigator. This was already a walk in the park for Sheehan. Once he witnessed Davy Jones' reaction, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was obviously a gamble. A man's invaluably precious silver storyline weapon was just a piece of scrap metal to Sheehan, but more important was that if Davy Jones had the same conclusion. If so, then it wasn't hard to guess what this explosive temperament pirate head would do. Furthermore, there was still the vice officer Old Bill that was extremely displeased with Sheehan. But now, Sheehan could put down his burdens. Since Davy Jones was extremely satisfied with Sheehan's welcoming gift, concurrently, he also received notifications from the Nightmare imprint. Side mission: get close to a legend, complete, mission summary, ascend to any of the Black Pearl / Flying Dutchman / Queen Anne's Revenge / HMS Victory, and become their crew member. Mission evaluation: you have obtained the permission of the Flying Dutchman's captain, Davy Jones, and successfully became the legendary Flying Dutchman's third officer. Do you wish to receive the relevant mission reward? Yes/no. Sheehan selected yes. You have received 1,000 utility points. Your reputation amongst the pirates has been raised by 300 points, indirectly causing the destruction of the Bell and Mug, 500 points, directly involved in the death of Scarface Harry, 500 points, acquiring Tortuga Castle treasures, 500 points, becoming the temporary third officer of the Flying Dutchman, 1,500 points, your current reputation, respected, 1113/6000, TN, he probably broke through the first level of amicable reputation, you have received 2 achievement points. Your current achievement value is 6 points. TN, includes all his previous achievement plus meritorious points. Pointer, your deadline to leaving this world is in 21 hours, 14 minutes, and 40 seconds. You can choose to stay in this world to continue looking for clues, or you can stop your actions and return to the Nightmare Realm. Important pointer, you cannot return to the Nightmare Realm during combat state. Pointer, your achievement value has exceeded 5 points, your status has been raised. You are now a recruit. Your Nightmare imprint has received the following promotions. You can procure your respective army rank items at any time in the Nightmare Realm. Your personal interspatial space has increased by 10%. Warning: once your achievement value drops below 5 points, your formerly achieved benefits will vanish, and your status promotion will be revoked. After Sheehan read through the notifications, it was obvious that this side missions was not of an easy difficulty, but it rewarded a mere 1,000 utility points. Therefore, it rewarded external rewards, for example the 2 points in achievement. Regarding this thing called achievements, Sheehan still had not fully understood it. Looking at it, it probably have some sort of establishment with military rank, it was like a status symbol. But so far, Sheehan only received 2 achievement points after completing this mission. It seems like something precious and rare. After Davy Jones obtained a man's sword, his mood became extremely good. He really did not take any notice towards those few treasure chests, bluntly allowing his men to distribute. That was when Sheehan understood, actually these filled to the brim treasure chest he robbed from the Falk residence. On hindsight it looked like it contained many layers of treasures, but was actually filled with piastre, a kind of French coin, that relatively low value due to its mixture of lead, at the bottom. Adding it together was roughly only a few £1,000s. To ordinary pirates this was a huge pile of money, but to the legendary pirate Davy Jones, this was nothing deserving of his attention. Once Sheehan's reputation had been raised to respected status, it was very obvious that he could sense a huge transformation in the attitudes of these pirates. For example, certain fierce and sinister-looking brutes would immediately avoid him when they saw him. Even though the vice officer Old Bill did not take a liking to him, he could only arrange a pretty pleasant single-inhabitant cabin for him. He even had 2 pirates who were nicknamed Crow and Sata who were pretty compatible with him. Therefore, even though Xian's charm wasn't high, they took the initiative and had the courage to curry his favor. The entire pirate ship had at least a few hundred pirates, but Xian's coercing third officer authority was only able to entice 2 men. From this it could be seen that compatibility was really a thing of minute possibility. This sort of great news that delivered itself, why would Xian miss it? Although this pirate ship was currently functioning normally, Xian knew that in the future, its captain Davy Jones would mutate into a sea devil. Even this ship would possess its own personality and life. It would be renowned in the Caribbean Sea world as the most demonic and strongest battleship, where no one was above it. Therefore, the strength of its crew members would not be weak at all. At the Bell and Mug, he was able to learn 2 basic levels of ability from Blind Matt. Currently, he only had a short period of day left in this world. If an opportunity coincides, attempting to raise his basic ability again would not be impossible. Being able to establish oneself as a member of this legendary pirate ship, one must have adequate strength. Although Crow and Sata were ordinary crew members on this ship, once Xian activated his insight ability, he realized that Crow's basic prayer had reached even LVL4. His other specific effects were his special ability. Once you communicate with Crow, you can order Crow to operate. He is exceptionally suitable as a scout, and can even carry out long-range disturbance. The only thing he could see from Sata was advanced ability, rushing thrust. This ability had a description. It could concentrate the entire body's energy into the sharp end of his weapon. Its damage and penetrating abilities were devastating. Chapter 60, Paying a Visit. Chapter 60, Paying a Visit, translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcasar. Without a doubt, if Xian requested to train with Crow and Sata, they would never reject him. Yet, Xian discovered one thing, that was no matter how much time he wasted on training, he would not make any improvements. This is because his baseline basic skill level was too low, which akin to a 5 to 6-year-old boy not being able to do a single thing, even if he was placed in the same bed with a voluptuous and naked beautiful woman. I'm afraid I've gone too far ahead of the storyline. Xian couldn't help but sigh. He had never expected to overreach himself. Under normal circumstances, being able to become the crew head of the Bell and Mug should be the upper boundary of this world, therefore he was still able to learn certain skills from those lower-skilled pirates. But what was this horrendous place? The Flying Dutchman of the 3 legendary pirate ships. Of course there was no way Xian could learn anything. He believed that if he hadn't had experiences in the field of management and maritime navigation, Davy Jones wouldn't have been able to offer him the temporal third officer position. After sending away the 2 pirates, Xian collapsed into his cabin bed and fell into deep sleep. He had an extremely exhausting night. Furthermore, he was feeling a little bitter that after putting such great efforts, it seemed like the gains did not make up for the losses. Besides, Xian's execution was extremely meticulous. Before sleeping he placed a saber behind the cabin door. The Flying Dutchman was stationary on sea, the winds were not strong and thus the ship was extremely stable. Once the cabin door hinted at any movement, the saber would crash to the ground. Xian slept, but not totally free from anxiety. The root cause was because Davy Jones had some sort of connection with the Fawk family. Never forget Lady Lord Fawk died in Xian's hands. Although Xian personally thought that his deeds were hidden, Davy Jones's power was as deep as the ocean. His later status was a link between the living and the dead, a ferryman that transcended drowned seamen, who knew he may even possess mysterious abilities now. Faced against such a beast-like person, Xian had no confidence in preserving his secret. Once this thing leaks out, who knew what the consequences would be? But now, Xian was obviously going to be extremely cautious. Within the fuzzy and cloudy space, Xian suddenly heard a dang, as though something had fell, and was even clattering on the ground. He instantly jolted up from bed, as he forced open his eyes and saw that the wooden bolt at this door had been brushed aside, the saber fallen to the ground. A small gap formed at the door, and gradually swung bigger. A figure in gray clothing hurriedly running out. Xian's eyes flickered, he immediately leapt out of bed summoning his strength and pursued. Obviously, if Davy Jones wanted to harm him, he did not have to act sneaky at all. Which goes to say, this person's actions were acted out without the permission of Davy Jones. He could not think of anyone in mind, but suddenly recalled when he first ascended the ship, a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate into the interior of a person. At the moment, this figure had already been locked on relentlessly by Xian. There was a gap of about 5 to 6 meters between them. In this overpopulated pirate ship, once they passed by any pirate, the pirate would naturally aid their new third officer and not that brat ahead of him. Thus, Xian's lips curled into a cold sneer. He observed this panic-ridden brat like how a predator eyes his prey. But at this very moment, a loud sound blasted into Xian's ears. Simultaneously, the Flying Dutchman inclined its hill and roughly shifted horizontally by 2 to 3 meters. He lost his footing. This scenario was not foreign. This was the signal for the side of the ship to open fire. In this sudden twist, Xian had not anticipated such a sudden happening. Furthermore, his agility wasn't outstanding, thus he lost his footing and almost fell. Riding on this, the person he was chasing nimbly leapt. Using the nearby wooden partition as a footing, he ingeniously jumped into a byway by the side. Once Xian regained his stability, the figure had long vanished. At this moment, Xian could see a shadow of sails forming in the distance. Gradually from the sea fog, a broad and majestic battleship sailed through. It could even claim as an equal to the Flying Dutchman. Impressively, it was the other legendary pirate ship, Queen Anne's Revenge. Xian could not care much about the sneaky person anymore. He understood why when chasing this person he did not meet a single person after so long. Actually, the pirates were already stationed and waiting at their personal positions. Only Xian could not understand why the Queen Anne's Revenge would suddenly start a conflict with the Flying Dutchman. A series of loud booming by the cannons once again sounded. Blackbeard had probably commenced the assault. But Xian felt something was up. Because even though the smell of smoke was very thick, but it was missing a critical sign, and that was gigantic splashings resulting from the cannonballs. In this era, the cannonballs were all solid, therefore even if they failed to connect with the ship, they would still trigger towering splashes. But when these two ships unleashed their cannons, the ocean remained peaceful. This decided one thing. They were releasing empty cannon fire. Thus, thinking critically, not even Xian, even a small child, would understand that this were probably gun salutes as a form of paying respects. At this point, both parties started to wave their flags to transmit information. After a short while, the opposite Queen Anne's Revenge then approached. Roughly 2 nautical miles away, they released a small boat as it borrowed the winds to sail nearer. Xian could not make up who was in that boat. However, the pirates standing on deck remained extremely solemn. Although their attire was tattered and messy, they seemed to have strictness of the British Navy. Even the lofty Davy Jones came out to the deck. His hands folded against his chest with an unperturbed appearance. This sort of disciplined welcoming was obvious of the person's status who was able to trigger Davy Jones to personally welcome him. It was naturally the captain of the Queen Anne's Revenge, Blackbeard. Xian felt that the following events would obviously have no concerns whatsoever to his lowly position as the third officer, thus he once again returned to his cabin. But his mind was swirling with thoughts of that hidden aggressor. Fortunately, he was currently the third officer. Even if he was new and had not much prestige here, helping out with the navigator as his job was still extremely highly looked upon by the pirates. The navigator's role was to find every possible route within the vast ocean. Some navigators could even draw out the sea maps and their routes. After they washed their hands of this pirate job, they can sell these maps for a high price. Casual statement: if one was able to preserve even a small part of the world map, once in the medieval ages, that object could even be described as a priceless treasure. At one point, the map of navigating to the Cape of Good Hope had even resulted in the death of thousands. Even during skirmishes which resulted in deaths, the navigator would be required to give his blessings, if not their souls would not be able to return home. Therefore, items related to a navigator would garner the appreciation and respect of the pirates along with its mysteriousness. Xian borrowed such a status and authority. He naturally could freely roam about unobstructed within the ship. Although the Flying Dutchman was massive, once he called the 2 pirate ringleaders Mohan and Sata. After coordinating with them, he would be able to easily snuff out that sneaky bastard. In a foreign place, the biggest taboo was having a hidden enemy. Xian would obviously not make such a common mistake, because he had already offended many people in this world. Thus he needed to swiftly probe out this hidden enemy, and use his status to eliminate him. Just when Xian was about to leave to find him, the vice officer Old Bill brought others and pushed him into the room. He glanced at Xian with an extremely negative look. In Xian's real world, it would be described as eyelids being semi-compressed. "Boss is calling you to immediately go up." Xian was slightly stunned, but looking at the two crude pirates with their thick and round muscles, he knew that he had no choice, he must go. He could only stand up and follow suit, however he mentally prepared himself to flee immediately once assaulted. He followed the three brutes, turning several corners on the massive Flying Dutchman. Not long later he arrived at Davy Jones's captain quarters. Old Bill stood by the door as he, signaling with his face to Sheehan to enter. Davy Jones' captain quarters was rather spacious. Its surrounding wooden walls were made with thick pine wood. There was a faint aroma of tobacco mixed with rum floating in the air. Inside there was a bed, a storage chest, a map and chart, a maritime unicorn, oil painting, and on a shelf there was a row of voyage journals. On top of the rugged beech wooden table, there was a cigarette silk pouch, something Sheehan had previously seen in the present world. It was made with processed seal leather, and even had a leather string sealing it. It was said that this sort of cigarette pouch could successfully keep the cigarettes within from the cold and dampness, and moreover increased its fragrance. Chapter 61, The Sword's Companion. Chapter 61, The Sword's Companion. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Blackbeard sat beneath the oil painting, his waist and back perfectly upright. If not for his aquiline nose contributing to his vicious appearance, he would really have the air of a British Royal Navy general. Davy Jones sloppily leaned against a chair by the side, his domineering aura spewing out of him. He glanced towards the door when someone walked in. Sheehan was extremely quick-witted. He immediately bent his body to bow, saying, "Boss." Davy Jones nodded his head. Squinting his eyes he said, "The sword you offered to me, was it really taken from a man's hands?" Sheehan shrugged his shoulders and innocently proclaimed, "Boss. The amount of people who recognize this weapon in the Caribbean Sea are more than the sharks in the water." Davy Jones laughed out loudly. He turned to face the steel-cold, expressionless Blackbeard. "I feel what my third officer said is absolutely right." When Davy Jones laughed, Sheehan finally felt the pressure on him easing. He raised his eyes to look and his heart skipped a beat. Because that renowned Blackbeard was holding a shaft that looked very familiar. It looked like it was exactly the weapon, a man's silver sword, that he gifted Davy Jones. The sword had been pulled out from its scabbard, but with Sheehan's exceptionally keen observation skill, after a second look he felt something was wrong. Because this sword's hand guard, protective layer at the holding area, curved to an exaggerated arc, and it was curved to the right side, whereas a man's sword should be curved to the left. At this time, Blackbeard retrieved another sword. This sword was the real, a man's silver sword. The two swords resting side by side on the table, apart from the contrasting opposite curvature of its handguard, both swords' exterior and even the faint silver glow were exactly similar. Simply put, it was like staring into a mirror. Blackbeard glanced at Sheehan with a cold look. He then directed his attention again to the two swords. Presently, Sheehan had already roughly inferred the entire process of development. Davy Jones previously should have known that Blackbeard was secretly searching for this class of weapon. His thirst to find it was great. Therefore, when he received this gifted weapon, he immediately contacted Blackbeard. However, when Blackbeard received this sword, he still couldn't find out the mystery within. This he felt it was a counterfeit and requested Sheehan to confront him. Of course there was a suspicious point. Why didn't Blackbeard himself forcibly take it from Amand? First possibility was that he could not steal it, because Amand is an extremely astute and powerful character. But from Sheehan's deduction, the bigger possibility was that he had no knowledge of it. In this era, people with some sort of status would normally use this sort of traditional sword. For example, in the movies, the main lead Jack Sparrow also was an expert with a sword. This sort of sword was like a self-defense tool within the British Royal Navy. Even though there wasn't any sword-obsessed person that would kill for swords, but a personal weapon was of utmost importance. Even if Blackbeard was a captain of the three legendary pirate ship, he wouldn't lower himself to request to look at other people's weapons. Blackbeard continued examining the swords. He attempted to raise the two swords at the same time, and even placed a man's silver sword near his own eye to look at it. It was like he wanted to dissect it with his eye power. Finally, he shook his head grimly, sighing. He was about to stand up and leave. Suddenly Sheehan spoke up. "Please pardon my intrusion, Captain. I've already discovered a strange phenomenon. Do you mind sharing your difficulty with me?" Blackbeard stared at Sheehan, his eyes carrying his mockery and contempt distinctly. Without saying a word he walked out. Just when his hands were about to contact the external air, Sheehan added on. "If you can tell me, then perhaps there is a glimmer of hope to your question. If you leave, then this hope would be lost." Maybe the excruciating long searching had sapped away at Blackbeard's patience. Maybe Sheehan's confidence had persuaded him as his body remained rigid for a brief moment before turning around quickly. His hoarse voice was like scratching steel. "If you dare to leak out my secret, then I will surely turn you into an undying, and you will forever be the lowliest slave of my ship." Bang! Davy Jones slammed his wooden cup heavily onto the table, the rum splashed out over half the table. This Scottish brute had an icy cold expression as he said, "Mr. Teach, Blackbeard's name is Edward Teach, this is not the Queen's revenge, my third officer's fate will be decided by me." Blackbeard showed no fear, as he stared back callously. The sudden air of conflict between two huge personalities suddenly caused Sheehan to feel light in his legs. He felt a crushing painful pressure pressing against his body as he stumbled back a few steps. At this moment, Blackbeard suddenly continued, "My sword was obtained 10 years ago. What happened then, you do not need to know. But it is said that the wielder of this sword will be invincible in a close combat ship battle. However, it isn't complete. Legends has it that finding its other half would then allow it to demonstrate its greatest potential." Hearing till here, Sheehan already understood. Seeing the light, he replied, "That is why a man's sword in every aspect accurately complements this sword as the other half." But instead, it did not display any unique reaction. Blackbeard remained silent, but his expression could confirm that Sheehan's speculation was unmistaken. Sheehan then gently grinned, "Precisely the case, I'm the only one sitting closest to the door." Blackbeard furrowed his brows, obviously irritated at this pesky pirate digging his nose into his things. But Davy Jones gazed at Sheehan with full interest. Because, to the pirates, Sheehan's current sitting position had his back faced towards the door. This was extremely ominous, probably because a pirate at dawn was not sure of living to the evening, Chinese idiom, precarious lifestyle. Sitting at that position meant that a stranger could anytime strike you from the back once he entered the door. Once a person realizes he would be already dead. Sheehan continued, "Because I'm sitting in this place, therefore I can see what you two cannot." Blackbeard's heart beat faster, there was an unclear throbbing within his heart. What he lacked was something to break through. Instead he continued listening to Sheehan. "Just now, the scabbard of the sword I gifted to Boss was placed on your seat. When you picked up your weapon, I actually saw radiance coming out from that scabbard. The two silver swords had an exactly similar appearance, but a man's scabbard looked extremely ancient. It was terribly worn out, and was even wrapped with a layer of black rags. It was obvious why Blackbeard instantly placed it to one side on the stool." Saying till here, Sheehan slowed down his pace. "I reckon, a sword's other half may not necessarily be another similar-looking half, just like the rare occurrence of two males successfully establishing a family. The genuine mystery behind this legend may actually be its scabbard." Sheehan had not even finished speaking, yet Blackbeard's eyes were already blazing with a soul-combusting radiance. By extending out his palm, his own silver sword automatically flew into his hand. Concurrently, he tried to hook the scabbard on the ground with his leg, but hooked onto nothing. Raising his head, he discovered that Davy Jones had already used some sort of unorthodox method to retrieve that scabbard into his hand. This Scottish brute's eyes were flowing with a malicious excitement, his huge nose was flushed red. Davy Jones leaked out a sly smile, but used a mild tone to speak. "Beloved Edward, I suddenly have some regrets regarding our former business. Therefore I'm willing to pay up a penalty to exchange for the rights of ownership of this." With his words, the surrounding floorboard suddenly cracked and split open. It was as powerful as a door slamming open. Even the surrounding dust on the shelf started to float down from the vibrations. Following that, the lid of the wooden chest on the floor automatically opened up. Like the jingling of bells, the interior lustrous golden coins automatically flew up into oblivion and vanished. It was like a small-scale tornado passed by here and sucked up all the treasures. Davy Jones laughed out loud, he then patted Sheehan's shoulders and said, "Beautifully done." Blackbeard had a stony expression, but from the whitening of his hands because of his tightening grip onto the sword hilt, his mood was obviously quite furious. Only someone who was familiar with Blackbeard's sinister nature would understand, this was the expression when his anger had reached the limit. Instead, the person sitting in front of him was Davy Jones. This was someone who was able to stand on equal footing in terms of influence and individual strength. Moreover, he was still on the Flying Dutchman. State your price. Blackbeard once again sat down on his chair. His eyes had gradually intensified, giving off a chilling sensation of a cobra about to devour his prey, filled with a coercive and vicious aura. Instead, Davy Jones leisurely sat down, pondering for a moment. He reached out his right hand. He then bent his big thumb, middle finger, small finger, and swayed his remaining 2 fingers in the air arrogantly. The muscles twitched violently on Blackbeard's face. He stared at Davy Jones and suddenly fished out 2 items from the strap at his waist. The first item looked completely weird. It was actually a palm-sized sack weaved with an old-fashioned cloth and red thread. Its opening was strangely shaped like the bottom part of a woman. Sheehan wasn't clear about this item yet. Only when he returned to the present world would he realize. That was an utterly famous voodoo object known in the Caribbean Sea world. It was called Dakin Momo. Chapter 62, Enormous Danger. Chapter 62, Enormous Danger. Translated by Chua. Edited by Ian Alcácer. Voodoo cult originated within the interior of a religion. It generally possessed an intention to worship its origins. They view the woman's lower part as the gateway of humanity. In actual fact, it is, therefore, they created this female reproductive organ kind of artifact. This object within the voodoo cult had a reputation akin to the Jin Gubang, golden cudgel wielded by Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Its status was unimaginable. Rumor has it that after constructing a voodoo doll and placing this voodoo doll into that object for a period of time, after retrieving it, the success rate of that voodoo doll will climb to 100%. Further explaining, if one didn't use this object, even a superior voodoo sorcerer's crafted voodoo doll had only a 40% chance of success. Blackbeard's second item was a mini pottery-like bottle. Inside contained the most important raw material needed to create an undying or decaying undead. It was called Sanji Dada, which was unusually processed into powder with blowfish venom and toad poison. To fill up this mini bottle, Blackbeard had to collect for 10 years. It was extremely precious. Evaluating these 2 items, Davy Jones looked rather pleased. Following that, someone brought news of an additional 10 brand new cannons along with 5 full chests of gold coins. It was unclear what methods Blackbeard used to communicate with his underlings. Finally, Davy Jones, with a trickle of unwillingness, glanced again at this worn-out scabbard. He then laughed and tossed it over. Blackbeard caught it with one hand. An excitement inevitably covered his face, because when the sword and the scabbard approached each other, the 2 objects would glow brightly. This sort of brightness gave one the feeling that the 2 belonged together. It mixed like a river and the sea, and even gave off a moistened sensation. Until now, even a fool would be able to link the deep connection between the 2 objects. Even the cold and sinister-looking Blackbeard, such a cunning and astute person, could not control himself from leaking out a repulsive grin. Blackbeard stood firmly as he raised the silver sword and the black scabbard that he paid a high price for. He then suddenly thrusted the sword into the scabbard. Suddenly. He thrusted the sword in the scabbard. Sorry, couldn't help it, nothing happened. Blackbeard's twin eyes swelled up like a toad. This sort of expression forming on this vicious and sinister legendary captain could only be described as comical. What was strange is that when he loosened his grip, his own silver sword was actually catapulted out of the scabbard. It landed on the floor with a clank. The nearby Davy Jones burst out in wild unrestrained laughter. He laughed so hard till he clutched his stomach and his tears started flowing. Following the roaring laughter, the door was kicked open and 5 pirates rushed in with the wind. These 5 pirates were all cripples. Some had an iron hook at where their right hand was supposed to be while others had a false leg on their left. But Sheehan could feel a fiendish aura blowing in like a hurricane. It was as though it filled up the entire captain's room. Obviously Davy Jones had understood this scenario. He was afraid Blackbeard would start a rampage due to his furious humiliation. Hence he immediately called several golden warriors and flowered truncheons to suppress the situation. Sheehan witnessed their frightening strength. He had a scary feeling that one could even rival Scarface Harry. Sheehan secretly gasped in his heart. The 3 legendary ships were indeed deserving of their reputation. Personally, with his combat capabilities he could be the crew head on the Bell and Mug. But once he joined this legendary pirate crew, his individual skills could perhaps not even match up with a lowly crew member. If not because he garnered a certain reputation for his navigational techniques as well as managerial skills, then he would really not be able to achieve his status and position now. Blackbeard started trembling from head to toe. This was not merely because his decade-long hope was dashed, but also because he wasted blood and effort. What angered him further was that he was presently on another person's territory. He had been exploited fully by Davy Jones. He could not even vent out. Blackbeard's venomous glare ultimately rested on Sheehan. Sheehan's chest suddenly tightened. Davy Jones wasn't afraid of Blackbeard, but this didn't mean that he himself would not be afraid. Blackbeard was always a proficient black magician in the Caribbean Sea. His entire crew was even driven by undeads. Faced with such a dead glare by that old fox, Sheehan felt a strong pessimism for his future. Apart from this, Sheehan originally wanted to bring out another critical but relevant matter to exchange for a good price, but he could not care much now. What if Blackbeard suddenly revolted and placed a dead voodoo curse on him? Wouldn't that be disastrous? At the juncture of this hostility, Sheehan inhaled deeply and stood in front of Blackbeard. He sincerely pleaded. "I know the root of this problem." In view of Sheehan's former outstanding performance, it was much easier for him to speak up now. Blackbeard's dark expression became lighter. He even felt a little joyous in his heart. It was like a drowning person managing to grab onto a grass, but he persisted with an icy-cold expression. "Speak." Sheehan inhaled and continued. "Previously I faintly overheard a man raising a point about his sword that it was passed down from his ancestors. Looking at it now, the actual power of a man's sword is actually not very strong. It only relied on sucking it a little spirit energy from the scabbard to reach its potential. A man probably used this pretext to cover the mythical nature of the scabbard. Under normal circumstances, who would know that this brilliant resplendent sword is actually an empty shell? Its real strength resides in this tattered and worn-out scabbard." Blackbeard's eyes flickered, as though he had caught onto something. Sheehan continued speaking. "However, if with this layer of concealment, a man seemed to remain paranoid. Therefore, I could feel that a man had established a strange relationship with this weapon. This relationship I am unable to understand. Based on how the East would say, a person's soul is split into 7 parts. Highly likely, a man or even his ancestor may have a part of his soul sealed up within this weapon. Therefore, apart from him, nobody else can activate the weapon. What I am saying, your greatness, are you able to accept? Perhaps this is the real reason why the sword and the scabbard are unable to reunite." Blackbeard nodded his head. His eyes suddenly emitted a relaxed glow. "I understand." Sheehan suddenly formed malicious intent in his heart. He spoke with an emotionless look. "Actually, to eliminate the special soul-binding effect on this weapon is fairly simple. You only need to slay the owner of this soul imprint." Between the lines, he was actually pointing towards a man. This was actually called using words like daggers to commit murder. And wasn't corrupted with a single drop of blood. A treacherous look formed in Blackbeard's eyes. His lips curled into a fake smile. "There is no need for such troubles." He reached out his hand for the saber hilt at his waist. Without making any further moves, his whole body started vibrating. That vibration was relatively peculiar. It was like he was having cold tremors from head to toe. On the contrary, Davy Jones's expression turned heavy. Not long later a pirate came in with a report, saying that the opposite ship sent over a man, and he wanted to come in here. Blackbeard glanced at Davy Jones. He then waved his hand to gesture him in. The pirate that walked in was half naked, his eyes blank and his expression dull. Only when he saw Blackbeard did he regain some vitality. Blackbeard allowed this pirate to walk to him. He then thrusted his hand in, piercing deep into his chest. Only at this moment did life come back to this pirate, not agony but gratitude. Blackbeard did not even cast one look at him. He twisted his hands and horrifyingly dug out the heart of that pirate, and it was still dripping with blood. A thick and strong blood stench filled the air. Blackbeard held the heart within his hands. He then wiped this disgusting mutilated mess against that scabbard like it was a piece of cloth. The scabbard shone with a faint blood-red glow, and the dripping fresh blood of the heart was mixed with a faint grayish color. Concurrently, a barely audible mournful and desperate shriek could be heard in the atmosphere. Blackbeard's lips curled into a cold smile. His actions were merciless. Once he wiped the scabbard completely with the heart, it had already turned gray and wrinkled, just like a real torn rag. Blackbeard flicked his hand and flung away the heart. He then once again tried to thrust the sword into the scabbard. This time, he succeeded. At that instant where he thrusted the silver sword into the scabbard, every single ray of light within the room felt like it sank in, swallowed thoroughly by that sword. It was like they had been separated for a long time, and because of this sudden chance encounter it created a greedy and thirsty black hole, diligently and not slacking as it sucked in everything. Fortunately, this scenario did not persist for long. Because with one wave from the sunken-faced Davy Jones, the cabin wall facing the sun suddenly automatically opened up. Underneath the scattering dust, the scorching heat rays of the Caribbean Sea penetrated in, coincidentally shining onto that sword. It seemed like there was a compatible property inside the sun rays as in a flash, it refracted and warped itself, rapidly congregating into the middle of the sword. In a few seconds, the concentration of rays finally saturated and once again resumed its original state. Chapter 63, Octopus Paul, Roulette Gambling. Chapter 63, Octopus Paul, Roulette Gambling. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. and Alcasar. After the magical sword consumed enough rays, Blackbeard stood up and headed out. Because Davy Jones had not permitted him, the 5 vicious, chilling elite pirates by the side immediately stepped forward. With an ugly look, they obstructed Blackbeard. Who knew Blackbeard actually clutched onto that sword at that moment? That was the silver sword that had finally found its scabbard after decades. The sword was unsheathed. Shing, it was pulled out halfway, the bright edge of the sword illuminated out strongly, a scorching blaze brilliantly dazzled into the crowd's pupils. When everyone regained their sight, all they could see was a thick rope used to tie the sails, surging towards them like a coiling serpent. It then binded over the 5 elite pirates with unimaginable speed, coiling around their bodies for a few rounds and then tightened. It swiftly tangled up these fiendish pirates together. Following that, Blackbeard's hoarse laughter bellowed in from outside. That laughter sounded like a kitchen knife scraping against a pot, it was extremely unbearable. He then marched away with gigantic steps, and after 5 to 6 steps he disappeared. Davy Jones sat down on the stool emotionlessly and pondered. After a few minutes, that hawser loosened by itself, as it plopped to the ground beside those elite pirates. They had a hard-to-believe look on their faces, and when they saw that Davy Jones took no notice of them, they retreated out of the room. Davy Jones swept across the few items on the tables with his eyes, he then exclaimed in satisfaction along with his roaring laughter. Blackbeard, this fool. Invincible in close combat. Yes, looks like that magical sword is really able to control the ropes on the ship, but so what? With these things, I can install 20 more cannons on my old mate, referring to the Flying Dutchman. His lousy ship might as well feed the sharks from 10 miles away. Sheehan solemnly remained silent, because now wasn't a suitable time to speak. Davy Jones tapped his bent fingers against the table, he then muttered out, "Today your contribution isn't small, I have always been impartial and rewarding. Generous Jones is not a nickname I was randomly given." Saying, Davy Jones once again tapped against the table. The wall behind him suddenly toppled down, revealing a display amidst the penetrating sun rays. Although Sheehan was already mentally prepared, but his rejoicing heart still thumped intensely. What emerged was all of Davy Jones's precious collections. Although Sheehan was completely unable to verify their attributes, a layer of fuzzy haze covered over these collectibles. He could only see the rough shapes, however, from the glow of those objects, every one of its kind was not an average trash. There should be at least quite a number of silver-class equipments. Even the remainder items had deep black rays coiling around it. At the deepest corner, a few objects even flickered with glamorous bits of gold. Sheehan took in a deep breath, he then heard Davy Jones proudly proclaiming, "Welcome to the generous Paul's spinning roulette." Consecutively, Davy Jones propped up his pocket-sized fishbowl, the octopus inside looked extremely excited, its hands wildly waving about, obviously communicating to its owner's intention. Davy Jones placed the fishbowl down, pointing towards his treasure trove with full interest. The game's regulations are simple, Paul will retrieve your deserving reward out. Before that, you have 3 minutes to influence its mood, but you cannot cause any form of harm to it. And I will obviously not use any methods to hint at what it should or should not take. Such a renowned character like Davy Jones would certainly live up to its promise, therefore, Sheehan could eliminate the concerns of external influences. This was what he was awarded, with was hinged upon Davy Jones's pet octopus, Paul. His mind flashed with ideas on how to curry the favor of this octopus. If he didn't remember wrongly, before Davy Jones incurred the curse and turned into a sea monster, this octopus called Paul could metamorphosed into a gigantic sea beast. It would sweep everything in its path, there were absolutely no ships that could defend against it. Sheehan suddenly recalled something. Looks like this Paul's spinning roulette was a particular addiction of Davy Jones. He regularly rewarded his subordinates with this. Regarding Davy Jones's personality and character, he naturally would not lie and cheat. Furthermore, the pirates on the ship completely understood Paul's preferences. This he could conclude: if making this octopus delighted they could reap great rewards, Davy Jones' treasure trove should have long been emptied. Also, there were still people who were able to think reversely and conclude, since happiness is not an option, they would certainly try to enrage this poor Paul. Looking at the abundant nature of this treasure trove, inevitably this path would also go nowhere. A person's 5 senses are classified into joy, rage, worry, curiosity, fear. To this octopus, joy should most likely be food, rage should be when it interacted with the same species of when it is attacked. Regarding worry, there are few who would have been able to instigate that. Fear would require the usage of force or threat, which underneath Davy Jones's watchful eyes was an impossibility. Therefore, Sheehan wanted to try the only other uncommon approach, that was to trigger Octopus Paul's curiosity or pondering emotion. There was no need to doubt if Paul was able to replicate such an emotion. Even an ordinary octopus has an extremely high intellect. It is said that it was the level of a 5 to 6-year-old kid. They could even pull open the cork of a bottle to eat the little fishes inside, and could accurately forecast the results of the World Cup. What more that this was Davy Jones's beloved pet Paul. Its thought process should not differ greatly compared to humans. However, this creature had already followed Davy Jones for a long time. It could be said to be vastly experienced. It would certainly not take notice of any ordinary objects. Furthermore, an octopus would not be curious of every other thing, just like how an average person would take no interest towards an object that had an awful stench. If that was the case, an object appeared in Sheehan's mind. If it was that thing, he had great confidence in inciting the curious nature of the octopus Paul. However, if there was a mistake in his speculation, then the resulting consequences would be immense. At his time, it looked like the 3 minutes timeframe was about to expire, and the octopus Paul had started to lazily try to climb out of the fish bowl. Sheehan gritted his teeth. He then took off his equipped weapon, cobalt steel exoskeleton armor, down, and held it tightly in his hand. This was a manufactured weapon that only existed in the machinery civilization a millennium later. No matter how broad Davy Jones's experience was, it was completely impossible to let Paul witness this before. This equipment originally had a camouflaging ability. After Sheehan cancelled it, its metallic brilliance dazzled brightly underneath the sun rays. Its strange appearance of copying the human skeleton structure had also gathered the attention of Davy Jones. The octopus Paul, upon viewing it, started to hoist its arms and climbed out. Astonishingly, it transformed into a huge monster. It had the dimension of the table and its tentacles were as thick as the bowl diameter. Paul used his tentacle to roll around the object. It looked extreme curious, incessantly thinking of snatching away this object in Sheehan's hand. Sheehan grinned as he firmly held on. He pointed at Davy Jones's treasure trove. Exchange. Paul tugged a few more times. After that he really understood Sheehan's words and swiftly climbed into Davy Jones's treasure trove. The moment it entered, Sheehan carefully noticed that a light blue layer glowed against its body when it passed. It was like it bypassed a wall. Obviously this treasure trove was suddenly not without harmful fortification. After Paul climbed in, it started toying about with its tentacles, searching endlessly. Presently, not only Sheehan was anxiously perspiring, even Davy Jones had a certain unconcealed nervousness in his expression. Obviously, the situation had developed beyond this astute person's control. Looking at octopus Paul wriggling about in the treasure trove, it actually coiled its tentacles around an object that was glittering gold. Sheehan felt like his heart was raised to his throat. He already made a decision. Anyway, he wasn't in a combat state. Once Brother Paul exchanged that object with him, he would immediately return to the nightmare realm. Regrettably, Paul put down that object. Finally sweeping with its tentacle, it coiled around another strip-shaped glowing black object and started to crawl out. He was crawling with great resolution. It probably wouldn't change its mind. Observing octopus Paul crawling out to him with that strip-shaped object, Sheehan felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart. Actually, exchanging his own blue-class object for another black equipment, he should already be contented, and it was less likely to offend Davy Jones. Thus he sighed in his heart and loosened his grip, allowing octopus Paul to snatch away this cobalt steel exoskeleton armor. This octopus was trustworthy. It also loosened the grip of its tentacle on that black figure. Thriving with excitement, it started to toy around with the glimmering cobalt steel exoskeleton armor. After Xian's fingers came in touch with that strip-like black equipment, its enshrouding glow faded away. Emerging in Xian's eyes, stunningly, this weapon was exceedingly familiar. A personally owned equipment of the 16th century, a single round musket. Chapter 64, Black Ambition. Chapter 64, Black Ambition. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcázar. In the current era, this sort of musket weapon was extremely primitive. After discharging a round, the reloading process was an excruciating long and inefficient one. More crucially, this model of musket was actually rather similar to that lethal weapon used by Little Lord Falk when killing. It had a crow-black gun barrel, an excessively unique design. Momentarily, Xian even suspected that this musket was stolen from the hands of Little Lord Falk. Xian exerted great force in gripping the handle. It was made with pine wood. Its pine resin combined with human sweat produced a glossy starch which allowed a comfortable but firm grip. The attributes of this weapon one by one surfaced from the nightmare imprint. Ambition, trigger-style flintlock gun, TN. Flintlock guns are old-fashioned guns that trigger from the spark of a flint. Origin, Navarre equipment. Rarity, black damage. Power 50 to 140. Material, pine wood, iron. Additional equipment installations, wooden butt of the gun, strap. Optimal range, able to display its maximum damage of 140 10 meters. Effective range, able to deal some damage to enemies 30 meters. Weight, 4.2 kilograms. Gun length, 350 millimeters. Magazine capacity, 1 round. Reloading interval, 1 minute. Equipment requirements, strength 10 points, physique 15 points. Unlimited ammunition. Perceptive sensing +2, agility +2, active ability, rum and songs. Once the bullet encounters rum, the curtains will unfold an enemy's tragedy. After activating the ability, the next attack from this weapon is an inevitable hit and will cause dizziness to the enemy. Duration last for 3 seconds. If the enemy's life points fall below 30%, then it will cause 200%, twofolds, explosive damage. Activating rum and songs consumes nothing. Its cooldown time is 600 seconds. Rum and songs resulting dizziness takes precedence. Furthermore, the dizziness duration is unable to be broken within 2 seconds. Musket category. Passive effect, ready. During non-combat state, explosive damage rate will increase over time for the next attack of the musket. Every minute raises 1% of explosive rate, maximum is 50%. An explosive damage with the influence of ready would cause the 200%, twofold, bonus to raise to 250%. Pointer, after firing, the additional explosive rate disappears, the counter will reset to 0. Pointer, after activating rum and songs, an attack would not trigger ready effects. Handgun category. Additional effects, fire precision +10%, shooting distance +10%. Equipment. Battle score, 19. Mini engravings on the gun. This gun has always thirsted for its brother. Xian scrutinized this weapon, his breathing heavy. Previously at the market he had already read a few reports regarding high-class firearms-type weapons. Unlimited ammunition was a relatively rare characteristic. Furthermore, doesn't this weapon also possesses an incomparably strong active ability? Although he had given up his demonic boxing glove from the Terminator world, he gained an incredible weapon with tremendous explosive powers. He was already lacking in creation of explosive strength, thus this weapon came at a great time. Davy Jones was filled with amazement and a little heartache when he saw Xian winning that weapon. He probably lost his mood for chatting and gestured Xian to leave the room. Xian already benefited greatly and had no intentions to continue staying here. He darted out of the room like an arrow. When he composed himself and carefully evaluated, he realized something. This black weapon, Ambition, in fact really had the same design as the one Little Lord Falk was using. Was this a coincidence, or a fact? Personally spectating the two immense heads, Blackbeard and Davy Jones clashing with each other, Xian's emotions were turbulent. Furthermore, he just obtained a deadly lethal black-type weapon, thus his emotions relaxed a little. Needless to say, Xian was also a young man. It was only that his thoughts were darker and he could keep himself more composed than others, but that didn't mean he was free from mistakes forever. For example, Xian committed a grave mistake right at this moment. When he walked out of the captain's room, he failed to notice most of the pirates had congregated at the side of the ship. This side was the one facing the other legendary pirate ship, Queen Anne's Revenge. In his mind, he was still reflecting on the ins and outs of his new weapon, and scheming on future arrangements, hence he was oblivious to the series of events. He panted heavily as he strolled down the stairs to and walked towards the second-floor pathway. Suddenly, Xian felt a chill in his heart. Although he was missing the all-around attribute addition of 1 from the cobalt steel exoskeleton, his agility and perceptive sensing had been risen to 10 points and 14 points respectively. This was relatively valiant. Xian instantly turned around, and to his surprise, he saw a person dressed as a pirate, and in his hands was a weapon not of this era. An Uzi submachine gun. When this type of weapon appeared in the Terminator world, it sacrificed precision in exchange for rapid firing rate. But the gap between that pirate and Xian was only 6 to 7 meters, its precision was definitely out of the question. Undoubtedly, similar to Xian, he was a contestant. Firing tongues lashed out from the Uzi submachine gun, averaging 1,500 rounds/minute as the bullets sprayed out like a torrential storm. This was a long and narrow pathway. At the moment when the gun directed towards him, Xian's best option was to bang into the cabin door on his right. In this way, he not only could take cover from a huge portion of incoming bullets, he could also evade any follow-up attacks from the enemy. Just when Xian was preparing to crash to the right using evading techniques that he learned, he suddenly thought of something that was, what if I was the one arranging this assault, what would I do? If that's the case, Xian gave up on his notion to take cover. Utilizing his hands to cover his face, he straightforwardly planked forward like an ordinary wooden stake. Dozens of glowing bullets streaked past his body. A few caused his body to bloom blood flowers, and in a flash it drenched his clothes in blood. Right at that instant, Xian suddenly stretched out his arms and pressed onto the floor ahead, simultaneously bending his right leg. He exerted strength, sprinting forward like a short-distance athlete. Xian's current agility had already reached 10 points, even though it may not be very fast, it was enough to grant him the advantage in ability. The distance between his aggressor wasn't far, a 6 to 7 meter gap was translated to 1 to 2 seconds. More importantly, the Uzi submachine gun's rate of fire could reach 1,500 rounds/minute, but that was merely theory. This figure's greatest limitation was from its loading capacity. In actual fact, even a modified Uzi submachine gun would have a maximum capacity of 50 rounds, any more would sacrifice its other respective functions. No doubt this contestant that assaulted Xian wasn't any weakling, but he didn't expect Xian to face his bullets head-on and instead counterattacked. He hesitated a little, and immediately leapt backwards. At the same time raising up the Uzi submachine gun in his right hand, one could clearly see the magazine of the gun automatically sliding out, and his left hand was already holding onto another fully loaded magazine. He simply pressed it in. The entire process did not even take 1 second. The contestant's explosive strength was great, his backwards leap covered a big distance. Thus, even with Xian charging forward, he was unable to seize the small window where he needed to reload. That contestant glanced towards the frantically charging Xian, his expression displayed a ridicule look. He held tightly onto the Uzi submachine gun as it glowed with a light yellowish layer, obviously activated some kind of ability. Afterward, this firearm's bullets sprayed out in frenzied torrents. Chi, most of it headed directly for Xian's body. Amidst the splashing blood, Xian did not respond in a way that the contestant expected him to from his attack. He remained like an injured wild beast as it rushed forward, silently and heavily knocking against his abdomen. The contestant's face turned green, as he clutched his stomach and bent his waist, vomiting out from his mouth. Xian raised both his hands arms high and smashed down with his elbows, heavily pounding down on the back of his head. This attack was incredibly savage, the contestant's eyes turned blank and he weakly collapsed. Regarding this sort of firearms-type contestant, their agility and perceptive sensing are high, but their physique and strength pales in comparison. Right now, Xian's strength had already reached a high of 14 points, even though he had lost the threat of the cobalt steel exoskeleton, his raw power was adequate. Those few ferocious strikes weren't enough to take this life, but was essential in causing him to temporarily lose his battle capabilities. The Nightmare imprint then transmitted a notification of a list of battle log. Based on your perceptive sensing, you have received the following battle report. You have been hit by the enemy's 9mm parabellum pistol bullet, resulting in 32 points of damage. Subtracting your base defense from your physique, total damage reduced to 24 points. Activating innate ability, endurance, attack failed. Resultant total damage is 1 point. Your accessory, Obsidian Fossil Anchor's passive ability, Bravery and Oppression, activated. your physique temporarily increases by 2 points, duration of 300 seconds, effect can be stacked up to 5 times. You have been hit by the enemy's 9mm parabellum pistol bullet, resulting in 31 points of damage. Minusing your base defense from your physique, total damage reduced to 24 points. Activating innate ability, endurance, attack failed. Resultant total damage is 1 point. Your accessory, obsidian fossil anchor's passive ability, bravery and oppression, activated, your physique temporarily increases by 2 points, duration of 300 seconds, effect can be stacked up to 5 times. Chapter 65, Killing in Anger. Chapter 65, Killing in Anger. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Sheehan's physique had reached 17 points, adding on his hidden title of Pirate Ringleader. Since he was on the Flying Dutchman, his strength had climbed to 14 points, and his physique to 19 points. After the passive ability of the Obsidian Fossil Anchor activated, Sheehan's physique had soared to a frightening 29 points. With such a number, it could even exceed several strong storyline characters in this world. Therefore, even when this contestant released his second round of bullets along with his special ability, Sheehan endured all of it and his life points merely reduced to 70 HP. Just when Sheehan was about to deliver a fatal blow to this contestant, the cabin door suddenly split into two, as two blades intersected out. The tough cabin door was like a paper, shredding into fragments as the splinters sprayed onto the nearby walls created a crackling sound. One could tell residing strength in the two blades were immense. Sheehan sneered coldly. If he had really darted into that cabin to take cover from the Uzi submachine gun, then what awaited him was a pair of incomparably vicious beheading. This sort of snare was extremely simple and direct, it was arranged based on the reflex reaction of most people. It could be said that they were extremely confident in their deductions of people's nature and thinking. If Sheehan wasn't a cool-headed person that could recollect his thoughts in emergencies, that he would really have stepped into their trap. Giving up finishing this unlucky brat in front of him, Sheehan turned tail and ran. Before he took off, he stomped down heavily on his right hand that was his gun hand. He pressured down, wriggling his foot to the sorrowful cries of this person. Even though the two-person with their blades furiously charged forward with all their might, their agility was obviously not comparable to Sheehan, and could only watch as gap between them widened. Obviously, if they couldn't intercept Sheehan in a short time, then undoubtedly Sheehan would strike back with a strong vengeance. Because Sheehan's other status was the third officer of the Flying Dutchman. His reputation had soared to a respective status amongst the pirates. Once a storyline character pirate recognizes this status, they will definitely feel the need to assist their ship's third officer. They had a duty obligation to him, and Sheehan was also a pretty prestigious comrade. The ones devising this setup had anticipated that accidents out of their calculations may happen. Therefore, they had already added a contingency rope around their plan. This contingency rope was a person. An abnormally huge man was in fact waiting for Sheehan round the corner. The pirate's largest attire was wasted on that person, his limbs monstrously leaking out a chunk. It was like a grown man wearing his childhood clothes. He had a buzz cut, his hairs piercing out like needles. Kneading his fists, cracking his knuckles loudly in succession. Staring at Sheehan, his mouth formed a hideous smile. "Brat, in view of your fine performance, Mr. Bowen has decided to first pound you into a mud paste, and squash out your organs." Sheehan didn't reply, but his eyes glowed with a fiery blaze. At this moment, mindless trash talking was useless, he had not forgotten the two other strong enemies pursuing from behind. Thus, a battle occurred in a flash. Just like in adult films that had no foreplay, it gave one an abrupt, clear, and boundless excitement. This brute Bowen leaked out a ruthless sneer, he raised his right fist and smashed down. This fist probably contained his individual special ability, his fist was radiating with a faint glow. Sheehan's raised his brows, he did not dodge but instead looked up. Looking deep into his pupils with his blazing eyes, he raised his fist to intercept. This brute was massively strong, his muscles bulging firm. His one fist pounding down felt like a gigantic iron hammer slamming down mightily. Even if its target was a red-hot steel, it would also burst into splattering sparks. Under such a direct pounding, undoubtedly, muscles, strength, testicle male hormones, blood, became the relevant description of this exchange of blows. When Sheehan directly received the blow, a buzzing sound formed in his mind as his stomach churned violently. Beneath the ferocious quake, he staggered backwards and finally knocked against the side wall with his back with a thump. Even the surrounding walls violently shook from that impact. Bowen arrogantly stood still and roared mightily. His tremendous voice resonated through everyone like death personified. Even though he displayed outstanding strength, his resisting hand actually repelled a numbing sensation from this damned yellow monkey. He was as hard as a short steel needle. Fortunately, his personal strength was outstanding. This was enough as a person. Xian could not possibly train his entire body to be as tough as his right fist. One must understand, Xian's current strength was a strong 14 points, although it probably wasn't as mighty as Bowen's. The gap between the two wasn't great. Thus, even though Xian looked extremely pathetic from that impact, after adding endurance, his resultant injury wasn't much. When Xian knocked against the wall, an enduring creak came out from the wooden board behind him. At the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the two other contestants waving their blades as they rushed over with like a devil and its monster. They even raised their blades. In an instant, Xian groaned and withdrew, his elbows crashing them against his back. The wall, which was already unable to bear the heavy burden, split into pieces. The twin blades sliced against Xian's chest, creating an intersecting wound. Blood gushed out as his flesh hung from the wound. Luckily, Xian had already retreated backwards, as the twin blades brushed over his face by 10 centimeters as it created a gust of wind against Xian's hair. Due to their overflowing strength, they could not restrain the motion of the blade as it chopped into the surrounding wall with too clear and crisp chop. Although they were both pretty skilled, when they started out with full force, their offensive tempo was suddenly broken off. Xian seized this opportunity to do a back roll and stood up. He then dived into the side cabin, closing and bolting the door behind him. The twin blades once again chopped into wood like a shadow following the body, producing two muffled sounds as it penetrated deeply. Xian released a sigh. Obviously, this group of people aboard did not dare to cause a ruckus in case they attracted the unwanted attention of the pirates. Therefore, this bolted door earned him a few seconds of time. Xian was roughly familiar with the structure of this ship. He speedily dashed and made a left turn. He immediately opened a door and entered into another passage in the ship's hold. The Flying Dutchman's passageway was extremely complex. It was like a maze. This was a common problem of the ships in this era, because during a naval battle, cannons were a means of probing. This didn't mean that cannons could not submerge a ship, but because apart from commodity goods, a ship would always store a huge amount of wealth. Therefore, close ship-to-ship hand combat was extremely common. Under such a situation, constructing the ship to look like a maze is a terribly ingenious tactic. As their confused and disorientated opponents navigated around the ship, the home ground familiarity and advantage allowed the pirates to decimate their enemies. Gradually, this practice became a norm in ship construction. Xian strided with massive steps, skimming through a corridor. He suddenly halted, because ahead of him the gigantic Bowen also appeared out of the opposite corner. Their familiarity towards this environment was surprisingly ahead of Xian's. Xian currently knew that if he delayed even for a slight moment, he would once again be outflanked. Thus, without hesitation, he charged forward. The two figures blurred and suddenly smacked against each other in a flash. Expectedly, Bowen needed a longer time to attack. Xian had already experienced numerous life and death situations and always turned them around. He quickly noticed that even though he had undergone several stringent trainings, in comparison to this guy's experience, he was still rather lacking. Grasping an indistinct flaw in Xian, Bowen's eyes flickered with killing intent. He held onto that flaw as he took a step closer to his opponent's bosom, and unleashed a terrifying assault. Elbows, knees and his hands horizontally struck out like an Alaskan brown bear hunting for food. Following that, he raised his 80 over kg opponent up and slammed him against a nearby pillar. Such explosive strikes, it actually linked up naturally and unforced. Such perfect execution of blows in compatibility to his strength, Bowen had obviously reached a relatively powerful standard in close combat. Xian was indeed like a small child in front of him. A dull boom emerged from the incomparably solid pillar, the dust on the nearby shelves scattered about. Yet, Xian's insanely high physique had raised his defense by leaps and bounds. Although these merciless unwavering assaults resulted in a great deal of pain to him, it was not about to end his life. Xian collapsed to the floor, blood flowed out from his countless wounds. The crimson was blinding, and it seemed like Xian had passed out. Instead, Bowen viciously trampled on him consecutively. The thumping sounds against the flesh were extremely terrifying. Chapter 66, Fearsome Ambition. Chapter 66, Fearsome Ambition. Translated by Chua, edited by I and Alcasar. Suddenly, Xian swung his arm and latched onto Bowen's stomping feet. Exerting great strength, he caused him to lose his balance, as he stumbled backwards. After Bowen steadied himself, he could only watch as his silent opponent struggled to get up. His opponent was still swaying, but only his blazing eyes were stable, beneath the dripping and flowing blood from his forehead. Fiery blood. The two continued to battle. This time, Xian altered his fighting style. Regarding his opponent's attack, he started without dodging but adopted the most desperate approach. Hurting himself to inflict damage. Xian's thinking had started to become clearer. Up till now, he was finally able to see through this contestant. Once a contestant has an attribute that was frequently used, that meant that his other attributes would be relatively weaker. And this group was obviously a party. A party's benefits was that it could vastly limit the risk and distribute it, lowering the mission difficulty. However, its flaw was that the additional rewards were frequently monopolized by the stronger attributes within the party. Therefore, your strength is so great, but your physique definitely isn't. Therefore, this fool's equipment would never be better than mine. Xian's nose had been pulverized by Bowen's fists, blood splattered everywhere and stars formed in his eyes. But, the attacking Bowen was also unable to evade Xian's strike in time, he was directly kicked at his balls. Xian's present total life points had already soared to a frightening 290 points, this coupled with the protection of his innate ability, endurance. Factoring his HP regeneration speed, he could recover 14.5 HP every minute. Furthermore, it has already been close to 5 minutes since the start of the battle, which goes to say that he had already additionally recovered 70 HP. Hence, even when Xian was forced into such a sorry state, his life points still remained close to 180 points. Under such circumstances, Xian obviously adopted the method of harming oneself to inflict damage. Bowen's strength was incredible, obviously, his initial strength was high and after entering a party, his entire equipments after distribution should roughly be strength-enhancing equipments. That meant that his physique was definitely not high. If that's the case, the low in defense Bowen would not be able to fight for extended periods. Bowen's breathing started to become disoriented, his chest slightly undulating. The area that was kicked by Xian ached dully. In a short 10 seconds, he had already knocked down this taciturn male 4 times, but yet this male swiftly got back up as though nothing happened time and time again. It was as though pain was a common occurrence, pain uplifted his fighting spirit. Observing this opponent, that was like an injured wild beast, a strange ominous feeling welled up in his chest. This feeling caused his chest to repeatedly pound, causing him to feel irritable for no reasons. Looking at the blood on his opponent's face, he roared out and charged once again, raising his fist. Between the two, they had already given up defending, the only thing left was to attack. Blood sprayed out everywhere, the floor and walls were smeared with it. The thunderous clashing of blows caused the empty cabin to shudder, causing palpitation in people's hearts. Thump. Their fist collided in mid-air, a sudden crack could be heard clearly from Xian's right shoulder bone. His distorted arm then descended flabbily, obviously the lightest injury would be a dislocation. Naturally comparing strength and experience, Bowen still held the upper hand. This brute laughed sinisterly, hopping forward as he raised his knee and ferociously aimed towards his opponent's lower body. This move was vicious, once it connected it would cause his opponent to lose his battle capability, cut off his line of descendants and may even lose this life instantly. But also because of this move, Bowen's had left his entire body open. His entire upper body had gaps everywhere. Bowen had already calculated, it was impossible for the enemy to block his knee, unless his hands were as long as 2 to 3 meters. But at this crucial point, Xian's eyes exhibited a mocking expression. He leaned to the side, evading the damage to his lower body. But Bowen's knee subsequently struck against this pelvis, knocking Xian 3 to 4 meters away. At this very instance, Xian unexpectedly rotated himself before crashing to the ground. Another weapon had appeared in his functioning hand. A deep black gun, an outdated but brimming with murderous aura, flintlock musket. Between the space of landing, Xian finally pulled out this demonic lethal weapon. Ambition. In that instance, the atmosphere froze with a deathly aura. The surging waves of the distant sea felt like it correlated with this frightening weapon. Pointer, target's life points has already dropped beneath 30%. Pointer, do you wish to activate weapon ability, Rum and Songs? Weapon ability, Rum and Songs activated. Bang. Before falling to the ground, cyan already triggered, and ash-gray smoke spiraled up. That outdated gunpowder odor pierced the nose and rapidly filled the entire room. The gap between the two was not even 5 meters, even though Sheehan made no contributions to the firing bullet apart from triggering it, but gun techniques were completely unnecessary in such a distance. Once he aimed to a rough direction, even trying to miss was hard. Furthermore, rum and songs had an inevitable hitting attribute. Besides, Sheehan wasn't a professional gunman. No matter if it was pulling out and aiming this sort of basic efficiency, he was a complete amateur. If he was swapped with a talented and hard-working gunman, their speed of readying the gun would be roughly 0.4 seconds. Thus, Sheehan understood his personal weakness and immediately activated the rum and songs to bring about this inevitable hitting effect. His aim was to finish this off in one strike. Bowen had also numerous encounters of being shot, his battle experiences were plentiful. Thus, when he saw Sheehan pulling out this mysteriously shaped musket out, he knew something was wrong. He seemed to be prepared, as the surface of his body suddenly flickered and a layer of transparent water wrapped around him. Simultaneously, he did his utmost to dart to the side attempting to dodge the shot. However, what shot out of ambition was a lead bullet combusting in flames. It carried a rumbling killing intent as it pressed forward determined, shooting straight ahead. This era's lead bullet design wasn't complicated, but its manufacturing requirements were relatively high. Primarily, one must construct a 6 floors high building and a pool at the bottom. One must pour smelted lead from the peak of the building with a special, fastened and waterlock scoop, under its personal tension from the free-falling conditions it will then form into a somewhat droplet-looking bullet. Once it cools down in the pool, it can then be used. The designated scoop must have a sufficient altitude in order to give adequate cooling time for the liquid lead to solidify in midair. Because once an unsolidified lead droplet balls into the pool, it would not be able to preserve its shape. Even the destruction force of an ordinary lead bullet would not be inferior to the average bullets nowadays, and may even surpass it. Because lead is more flexible, once it penetrates into a person's body, it will release all its kinetic energy. Thus, the body would suffer severe rupture from the insides, causing severe internal damage. Its damage would be 100 times that of an ordinary pellet. Furthermore, it would cause tremendous pressure on the human circulatory system. Its potential was simply unimaginable. A victim would suffer unbearable agony, and if the bullet was not retrieved out of the body, it would result in lead poisoning. Even with the present time's medical advances, it was still very, very tricky. When the bullet soared to within 10 centimeters of Bowen's body, the surrounding air instantly formed a distinct rippling movement, producing a series of alarming glass-shattering sounds. But the speed of this lead bullet remained undaunted, whistling loudly as it pierced into the right side of Bowen's neck. Blood gushed out from his neck, his eyes popped out like a dead fish as his body became rigid where he stood. An enormous crescent-shaped wound appeared on Bowen's back, as though an invisible beast appeared from nowhere and bit off half of his neck. Bowen's expression was brimming with disbelief as he clutched his neck tightly with his hands, convulsing violently and finally collapsing to the ground. Blood shot out without restraint as he violently convulsed without an indication that this was going to stop. One simple gunshot, yet its destructiveness could split a mountain, dashing all hopes of survival in the formidable Bowen. This brute struggled in despair. He summoned his final bit of strength to raise his hands up and pointed his shaking and bloodied finger towards Sheehan. His eyes contained regret, dismay, and unwillingness. Consecutively, the nightmare imprint transmitted his battle log. Based on your perceptive sensing, you acquired the following battle report. Contestant number 22317 dealt 31, 56 to 25, points of damage with his knee, repelling you backwards. You activated your weapon's personal ability, rum and songs. Your attack will inevitably strike the opponent. Contestant number 22317 utilized an innate ability, Mist Shield. Ability will form a protective shield over the contestant that can absorb 200 points of far-range damage / 100 points of other damage. Duration of 5 seconds, Mist Shield unable to defend against damage over time abilities. Your gunshot dealt 140 points of damage, enemy's life points beneath 30% causing sudden explosiveness of damage, you dealt 280 points of damage. Mist Shield absorbed 200 points of damage, after deducting personal defense, your resultant damage is 80 points. Concurrently, enemy will suffer from dizziness for 3 seconds. Contestant number 22317 is dead. Current scenario is a peaceful setting. You are unable to acquire any benefits from the death of contestant number 22317. Chapter 67, Gradual Clarity. Chapter 67, Gradual Clarity. Translated by Chua. Edited by I. and Ilkasser. Xian's chest violently undulated as he took huge breaths. He bent down to support his knee with both hands. Even though he knew ambition's destructive force was great, after using it for the first time he realized he completely underestimated it. He suddenly stood up because deeper into the pathway, two contestants holding onto their blades were looking over with disbelief. They naturally witnessed that insane event. Xian laughed coldly. He once again drew out ambition and aimed it. The two other contestants obviously did not know the cooldown period of ambition was a minute. They only witnessed that this weapon carried such destructive force that it terrifyingly blasted off half of Bowen's neck. Panic soared in their hearts as they watched the black barrel aiming towards them. They immediately cried out in horror and fled. Xian had no intentions of giving chase. He leaned against the pillar and decided after setting his dislocated right shoulder. After slaying Bowen, Xian carefully reflected on several things. From a string of spiders' tracks and horse tracks, clues, he clearly understood that his enemy's party obviously had a highly skilled character who planned before moving. And that fella definitely planned his escape route before this assault. Hence, if Xian were to use this chance to find assistance, he would waste a great deal of time and ultimately, it would have been in vain. Thus, Xian hesitated and immediately pursued the fleeing contestants. Under this situation, the possibility of them having another ambush is extremely low. Although he delayed for a while, their agility was not comparable to Xian. Xian was able to force himself to follow their escaping pace. While pursuing, a huge suspicion formed in Xian's mind: aren't these people scared of having their ploy exposed? Currently at sea, even if the Flying Dutchman was enormous, no matter how well these contestants hid, they would not be able to run forever. After acting they would only have two endings: kill or be killed. If the latter happened, Xian could call his helpers and he had the confidence of snuffing them out within 2 hours. He believed based on his third officer authority, finding them out wasn't difficult. And even if they killed Xian, the news of the Flying Dutchman's third officer being murdered would startle Davy Jones. Obviously he would not mourn for Xian, but will believe that a fatal defect had surfaced in his ship. Similarly he would instigate wide-scale bloodshed to cleanse his ship. Hence, the only explanation is, these bunch of people only needed to drag this on for 2 hours and thus could accomplish their mission and return to the Nightmare Realm. If not, another unreasonable speculation would be, they could eliminate every threat within the 2 hours. More noteworthily, these threats included the entire crew of the Flying Dutchman and even Davy Jones all the way to the lowest tier of pirates. Xian's thoughts gradually gained clarity. These bunch had never expected a contestant like me to suddenly appear on this ship. Therefore, one of the contestant, maybe because of his curiosity, or someone's instigation, he wanted to probe information of me. That was the reason why someone sneaked around when I was sleeping. Unfortunately, his plan got discovered. Therefore, their head would conclude that the promoted me would carry out investigation on this ship. This action would definitely hinder their plans. Thus, in order to prevent my actions, he dispatched people to silence me. In order to prevent the pirates from discovering his secret pursuing, Xian tailed them from a distance. He did not dare to go closer. After passing a channel that was close to the side of the ship, he suddenly understood why the pirates on board had suddenly collectively disappeared. Because from 2 nautical miles away on the legendary pirate ship the Queen Anne's Revenge, a horrific scene was unfolding. That sail ropes on that ship seemed like it was alive as it frantically coiled. It looked like the entire pirate ship had transformed into a gigantic tentacle monster. The pirate leader Blackbeard was currently standing on the main mast and laughing to his heart's content while he admired the view. He was waving about that magical silver sword. His subordinates knelt down at the deck in fear and trepidation, as though worshipping their king. This sight completely captivated the pirates on the Flying Dutchman. They abandoned their jobs and scattered onto the deck to watch this shocking view with their jaws dropped. Xian felt an illusion that he was the one who created history, because Blackbeard's mythical sword was something he had helped to perfect. A man's scabbard should have a function akin to that of a battery charger. Without that complementing scabbard, Blackbeard's mythical sword would at most be a ridiculously sharp weapon. But after charging up with the scabbard, he could then fit the grand name of the King of Close Naval Combat. Xian pondered as he continued to tail the two people. He had not gone through training in this field, and these two had the intentions of losing their trail. Thus, after descending one floor of the ship's hold, it came to no surprise that Sheehan lost them. After scurrying a few rounds around the cargo, just when he was about to give up, a soft chatter could be heard from over 30 meters within the cargo hold. Sheehan immediately darted behind a pillar in the corridor, to prevent alerting them as he tried to stealthily spy from the side. What greeted him was a group of pirates escorting a noble-dressed youth as they hurriedly paced forward. That youth should be a storyline character. Unknowingly, this youth gave off a rather familiar aura to Sheehan. Within those pirates, surprisingly, were the two contestants he was tailing. It was obvious that they were the entire party. At this point, Sheehan would obviously not be stupid enough to expose himself to curse and explode out at his enemies. That would result in getting beaten to a state worse than death. He decided that he wanted to use his insight ability to probe out that youth, but just as he was about to activate it, he sensed a faintly discernible crisis hovering in his heart. This was undoubtedly his outstanding 14 points in perceptive sensing displaying its warning mechanism. This faint danger represented two things. One is that using insight would cause a slight crisis, and the other meant that within their party, there was someone else with an even higher or close perceptive sensing, thus diluting his perceptive senses completely. Sheehan stuck his face to the pillar. A distinctive timbre texture could be felt and he could smell a slight fishy seawater smell. He observed as this group disappeared round the corner, and he ultimately decided to give up on utilizing insight. The reason was simple: the risks and benefits were not worth it. Naturally, the motive of this party was not Sheehan. Killing him was only to cut their risks. Sheehan only used insight to satisfy his curiosity. But once he gets discovered, then he will land himself in grave trouble. Exchanging his life just to satisfy a curiosity, this was simply not something an intelligent person would do. When this group walked far away, Sheehan did not attempt to tail them with his shoddy footwork, but instead entered the cargo hold that he came out from. This cargo hold is relatively common on a pirate ship. It was normally used to store heavy and cumbersome or strong-smelling goods, for example salted fish, buckets and ballast material, etc. Even a pirate ship would have common cargo holds, because even though they don't transport goods, when pillaging merchant ships, they would contain these goods. Naturally, they would be able to loot those merchant ships, even this kind of goods, to gather the maximum profits. The cargo hold in front of Sheehan was completely empty. A thick tobacco smell was left behind. The few objects left were as several familiar gorgeous chests. Sheehan raised his brows. It was indeed the treasure chests that he obtained from Tortuga Castle with Scarface Harry. Engraved was clearly the emblem of the Falk family. Within them was nothing, as empty as the wilderness. Undoubtedly, it had been looted completely by those pirates. After looking at the imprint on the chests, Sheehan's originally disorganized thoughts suddenly connected. He suddenly recalled why he felt that the youth looked very familiar. It was because the outline of his facial features looked extremely similar to the little Lord Falk, the owner of Tortuga Port. Even though his body didn't have the icy death-like sensation like little Lord Falk, but the air of nobility was still outstandingly visible. Obviously, the youth that just went off, even if he wasn't little Lord Falk's son, he would still be blood-related. Someone from the Falk family's younger generation. A group of contestants. They ascended an influential legendary pirate ship. These 3 points assembling together on the Caribbean Sea, what is their exact relationship? Since the youth's status had already been revealed by Sheehan, an even larger riddle was forming in Sheehan's heart. What exactly are they planning? Don't tell me this party was so strong that they could confront the legendary Davy Jones known as the Sea Devil. If that's the case, then why do they need to bring along this blood-related youth of the Falk family? Chapter 68, Victory is Paul, Defeat is Paul. Chapter 68, Victory is Paul, Defeat is Paul. Translated by Chua, edited by I. and Alcácer. Sheehan remained perplexed. After much thinking, he started to get ready to return to the deck. Undoubtedly, once he blended in with the pirates, then his safety and security would be guaranteed. When he strolled over, he roughly understood how this group managed to become part of the Flying Dutchman. That should be being a scraper on this ship. This so-called scraper is a familiar term in the present world to Sheehan, but he wasn't sure what the pirates in this Caribbean world addressed this class as. He could only confirm the contents and nature of this job. Because when a wooden ship voyages out for a time frame, even if it was extraordinarily constructed, there would still be abnormal growth of organisms from the warm, humid and moist nature of the ship. Examples of these are moss/algae, oysters, balanus, other sea organisms. These organisms latch onto the bottom but do not affect much. After long periods it can result in a massive hidden danger. Therefore, these people are needed to cleanse the ship of these organisms, and thus they are called scrapers. Of course, to clean and safeguard the ship, the best solution is to enter a large-scale dock, and isolate the ship completely from seawater. Followed by thoroughly cleaning and painting a layer of lacquer over the wood. But this era of maritime technology still has a long way to go. The only place that have large-scale ship maintenance are at famous port cities. British Royal Navy ships enjoy such benefits, but pirate ships cannot. Therefore this scraping job requires people to submerge themselves into the water to accomplish it. This was no doubt an excruciatingly exhausting process. However, this torturous process was essential. People who carried out scraping duties are already used to hard work. Normally they were unwilling to work for the pirates because even striving so hard, they may not receive their remuneration. This wasn't like the present world whereby there is a legal system and contracts. What more, these were greedy and cruel pirates who placed their brains in their pants. If they confronted them for money, it would most of the time result in their heads rolling. But under such circumstances, these bunch of contestants announced their willingness to be scrapers, and did not want to be given high status. Therefore, being a temporary low-grade crew member of the Flying Dutchman would not be a problem. Based on Sheehan's experience, cleaning such a huge ship like the Flying Dutchman would require at least 7 to 8 days, and this only included the bottom part and not the sides of the ship. To those contestants, such a long time frame was definitely enough. When Sheehan distinguished this information, he rounded a few corners and ascended up the stairs to the deck. No matter what these contestants wanted to do, blending in with the pirates would definitely be the safest option for Sheehan. Presently, it was roughly 3 in the afternoon, the sea breeze was gentle and the glaring sun rays caused his eyes to gradually squint. Unknowingly, a relevant phrase infiltrated his mind like the sun rays. I swear on my soul and blood, collaborating together from tomorrow, even our offsprings will live in peace for many generations. Anyone violating this would have their blood vessels boil, breathing ceased, their flesh will decay under the scorching sun, and the breath of the earth will shackle their footsteps. Bernard Falk, Cooper Jones in this instance, Sheehan suddenly halted, and stood rooted as though struck by lightning. The originally warm Caribbean breeze suddenly carried a murderous pressure, slashing against his skin. Initially those disorganized and disoriented thoughts suddenly started linking up together. The enshrouding fog concealing these contestants suddenly completely dissolved in front of Sheehan. Damned! Sheehan gritted his teeth exclaiming. He raised his head to look at the faraway captain's room of Davy Jones. This secret was meant for me to use in the future, never expected you guys to actually grasp this message. Furthermore, developing it to this extent. How could I allow you to have your way? Once you bunch of fools succeeded, then wouldn't my invisible gain would receive a huge blow. Sheehan immediately started sprinting. Presently the deck was filled with pirates, but he did not care much as he knocked and brushed past them until he reached the captain's room. He then grabbed hold of a pirate urgently asking, "Is the captain in?" That pirate was a confidant of Davy Jones. He instantly brushed away Sheehan's hands, organizing his semi-crumpled collar and angrily said, "Something cropped up, I reckon there's a problem with the gunpowder." Boss went down to take a look. A gunpowder storehouse is naturally necessary in a pirate ship. If not, once they engage an enemy, they would be at a disadvantage without the explosive support of far-range assaults. Instead, this gunpowder storage can likewise be a fatal component of a ship. Once an enemy's blazing cannonball smashes into the gunpowder storage, then undoubtedly the battle will abruptly conclude. Therefore, in this era, a battleship's most protected and stringent place is not the cargo hold, but the gunpowder storage. Once there are any movements there, even a small problem would invite the personal attention of the captain. After listening, without hesitation Sheehan sped down. Without caring for anything else he sprinted. In order to save the few precious seconds, he even ruthlessly broke open a railing and jumped down. Regrettably, when Sheehan landed after smashing the wooden railing, he saw the back of Davy Jones standing meters away as he carefully inspected the lock of the gunpowder storeroom. Yet the youth that looked like little Lord Falk was hiding in a narrow corner behind Davy Jones. The gap between them was roughly 15 meters. That youth had a black mask covering his face. He looked somewhat like Zorro as 2 contestants accompanied him. Suddenly that youth stood out impulsively, his right hand holding onto a common flintlock musket in this era. He coldly laughed as he aimed at the back of Davy Jones, and pressed the trigger bang. In the instance of the gunfire, Davy Jones concurrently spun his head round. Looking at this arrogant demeanor, he seemed like he was looking at pathetic worm. He clutched the saber on his waist, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Sheehan frantically shouted out. "No. Boss. That's the Falk family's." But at this moment, Sheehan witnessed the contestant standing beside the youth turning around. His eyes, that pair of clear, abundantly penetrating eyes, stared into Sheehan's eyes, which reached into his heart. Although the appearance of the owner had changed, but the bizarre, captivating magic within the pupils remained, causing people's willpower to utterly collapse and their mental state to degenerate. Sheehan could feel like the air around apparently stuck to his skin. Looking at this person's action was like watching a slow-mo movement in the movies. That contestant raised his right hand, using his spotlessly white palm to face Sheehan. Although there wasn't any tangible sign, Sheehan could feel an indescribable invisible wall surging forward. He instantly covered his front with his hands, but still felt like a waving tremendous hammer smashing in. Sparks emerged in his sight, as he flew backwards from the impact. A spicy fishy smell shot up his throat and a searing pain electrified from his back. He could hear a series of wooden rustling sounds in his ear. Obviously a few layers of the cabin wall had met with a calamity. But before Sheehan flew backwards, he caught a glimpse of Davy Jones's face changing greatly before he was about to counterattack. The initially beheading blade slicing through the air suddenly slanted, and chopped against the wall beside them, causing wooden bits to spray forth everywhere and a piercing crackling sound. A gigantic scar of about 7 to 8 meters long resulted. It was like two invisible hands had swiftly smashing against the wooden walls. If the youth received this blow, half of his corpse would not even remain. Simultaneously, a lead bullet ejected out from the flintlock musket in the Falk family's youth hands, mercilessly penetrating into Davy Jones's chest. But with Davy Jones's overwhelming strength, the tip of this lead bullet would only pierce his skin. Even so, Davy Jones nevertheless avoided to the side. This thick and violent pirate's movement was displayed in alarming agility that left one speechless. One could tell that Sheehan's shouting had given him ample warning. Concurrently, Sheehan received a notification: Davy Jones friendship level +20/Caribbean pirate reputation +2000/ additional +2000 from the crew of the Flying Dutchman. Following the opponent's last-minute failure, the pocket-sized fishbowl in Davy Jones's left hand suddenly jolted and extended out a tentacle. When the tentacle extended out, it was still fairly minute, but its reach was endless. Finally it transformed into a sharply red tentacle as thick as a human's arm, its suckers covering the entire surface. This tentacle wrapped around Davy Jones's body. The tip of the tentacle wriggled like human fingers. It looked like a little kid gently and cautiously fumbling around a marble with their fingers. This tentacle's target was surprisingly that incoming lead bullet. Chapter 69, Thai Chapter 69, Thai translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. In this chaotic moment, Octopus Paul's tentacles replicated the fingers of a small child, carelessly and even slightly negligent, but a child only handled glass marbles. Yet this chief octopus is faced with a lead bullet traveling at 543 meters/second. Octopus guarded its owner. It suddenly struck out horizontally. Pa! Sheehan couldn't even see it clearly. He only witnessed the Falk family youth flying up. A great force impacted against his head, pushing it backwards. After cushioning the incoming lead bullet with its tentacles, it returned in with 10 times the speed. It struck against his nose bridge, and penetrated into his skull with great kinetic force, leaving a blooming black hole behind it. When the bullet pierced into his brain, it ravaged the innards completely and without stopping forced its way out from the back of his head, causing a bowl-sized black hole at the back. Blood and brain substance burst out, emitting a terrible odor in its wake. In that instance, even Davy Jones's face leaked out an indescribable horror. Normally, his appearance would be usually filled with wild laughter and insanity. It was hard to even associate fear with his face. As Sheehan gasped for air, he noticed a line of notifications. Based on your perceptive sensing, you have acquired the following. Battle report. Warning, your perceptive sensing is suppressed by contestant number 4421. A huge amount of your battle report has also been obtained by him. Contestant number 4421 activated ability, Colliding Force Wall. You have been struck directly by the colliding force wall, receiving 110 force damage. After deducting physique defense, total damage sustained, 93 points. Colliding force wall supplementary effects judgment, your spirit is 4 points, exemption of judgment failed. You have been blown 7 meters away. If you suffer any collision in midair, you will receive a second time of additional damage. You suffered from collision, receiving 60 points of physical damage. After deducting physique defense, damage is 49 points. Innate ability, endurance activated, you total damage received is 25 points. Force, damage. Thousands of thoughts swirled in Xian's mind. He immediately connected this ability origin should be undoubtedly the Force, which was the core concept of the Star Wars series. It was also hailed as a spirit energy. The Force is formless, natural, and contained mysterious strength. It was an energy innate in all life forms. If one were to carefully segregate, Force could be split into 4 classes: light side, dark side, unifying force, and living force. Obviously, this contestant number 4421 has already grasped this spirit energy, but it should be a basic type and wasn't of an expert class. Although that was so, the terrifying energy already heavily inflicted harm onto Xian. If this contestant was alone, Xian may still attempt to challenge her. Unfortunately, she was part of a party, and this person was probably a core member currently. Xian noticed the group of contestants. Some of them were looking at the miserable corpse, and some towards the faraway Davy Jones. Some of them were raging, but most of them had a blank and confused look. Under this freezing atmosphere, a large mechanical robotic sound boomed. Storyline main mission, The Curse of Davy Jones, completed. Falk family 4th generation descendant Morgan Falk has been killed by Davy Jones's pet sea monster. Storyline main mission completion rate, 51. Following this booming voice, the entire Flying Dutchman shook, as though it was in a raging hurricane. Every pirate started to grab their heads and screamed. Only Davy Jones lifelessly stood still. That magical pocket-sized fishbowl suddenly shattered, its glass and water drenched his body. Octopus Paul fell out and starting inflating at an astounding speed. Its 8 tentacles spasmed and continually grew, and then it climbed up of the hold and jumped onto the deck, finally leaping into the ocean. It then transformed into an enormous ash-gray monster. Its 40-over-inch long tentacles defied the heavens as it jerked while pointing to the sky. Its bowl-sized suckings squirmed incessantly and it finally submerged into the sea. Witnessing this scene, Xian finally understood the entire sequel of the Davy Jones who was acclaimed as a demonic sea creature. Suddenly, Davy Jones similar clutched his head and let out an agonizing shriek. His shriek resonated out loudly, harming everyone in a 1-kilometer radius. Around the place was a huge mess as though a 12-grade hurricane had struck that area. Clearly seen, his head had started to turn irregular. A faint light blue transparent feeling enveloped it, starting from his head and swiftly spread it out. Finally, Davy Jones's appearance looked extremely evil. His left side of his body remained human, but his right side was covered by a light blue transformation. If one could see the right side of Davy Jones, they would describe him with one word: ghost. An eerie sensation filled the entire Flying Dutchman, as though plunging the temperature by 10 degrees. Following that, all the pirates started roaring fanatically. Their bodies also emitted out that ghastly abnormality. Those contestants had already congregated, and sprinting with their full might towards the deck. These metamorphosing pirates obviously wouldn't give up, and pursued them to the deck. Presently the sun was scorching, and when the pirates entered into the sunlight, the half of their body transforming suddenly emitted green smoke, causing them to release an agonizing scream as they retreated back into the ship's hold. Looking at this scene, a phrase suddenly formed in Xian's mind. I swear on my soul and blood, collaborating together from tomorrow, even our offsprings will live in peace for many generations. Anyone violating this would have their blood vessels boil, breathing ceased, their flesh will decay under the scorching sun, and the breath of the earth will shackle their footsteps. He sighed deeply, originally thinking that he could prevent this thing from happening, but ultimately letting that bunch succeed. Xian previously obtained a floating message in a bottle from a side mission. The bottle contained a heavily smudged parchment. The contents indicated a sincere oath and a sinister curse. Finally, it was signed by Bernard Falk and Cooper Jones. Bernard Falk was obviously the founder of Tortuga Castle, but Xian had not been able to find any clues tracing back to Cooper Jones. Xian roughly guessed that it could be related to Davy Jones, since Cooper Jones and Davy Jones shared the same surname. But if he naively linked this two people together based on that, that would be the same as thinking that Li Ka-shing, Hong Kong businessman, and Li Jia Xin, Hong Kong actress, had blood relations. He initially planned to slowly substantiate his suspicions in this world, which was one of the reasons that he gifted the entire treasures of Tortuga Castle over to Davy Jones. He never expected this party of contestant would be a step ahead, and quickly exploited this suspicions, reaping the biggest profits. Both sides sunk into a deadlock situation. But Sheehan knew these contestants had been pulled into combat mode due to Davy Jones's earlier antagonizing shriek. They currently had to wait out their combat mode, and hurriedly return to the nightmare realm. When the contestants were basking in the scorching sunlight, they discovered that these pirates were afraid of charging up. They heaved a sigh of relief, and some even started arguing. The arguments gradually escalated, as though there was an internal distribution conflict. At this time, a contestant roughly pushed aside his fellow comrade, standing out and pointed towards the ship hold as he furiously yelled. "Contestant number 1018, your skull will surely be added to the top of my blacklist." His yell carried an intimidating dizziness. Even though they were far apart, Sheehan felt his heart boil, but he only laughed out. Hearing that, I am honored and am greatly gratified. That contestant's expression was marvelous. He completely did not expect such an answer. He could only furiously scold out a few profanities. Do you not understand why he replied in that manner? This contestant's voice was calm. It actually belonged to a woman. However, her prestige was extremely elevated in the party. The other contestant's actions seemed extremely crude, but in her face he did not dare to be arrogant. Constraining himself, he fumingly bellowed, "Z! I absolutely must kill him." Z glanced at the ship's hold. Her eyes contained a piercing and threatening charm. That contestant number 1018 obviously wanted to prevent Davy Jones from walking into our trap, but he ultimately failed. Therefore his heart would obviously be dejected. But you suddenly yelled out wanting to kill him. This undoubtedly exposed that his actions had cost us greatly. Therefore, he would naturally feel gratified. Chapter 70, Curse. Chapter 70, Curse, translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasser. Hearing the words of this female named Z, that contestant became utterly flustered. F***K. This kid really pulled one on us. Our original estimation of at least 70 completion rate plunged to only 51. We paid quite a huge price to hypnotize that stupid Morgan Falk from the Falk family, but in the end he only became resolute after seeing the Falk family treasure chest on this ship. Furthermore, because of this mission we needed to remain in this difficulty stop. After that naval battle concluded, we lost so many, and paid a really big price. If he has the balls, he better not land into my hands. This Davy Jones is extremely ruthless. That curse was already inevitable, yet he suddenly could land himself into his crew. Z gently replied, the curse happening is originally a storyline in the movie, and not the reason for our decline in completion rate. After suffering from this curse, even though Davy Jones exerted great strength to suppress his impending death, but his entire ship and even the pirates got caught up in related curse of Davy Jones, and thus all turned into ghost existences. Besides, the Flying Dutchman had even corroded into a ghost ship of the sea. They can cross between the living world and the nether world, and were responsible for receiving drowned souls into the nether world. Later on, Davy Jones and the sea goddess Calypso fell in love, and after the two fell out, Davy Jones was cursed and utterly lost his human appearance. That is the sequel storyline. The reason our completion rate declined was probably because Morgan Falk wasn't killed personally by Davy Jones, but died at the hands of the octopus. Another contestant who seemed to have high prestige stood out saying, whatever it is, we got what we wanted, our basic objective is met. I'm willing to use 30% of my dividends to compensate everyone in the party. Regarding the leader of our level difficulty mission, Bowen, he left a vacant spot after dying. We will appoint a new party leader based on our contribution degree. Hurry up and return now. Once this pirates adapt into their new conditions, then it would be too late to leave. Apart from Z, 3 other contestants also stood out to voice their opinions, and ultimately managed to calm the lower-class contestant down. Once the internal strifes concluded, they became unanimous again and cast their gaze towards Sheehan. Currently their combat state had already finished. They each took turns to curse at Sheehan and vanished into thin air. Sheehan stood inside the ship's hold silently with a slight smile. He completely did not place much emphasis on their empty threats. Ruffy already understood that he had personally provoked a strong power faction. That Bowen that he had finished off should have been the party leader of their difficulty mission. The remaining elite members probably participated in the destruction of Paragon Fleet history storyline to come aboard. They probably used some sort of mysterious tool, and thus was able to continue staying even after the history storyline completed. Therefore, they were able to accomplish the storyline mission of completing the curse of Davy Jones. Before the Lady Z left, she suddenly turned to Sheehan and gently spoke. "You are quite a meticulous person, and your strength is not bad either. I sent 3 guys to kill you, but you managed to escape and even take one of them down. But don't be too conceited, under this difficulty my abilities were suppressed. If not, that force wall would have been enough to finish you. How about working for me? Of course, if you can return from this place first." After speaking, she used a finger to cut down, forming a line of faint glow. That line swiftly expanded into a glowing door. After Z took a step in, the door lost its brilliance and did not leave any marks behind. But right before she left, she spun her head round and made one last eye contact with Sheehan. This Lady Z has eyes as deep as the ocean. It brimmed with charmed strength, enchanting the hearts of people. But in that moment, her stare abruptly transformed into 2 incomparably sharp needles and pierced towards Sheehan's eyes. Such a sudden event, Sheehan had not time to react. He instantly heard a buzzing sound as he blacked out. He did not know how long he passed out, but he suddenly discovered that he already slumped to the ground. After he regained comprehension, he immediately felt an intense pain torturing his mind, but it gradually became better. Suddenly, he felt that his face was a little moist. Using his fingers to feel, he discovered below his eyes, nostrils, and ear were overflowing with blood. Sheehan panted for a while, before checking with his battle log. He then realized he had been attacked by a skill called Force Needle Explosion. Not only did it cause immense damage, it resulted in an 8-second-long dizziness effect. But this ability should not have been easily activated. If not, this Z would have assurance in her battle capabilities before, and he would have long ago tasted this ability instead of receiving it just before she left. Suddenly, Sheehan thought of words Z had left him with. His heart immediately shivered. This woman was intelligent and she had incredible powers. She was definitely the strongest out of all the contestants he had met. Her last words definitely held some meaning. But his current position was still on the Flying Dutchman, and he was even the 3rd officer. Although these pirates could not interact with sunlight, their powers were enhanced. Furthermore, he had just helped Davy Jones. Why would he be in grave danger? Wait. Sheehan's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. 3rd officer, I am the 3rd officer of the Flying Dutchman. Strictly speaking, this meant that I am similarly a crew member of the Flying Dutchman. Similarly, I would suffer the curse of Davy Jones. This curse was extremely potent. It doesn't look fatal but was fiercely evil in its other effects. Even Davy Jones was unable to be exempted from this terrible fate. At this moment, Sheehan's breathing grew deeper. He currently did not feel any abnormalities, but his heart could not contain an intense shadow welling up. He charged straight into a nearby cabin, and hurriedly pulled down a hanging mirror. As he looked at himself, a chill burst forth in his heart. He could see his own hair starting to form that ghostly ethereal effect, and it was slowly spreading downwards. Sheehan immediately communicated with the Nightmare Imprint to check on this personal condition, but he realized all his attributes remained the same. The only abnormality happened was on his innate ability, endurance. This ability gave off a feeling of great strength. Looking at it gave one a feeling that their life force was surging up, but in reality was clearly weakened. It was as though something was corroding and weakening it, which was still in effect. If it persisted, the worst was that his innate ability would completely disappear. Seeing this scene unfolding, Sheehan had no time to think. His anxiety surged as he immediately requested the Nightmare Imprint to return to the Nightmare Realm. But he was notified that his combat mode had been induced due to the terrifying force explosion. He still had an entire 70 seconds before combat state expires. Under such circumstances, Sheehan deeply took in a few breaths and composed himself. Following that rate of decline, it was absolutely sufficient for his innate ability, endurance, to utterly vanish in that 70 seconds. His mind rapidly filtered several images, finally stopping at the scene of the semi-ghostly pirates trying to charge out, but instead their bodies starting smoking up under the sunlight. Sheehan's heart stirred. He immediately drew out ambition. The crow-black gun barrel sprayed out a red-hot blaze in a flash. Aiming towards the deck, he released the trigger. Boom. Wooden splinters burst out, as a hole emerged on the deck above. The glaring sunlight penetrated in, shining onto Sheehan's body. Concurrently, Sheehan felt a searing pain over his entire body. he gritted his teeth and tolerated for 10 seconds and finally felt a comfortably warm sensation. It was like standing under a warm shower. His head faintly released green smoke, but no longer felt any form of pain anymore. Xian once again inspected his status attributes. He then realized the rate of decline for innate ability, endurance, had decreased. There was no more worries lasting beyond 70 seconds. Looks like sunlight was indeed detrimental to the curse. Apart from that, it looks like this innate ability, endurance, wasn't so simple. Even Davy Jones couldn't resist this horrifying curse, but he could straightforwardly withstand it. Ooh. Xian stood underneath the sunlight and exhaled a long breath. He then started to reflect on the powerful party he just encountered. Undoubtedly, that mysterious Lady Z was nucleus of the party. Based on her individual display of abilities, that colliding force wall could be said as a combination of attack and defense, while the explosive force needle was an incomparably strong controlling ability. Since that's the case, if it was said that her richly penetrating mysterious eye powers didn't have any hypnotizing ability, Xian would never believe it. Davy Jones had already proclaimed himself as a formidable force in the seas. His infamous name could even cause little kids to weep. No matter how valiant or impulsive that unlucky child Morgan Falk was, he would have understood the power gap between him and the frightening Davy Jones. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to conceal himself and boldly take a shot at Davy Jones's back. If someone wasn't controlling things from behind the scenes, then that would surely be strange. Chapter 71, Return. Chapter 71, Return. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Xian's current situation wasn't very encouraging. He not only met such a strong and meticulous opponent in Z, but behind her was the powerful backing of a huge party. And he had even sparked a deep hatred because he foiled their plans. If it was any other contestant, then their hearts would certainly be filled with fear/regret/anxiety, etc. Instead, Xian merely shrugged his shoulders. He was always a person who never shied from challenges and difficulties, so what if his enemy was overwhelming? This would only serve to fuel his fighting spirit. Before he entered the realm, Xian was only an average male. He even had to run from the likes of a cruel underground society head, Huashan Fei. Xian's power disparity between this mysterious group wouldn't be as huge as the one with Huashan Fei previously. Even in that difficult situation, Xian didn't have any trace of dread. Why would he then cower when the timber had been turned into a boat? Chinese idiom, what's done is done. After waiting a few seconds, Xian carefully surveyed his surroundings, especially the pirates who were transforming because of the curse. The more he looked, the more fearful he felt. Under the daylight, these pirates were like zombies, dragging their legs lifelessly wherever they went. Davy Jones silently sat on a chair, as though he had solidified into a stone, completely obviously to his surroundings. Of course, if the curse had thoroughly took effect in his body, then he would have completely lost his sovereign dignity and became an everlasting pirate on this ship. A greedy idea suddenly formed in Xian's head. Isn't it a fantastic opportunity to go for a fishing trip in the captain's room now? However, this notion was immediately strangled aside by his intellect. How would such an obvious loophole be left for him? Ultimately, even if he manages to loot it, those equipments would mostly be soul-binded equipment. Or even worse, those equipments may even have an additional tag of not being able to be brought out of this world. The short 70 seconds sped by. Because of the corroding effects of the curse, his innate ability, endurance, was already barely visible. Just as Xian had decided to return to the nightmare realm, he suddenly noticed a rather old-fashioned diary nearby. His heart stirred as he immediately retrieved it. This old diary had been soaked by blood and brain matter. From its position, one could infer that it had dropped out from Morgan Falk, a fourth-generation youth of the Falk family. Stopping till here, Xian finally cleaned up all kinds of tangled and complicated thoughts related to these pirates. However, the state of the Falk family, another critical influence and the owner of Tortuga Castle, remained a mystery. Of course, a majority of Xian's brain energy had already been used up on scheming to deal with Amand. Therefore, this diary should be enough to unlock most riddles in his heart. Xian hurriedly wiped clean this diary. He then issued an order to the Nightmare Imprint. Return to the Nightmare Realm. You still have remaining time left in this world. Do you wish to return to the Nightmare Realm? Yes/no. You have completed the main mission, gain prominence. Your current reputation amongst the pirates is respected, 3113/6000, your achievement value, +2. Xian did not dare to delay any longer. Who knew what would happen once his innate ability, endurance, vanished? He instantly selected Yes, his body started to fade as he prepared to return to the nightmare realm. Goodbye, Caribbean Sea world. Sheehan sighed. He felt an indescribable exhaustion overwhelming him. That was the state of his mind after suddenly relaxing from a long period of mental tension. He squinted his eyes to sweep his environment, murmuring to himself. Look forward to it. Next time, when I return. Black clouds floated across the sky, obstructing the scorching sun of the Caribbean Sea. When the sun rays once again penetrated through the hole of the deck, the third officer of the Flying Dutchman had already dissipated into the thin air. Having his previous experience of returning beforehand, Sheehan immediately shut his eyes, awaiting for the extremely peculiar weightlessness to disappear before opening his eyes. Presently, he had once again returned to the cosmospace environment. The background was pure darkness, the only source of light was the twinkling stars from a distance. Every time he saw this scenery, a revered sensation will emerge in his heart. Once his surroundings became thoroughly clear, the distant twinkling stars suddenly clashed together, forming into a gentle light beam, casting onto Sheehan's body. Instantly, Sheehan felt an unbearable pain over his entire body as though his flesh was being forcefully torn apart. The pain left as quickly as it came, and vanished after persisting for 5 to 6 seconds. Even if that was so, Sheehan had broken out in cold sweat, and was heavily panting. His body was enshrouded inside the gentle light beam. The starlight seemed to transform into a layer of wall, its exterior carried an unexplainable black energy hovering about, and suddenly distorted into a human face. Naturally, the curse inflicted from Davy Jones was being forced out by the realm. That black air rapidly changed, and finally became nothingness. Finally the starlight gradually dispersed, and a 3D projection appeared in front of Sheehan. This first broadcast was the entire sequence of his activities during the Paragon Fleet battle, following that was the scene of him killing little Lord Fox's wife, Sally. Then the explosion of the bell and mug, and finally the rampant and untamed Blackbeard wildly laughing as he raised his mythical sword. The realm subsequently displayed out the following report: setting, Pirates of the Caribbean world, difficulty, easy, D-class, pain limitations, 50, additional enhancement to individual capabilities, 0, current setting exploration rate, 15.33%, acquired new titles, intoxicated men, pirate ringleader, mission content exploration rate, 32%, completed mission score, B, note, lowest, E, highest perfect score, SSS, mission completion score reward, free attribute points, 3 points, according to 20%. Of the weightage of selected world, mission content exploration rate / mission completion score reward, utility points, 700 points, according to 20% of the weightage of selected world, unable to reach the threshold of receiving potential points. Character current remaining free attribute points, 3 points. You can anytime allocate the free attribute points to increase your basic attributes, strength / agility etc., use it to strengthen your capabilities. Pointer, you survived from inheriting the ancient curse in the Caribbean world. Thus you receive an additional +1 effect for your explosive strength rate / evasion / accuracy. Sheehan looked at this line of report and suddenly felt somewhat unexpected. Renouncing the style of fighting with a party, he never expected himself to earn such generous rewards after overcoming this hurdle. In actual fact, the measly 32% of his mission content exploration rate, the reward of 700 utility points obviously indicated the dissatisfaction of the realm. Based on Sheehan, relying on the clues and opportunities obtained in the world, if he could really have cooperated with Chris's party, after engaging in personal interactions with the main lead, Jack Sparrow, he would have penetrated deeper into the storyline, and even uncovered and obtained numerous side missions, and accomplished them with the party's strength. Regrettably, he placed his personal exploring focus on the bell and mug. To Sheehan, this was already his limits. But to a party, they would be unconfined and even could perform much better. Therefore the score of 32% mission content exploration rate was certainly not injustice. Following that, if he had cooperated with Z's party, then undoubtedly, her party's mission would be able to be perfectly completed. It could even branch out more missions. The realm did not care about the difficulty of Sheehan joining forces with other contestant. Its default judgment target was for all the contestants to unite together, and use their teamwork to achieve the maximum limit of their exploration rate. Something noteworthy was that the Nightmare Realm actually gave Sheehan a mission completion score of B. Besides, it even rewarded him with a generous 3 points of free attribute points. Citing a simple example, it was like a student completing only 1/3 of the assignment for his teacher, but the quality of that 1/3 actually pleased the teacher exceedingly. Sheehan immediately located the critical factor in his mind. That was undoubtedly that he personally influenced and changed the sequence of the main storyline in this world. Killing of Sally, this storyline character which instigated the pirates of the Caribbean to revolt against Tortuga Port. Wrecking the bell and mug and changing a man's destiny of originally being one of the 7 pirate lords. A man could still become a pirate lord, but his success would have been delayed several years. The storyline mission of the Curse of Davy Jones was something Sheehan had been passively dragged into, but Sheehan had also influenced his destiny even by a minute extent. At least Davy Jones did not personally murder a blood kin of the Falk family, thus he preserved half of his body. Blackbeard had always been diligently searching for that mythical half of the sword. But Sheehan's interference had at least reduced 10 years of searching. Sheehan deeply inhaled, his eyes displaying a joyous look as he humbly nodded his head. If that was the case, then the emphasis should be placed in this when entering the next world. Undoubtedly, complying with the movie storyline to engage in battle would result in a lower difficulty. However, this would not add up to the requirements of the realm, and with this, the mission completion score would be inversely proportional to that. Since he was able to make an established aspect, then he had a direction to direct his efforts to in the future. Concurrently, the Nightmare imprint continued transmitting notifications. Calculating Insight ability usage. You activated a total of 14 times of the Insight ability in this world. You incurred a debt of 1,400 utility points. Your current utility points is 3,200 points, after deductions, your remaining utility points is 1,800 points. You acquired important mission object, Morgan Jones' diary, is unable to be brought out of this world. The next time you enter, it will automatically return to your imprint deposit, interspatial space of the imprint. Chapter 72, Allocating Chapter 72, Allocating translated by, Chua edited by I and Alcácer. The boundless starry universe gradually blurred out, once again plunging into darkness. After Sheehan recovered his vision, he was once again back in his personal room. The first thing he did was to inspect his attributes. Contestant number 10 18 achievement points, 8 points status, recruit strength 12 points, 10 + 1 + 1, agility 10 points, 7 + 1 + 2, physique 17 points, 14 + 1 + 1 + 1, perceptive sensing 14 points, 12 + 2, charm 5 points, 6 + 1-2, spirit 4 points, 4 + 0, intelligence 5 points, 5 + 0, left hand, musket, ambition, 19, perceptive sensing +2, agility +2 body, FBI special windbreaker, 6, charm +1 left hand, rotten bone ring, 7, strength +1, physique +1 accessory, left obsidian fossil anchor, 20, strength/agility/physique +1, charm, 2, attack +10 accessory, right gold shell pocket watch, 4, physique +1 equipment overall score, 56. Sheehan pondered on his remaining 3 free attribute points. He originally felt that he was lacking in fighting capabilities, and his agility wasn't satisfying in combat. Furthermore, his 4 points in spirit couldn't even match up to an average person. Thus, he decided to share it between his strength, agility, and spirit. But before he was about to allocate, Sheehan suddenly recalled something. That was the absurd 50 points limit in charm when he activated Insight on Jack Sparrow. 50 points limit attribute, what does that represent? What then does it mean to a contestant? Sheehan deeply inhaled, putting aside allocating for now. In actual fact, he was always a decisive person, in addition to his inhumane perceptive sensing. It always gave him the impression of making swift and decisive decisions. However, to make a choice now, its consequences would go a long way to his individual development. It could even be a life and death matter, thus he didn't dare to be reckless. Distributing according to need, or specialize in a certain attribute. Undoubtedly, increasing base of his personal weakness would have the danger in the future. But in this manner, reaching the extreme limit of 50 points would take forever to achieve. However, if adopting the swiftest path to uncover the mysteries behind the extreme limit of 50 points, the danger in the future will definitely increase. Besides, Sheehan's highest basic attribute is physique. This was an extremely unique and crucial attribute. Besides, this attribute determines the most critical aspect, that was the life points of the contestant. To every contestant out there, this was a very important attribute. Because once this attribute drops to 0, that would mean losing everything. Some people say, the best defense is offense. This statement isn't wrong, but still it is based on the fact that the power disparity between the opponent and oneself isn't very great. Once a sheep attempts to attack a wolf, that would be purely foolish and suicidal. More importantly, the nightmare realm is full of opportunities and crisis. Nobody can predict any unforeseen outcome in the next second. It was like Chris's party, who was flourishing with over 20 contestants. They were excelling with attacking potential, but their health was just like any other. Once they encountered a strong curse, the message in the bottle, they equally submitted to fate. Physique brought along vast advantages. It allowed one to be careless, but their chances of survival would still be there. More crucially, Xian was equally in a difficult predicament in the present world. In the present world, he wasn't allowed to equip any supporting item, and even his innate ability, endurance, could not be activated. If his physique was high, it would no doubt aid with his survival. Live, then everything else is possible. Away from that, Xian glanced at the weapon he acquired, ambition. This black class weapon had high explosive strength and attack damage. It was already evident during the previous battle. Therefore, this would temporarily make up for his deficiency in attack. Furthermore, regarding movement speed, he would be able to enhance it using equipments that Xian had obtained. The Endless Vodka was one of the items that enhanced capabilities. If he successfully activated it, then it would definitely be of some help. Regarding spirit, in this aspect, Xian decided to search for some equipments or elixirs to make up for it. After deciding, Xian boldly used the remaining 3 free attribute points on his physique. In this case, even without his title, his physique would still reach 20 points, including equipment. During a battle, once the obsidian fossil anchor was in effect, his physique would easily reach 30 points. Such an outstandingly high attribute would instill security in his heart. After his increments confirmed, Xian also comprehended something huge. He looked at his recruit status and decided to search for any special purchasing privileges. After scrolling through the purchasing menu, Nightmare Realm, he was slightly amazed. Because on the honorary merchandise column of the menu, only 2 items were available. Honorary potassium selenoprotein injection dosage, usable in any state, restore 100% of your maximum HP, purchasing requirements, 3 achievement points, 3,000 utility points. Honorary ferrosilicon aquatic grass liquid extract, usable in any state, restore 100% of your MP, purchasing requirements, 3 achievement points, 3,000 utility points. Undoubtedly, these 2 objects are used in extreme cases. Its value was hard to assess. If used appropriately, it could instantly change the course of a battle. But Xian noticed, purchasing this item did not merely require utility points, but even had a price of the difficult to obtain achievement points. More importantly, to Xian, if he really paid up 3 achievement points for this sort of elixirs, then his status of being a recruit would decline. At that time, he would lose the 10% upgrade of his personal interspatial space. Upon reaching the recruit status, Xian could exchange achievement points with others. But there would be great repercussions if he did so, thus he did not have plans to do that at the moment, and did not bother much about it. Xian sighed and closed the purchasing menu. The taste of not being able to afford anything was bitter. But even though his time in the Caribbean Sea world was filled with danger and risky encounters, he had gained quite a bit. The items he could afford to trade/sell to others were as follows: black pin, gray. This key-like object, after utilizing, would display the loots of various witchcraft/magic. Using it had a 50% chance of appearing a lowest grade witchcraft/magic scroll, and 50% chance of obtaining other items. Deep blue ability scroll, voodoo cult basic witchcraft LVL3. Ancient gold pound, precious object that eye-shaped metal dissolution liquid mixture was bound to Xian's soul, and this extremely strong item could be used on a silver storyline class weapon/equipment. Xian's strongest weapon on hand was only a black class equipment, thus he could only hide it within his storage. Presently, Xian was extremely exhausted. After returning from a nightmare world with danger lurking everywhere, his tensed mentality could finally relax. This was a normal reaction. He originally wanted to resist his fatigue and go for a walk around the marketplace. However, he could no longer withstand and immediately collapsed into deep sleep. An exhausted person would instantly fall asleep once their head sinks into their pillow, but Xian fell asleep even before his head touched his pillow. This sleep was so deep that there wasn't even a single dream. Xian's brain was like a computer that was left on for extended periods and was about to crash. When he had a chance to rest, he immediately switched off. Xian woke up twice, one was to heat up water and the other time to drink the water. After an entire 24 hours he finally woke up. In the Caribbean Sea world, Xian had to consistently scheme. Constantly planning ahead of Amand, Chris, Scarface Harry etc., he certainly used a huge deal of effort. Under such rejuvenating sleep, he could finally gradually restore a large amount of his concentration. After waking up, Xian felt rather vexed. Besides, this 20 hours of sleep could be used for extra training in the realm, and may even increase his basic abilities. But regretting at this point of time was useless. Xian hurriedly purchased food to fill his stomach and rushed into the marketplace of the Nightmare Realm. The realm was encompassed by a mysterious faint reddish glow, and dispersed slightly fresh air. There was a multitude of people in the marketplace. Some stalls were empty but had items/equipments floating with their valuations indicated above. That should be a consignment sale strategy. After raising his status, Xian could not engage in inspection of such tactics, finding out that this consignment sales was indeed convenient. But when establishing it, he had to pay up a lot of utility points, and after any transaction there would be an individual tax of 20%. Unless it was necessary, very few people utilized this tactic of engaging in sales. Strolling on the marketplace road, Xian already had certain clarity on what he wanted to trade, that was for utility points and potential points. No doubt, if he continued in his hermit behavior tactic, it would not be possible to find any suitable comrades in a short time and even face the risks without a party. Therefore, after wrapping up a hurdle, it would be a mainstream phenomenon that the mission content exploration rate would be low. This meant that, regarding relevant rewards of potential and utility points for the mission content exploration rate, it would definitely be a persisting and worrying matter for Xian. Chapter 73, Deal. Chapter 73, Deal. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. Once Xian prepared and projected out the 3D holograms of his merchandise, he then left his own stall to patrol around in the marketplace. His first goal was to collect a huge amount of information in order to grasp the valuation rate. Secondly, he would be able to gather a load of information from other sellers. Xian had zero worries that his absence would drain away customers, because the items he was selling were mostly strong and relevant items. For example, the highly valued Dark Blue class ability scroll, Voodoo Cult Basic Witchcraft LVL3. That learning requirement itself already suggested a fairly high learning threshold. Therefore, the people who frequent his stall could be separated into two categories. One was extremely interested, while the other was the least bit interested. Those that didn't want to purchase wouldn't even bat an eye and leave, while those that were interested normally wouldn't mind waiting for a few minutes. After strolling for one round, Xian could not find any relevant reports in the marketplace. He only looked at several equipment/ability scrolls that had sky-high prices, and based on his measly utility points, he could never afford it. Furthermore, to Xian now, what he lacked wasn't equipment or skills but instead to increase the levels of his currently learned skills. Never forget, the danger he faced wasn't merely in the nightmare realm, danger lurks everywhere, even in the present world. Moreover, in the present he would lose many privileges such as his equipments. After finishing an entire run, to his expectations, his stall was indeed surrounded by a crowd. Once they saw the merchant returning, they immediately inquired on the price of that dark blue scroll. Xian folded his hands on his chest and laughed. The price he offered almost made their eyes roll backwards. His valuation was actually 15,000 utility points, 15 potential points. After hearing this value, it immediately scared away half the crowd. This half belonged to those that wanted to try their luck. Once they discovered this wasn't an option, they instantly left. The ones that left all really wanted this item and decided to try bargaining. Hey, friend. I'm not being ignorant of this scroll's value, but your asking price is really too great. A hippie-attired male shrugged his shoulders as he stood in front of Xian. He was probably chewing on a chewing gum, and he shook his right leg repeatedly, giving off a feeling of nervousness. The guy's speech unquestionably voiced out everyone's opinion. The surrounding crowd all raised their voice in agreement. Xian swept the crowd with his eyes. He realized there were still 7 people. But these 7 were probably segregated into 3 smaller groups. Undoubtedly, those that wanted this scroll were people with heavy emphasis on spirit and intelligence. Thus they could utilize it to the fullest potential. From that perspective, contestants who wanted to learn this ability were mostly weak in physique. considering the Nightmare Realm ideologies, they were probably part of a certain party. 15,000 utility points, 15 potential points probably was overwhelmingly excessive to an ordinary contestant, but to a party, this may not necessarily be a high price. Take the current situation of the Nightmare Realm, most contestants would view an equipment/scroll that could instantly be translated into increased battle strength very highly. They would not spend much on items without long-lasting effects. Thus it can be determined, those few guys that wanted to procure this scroll should probably be proficient in basic skills. They should already have Basic Prayer LVL4 and AMP, Basic Meditation LVL4, 25 points in Intelligence, these three criteria. Thus, contestants who fulfilled these requirements would not have a low position within their party. They would at least be a crucial source of firepower, and should probably have comrades who would support them in purchasing this scroll. This was why Shein dared to cite this outrageously high price. More importantly, the welcoming reception towards this scroll already exposed its status as a bestseller. This allowed Shein to adopt a delaying confidence to these buyers. Thus, when faced with this thick-skinned gentleman, Shein's reply was simple, and that was to shake his head. A gentle but firm shake. Against this stubborn brat, the nearby contestants glanced at each other. Obviously, they had encountered the hardest kind of seller. These sort of people seemed to understand the economic situation well, and had an accurate assessment on the valuation of his products. Apart from that, they had a paranoid personality. Thus they had no choice but to put in their last-ditch effort, offering out their personal valuation and wish it would be able to move this brat. Instead, they ultimately left in silence. Once the last contestant left, Shein's stall was now completely devoid of existence. But Shein wasn't dejected. He was already mentally prepared to use his remaining short time left on selling off this dark blue scroll. When those people left, the highest valuation was merely 5,000 utility points in addition to 3 potential points. This obviously did not satisfy Shein's craving. People came and went. Buyers obtained price information when frequenting Shein's stall, but eventually shook their heads in disappointment and left. Shein's scroll was like a magnet that was attracting huge amounts of people, but repelled away by the ruthlessness of the insane pricing. Time sped by just like that. The surrounding stalls even swapped over several owners, but yet Shein stayed on. With a humble smile, he politely received every customer, and had no trace of impatience in his voice. But he was like an iron rod, nothing could move him. This deadlock was finally broken by the return of that hippie. Upon returning, he brought 2 people with him. One of the contestants was holding onto an object with a lingering black glow on it. The other contestant stood behind him, as though he loved following other people's shadow. Even in the safe environment of the Nightmare Realm did this hippie contestant pull off such a reaction. Undoubtedly, the darkness concealed within this contestant's heart was a problem. It had become something habitual, just like breathing or drinking. The contestant with the authority observed the scroll. He slightly nodded and lifted his chin towards that hippie. It was as though he wasn't willing to speak a word to others. That hippie walked in front of Shein. He extended his arms and said, "I reckon today is your lucky day. Hegel had shown great interest in your scroll. How about this? We sincerely want to purchase it. How about telling us your heart's valuation?" Shein simply replied, "My asking price is my heart's valuation." Hippie helplessly shrugged his shoulders, and turned his head towards that person named Hegel. Hegel remained silent. He only stared firmly at Shein. Suddenly, a feeling of being exposed surfaced in Shein. It was like being naked in the streets and hiding nothing at all. His heart surged with surprise, and suddenly Hegel snorted and retreated a few steps as though he had chanced upon fortune. This mysterious submersion persisted for a while. "Your highest attribute is physique, lowest is spirit. No doubt the path you chose is close combat." Shein was amazed. This person called Hegel could actually determine his highest and lowest attribute, and this was within the peaceful environment of the Nightmare Realm. It meant that he had already grasped an insight-type ability. He didn't refute but quietly nodded. Hegel coughed twice and continued. "Your asking price is too high. No one would fork out such a huge amount of utility points. How about I exchange a ring for your scroll?" Prior to this, others had already tried trading an item but was instead rejected by Shein, because he desperately lacked potential and utility points. Hegel seemed extremely sincere in taking out this ring. It was also a dark blue class ring. Apart from +3 to strength, it even possessed an additional +1 explosive hit rate substantial attribute. If he were to sell it, it would also be a relatively sought-after merchandise. Instead, Sheehan shook his head, stressing on his need of utility and potential points. Even if that was so, Hegel looked upon this voodoo cult basic witchcraft LVL3 scroll with an aspiration of necessity. Persevering on, and after communicating with Sheehan, he finally used 7,000 utility points and 9 potential points to trade. To Sheehan, even though the selling price did not hit his heart's estimation, but that whole 9 potential points was something to rejoice over. Based on his current trend, Sheehan would have to experience 5 to 6 worlds before achieving 9 points. Apart from that, Hegel exhibited great interest in that black pin. Because with it was a 50% chance of black magic succeeding. If it really appeared, then it would definitely complement his voodoo cult basic witchcraft skill and add to his strength. Sheehan exchanged this pin for a light blue object, medical kit. It was considered a favorable ending. Medical kit attributes: medical kit origin, Colo Lindsay 7th hospital equipment rarity, light blue internal items, bandage X1, anesthetic X1, poison antidote X1, adrenaline X1 bandage. After wrapping an injury, it can counterattack an accumulated 50 to 100 points of blood loss damage. Anesthetic, using it can reduce pain by 20 to 50%, but lowers spirit by 2 to 6 points, duration of 10 minutes. Poison antidote, using it can reduce the duration of negative body effects by 10 to 20%. Adrenaline, using it will increase movement/attack speed by 10 to 20%. Description: after placing a medicine in the medical kit for 12 hours, its quality will increase, and release its utmost potential upon usage. Refers to the best result of a random probability, for example the bandage would counteract 100 points of damage. Description: the capacity of the medical kit is 4. Unable to squeeze in more than 4 medicines. The quality of the medicine should be lesser than the class of the medical kit. Which means the medical kit can only contain white class quality medicine. Chapter 74, The Secret of LVL4. Chapter 74, The Secret of LVL4. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcasar. After his transaction with Hegel, his utility points on hand surged to 8,800 points, and 9 potential points. It was already counted as his best record thus far. Sheehan had wasted 5 hours on negotiations in the marketplace. His remaining time left in the realm wasn't much. He hurriedly made another loop round the marketplace and was prepared to rush off to strengthen his basic skills. Who knew that when he arrived at a new stall, his attention was immediately attracted by an object. Butchering bone hatchet origin, Arizona General Branch blacksmith store equipment rarity, light blue attack damage 3 to 16 material, life variant weight, 11.2 kg long-lasting attack speed, slow equipment usage requirement, strength 9 points, physique 6 points. Equipment position, single hand, left/right hand weapon. Special, resistance, you can use this weapon to block against a close range attack and activate resistance. If resistance succeed, then it will lower the taken damage by 10 to 50%. Once the combined attribute of strength plus physique exceeds your aggressor, the chance of absorbing damage is 30 to 50%. If the combined attribute of strength plus physique is lower than your aggressor, the chance of absorbing damage is 10 to 15%. Apart from this, there are several elements influencing resistance. Description: every resistance will lower the durability of the weapon by 5 to 10 points. Once the durability reaches 0, then the weapon will be broken and unable to be repaired. You can obtain repairing capabilities from special storyline characters in several nightmare worlds. Hatchet weapon classification. Additional effects: accuracy -1, explosive hit rate +2, equipment battle score 9. Evaluation: this broad hatchet can easily resist an opponent's attack. Speaking truthfully, this weapon will be of little interest to many others. The main reason was its slow attack speed and unattractive combat ability effect. Of course, the increase of 2 points in explosive hit rate was enticing, or else he would similarly ignore it. The reason why it attracted his interest was the passive nature of being able to resist an opponent's attack. Although its special nature had a price of potentially wrecking the weapon, to the Sheehan who had lost his cobalt steel exoskeleton armor, this weapon with defensive capability extremely suited his requirements. With the addition of his high strength, even though the offensive capabilities of this weapon is low, he could still deal substantial damage to most enemies. His left hand holding the hatchet, his right gripping onto the threatening flintlock musket. Ambition. When the time comes, he had the confidence of dealing with most situations. There were benefits and disadvantages in all things. This light blue weapon had naturally received much popularity. When Xian chanced upon it, that contestant's stall was already surrounded by a crowd. It looked like some contestant hurriedly left, and there was an auction going on in the stall, straightforwardly selling to the highest bidder. Xian looked at this unfolding event, he could only grit his teeth and participate. In the end, that contestant seemed to be vastly interested in the light blue medical kit he just acquired. After a series of relentless negotiations, Xian finally traded his medical kit along with 1,000 utility points and acquired that single-hand hatchet. Following that, Xian naturally wanted to strengthen his current basic skills. His present basic skills are as follows. Basic Close Combat LVL1, Basic Footwork LVL2, Basic Endurance LVL1, Advanced Ability, Expert Grappling LVL1, Advanced Ability. Expert Grappling requires 3 other basic ability to reach LVL2, before being able to advance to LVL2. Xian inquired his Nightmare Imprint, and headed towards the north of the Nightmare space. Upon arriving, a flow shot forth from the Nightmare Imprint on his chest to the layer of wall in the realm. He then paid 200 utility points. A sudden door split opened, and Xian entered into an illuminated, cushioned secret room. Several 3D characters floated in front of him. Xian reached out his hand, and obtained the relevant service support. Obviously, Xian's greatest shortcoming in battle now was his speed. Even though his basic footwork had already reached LVL2, he still chose to upgrade this attribute that was linked to speed. The notification he received was a fee of 1,000 utility points, plus 1 potential point. After selecting Confirm, Xian then received his attribute upgrade. Xian quickly discovered, in order to upgrade basic footwork from LVL3 to 4, it required a comparatively large increment. It actually needed 2,000 utility points, plus 2 potential points. The price actually doubled. After pondering, he chose to continue upgrading his basic footwork. Suddenly, he uncovered that after attaining LVL4 for his basic footwork, he received an additional notification. Basic Footwork LVL4, increasing user's evasion by 3, increasing user's basic speed by 8. Pointer, once basic footwork reaches LVL4, relevant conditions triggered. Please draw from the additional special effects from attaining basic footwork LVL4. Pointer, you can randomly draw out one from the following special effects, and use it as your additional special effect of attaining basic footwork LVL4. Duration of 10 seconds, if nothing is chosen, the realm will automatically allocate one at random. A. Reducing damage of 33% from falling off great heights. B. Increase user's evasion by 2. C. Increasing user's base speed by 2. D. In poor terrain like the desert, swamps. User's inflicted terrain reduction effect reduced by 33%. E. Increase accuracy by 2 for close range attacks, evasion of long range attack, includes magic and far range weapons, increased by 4. F. Increasing accuracy by 2 for far range attacks, evasion of close range attack increased by 4. There's actually an additional special effect that allows me a selection of choices. Xian felt rather amazed. He instantly thought of something, perhaps the other abilities from upgrading LVL3 to LVL4 would likewise provide this additional special bonus. Due to the 10 seconds limitation, Xian immediately started the randomization, drawing out E, increasing accuracy by 2 for close range attacks, evasion of long range attacks increases by 4. Finally, Xian's basic footwork LVL4 attribute was ultimately, basic footwork LVL4, increase user's evasion by 5, increasing user's speed by 8. Additional special effect, increase accuracy by 2 for close range attacks, evasion of long range attacks, includes magic and far range weapons, increased by 4. After engaging the randomized drawing, Xian then received a Nightmare Imprint notification. That was, if the contestant was dissatisfied, he can use 1,000 utility points, plus 1 potential points to drop his basic footwork back to LVL3. This will erase his special effects, and when the contestant once again attains LVL4, then he can automatically acquire a new chance. Obviously, if a contestant had ample resources and wanted to pursue a certain attribute effect, he can use this method to erase his training, and ultimately obtain a favorable attribute. Furthermore, to Xian, this random ending was one that he delighted in. Even if he wasn't satisfied, he wouldn't dare washing away his efforts just for another random try. Currently he had 4,600 utility points left on hand, and 6 potential points. After deliberating, Xian utilized 1,000 utility points and 2 potential points to raise his basic close combat and basic endurance to LVL2. Thus then fulfilled the criteria of upgrading the advanced ability, Expert Grappling. However, the advanced ability, Expert Grappling LVL1, required too much to raise it to LVL2. It actually asked for 3,000 utility points and 3 potential points. Xian gritted his teeth and forced himself to learn it. On the contrary, after upgrading his Expert Grappling, it actually provided outstanding improvements. Xian's close combat attack damage/evasion/block/resistance increased to 10 from an original 7. It was counted as pretty impressive and worth it. After a series of crazed spending, Xian once again stepped into poverty. His utility points had sadly returned to 600 points, and was left with 1 potential point. Presently, he patronized a bar in the realm, with the intention of selling relevant report experiences. But after interacting with several other contestants, he understood that besides exposing his personal strength, this action provided no other good benefits. Because a world that a person experiences is based on his development, most of the time the reports are personal. Therefore, there is an immense chance that the reports would be of zero help. Citing an example phrase, in the Terminator world, Sarah Connor still exists. The difficulty of killing her was enormous, but there was still a possibility of not needing to eliminate her. From his previous chats with other contestants, he realized that others had even eliminated her. Therefore, after slaying her, the general of the People's Army, John Connor, would not have been born. The storyline would have been wrecked, then wouldn't have Skynet conquered the entire world. Of course not, the Nightmare Realm will automatically investigate, and the People's General will be replaced by another. His roles would mirror John Connor, but his personality and character would differ greatly. If you paid a huge price for acquiring relevant information to reveal a hidden side mission relating to John Connor. But yet the Terminator world you experience doesn't have such a person or mission character, then everything would have been wasted and you'll be reduced to tears. Chapter 75, Tsinghua University Graduation Certificate. Chapter 75, Tsinghua University Graduation Certificate. Translated by Chua. Edited by I and Il Kasser. Similarly, Captain Jack, of the Pirates of the Caribbean, is not without enemies. But even if he died, there would probably be another Tom, Dick or Harry captain to take over his role. Thus, under normal circumstances, contestants would mutually communicate their adventures and experiences and not resort to buying after settling all the miscellaneous things. The short time deadline of 30 hours was pretty much about to expire. Xian then followed his previous experience, scaling the lift and returned to the present world. After 5 minutes, he then bypassed a wall in the realm, and returned into the 3rd floor of the supermarket in that ordinary town. Even though it wasn't his first time, Xian still felt as if it were a long time ago. He stood still and dazed out in nostalgia. However, his daydream was abruptly broken by a shattering sound. "What the hell are you doing here?" Xian quickly glanced back. He saw, skinny like a broom, Madame looking towards him overbearingly. Her waist was covered by a Hauji Chicken Essence white apron. Placing her left hand on her hips, her right hand was holding onto a stainless steel ladle that contained soy sauce. She interrogated Xian with a tumultuous vigor just like a submachine gun. I'm looking for the toilet. Latrines on the 2nd floor. This place is restricted." Xian could only flee in panic. Even from a distance he could feel the woman's fiery glare on his back. He bitterly laughed as he shook his head, walking empty-handed out from the supermarket. After leaving the cold shelter, the scorching heat rays from the sun caused him to break out perspiration. It was currently noon. Xian couldn't tolerate any longer and entered into an open-air restaurant. He ordered fried noodles and picked up 2 smoking bottles of Pearl River beer from the fridge. Popping open the cap with his teeth, he started to gulp down the ice-cold beer. Borrowing the tipsy drunk feeling, Xian started to tap lightly on the table, but his mind was already casted towards planning his next route of actions. Previously, he loitered around in the present world for 2 weeks before receiving the notification from the Nightmare Realm. Based on his previous information, there were even contestants who had an entire interval of 2 months before receiving the invitation of the realm. Such long periods of time, if one did not use it to his advantage, then it would have been an utter waste. Xian contentedly exhaled. Using a chopstick dipped in his beer, he started to list out his thoughts onto the table. 1. To find out Uncle Desai and Sanzi's whereabouts, and reunite with them. 2. Accomplishing that Soul Equipment, Endless Vodka, mission, removing its sealed status. 3. collecting the alcohol listed in the title, Alcohol Master. 4. Eliminating Huashan Fei, getting rid of his personal misfortunes. Within these issues, based on Xian's personal emotions, he would definitely choose to perform the first task. His close relatives were destitute and homeless, without even a single message. His heart would definitely be unbearably anxious. But right now, there was a chance that Xian could be implicated and become wanted by the entire country. Secondly, the places that Uncle Desai could have gone to were countless. Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, etc. These were all possible places, and he only decided after Fuyuan set sailed. Even though Uncle Desai was honest and considerate, he had already witnessed much evil in others and would naturally understand Huashan Fei's sphere of influence. Thus, Xian could only suppress his heart's great desire. Then undoubtedly, that soul equipment, endless vodka, would definitely be the next in line. This equipment can greatly enhance Xian's powers, and could even complement his title, Intoxicated Man. It could even alleviate Xian's current flaw, which was his speed. Furthermore, while unsealing the endless vodka, Xian could at the same time collect the different alcohol types he needed. Regarding Huashan Fei, his roots are all in Fangcheng. Once he left, then he would no longer have any foundations elsewhere. Thus, Xian wasn't afraid of him fleeing. If he wanted to find him, he would be able to do so anytime. But before that, he would have to deal with the Vietnam gunmen bodyguards that protected him. To Xian now, he wasn't confident of being able to swiftly deal with Huashan Fei's underlings in the present world, thus it was better to postpone the matter now. Therefore, Xian started to draft out a plan for the next few weeks. But before that, in order to make sure Uncle Desai and the rest had not fallen into Huashan Fei's hands, Xian did something else. After wolfing down his fried noodles, he then went to the nearby convenience store to purchase their cheapest hand phone. Using a random SIM card, he then pressed in Huashan Fei's house number that he remembered in his heart. After 10 seconds, Huashan Fei's chilling voice resounded in Xian's ear. "Who are you?" Xian gently replied. "Huashan Fei, don't you want to get back your goods?" In this instance, Huashan Fei's pupils dilated. These few days he had been hard-pressed because of those millions worth of goods. He practically lost a fortune, and he still had to endure the morning black devil spying over him. He was simply trapped in a predicament. After hearing Xian's words, he immediately flared out. "Xian, you scumbag! What do you want?" Xian's lips curled into a smile. Shrugging his shoulders, he answered casually. "Let's talk next time." He then hung up, breaking the phone and tossing it into a nearby rubbish bin. Uncle Desai and the rest should still be fine. The relieved Xian made such a conclusion. Because, if Huashan Fei had managed to recapture them, his reply would be, King hell, if you still wish for your brother and uncle to be alive, then return my goods. And even from this, Xian would be able to confirm. Even if Huashan Fei had recaptured them, they would only suffer superficial wounds and not fatal ones. Because Huashan Fei was a gambler, if he had a glimmer of hope of reversing his current predicament, he would never give up. Back at Fanchan Island, Xian started to pack up. He left a marking on a visible location that wrote, "I am well." If Uncle Desai and the rest arrived, they would definitely notice it, while passerbys would not place great significance on it. He then disguised himself simply, hiring a 3-wheel automobile to fetch himself into the country town. Without worries, Xian easily found a fake certificate, seal stamp, advert on the wall of the telephone post. He then called the number. During the phone call, Xian stated that he wanted to buy a Tsinghua University graduation certificate. The voice straightforwardly quoted back over the line, "Normal 800, exquisite 1200, perfect 1600. Xian didn't bother negotiating, he instantly ordered a perfect piece. This fake certificate manufacturer then lazily announced an address and asked him to fetch it. Although the magistrate was relatively lenient on such things, this brat making the false certificates should probably have an able backing. The address was rather remote. After asking a few people on the way, Xian managed to navigate into a small alley that looked shabby and ruined. The houses along the alley all had acutely inclined roofs, and both roadsides were covered with drainage covers. The murky dark waters within it gave off a pungent odor. The roads were a wreck, as a simple light step would cause loud cracking sounds to from, and muddy water to ooze out, causing one's trousers to turn damp. Even if it was dry, it would equally give off a piercing odor. At the entrance of the alley, Xian looked around and finally found the house number nailed above at the right door. as he pinched his nose and knocked on it. After a brief moment, a response came from inside. A male with his shirt tucked into his pants appeared. He didn't look sloppy but had quite a pointy chin. He had a slackened expression, and his face seemed oily. Once he saw Xian, he released a wide smile and said, "Buddy, you're here for the graduation cert, right? Come come come." He then pulled Xian in with one hand, and closed the door behind with another. Xian purposely adopted a cowering appearance and said, "Is my certificate done?" "It's done, it's done. What I want is a perfect one." "Confirm perfect, I promise you it looks more genuine than a real one." The two continued some mindless chatter, and walked into the courtyard. Suddenly 2 hooligans appeared beside them. They had an indistinct tattoo on their arms, as they blocked Xian's retreating path. Xian blurted out fearfully in shock, "What do you guys want? Where's my cert?" One of the males snorted and gave out a cold smile. He then wrinkled and crumpled the document over, raising his voice hatefully. "A perfect Tsinghua University graduation cert, hand over the cash." Xian observed it with astonishment. 5 crooked words were written blatantly on that white piece of paper, Tsinghua University graduation cert. After the words Tsinghua, it seemed like the ballpoint pen ran out of ink, and the other 3 words seemed to be written with a pencil. Xian was speechless for the waste paper, as he replied in shock, "This is your so-called Tsinghua University graduation cert?" "That's right. Big Uncle put in a lot of effort to complete this." The two of them seemed to be well versed with this sort of situation. They were adept at this and even folded their sleeves and forced themselves into Xian's face. Obviously they were going to use force if they couldn't get their money. "Cash, or don't blame me for using my fist." Suddenly, the frightened and shaking Xian suddenly raised his head, exposing his teeth as he smiled sinisterly in reply. "Sorry, I think you just stole my line." Chapter 76, A Real Man Has Emotions. Chapter 76, A Real Man Has Emotions. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcázar. While the 2 men failed to react as they were distracted by Xian's words, he already shot out with both hands and grabbed onto their hair. Then, he heavily smashed their heads against each other. Xian held back his strength as did not want to take their lives, but the 2 hooligans could not even match up to Huashan Fei's underlings. Their eyes rolled up as they convulsed and slumped to the ground. It seemed like that they wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. The one responsible for guiding Xian in had both his eyes popped out. He had never expected this rich spoilt brat would actually retaliate in a flash. Bro Gio and Bro Dalei normally were local thugs that would often brandish their kitchen knives and could cause a mindless slaughter against many. They could punch like Zhao Zilong *, and their kicks were like Chu Bawang star. But now, they actually just collapsed in one move. TN * famous Chinese martial art characters. At this moment, Xian's vision turned towards him. This greasy male was scared stiff. He immediately raised his hands and retreated backwards. "Kind comrade. Government comrade. Spare me." Xian casually shrugged his shoulders, hand over the money bag. This greasy male was appalled and his expression turned dull. He finally realized this was like black eating black, bad people taking advantage of bad people. As he witnessed Xian raising up his fist, he immediately quick-wittedly fished out his money pouch and offered it up with both hands. Xian pointed towards the fainted duo. "Plus theirs." This brat was extremely obediently. He instantly swept his 2 brothers clean and similarly offered up what he acquired. However, the trio who devised this trap, their body was a pile of poverty as their scraps of notes could only amount to 30 renminbi. But, Xian originally wasn't here for the money. After leaving the entrance he immediately searched the 2 pouches for his currently most essential item, which was the identity card. After a legit identification card issued by the government, Xian could jump as high as the birds, and dive as deep as the fishes. Regarding the identification card photo, it would normally wear off after extended periods of time, thus nobody would even bother to care about such a pain in the ass issue. After walking out of the courtyard, Xian's thoughts rippled. He was already gripping onto that metallic alcohol cup. Roughly because he was back in the present world, this metallic cup seemed to feel much warmer. It felt like body temperature. Apart from that, it was vibrating slightly by itself, like it had its own heartbeat. Simultaneously, Xian had already received a list of relevant information. You have carried the soul equipment, endless vodka, to the present world. You have fulfilled the relevant criteria. Soul mission, lotus root soup activated. The final wish of the trapped contestant's soul sealed within the endless vodka is to taste the lotus root pork rib soup that his mother makes. Pointer: after accepting this mission, you will then acquire the fragmented memories of the contestant. Xian chose to accept this mission. Suddenly a wang sound buzzed in his mind, and many images started to surface in front of his eyes. His name was Hiweigua*. This was a unique name that distinctly belonged to an era. At that time, a huge retaliation war broke out. A few ordinary folk were unable to participate and felt rather downcast. Thus, they devised a method to display their support for their country. Naturally, their kid's name ended up as one of the resulting effects. To defend my country. Hiweigua's hometown was on the Lus Plateau of northern China. The soil there was barren and unfavorable. When he was 20, he found a local lady and married her. But his wife died 2 years later while giving birth, and only left him to fend alone with their son. When his son was 8, he unfortunately got infected with a severe lupus erythematosus, and was bullied by his peers, calling him a rotten-skinned dog. He could only cry in silence as Hiweigua was working abroad and was unable to look after him. Until one day, Hiweigua finally heard of his son's sufferings. He fumed with rage and immediately set off to find the household of the kid who bullied his son. However, that kid's family belonged to a line of wealthy and influential workers. They merely called a few people in and terribly beat up Hiweigua and his son. His vicious nature was drawn out, as he plucked out a butcher knife he carried personally and charged forward. He killed everyone in succession and even murdered the little bully. After this massacre, Hiweigua fled with his son. When he was finally pushed to a dead end, he managed to enter the nightmare realm. After acquiring strength inside the realm, he used a few unorthodox methods to make a turnaround economically. During this duration, he did numerous evil deeds and committed many crimes. His only motive for working hard inside the nightmare realm was to cure his son of his disease, and stop people from calling him a rotten-skinned dog. However, Hiweigua's life journey came to an abrupt end in the Caribbean Sea world. He was determined by the policymaker in his party to be a scapegoat. Against a torrent of pirates, Hiweigua was stabbed excessively, but before he died, his heart carried no hatred. That was because he had already left a fortune back for his family in the present world. The only thing he couldn't forget before he died was the warmth of his mother whenever he returned home. His mother would fold up her pants and waddle inside the frosty old pond to pull out a few lotus roots. Afterward she would proceed to the opposite butcher uncle to exchange 5 kilograms worth of maize for 0.5 kilograms of pork rib. She would then boil it in her casserole pot for 3 hours to create her pork rib soup. Within this ordinary soup, contained a mother's great love. Thus it caused this vicious man to never forget such warmth and tenderness of his mother. Xian stood upright for a long time at his present spot. A complicated feeling couldn't help but form within his heart. Was Hiweigua a good person? Undoubtedly he wasn't. His hands were stained with more than a dozen lives, a young 11-year-old boy to a 70-year-old aged man. He was prone to anger and aggressively violent, often gambled and visited prostitutes. His crimes were uncountable. But on the other side, he strived tremendously for his son, and was unaffected when facing death, ultimately yearning for his mother in the end. This contradicting and complicated life swirled within Xian's heart for a while and slowly dissipated. 2 days later, Xian arrived at Chongqing City. This was Hiweigua's temporary residence after he left his hometown. In this 3-loop road, he kept a low profile and rented 2 worn and tattered houses. He lived with his mother and son. Nobody could have imagined that their family was worth over $1 million. Xian drew near the house quietly. A crying sound floated out from within. His heart couldn't help but be appalled. If Hiweigua's mother unfortunately passed away, then how was he supposed to complete the mission? He saw Auntie pushing the door out, and hurriedly inquired. The Auntie only sighed and replied, "This family really committed great sins." First, the men of the family slipped and fell to his steps from the upper floor. Just a few days back, the little kid was kidnapped by a child trafficker. The old granny cries every day inside the house. Who knows when she will breathe her last because of her sorrow? Xian knew beforehand, anyone that died in the nightmare realm would have his death arranged reasonably in the present world. Thus, Hiweigua's death took him by no surprise. But no matter what he did previously, he carried it with him to the grave. His child was innocent. Why should he suffer such a tragic fate? Roughly because if a rabbit dies, the fox grieves. Chinese idiom, too. Have sympathy with a like-minded person in distress. Xian's rage burst forth and his face turned ashen. Deeply inhaling, he immediately raised his hand and knocked on the He family's door. Xian waited for roughly 5 to 6 minutes before someone opened the door. That was He Weiguo's mother. Currently, she was only 50 plus of age, but her hair had turned totally white. Both her eyes puffy and red, her expression was dejected and defeated. She used a despairing tone to speak. "Who are you looking for?" Xian deeply sighed. "Auntie, please sit. I am Weiguo's good friend of many years. Recently I heard of his misfortune, therefore, I specially rushed back from abroad." When He Weiguo's mother heard her son's name, her tears flowed down uncontrollably. She cried out and stammered, "I knew my Weiguo would cause trouble. How could money be so easily earned? Our family's disposition is naturally poor, if not, it wouldn't force him to a dead end. I'm old and useless, I can't even look over Weiguo's sole descendant. He was just kidnapped like that." Xian shut his eyes, and coldly replied, "When I arrived I already heard of this. Auntie, tell me everything you know, and I will definitely find justice for your family." He Weiguo's mother sobbed and sniffled as she explained what happened entirely. It was fairly simple. 5 days ago she brought her grandson to the streets to buy groceries. After going past the wet market, she was blocked by a street merchant who sold sakama, a type of sweet pastry, with his push cart. This man really wanted her to sample his own new product. The elderly's attitude were normally cheapskate. After hearing that it was free, she ate it. After eating, she was actually forced to buy, but obviously she refused to be taken advantage of and the two started bickering. After the old woman remembered her playful grandson, it was already 20 minutes later. Following that was naturally panic-searching, crying, and finally despair. After reporting, the police's attitude remained apathetic. Many other murder cases have not even been solved, what more was this small kidnapping case? Furthermore, the law states that a disappearance of a person was not a criminal case, unless one could show concrete evidence of the kidnapping. If not, the case would never pass. Chapter 77, The Most Efficient Tracking Method. Chapter 77, The Most Efficient Tracking Method. Translated by Chua, edited by Ian Alcácer. Xian nodded his head, and immediately stood up and left. His composure unknowingly caused Mother He to be shocked as she urgently asked, "Young brother, where are you going?" Xian gently glanced back, his lips curled into a chilling sneer, "Of course to get Xiao Jun back." Mother He was stunned. After Xian left, she bewilderedly exclaimed, He just left without even staying for a drink." After Xian listened to Mother He's description, he instantly deduced that even if that street merchant who sold the pastry wasn't an accomplice, there should still be a huge relationship with those kidnappers. Xiao Jun was already a 8.5 years old kid. This boy being abducted without a single sound nor news was certainly not something that was done alone. There was at least a group. The usage of drugs in such a vicious attempt was also commonly known. Even the police would be helpless when encountering such a thing, because their job was to always go in accordance with the law. They needed evidence, and this even had to implicate a few other civilians, thus, it left their limbs binded. Yet Xian had no fear. Ever since he became a contestant, the regulations and laws of the present world could no longer bind him. The accident happened not far from here, roughly at 3rd Street. As Xian walked, he continued searching around for that street merchant with the push cart. This kind of person was fairly common in Chongqing City, and had distinctive characteristics. After Xian completed checking 6 streets, he discovered a street merchant fervently selling sakama beside a public bus stop. This street merchant was wearing a skullcap. He had a sly look and looked 40 years old. He was currently using a slur of clumsy words to attract people to purchase his products. Sadly, nobody near him wanted to and even avoided him. Xian stood beside observing. After waiting for the bus stop to clear up after several buses left, he then approached and used a Henan accent. "Is this pastry delicious? Can I try it?" That street merchant immediately raised his chest towards the sky and vouched before giving Xian one piece. Xian then started chewing and asked, "How much for 500 G?" That street merchant raised his brows in delight and exclaimed, 40. Xian immediately held tightly onto his pouch, heart-achingly replying, Too expensive, too expensive." He waved his hands and left. This street merchant had not made a single transaction the whole afternoon. He hurriedly obstructed Xian saying, "Money." The shocked Xian replied, "What money?" This street merchant then confidently replied. Didn't you just eat my pastry? This pastry is an entire piece. I cut it up to let you sample so others will not be able to buy it already. You have to buy the entire pastry. Xian shook his head like a rattledrum, turning to leave. But this street merchant was well prepared. He fished out a whistle from his clothes and blew it hard. Suddenly a few accomplices appeared from the sides. They were all wearing filthy aprons and similarly came from other push carts. They started to shove and cursed at Xian, and gradually shoved him into a peaceful and remote corner. This street merchant stood in front of Xian, his hand holding onto the knife he used to cut the sakama. Using a clumsy but fierce tone to coerce, pastry, 400 RMB, 4 kilograms. Hurry up. This was this person's shrewd nature. This sakama pastry was originally 5 renminbi for 500 G, but it suddenly increased tenfolds after he forced Xian to this state. Even if the scene was witnessed by the police, it would be counted as forced selling. But how was this different from robbing? Xian glanced around to make sure there were no passerby. He then raised his head, frowning with his brows, exposing his white teeth as he smiled, saying, "Okay, I'll buy." At the same time as his words, his right fist ferociously smashed into that street merchant's shoulder like a hammer. A clear and crisp cracking sound of the shoulder blade could be heard. Before he even had a chance to scream, Xian already conveniently grabbed onto his neck and raised him up, casually using him as a weapon, and threw him at his 2 accomplices. At this moment, a kebab seller ousted forward. He looked ruthless as he thrusted forward with his kebab knife. Xian had no time to evade, and a miserable flesh wound formed on his back. However, only the wielder knew. He felt like he was poking at an extremely thick tire. It was incomparably difficult to understand. After piercing into the flesh, only after exerting his entire effort could he move the knife. After Xian felt a slight pain at this back, he immediately shot out his hands to grab it. His 5 fingers were like iron hooks, empty-handedly snatching that knife. At this moment, these thugs understood they encountered a steel board. That kebab seller wanted to run, but Xian rushed forward and simply kicked him as he crashed into the opposing wall. Xian's one kick caused this kebab seller to smash into the wall and form a Y shape on the wall, and he finally crashed to the floor after a few seconds. At this point, the strength faded in the remaining street merchants. They glanced at each other and reckoned Xian was an undercover cop. Suddenly they got worked up and started shouting in some weird street language. Although Xian could not understand their words, but he reckoned these people were trying to turn this internal contradiction into a conflict of ethnicity, the police bullying the minority. Normally, the police also had great headaches as they had no ideas on dealing with this group, but this group of people's sole misjudgment was. Xian was not even police. Therefore, nothing could restrain him, don't even mention racial dilemma. Any other social conflicts would not cause him to bat a single eyelid. Xian used only one move to silence the entire crowd. He swung a slap towards that brat wearing the skullcap who was screaming the loudest. That slap seemed held back, but the force was enough to cause that brat to spin 240 degrees round. A few bloodied teeth could be seen sweeping through the air, and landed onto the dusty ground. That guy stood rooted with a blank expression. Blood was streaking out of his right ear like a snake and then gently dripped onto the ground. "I'm not a magistrate." Xian hung down his eyelids and indifferently said, "So don't use such tricks on me. I'm here to find someone. After finding him I will leave." None of the 4 street merchants were left standing. They raised their heads and gazed at Xian with a frightened expression. 10 days ago, who was the one who sold sakama over here? Xian coldly proclaimed. Simultaneously, he was holding onto a stack of red notes. "Who can tell me first? This 10,000 yuan will belong to you." These few street merchants glanced at each other, but none of them spoke up. Xian sighed and said, "Very well." Those words were still echoing through the air, as Xian had already firmly clutched onto the hair closest to him. He then forcefully swung it against the closest wall. This knock was extremely deadly. The sound it created caused a person's goosebumps to rise out. Without question, this unlucky brat instantly sunk to unconsciousness. Xian gradually loosened his hand, letting the blood drip trickle down slowly from his fingers. His eyes communicated a bloodthirsty and brutal nature. "Very well, I hope you guys will carry on being stubborn. Even if the 4 of you don't speak up, don't you think I will catch others to interrogate?" Xian slowly squatted down. He walked towards the kebab seller who was currently clutching onto his stomach. he gently said. 10 days ago, that street merchant who was selling sakama. Where is he? The kebab seller's pupils dilated. He nervously rubbed his hands against his filthy apron. That is Zaira Hong. He has gone to take over another territory. Sheehan immediately tossed that stack of notes in front of his face. The red notes floated scattering about. He then grimly replied, "Tell me everything you know. Whoever dares to betray you over here, I will be responsible for his corpse." The kebab seller swallowed his saliva, and greedily snatched the scattered notes. "What do you want to know?" Sheehan lightly replied. "Zaira Hong and the rest, did they kidnap a small boy? My friend's kid was taken by them. I want to find that kid." The kebab seller was shocked. "Kidnapping? No, we don't do such business. I heard that is the profession of the Henan gang." He immediately saw Sheehan's face turning gloomy and hurriedly corrected, "But that group with Zaira Hong is certainly as business of abusing small kids. Is your friend's son crippled? Or looked miserably pitiful?" This kebab seller seemed like an old veteran. His appearance looked to be a street merchant, but he was overflowing with the fluent Beijing dialect. He had such eloquence that he could even be an official news broadcaster. Sheehan got slightly distracted. "That kid has a severe skin disease. His friends call him rotten-skinned dog. He does look very pitiful." Then that's settled. The kebab seller slapped his thigh, extremely absorbed into his character but unintentionally aggravated his pain. He immediately gritted his teeth saying, "Zaira Hong and that ground particular targets those little kids. They will cultivate this sort of crippled/handicapped nature, and bring them to another city to engage in begging." Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.